I am Mo Juren, traversing into the mortal realm with a gaming assistant for the mobile game Hunting Demon Continent. Lacking a spiritual root and unable to cultivate immortality? No matter, I can forge an alternate path, hunting demons for their blood, merging bloodlines, and acquiring extraordinary powers. As my bloodline continually strengthens and my rank ascends, I find myself surpassing even the true spirits of heaven and earth. Eventually, I realize that I have ascended to the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Chapter 1. Mo Juren and Bloodline Transformation. At this moment on colorful Cloud Mountain, within the Divine Hand Valley, an aging Mo Juren gazes skyward, feeling a profound sense of internal collapse. No one is aware that not long ago, the original Dr. Mo perished under unspeakable circumstances. And now, a soul from another world inhabits this body. Mo Juren feels a sense of helplessness sharing the same surname and a homophonic name. He once found it whimsical while reading mortal novels, yet never anticipated that one day he would become one with the original. He can only lament the tyranny of fate, where mortals are mere puppets of destiny, powerless to resist. As an aficionado of mortal tales, he possesses an intimate understanding of them. Especially regarding the character of Dr. Mo, sharing his name, he knows him all the more deeply. Mo Juren is a tragic figure, the enlightened mentor of the protagonist, whose early life was marked by unparalleled glory. He established the formidable Shocking Worm Society at a young age, and under his stewardship, it became one of the three dominant powers in Lianzhou. With a successful career came a blissful family. His 5 exquisite wives were renowned beauties, and his 3 clever daughters each possessed unique talents. Such accomplishments as a mortal are indeed enviable. Regrettably, in middle age, he was betrayed by a trusted confidant and fled to distant lands, where he encountered the cultivator Yuzitong, which irrevocably altered his fate. He was overly confident, believing his own strength would suffice, yet he underestimated the tenacity of a cultivator. After failing to acquire medicine, he was suddenly attacked. Although he destroyed his opponent's body, he suffered a backlash and was afflicted by a toxic curse, causing his life force to rapidly wane, resulting in the present state of Dr. Mo. Regarding Yuzitong, a man who wallows in worldly pleasures, Mo Juren feels disdain, sharing the original's contempt for him. Were it not for his fortunate rebirth and possession of a spiritual root, he would be deemed less than worthless. Yet, at this moment, the very presence of Yuzitong resides within him. Even if he harbors opinions, he cannot express them. You seem a bit unsettled. Are you worried about the possession? Suddenly, a voice resonates in his mind. Yuzitong, sensing his unease, inquires with curiosity. This matter is of great importance. Naturally, I must be concerned. Could it be that your method harbors some hidden peril? Mo Juren does not reveal the truth, retorting with a hint of skepticism. You and I are now in the same boat. How could I harm you? Yuzitong's voice rises suddenly, seemingly eager to assert his position. Let us hope so, Mo Juren replies coolly, not wishing to engage further. At this moment, his mind races as he contemplates his predicament. In his leisure, he has perused numerous tales of individuals traversing into the mortal realm. Those who embark on such journeys generally fall into 2 categories. One type recklessly charges into the Seven Mysterious Gate to seize the small green vial. The other proceeds with caution, wary of the protagonist's potential retribution, either befriending the protagonist to gain favor or fleeing to carve their own path. However, for him, this is a matter that requires no consideration, focusing solely on the timing of his arrival. If he were to seize the vial before Han Li discovered it, it would be inconsequential, for destiny would shift, altering the future. If it had already been found, it signified that the future self had indeed come, forming a temporal loop. To act recklessly at that point would not be mere folly, it would be sheer madness. Unfortunately, Mo Juren finds himself in the latter situation. Han Li has been at the Seven Mysterious Gate for 4 years. The events that ought to have transpired have already unfolded, extinguishing any thoughts of seizing the vial. Yet, this is the realm of mortals, where cultivators reign supreme. As a mere mortal devoid of a spiritual root, what is he to do? Wait for death? Moreover, he is currently severely injured, with little time remaining. The mere thought of it sends him into further turmoil. Suddenly, he recalls how he traversed into this realm. Does he possess a golden finger? Ding! A mechanical voice abruptly sounds, startling him into awareness. Could it be? As his thoughts whirl, the void before him shifts, and a translucent screen materializes. Name: Mo Juren. Realm: innate warrior bloodline. None law, none technique, none material. Extraordinary soul, level 1 bloodline transformation furnace, activated. The bloodline transformation furnace. This is from that game, isn't it? Mo Juren is momentarily stunned by the display. Intimately familiar with it, as the very creation of the gaming company where he worked prior to his unexpected journey here. Hunting Demon Continent represents an entirely different path of cultivation, where humans hunt beasts to extract their blood, merging it with themselves to ultimately attain extraordinary power. Players undergo a similar process, however. After slaying demons and acquiring their blood, they utilize the Bloodline Transformation Furnace. This golden fingerdo refine the demon's blood, thereby enhancing their own rank. This approach is significantly safer than that of the natives in the game. The demon's blood contains not only the original bloodline, but also numerous impurities and the malevolent essence of the beasts, making direct fusion perilously lethal. Players, on the other hand, can utilize the Bloodline Transformation Furnace with various spiritual herbs, ores, demon souls, and other materials to purify and eliminate impurities and malevolent essences, thereby obtaining the purest original bloodline for a seamless fusion. So this is my golden finger? Or perhaps the very cause of my traversing? Mo Juren's understanding dawns. He recalls working late at the company, coding into the night, only to mysteriously find himself here. He speculates that the death of Dr. Mo is likely intertwined with this event, surmising that he has inherited the original's memories, likely merging with fragments of his soul. With clarity emerging, Mo Juren's anxious heart finally eases. Now he too possesses a golden finger, presenting solutions to all his troubling dilemmas. Regarding the future, with his foresight and understanding of the overarching trends, he is confident he will not fare worse than the protagonist. He retains a measure of confidence as one of the developers of Hunting Demon Continent. No one understands the Bloodline Transformation Furnace's capabilities better than he. It is akin to wielding a divine artifact, capable of transforming even the highest grade demon bloodlines without any rejection during fusion. The extraordinary soul must refer to Yuzitong. This implies that, akin to demon souls, it can serve as material for the transformation furnace. Mo Juren muses with delight, realizing this perfectly addresses one of his greatest challenges. The current entity is now at his mercy, ripe for the taking. However, the time is not ripe. This extraordinary soul is an exceedingly rare material, and should he choose to utilize it, he must extract its maximum value. What are you looking at? Yuzitong's voice comes again, laced with confusion and an undercurrent of unease. I was merely contemplating Han Li's situation. My mind wandered, and Mo Juren responds unperturbed. At present, his cultivation has stagnated. We must devise a strategy. Cultivating immortality inherently consumes time. To expedite the process, one must resort to an abundance of rare spiritual herbs. There are no other alternatives. Therefore, I must take my leave for the time being. I am Mo Juren, traversing into the mortal realm with the aid of the mobile game Demon Hunter, Land of Spirits. Lacking spiritual roots and unable to cultivate immortality? Fear not, for I can forge an alternative path, hunting demons for their blood, merging bloodlines, and acquiring extraordinary powers. As my bloodline fortifies and my rank ascends, I shall surpass even the true spirits of heaven and earth, ultimately finding myself standing at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Chapter 1. Mo Juren and the Transformation of Bloodlines. At this moment, on the colorful Sunset Mountain in Divine Hand Valley, a weary Mo Juren gazes skyward, overwhelmed by a sense of internal collapse. Little do others know, not long ago, the original Dr. Mo perished for reasons unspeakable. And now, residing within this body is a soul from another world. Mo Juren feels a pang of helplessness, sharing the same surname and a homophonic name. He once found it curious while reading mortal novels, never anticipating that one day he would become one with the original. He can only lament the tyranny of fate. Mortals are mere playthings of destiny, powerless to resist. As an avid reader of mortal fiction, he is well versed in the narratives, especially concerning the original Dr. Mo, sharing his name and thus possessing deeper insight into his story. Mo Juren is a tragic character as the protagonist's mentor. His early life was marked by glory, founding the formidable Shocking Worm Society at a tender age, and becoming one of the 3 major overlords of Lan Prefecture. With a flourishing career, he also enjoyed a blissful family life, with 5 exquisite wives and 3 intelligent daughters, each possessing unique talents. Such achievements are enviable for any mortal. Regrettably, in middle age, he was betrayed by a trusted confidant, fleeing to distant lands until encountering the cultivator Yuzitong, which irrevocably altered his fate. Overconfident, he believed his strength could suffice, underestimating the complexity of dealing with cultivators. When his quest for medicine failed, he was ambushed. Although he destroyed his opponent's body, he suffered backlash, succumbing to a toxic curse, leading to his current identity as Dr. Mo. Speaking of Yuzitong, a hedonist indulging in the mundane, Mo Juren feels disdain, echoing the original sentiments. Had he not been fortunate in reincarnation, endowed with spiritual roots, he would hardly be worth comparing. Currently, Yu Zitong inhabits his body thus, despite his thoughts, Mo Juren must conceal them. You seem somewhat unsettled? Are you worried about the possession? Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. Yu Zitong, sensing his unease, inquires with curiosity. This matter is of great significance. Naturally, I am concerned. Do you imply there are hidden dangers in your method? Mo Juren retorts, withholding the truth. We are now in the same boat. How could I harm you? Yu Zitong's voice rises, seemingly eager to assert his position. Let us hope so, Mo Juren replies nonchalantly, wishing to avoid further contention. His mind races, contemplating the current situation. In his leisure, he has perused numerous tales of individuals traversing to the mortal realm, which generally fall into two categories. The first type recklessly charges into the Seven Mysteries Sect to seize the small green vial. The second type adopts a more cautious approach, wary of the protagonist's potential vengeance, either befriending the protagonist to hitch a ride on their coattails or opting for a hasty retreat to avoid confrontation. For him, however, such considerations are moot, hinging solely on the timing of his arrival. If he were to seize the vial before Hanli found it, the consequences would be inconsequential, for destiny would shift, altering the future. If Hanli had already obtained it, it would indicate that the future self had already passed through, forming a closed time loop. To act recklessly at this juncture would not be mere audacity, but sheer folly. Unfortunately, Mo Juren belongs to the latter scenario. Hanli has been at the Seven Mysteries Sect for 4 years. All that should have transpired has indeed transpired, extinguishing any thoughts of seizing the vial. Yet, this is the mortal realm, where cultivators reign supreme. What can a mere mortal devoid of spiritual roots do? Await death? Moreover, he is gravely injured, with little time remaining. The mere thought of this engenders a tangle of anxiety within him. Suddenly, a realization strikes him. How did he traverse here? Does he possess a golden finger? Ding! A mechanical voice reverberates, jolting him awake. Could it be? As his thoughts whirl, the void before him shifts, revealing an ethereal screen. Name: Mo Juren. Realm: innate warrior bloodline. None techniques, none materials. One extraordinary soul. Level 1 bloodline transformation furnace. Activated. The bloodline transformation furnace. This is from that game, isn't it? Mo Juren stares at the screen in disbelief. He is all too familiar with it, as it is a product of the game company he worked for prior to his reincarnation. Demon Hunter, Land of Spirits. This represents a path of cultivation entirely distinct from the mortal world, where humans acquire extraordinary power by hunting demons and assimilating their bloodlines. For players, the process is similar. After extracting demon blood, they utilize a bloodline transformation furnace to refine it, consequently elevating their rank. This is considerably safer than the natives in the game, as the demon blood contains not only the original bloodline, but also numerous impurities and demonic energy, making direct fusion perilously lethal. Players, however, can eliminate impurities and demonic energy by incorporating various spiritual herbs, ores, and demon souls into the bloodline transformation furnace, yielding the purest form of the original bloodline, ensuring a flawless fusion. Thus, this is my golden finger? Or perhaps the very cause of my reincarnation. Suddenly enlightened, Mo Juren recalls working overtime at the company, coding into the late hours, before inexplicably finding himself here. He suspects that Dr. Mo's demise is intricately linked to this circumstance, inheriting the original's memories. It is highly probable that he has merged with fragments of his soul. With clarity dawning, the anxiety that once gripped him dissipates. Now he possesses a golden finger, providing solutions to all his pressing dilemmas. As for the future, with his foresight and comprehension of the prevailing trends, he is confident that he will fare no worse than the protagonist. This confidence is not unfounded, as one of the developers of Demon Hunter, Land of Spirits, no one understands the bloodline transformation furnace's extraordinary capabilities better than he. It is akin to wielding a divine artifact, capable of transforming even the highest-ranking demon blood without any rejection during fusion. The extraordinary soul must refer to Yu Zitong. Thus, like the souls of demon beasts, it can serve as material for the transformation furnace. Mo Juren's heart swells with delight. This fortuitously resolves one of his greatest challenges. Presently, his opponent is like fish on a chopping block, ready for him to carve. However, the time is not ripe. This extraordinary soul is an exceedingly rare material. Even if he must use it, he must extract its utmost value. What are you looking at? Yu Zitong's voice cuts through once more, laced with confusion and an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Just reflecting on Han Li, I was momentarily distracted, Mo Juren replies, maintaining his composure. Currently, his cultivation is at a standstill. We must devise a strategy. Cultivation inherently consumes time to hasten progress. One must rely on a plethora of rare spiritual herbs. There are no other alternatives. Thus, I must take my leave for the time being. Chapter 2. The Half-Demon Beast and Blood Collection. The following day, Mo Juren quietly departed from the Divine Hand Valley after leaving a letter behind. Fortunately, due to his esteemed status, his absence went unnoticed, as it was customary for a dragon to appear and vanish without a trace. Along the way, Mo Juren occasionally cast a glance at his iron servant, Zhang Tai, who had been secretly harmed and transformed into this current form. It must be said that, as a figure in the martial world, the original owner was no stranger to bloodshed and violence, thus he could hardly be deemed a good person. However, to betray his disciple and repurpose his corpse for his own use was indeed despicable. Later, when he schemed against Han Li and met with retribution, it was merely poetic justice. Regretting it now? Yu Zitong teased, noticing his reaction. What's there to regret once it's done? Mo Juren replied with an impassive expression, but inwardly thought, the despicable one is the original owner. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, the reason for turning Zhang Tai into an iron servant was Yu Zitong's suggestion. He had provided the method. Otherwise, how would an ordinary martial artist like the original owner understand such sinister arts? It seems I understand my younger brother's temperament well. How could he ever possess the compassion of a woman? Yu Zitong remarked with a hint of nostalgia in his tone, then continued, furthermore, you are destined to become a cultivator. To us, mortals are but ants. Why bother with them? How cold-blooded. Mo Juren silently cursed, but had to admit that this was the harsh reality of this world, cold and brutal. For cultivators, the pursuit of immortality was paramount. Everything else was but fleeting clouds. Of course, some valued romantic relationships, but those were merely diversions. Otherwise, one could not expect to travel far on this path. Where do you plan to search for spirit herbs? I am also troubled, as I have already scoured most familiar forests with little success. Hearing the other party's inquiry, Mo Juren felt a flicker of joy within him, having awaited this moment. He inquired nonchalantly, you were once a cultivator. Surely you know more than I do. Do you have any recommended locations? You have indeed asked the right person. When it comes to ruthlessness, you am not worthy to compare. But in terms of experience and knowledge, mortals cannot match us cultivators. Yu Zitong felt a surge of pride of being sought after, deep within the colorful Clouds Mountain. The spirit herbs have nearly been depleted. To find more, we must venture further. You can head north for about 500 miles. There lies a jade-green mountain range, seldom trodden by humans, rich in spirit herbs. Are there demon beasts? Mo Juren interjected abruptly. Demon beasts? Yu Zitong was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden question. He quickly explained, naturally, there are, or else it wouldn't be so desolate. However, in such small places, resources are scarce, even if there are demon beasts. They are likely to be half demons, merely possessing traces of demon blood, and are not particularly strong. Besides, with your vigilance and skills, coupled with my assistance, there is no need for concern. That's good. We'll head to the Jade Green Mountain Range. The Mirror State was vast, incomparable to the Earth of his previous life. 500 miles seemed a great distance, yet it hardly took them beyond the state's borders, remaining within Mirror State. Similar to the colorful Clouds Mountain, the region surrounding the Jade Green Mountain Range was also remote, with few human inhabitants, mostly ordinary small towns. Mo Juren and his companions replenished their provisions in the town at the foot of the mountain and proceeded directly into the mountains. Unlike the colorful Clouds Mountain, the Jade Green Mountain Range was larger and more perilous. Although there were mountain folk entering and exiting, they only ventured into the outskirts to gather herbs. The depths were deemed too dangerous for anyone to dare enter. As they traversed the rugged mountain path, Mo Juren couldn't help but reflect on a saying he once heard. Even a piece of toilet paper has its usefulness, which was indeed true. Much like Yu Zitong. Without his guidance, he would have been unable to navigate the mountains so smoothly. Moreover, Yu Zitong's keen senses allowed him to detect minor dangers in advance. The depths of the mountains were indeed abundant with spirit herbs. In less than half a day's time, they had already harvested 2 30-year-old Huang Suiji, true treasures. The only regret was that the wild beasts encountered along the way were quite ordinary, lacking any traces of demon blood. As Yu Zitong had said, due to the depletion of spiritual veins in such common mountains, the density of spiritual energy was extremely thin, thus the probability of demon beasts being born was exceedingly low. Be cautious. Suddenly, Yu Zitong's voice rang out again, somewhat urgent. Could it be? Mo Juren's heart stirred, and he turned to the dense forest nearby. What met his eyes was a gigantic python, thick as a bowl and over 2 zhang long. Its body was a vivid green, with massive scales tightly overlapping, shimmering with a cold glow under the sunlight. This was no ordinary tree python. It was likely a half-demon beast mixed with the blood of the green-scaled python. Be careful. Yu Zitong's warning was not unwarranted. Despite being merely a half-demon beast, its strength could rival that of a human martial arts expert. Even at his peak, Mo Juren might not be its match. Thankfully, he had the Iron Servant, his strongest weapon, with a body as tough as steel, immense strength, and fearlessness in battle, making it more than sufficient to deal with this half-demon beast. Iron Servant, go! Upon receiving the command, the Iron Servant immediately sprang into action, charging at the gigantic python without a hint of fear. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. The python, imbued with demon blood, had gained a qualitative enhancement. Its intelligence was not comparable to that of ordinary beasts. As the Iron Servant charged, it instinctively sensed danger. Consequently, it unleashed its most powerful attack, swiftly coiling around the Iron Servant. If an ordinary person faced such a situation, they would undoubtedly meet their doom. Even innate martial artists would struggle, as the immense force of the python's constriction could easily shatter bones. However, the Iron Servant was different. Its body was incredibly robust, akin to steel. In the face of the crushing pressure, it remained unscathed, and its iron hands pierced directly into the python's body. Immediately, green blood gushed forth. Hiss! The python sensed the intense pain coursing through its body and loosened its grip. At that moment, fear began to creep into its heart, and it contemplated retreat. Unfortunately, without a command from its master, the Iron Servant's assault would not cease. It firmly grasped the python's vital spot and lifted it high before smashing it down to the ground. With a resounding thud, dust erupted, and the python emitted a pitiful cry of agony. Before it could recover, it was lifted once more, and the Iron Servant continued its relentless assault, swinging the python against the surrounding ground. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy thuds rang out continuously, and the ground around them was pounded into craters. By the time the Iron Servant ceased its attack, the python lay limp and motionless, devoid of life. Throughout the entire ordeal, Mo Juren observed in awe, marveling at the Iron Servant's might while growing increasingly respectful of the capabilities of cultivators. Such transcendent power was truly something to aspire to. Rising to his feet, Mo Juren suddenly crouched down, plunging one hand into the python's body. Simultaneously, the game interface reacted, detecting usable materials. Level 1 Demon Beast Green-Scaled Python Blood. What attribute? Would you like to collect? Collect. With a thought, the python's body began to tremble slightly, and within moments, its blood was completely extracted. Once the blood collection was complete, it was stored in the material repository and began its analysis. Bloodline Level 1, Vitality 57, What attribute? Primal Bloodline Content 3, Impurities 80, and Malevolent Energy 17. The analysis commenced and concluded. The materials required for refining and purifying demon blood in the Bloodline Transformation Furnace include 1 30-year-old jade fruit, 1 30-year-old yellow marrow mushroom, blazing sungrass, 1 kilogram of heavenly winter flower bluestone ore, and 1 level 1 would attribute demon soul. Upon rising, without a sound, Mo Juren discreetly concealed the game interface and began to ponder. Among the required materials, aside from the precious jade fruit and yellow marrow mushroom, the others were merely common herbs, which did not necessitate a specific age. He had plenty in his herb garden. He already possessed the 30-year-old yellow marrow mushroom, and the jade fruit and blue stone ore were likely not difficult to find, as their existence in the mountains seemed quite probable. However, the level 1 would attribute demon soul posed a bit of a challenge. The results of the game's analysis were concrete and left no room for compromise. Especially regarding levels, it was imperative to meet the specified criteria. The one that had perished on the ground would not suffice. Suddenly, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his calm eyes as he recalled a certain entity. What are you doing? Yu Zitong noticed his peculiar behavior and inquired with some confusion. Nothing, just contemplating the value of this giant python. It would be a pity to discard it carelessly. However, I cannot take it with me, and I am unsure how to proceed. Indeed, it is a fine specimen. If only there were a cultivator's storage bag available. Otherwise, we might have to abandon most of it. Yu Zitong lamented, though inwardly he scorned Mo Juren for being a mere mortal, unaccustomed to the world, treating a half-demon beast with such reverence. Mo Juren remained silent, unsheathing his dagger to begin his work. First, he extracted the python's gallbladder, an exceedingly valuable substance that could be used directly in medicine. Next, he had Iron Slave remove the python's skin and scales. As for the python's meat, it was abundant, and he took only a small portion. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months slipped by quietly. During this time, Mo Juren remained in the deep mountains, ostensibly gathering herbs. But in truth, he was collecting the two essential materials. The blue stone, or had been located. However, he encountered difficulties with the jade fruit. Having searched extensively and found only a few young plants, at best 3 to 5 years old. Throughout this period, Yu Zitong sensed something amiss and urged him several times to leave, asserting that the gathered spiritual herbs were sufficient for the boy's realm to break through again. Mo Juren, however, paid no heed and continued his meticulous search in the mountains. Eventually, his patience reached its limit. Perhaps there simply were no 30-year-old jade fruits. Obtaining 2 yellow marrow mushrooms previously had been pure luck. Ultimately, he decided to abandon his quest but took the young jade fruit plants with him, intending to transplant them into his herb garden. Perhaps alternative solutions could be considered. The long road ahead did not rush Mo Juren. He leisurely drove his cart toward the colorful Clouds Mountain. Along the way, he pondered how to resolve the jade fruit issue. Once this final spiritual herb was secured, he could immediately fuse his bloodline and embark on the path of cultivation. Jade fruit. Hanli, Mo Juren silently mused, feeling he had stumbled upon a potential solution worth exploring. However, he knew to proceed with caution, allowing events to unfold naturally without revealing any flaws. In contrast to Mo Juren's contemplative state, Yu Zitong within his body experienced a different mindset. Perhaps buoyed by their substantial gains, he sensed hope, and his words betrayed an unmistakable joy. Along the journey, he began to explain the preparations necessary for soul seizing, arranging formations, special materials, and the intricate details of the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique, exhibiting an eagerness to ensure no mistakes were made. Mo Juren feigned attentive listening while secretly mocking him. This fellow was indeed a waste. With such a mindset, it was no wonder he became enamored with wealth and pleasure, lingering in the mundane world and neglecting the path of cultivation. Ultimately, he fell victim to the schemes of a severely injured mortal warrior, leading to his demise, a fate entirely warranted. The return journey was smooth, without any disruptions. On this day, the cart finally halted at colorful Clouds Mountain. Mo Lao is back. Greetings, Mo Lao. As they ascended the mountain, disciples they passed greeted him with utmost respect. In the Qishuan sect, Mo Juren held an exalted status, beneath the sect leader. All revered him greatly. This was not solely due to the leader's life-saving grace, but also because of his profound medical expertise. In the world of martial artists, where danger lurked at every corner, sustaining injuries or succumbing to poison was commonplace. Having such a divine healer was akin to securing a guarantee for one's life. Such a healer deserved every ounce of respect. Returning to the Divine Hand Valley, Mo Juren felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. As a traveler without a true home, no matter how many abodes one possessed, none could replace the feeling of home within the heart. This place, being one of the earliest he encountered after his arrival, held a unique significance for him. Greetings, Mo Lao. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. It was Han Li, his underappreciated disciple. To be honest, Mo Juren's feelings toward Han Li were complicated. Initially sincere in his teachings, he later discovered that, upon achieving success in cultivation, Han Li succumbed to greed and began plotting against him, ultimately leading to his own demise. Of course, these sentiments belonged to the original owner of the body, and Mo Juren would not allow himself to be swayed by such folly. Seeing Han Li bow respectfully, he merely nodded slightly, said nothing, and strode directly back to his quarters. Outside the room, Han Li stood there in a daze, feeling somewhat disheveled by the wind. This was entirely different from his expectations. Had he not left the valley to seek spiritual herbs to aid in his breakthrough? Now that he had returned, should he not inquire about his progress? What could it mean that Mo Juren had said nothing? Moreover, for some reason, he sensed that Mo Juren had changed in some way upon his return. After breaking through to the 4th layer of his cultivation technique, his body underwent a qualitative transformation, particularly regarding his senses, which ascended to an extraordinary realm. The sights, sounds, and even his cognitive perceptions greatly surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Consequently, his awareness of danger was equally heightened. Unlike before, however, he did not receive the usual mental warnings. Am I overthinking this? For the first time, the naturally cautious Han Li doubted his instincts. Nonetheless, he would not lower his guard. If Mo Juren harbored any malicious intent, then no amount of vigilance would be excessive. If he were mistaken, then so be it. He would treat him as his true master and fulfill his duties as a disciple. Today's circumstances were indeed peculiar. He felt it necessary to observe for a while longer, hoping to gather more information. However, as several days passed, Mo Juren exhibited no unusual behavior. During this time, Aside from transplanting some new varieties of spiritual herbs in the garden, he spent most of his time secluded in his room, absorbed in activities unknown to Hanli. It was not until half a month later that he left behind a letter and quietly departed once more. The letter stated that his herb gathering had not gone smoothly and that he needed to venture out again, with no set return date. For a moment, Hanli was left utterly stunned. Chapter 4. Schemes and sudden returns. Time passed quietly, and before long, over a month had slipped away. From his initial confusion and uncertainty, Hanli had now completely let go. Mo Juren likely did not lie. Perhaps he genuinely found little during his last excursion, only managing to acquire a few young spiritual herbs, thus necessitating another journey. This was perhaps for the best. With Mo Juren absent, he felt considerably more at ease. While cultivating elixirs and practicing martial arts, life was indeed quite pleasant. However, his aptitude was rather poor, and after reaching the 4th level, his progress noticeably slowed. To achieve another breakthrough would likely require at least a year, even with ample supplies of the Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan. Without these precious elixirs, the time frame would be considerably extended. One day, after finishing his training, Hanli entered Dr. Mo's study as usual to continue perusing the medical texts. It must be noted that these texts were extremely valuable and had greatly benefited his studies. Moreover, he had acquired various secret medicines, including Huanglong Dan, Jinsui Wan, Qingling San, and his own concocted poison from them. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a peculiar, button-sized protrusion in the corner of the bookshelf, resembling some sort of mechanism. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he pressed it. With a soft click, a wooden panel slowly opened, revealing an aged book. Hanli instinctively understood its significance and promptly retrieved it, discovering the cover bore the 3 prominent characters Changxing Jing, a treasure that Dr. Mo held in high regard. Elation bubbled within him. His guess had been correct. He had seen this book more than once, but never expected it to be hidden here by Dr. Mo. Impatiently, he began to flip through the pages, only to be taken aback upon reading the introduction. The content was none other than the nameless technique he had been practicing. Strangely, the technique was not referred to as Changxing Jing, but rather as Changchun Gong. Hanli found himself lost in contemplation, sensing that there was something amiss. Unfortunately, with the information he currently possessed, he could not deduce what was at play. As he continued to read, he was once again halted as the subsequent pages were incomplete, seemingly torn out on purpose. Nevertheless, he was surprised when a page suddenly slipped out as he reached the end. Curiously, he picked it up to find it was a prescription detailing a supreme elixir called Qingling Dan, which would greatly enhance his cultivation. Overjoyed by this unexpected find, he realized that with the prior treasures of Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan, obtaining Qingling Dan would undoubtedly elevate his practice to new heights. Reviewing the prescription, he noted that the primary ingredient was a spirit herb known as Qingyugua, which required at least 30 years of growth. The remaining auxiliary herbs were quite ordinary. Qingyugua, wasn't that the young saplings that Dr. Mo had transplanted previously? Suddenly enlightened, Hanli surmised that Dr. Mo had intended to refine Qingling Dan, but had been unable to locate suitable primary herbs, only managing to acquire some young saplings of insufficient age. However, that was someone else's concern. It did not affect him at all. He meticulously copied the prescription and, without further hesitation, returned the technique to its original place, restoring everything to its former state before turning to leave. What is your intention after more than a month? In a secluded area of the Divine Hand Valley, Mo Juren sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, occasionally opening them to glance in a particular direction before resuming his trance. This peculiar behavior had persisted for over a month, and Yu Zitong could no longer tolerate it. He found Mo increasingly bizarre, consistently engaging in actions that left others bewildered. Such eccentricity was vexing, creating a sense of loss of control that was distinctly uncomfortable. You don't understand. Previously, I was too eager, which made that lad increasingly wary. If I pressed too hard, he might develop a rebellious mindset and deliberately refrain from cultivating. What then? Mo Juren provided a somewhat strained rationale. Yet it was not entirely without merit. What if he is cautious? Are you afraid of him? If necessary, you could threaten his family. Surely he would yield. Upon hearing Yu Zidong's suggestion, Mo Juren felt utterly speechless. How could this fellow be so foolish? Was Hanli the type to easily compromise? Resorting to threats against his family would lead to mutual destruction. If it came to that, why would Hanli heed his words? After Yu Zitong spoke, he regretted his suggestion, realizing it was indeed inappropriate. Yet it was the only solution he could conceive. Even if they did not pressure him, there was no need to leave. Moreover, you did not reveal the precious herbs you gathered last time. What are you truly planning? I have my own intentions. You need not concern yourself. Aware of the doubts lurking in Yu Zitong's mind, Mo Juren dismissed the inquiry, lacking the motivation to elaborate, offering only a perfunctory response before closing his eyes once more. This answer clearly did not satisfy Yu Zitong, who was seething with frustration yet felt powerless against Mo Juren's indifference. Thus, they remained in a stalemate for several more days. On this particular day, as the sun set and the moon rose, darkness enveloped the world, and Mo Juren finally stirred. Ignoring Yu Zitong's inquiries, he summoned Iron Slave and headed straight for the medicine garden. Before even approaching, a rich fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. With his years of experience, he could ascertain that only high-aged spirit herbs could emit such a potent aroma. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. He hoped his preparations had borne fruit. Moments later, he entered the garden and directed his gaze towards a specific area. There, several robust blue spirit herbs were flourishing, each bearing fruit. These herbs were none other than the Qingyu Gua he had brought back last time, and judging by their growth, they had at least reached 50 years of age. How could this be? Aren't these the saplings you brought back? How did they grow so quickly? Yu Zitong's astonished voice echoed in his mind, clearly taken aback. The joy in Mo Juren's eyes deepened as he bent down to pluck one, leaving the others untouched before striding towards his room. He had no intention of addressing Yu Zitong's astonishment. As he reached his door, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards a nearby mountainside. Then, with deliberate force, he pushed the door open, creating a loud noise as it swung open. Such commotion could not escape the notice of others. Sure enough, the stone house in the mountainside stirred, and its door slowly creaked open, revealing a hurried figure. "Mo Lao?" A startled exclamation rang out, and it was none other than Han Li, who had emerged to investigate the noise. Upon seeing Mo Juren, his heart sank. Why had he returned so suddenly? Especially at such an hour? Moreover, the medicine garden, he had yet to harvest the spirit herbs he cultivated there. If Mo Juren discovered them, it would surely spell trouble. With this thought, his anxiety escalated. Chapter 5. The transformation begins, and the narrative unfolds despite his inner turmoil. Han Li maintained an impassive demeanor, hastening to approach Mo Juren with a respectful bow. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the side, where a tall, imposing figure stood. Clad in a black cloak and a loose green robe that concealed his form, the individual's face remained obscured. "I understand your curiosity. Please, come inside." Mo Juren nodded, saying little as he stepped into the room. Han Li hesitated for a moment before following suit. Upon lighting the oil lamp, the room was instantly illuminated. Mo Juren settled in the center, observing Han Li's respectful stance with a hint of an inscrutable smile in his eyes. Who could have anticipated that the future ruthless, merciless Han the Demon, known for his lethality, would display such a demeanor? Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Upon hearing these words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, pondering before he asked, "Is there a specific reason for Elder Mo's sudden return to the valley? Is this the only question you wish to pose?" Mo Juren regarded him with an unusual gaze. "Indeed, I harbor countless curiosities, yet can those questions be voiced?" Han Li mused internally, yet outwardly he asserted, "Elder Mo's unexpected return must surely be for a reason. I am merely curious and inquiring casually." "You, at such a tender age, are surprisingly cautious," Mo Juren chuckled, wishing to avoid any further idle chatter, for he had more pressing matters to attend to that evening. His demeanor abruptly turned serious as he coldly commanded, "Yu Zitong, come forth." What? Are you planning to take action?" Upon hearing his call, Yu Zitong was initially startled but soon felt elated, secretly thinking that perhaps this individual had come to terms with and accepted his suggestion. Before he could finish his thought, he ceased concealing himself and directly emerged from Mo Juren's body. This scene did not escape Han Li's notice, causing him to be taken aback. It turned out there was another person residing within Elder Mo. However, what exactly was this entity? A soul of a deceased? Casting a glance at Yu Zitong, Mo Juren wasted no time and summoned the game interface, directing it towards the bloodline transformation furnace. With the materials prepared, a 30-year-old Qingyu fruit, a 30-year-old Huangxi mushroom, blazing sungrass, a heavenly winter flower, 1,000 grams of azure stone ore, and a first level would attribute extraordinary soul. He inquired, "Shall I add them to the furnace?" "Add them," he silently affirmed. In the next instant, an ethereal phantom resembling an incense burner illuminated, the lid gradually opening, and an invisible force abruptly manifested, drawing in the various spiritual herbs, ores, and more from the material repository. Simultaneously, Yu Zitong, suspended in midair, suddenly stiffened and let out a piercing scream before vanishing without a trace. "Materials have been added. Shall we commence the refining process?" "Commence." The process began. With an estimated duration of 12 hours, players were advised to exercise patience. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, and only Mo Juren was privy to it. As for Han Li, he remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Elder Mo's body housed another individual, who then emerged only to disappear, accompanied by a cry of anguish that sounded excruciatingly painful, leaving no doubt that the outcome was dire. The one who acted was presumably Elder Mo himself. What he witnessed that evening profoundly altered his perception of this enigmatic elder, far surpassing his expectations. The individual who had just perished was Yu Zitong, a cultivator. With Yu Zitong's presence eliminated, Mo Juren felt unburdened, allowing himself to relax. As for the bloodline transformation furnace, it required a 12-hour wait, which he chose not to concern himself with for the time being. A cultivator? Han Li's thoughts stirred. He had heard of such beings before, described in various texts as legendary entities capable of flying, evading earthbound constraints, and achieving immortality, essentially, godlike figures. However, these were merely tales he had never taken seriously. He never anticipated hearing such a term from Elder Mo, nor that the recently deceased Yu Zitong was indeed one. Yet, this cultivator seemed rather weak, having met an inexplicable end upon his emergence. Cultivators, ethereal and elusive. Without having witnessed one, belief would be elusive. However, once understood, all seemed less mysterious. Mo Juren nodded and continued, "In truth, you too are a cultivator. The nameless technique I imparted to you is a cultivation method, formerly known as the Changchun Gong." What? At this revelation, Han Li could no longer maintain his composure. After all, he was still a child, lacking the sophistication of maturity. He had never imagined he too was a cultivator, and moreover, practicing the fabled celestial arts. He had always believed he was merely training internal martial arts, albeit with peculiarities, only to discover it was entirely different. He naturally recognized Changchun Gong, having encountered it recently, and had found it odd that it bore a different name externally, evidently for concealment. Astounded, he thought, if it were me, I too would be hard-pressed to believe it. Mo Juren straightened his expression and continued, "In the past 2 years, as your mastery of the celestial arts has deepened, your sensory perceptions have undoubtedly surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Consequently, your wariness towards me has intensified. Am I correct? Elder Mo, you jest. I am merely timid and not particularly talkative. How could I possibly harbor any wariness towards you?" Han Li's heart tightened, and he immediately adopted a defensive stance, yet a wry smile graced his lips. "You may deny it, but I am not blind. Some matters can be discerned without words." Mo Juren paused before adding, "Moreover, since the events were provoked by certain circumstances, I shall not hold it against you. Now that the root cause has been eradicated, there is no need for further apprehension." Elder Mo's words? Upon hearing the final statement, Han Li suddenly recalled something, and his expression shifted. It was indeed Yu Zitong, a cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refining. With the conversation returning to its intended course, Mo Juren ceased to meander and directly began his exposition, recounting the entire sequence of events in detail, albeit with some minor omissions that did not alter the essence. In his narrative, the cultivator Yu Zitong was the mastermind behind it all. Having met an untimely death, he fortuitously encountered the severely injured Mo Juren. To survive, he entered Mo Juren's body and tampered with his soul, rendering him subservient to Yu Zitong's commands. Cultivators could attain a second life. As long as they found a suitable vessel, they could seize control and be reborn, with Han Li being the chosen one. Mo Juren revealed this without reservation, elucidating the 3 unyielding tenets of a cultivator's seizing of a body. He then mentioned that he initially selected Han Li as his named disciple simply because he had little time left and wished to pass on his medical knowledge. He never expected that after practicing the celestial arts provided by Yu Zitong, Han Li would succeed. This revelation undoubtedly captured Han Li's attention, leading to the initiation of the body-seizing scheme and the subsequent events that unfolded. As Mo Juren narrated, Han Li transitioned from confusion to clarity, understanding the full context of events. Of course, given his inherently cautious nature, he could not accept everything at face value. However, if Mo Juren intended to harm him, he would not have divulged all the details so openly. Glancing once more at Elder Mo, Han Li felt a stirring in his heart as he recalled the earlier scene. If he was not mistaken, Mo Juren must have discovered some method to counteract Yu Zitong, which gave him the courage to disclose the entirety of the situation. Having pondered everything, Han Li finally spoke. "Elder Mo has shared much with me. What are your intentions?" Chapter 6. A Second Apprenticeship. 2 choices. Mo Juren stated succinctly. "First, we put aside past grievances and act as though nothing has transpired. Henceforth, we remain master and disciple. I shall accept you as my direct disciple, and as your master. I will not withhold any subsequent teachings or celestial arts from you. The second option is to part ways here. The bridge will return to its original state, and our bond as master and disciple will conclude. You need not harbor any concerns. I, Mo Juren, will not retract my words. Of course, such matters require mutual consent. They cannot be forced. You may take your time to contemplate. There is no hurry. You may respond to me tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanli, without any hesitation, performed a deep bow, proclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Excellent. Truly, you are someone I have chosen wisely. With such decisiveness, your future is undoubtedly boundless. Mo Juren laughed heartily, finding nothing amiss in the situation. Hanli is not foolish. The term simpleton is merely a moniker. In truth, he possesses exceptional intelligence. His future journey in cultivation, ultimately achieving the status of Dao ancestor, relies not solely on the small green vial, but also on his unparalleled wisdom. Faced with two choices, anyone with a sound mind would know how to decide. Who would reject the radiant path of immortality laid before them? As for dangers, the primary concern lies in soul seizing. Hanli perceives clearly that, despite his abilities, he remains insufficient against Dr. Mo. Consider Yuzito, a cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, who perished without warning. Now, with no secrets left, old Mo has laid everything bare, eliminating any reservations. It can be inferred that old Mo harbors no intentions of coveting his body and genuinely desires to accept him as a disciple. Given this, what is there to hesitate about? One should directly seek apprenticeship. Not only would he gain a formidable ally, but he would also have access to subsequent cultivation techniques. What could be more advantageous? However, aside from these considerations, another factor looms. If he declines, could the other party suddenly turn hostile and resort to silencing him? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Hanli's mind raced, weighing countless thoughts in a mere instant, conducting the most precise analysis of all pros and cons. With the decision to apprentice made, Mo Juren refrained from further discussion, gesturing for him to rest. Hanli, eager to depart, was more than willing to comply, as the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden awaited his attention, causing him considerable anxiety. Even though he had mentally acknowledged Mo Juren as his master, he would never divulge his greatest secret, the matter of the small green vial. Such a treasure would incite greed in anyone. After respectfully bowing, he turned to leave the room, watching Hanli's retreating figure. A flicker of intrigue crossed Mo Juren's eyes as he mused. He has only plucked a single fruit. Surely, he won't notice. As night passed, dawn broke. The sun's rays cascaded through the thin clouds, enveloping the entire valley in a silvery sheen. Early in the morning, Mo Juren awoke, eagerly accessing the game interface, finding that the progress of the bloodline transformation furnace had completed, awaiting his further actions. Name: Mo Juren. Realm: innate warrior bloodline. None technique, none skill, none materials, none bloodline transformation furnace. Refinement complete. Acquired level 1 origin bloodline 017. Would attribute. Mo Juren nodded slightly. Everything unfolded as it had during his initial gaming experience, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. The subsequent operations were straightforward. His consciousness stirred, causing the bloodline section to shimmer, with a prompt appearing. Detected level 1 origin bloodline. Would attribute 100 purity. It can perfectly merge with the player. Would you like to continue? Merge. As soon as he uttered the word, a strange energy surged into his heart, coursing through his body at an astonishing speed, merging with his blood, consuming, assimilating, until they became one. This was the newly formed would attribute origin bloodline, a transcendent level far superior to his former mundane bloodline. Post-merger, while his blood volume did not increase, the impurities within it were significantly purified and eliminated, resulting in a qualitative enhancement. The latent extraordinary energy began to manifest, rapidly improving his physical constitution. The benefits were not limited to this. The greatest transformation following the bloodline fusion was that he could now cultivate, absorbing would attribute spiritual energy. Albeit restricted to this single attribute, others remained inaccessible. Naturally, this was the game's design and the sole method for players to cultivate. Now that he had transitioned to a new world, Mo Juren felt a twinge of trepidation. However, after some experimentation, he confirmed that the Changchun technique was entirely usable. Beyond enhancing physical prowess and providing a cultivation opportunity, a third benefit emerged. Two unfamiliar, talisman-like ethereal markings appeared in his sea of consciousness, radiating a gentle aura. He was unaware of the source of this energy, yet its effects were evident. He instinctively inherited two innate secret arts, or perhaps demonic techniques, the bind technique and the thorn technique. The former required no elaboration, having been employed by the half-demon giant python, while the latter was equally remarkable, capable of summoning venomous thorns for attack. Glancing at the game interface, he noted the changes. Name, Mo Juren realm, innate warrior bloodline. Level 1 would attribute, 17, technique, Changchun technique skill, bind technique, level 1. Thorn technique, level 1, materials, none bloodline transformation furnace, closed. Retracting the panel, Mo Juren turned his gaze to the wooden table before him, with a thought. A point of green light flickered at the table's edge, and in the next moment, a dark green, spiked vine slowly sprouted. As he focused his mind, the vine began to sway in accordance with his will, moving fluidly as though it were an extension of himself. So this is the thorn technique, Mo Juren realized. Though he felt a pang of regret, as a human, he could only wield this single technique, rendering the bind technique entirely useless. It must be said that this innate demonic technique was extraordinarily unique. Unlike cultivators, it required no arduous training. Provided one's bloodline reached a certain threshold, the inheritance would naturally manifest, as if imprinted within the body, responding intuitively. This likely exemplifies the essence of the demonic bloodline's inheritance. And both the thorn and bind techniques likely stem from the level 1 demonic beast, the azure-scaled python. Dismissing the thorn technique, the dark green vine immediately softened and fell upon the table. Mo Juren paid it no heed, instead focusing on sensing the situation within his body. As anticipated, the technique did have a consumption factor. After a mere 10 seconds, a tenth of the true energy within his dantian had vanished. He speculated that this was likely due to his martial artist's true energy being too low to sustain the thorn technique. Had it been the mana of a cultivator, the scenario would undoubtedly differ. With clarity on the matter, he resolved to commence his cultivation without hesitation. Yet at that moment, an unpleasant odor suddenly wafted into his nostrils. He paused momentarily, then recalled something. Rolling up his sleeves, he discovered a layer of oily grime coating his arms, a most unsightly gray hue. Bone cleansing and marrow washing. As a martial practitioner, Mo Juren instantly understood the effect produced by the fusion of a high-level bloodline. He couldn't help but feel elated. The situation was better than he had anticipated. Perhaps before long, his bodily injuries would completely heal. Now, the only concern was the poison curse. When his original self attacked Yuzitong, he was met with a counterstrike that inflicted a secret technique known as the blood arrowing soul curse, resulting in rapid bodily deterioration, leading to his current state. Initially, he believed that once Yuzitong's soul was obliterated, the curse would dissipate automatically. However, to his dismay, that was not the case at all. He began to suspect that this curse might be mechanical in nature. Once cast, it would not cease until a method for its removal was discovered. Chapter 7. Cloud-winged bird and departure. As winter waned and spring arrived, 3 years had swiftly passed. At the Seven Mystic Gate, within the Divine Hand Valley, a man suddenly opened his eyes. His appearance was strikingly handsome, with refined brows and bright eyes, resembling a jade tree in the wind. His starry gaze was unforgettable, every movement leaving a lasting impression. This man was none other than Mo Juren, but unlike before, the aged, pallid visage had vanished entirely. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed, and his injuries had completely healed, restoring not only his original appearance, but also rejuvenating his entire being. As for the previously concerning issue of the poison curse, it was entirely a case of excessive caution. After merging his bloodline, the effects of the curse diminished day by day, and soon it dissipated completely. Over the course of 3 years, he remained steadfast, diligently cultivating within the valley. Within 6 months, he mastered the first layer of the Changchun Gong. After a year, he attained the second layer. 2 years later, he reached the third layer, and now, 3 years later, he has broken through to the 5th layer, just one minor realm below Hanli. Such a pace of cultivation is indeed rapid. Initially, he harbored some doubts, but after contemplation, he formed certain conjectures. Currently, he can only cultivate the wood attribute techniques, absorbing solely the atmospheric spiritual energy of the wood attribute, akin to a cultivator possessing a heavenly spiritual root, resulting in a naturally swift progress. In contrast, Hanli's cultivation speed during the Qi refining stage could only be described as adequate, not particularly remarkable, even lagging behind some disciples of superior talent within the sect. It was only after reaching the foundation establishment stage, when he began refining true ancient elixirs and voraciously consuming them, that his speed accelerated dramatically, culminating in a successful core formation, followed by a series of fortuitous encounters, propelling him forward as if riding a rocket. Reflecting on his own progress, he acknowledged a significant disparity when compared to true cultivators possessing heavenly spiritual roots. The latter are genuinely formidable, achieving foundation establishment effortlessly, with no bottlenecks in core formation. And many have surpassed the nascent soul stage within 2 centuries, truly monstrous. Nevertheless, he remains undaunted, with his would attribute bloodline only at 17 completeness and still flawed. He anticipates that once he achieves full integration, his cultivation speed will indeed rival that of heavenly spiritual root cultivators. While these aspects are favorable, there are also drawbacks. Over 3 years of cultivation has made him acutely aware of a serious issue, or rather, the inherent limitation of relying solely on bloodline cultivation, the constraints of inheritance. For instance, despite 3 years having passed, while he has made no strides in mastering spells aside from the entangling technique and thorn technique inherited from his first-level biscaled python bloodline, his comprehension of other spells has been painfully slow, nearly stagnant. A cultivator who possesses only 1 or 2 techniques would find themselves at a severe disadvantage in battle, easily targeted and significantly weakened. This predicament has plagued Mo Juren for quite some time, leading him to ponder exhaustively. Ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion, he must merge multiple bloodlines: wood, fire, earth, metal, water, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, ensuring a diverse array of inherited techniques across all attributes. This would eliminate his vulnerabilities and mitigate the risk of being specifically targeted. Rising, he pushed open the door. Suddenly, a beam of yellow light shot down from the sky. Swift as an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it perched upon his shoulder. "Ah, it's you, little one." Upon seeing the small yellow bird on his shoulder, a hint of fondness flickered in Mo Juren's eyes. This was his pet, the cloudwing bird, a mystical avian creature infused with the bloodline of a demonic beast, known for its incredible speed and high intelligence. Unlike before, since his cultivation began, he had employed his magical energy to groom its body numerous times, resulting in the continuous purification of its bloodline and the further elevation of its life essence. Perhaps one day, it could truly undergo a metamorphosis and become a genuine demonic beast. Turning his gaze back to the Shinsho Valley, he surveyed the familiar surroundings, and a fleeting sense of reluctance welled up within him, only to vanish almost instantly. He had already made the decision to depart the previous night. The sound of a door opening echoed from a distance, and Hanli emerged slowly from the stone house nestled against the mountainside, a large bundle slung over his back. Approaching with an air of ease. "Master, are you ready?" Hanli nodded, a semblance of reluctance evident on his face. 7 years. How could it not evoke emotions? Yet, his mature disposition kept these feelings concealed. His gaze inadvertently drifted to a certain spot, where a tall figure stood motionless. It was Tai Nu. Over the past few years, he had come to understand Tai Nu's background, which always stirred a twinge of sadness within him, but he accepted the reality. In this world, there are no clear-cut principles. Let us depart, lest we waste time. The departure of the master and disciple went unnoticed by anyone, leaving only a letter behind in the room. Initially, no one discovered it until a month later when an injured elder from the Chishuan sect came seeking medical assistance, only then learning of the events that transpired. Alas, it was too late. The sect leader, Wang, also became aware of the news. He said little, merely sighing deeply as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. On the dilapidated dirt road, a carriage jostled along. Inside, Mo Juren maintained a tranquil demeanor, meditating quietly, while Tai Nu remained silent. In contrast, Han Li exhibited an uncharacteristic restlessness, his composure faltering. The carriage was headed toward Qingyo Town, Wulagu, Han Li's hometown. After a 7-year absence, he had never returned. Uncertain of his parents' well-being, their health, or the fates of his elder brothers, sisters, and most cherished younger sister, he was not the Han Li of the original story, having avoided the dark schemes of Dr. Mo, and still retained a semblance of innocence. The journey was not long, and soon they arrived at the village entrance. However, gazing at the familiar village and the vaguely recognizable faces outside the window, Han Li hesitated, pondering his current situation, wavering momentarily. Turning to glance at the meditative Mo Juren, he suddenly inquired, "Master, do you have family, and how will you choose in the future? Why must one choose?" Mo Juren opened his eyes and continued, "Everyone's circumstances are unique. One must clarify their own heart. If your heart is set on the great Tao, then you must forge ahead without hesitation, relinquishing all attachments. If you cannot let go, then you will continue as you are, entangled in the myriad ties of family, love, and friendship. This is destined and inescapable, provided you have no regrets." And what about your heart, master? Me? I do not know, Mo Juren replied, shaking his head slightly, not providing an answer. This matter could not be evaded. It was ultimately something one must confront. Thus, he had been contemplating solutions for the past 3 years. He had formed some ideas in his mind, but they were not yet complete, hence he refrained from disclosing them. Han Li fell silent, understanding his master's thoughts. Over the years of companionship, he had indirectly learned of Mo Juren's familial situation, 4 wives, 3 daughters, and a vast estate. Were he in Mo Juren's position, he would find it difficult to completely abandon everything in pursuit of immortality. However, his situation was different. His parents were doing well, with siblings to care for them, rendering his absence less impactful. Now, being unencumbered, it was the opportune moment to embark on the path of cultivation. If he were to meet his family at this juncture, entangling himself in trivial matters could potentially bring unforeseen troubles upon them. Such troubles were burdens too great for mortals to bear. A single misstep could lead to calamity. Master, let us depart. Have you made your decision? Though he had anticipated this, Mo Juren still asked once more. Han Li's response was unwavering, his attitude resolute. Now that he had grasped the implications, there was no need for hesitation. Making the most advantageous choice was paramount. The carriage turned around, retracing its path. Passing through Qingyo town, Han Li discreetly placed the bundle in his uncle's room without alerting anyone, leaving behind only a note as he departed. Mo Juren observed it all, silently sighing. After all, they were still his kin. It was not so easily forsaken. And the fact that Han Li managed to do so was commendable. Continuing on their journey, they suddenly altered their course midway, heading toward another direction. Han Li was somewhat taken aback and promptly asked for the reason. Mo Juren did not conceal anything, stating directly, "Before we leave, one person must be killed and an item taken." Chapter 8. Delivering treasures to the immortal. Kill someone and take something? The ambiguous reply left Han Li somewhat perplexed, unable to pursue further questions, and could only engage in erratic speculation within his mind. Meanwhile, Mo Juren was contemplating the upcoming course of action. Located in a remote area, Xinxiao Mountain, by all accounts, would not possess any precious resources. However, as it is the birthplace of the protagonist, how could it rise without resources? Thus, fate had arranged something for him. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the small green bottle, a treasure born from chaos. This artifact was far beyond his reach, so he dismissed it from consideration. Aside from the small green bottle, the next most significant item was the Ascension Order, currently held by the Golden Light Immortal. The Golden Light Immortal, better described as the treasure-delivering immortal, was originally a disciple of a certain cultivation family. Unfortunately, his fate was not favorable. Not only did he possess poor cultivation aptitude, but his family also fell into decline, forcing him to escape to this secluded place to survive. Aware of his lack of talent and the improbability of achieving any success in cultivation, he chose to abandon that path and instead became enamored with mundane life. As his name suggests, he had a particular fondness for wealth, and he became enamored with anything that gleamed with gold, earning himself a reputation for greed. Everyone living near the Golden Light Temple was well aware of this. Mo Juren had long coveted this treasure-delivering immortal and had inquired about the location of the Golden Light Temple some time ago. After days of travel, he finally arrived at his destination, the Golden Light Temple. Observing a certain temple in the distance, Mo Juren couldn't help but twitch his lips. Truly, Golden Light Immortal. This temple is indeed extravagant, and even the signboard at the entrance is unlike any other, likely coated in gold powder, with the 3 characters Golden Light Temple shining brilliantly. Han Li also took note of the Golden Light Temple and began to speculate. Could the person his master intended to kill be within this temple? Externally, the temple appeared opulent, but did not seem particularly remarkable. He had no idea what valuable items it might conceal. Mo Juren did not act immediately. In the original narrative, the Golden Light Immortal was quite incompetent, easily slain by Han Li in a surprise attack. However, that was when the opponent was away. Who knew what hidden traps or cards lay in his lair? It was wiser to proceed cautiously. He invited Han Li to stay at a nearby inn to settle everything before embarking on his plan. The night was dark, and the wind was fierce. Han Li took an invitation and left the inn, glancing around before making his way toward the Golden Light Temple not far away. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? After a series of knocks, a response finally came, and the door creaked open, revealing the face of a temple attendant. Who are you looking for? May I ask if the Golden Light Immortal is present? I, Han, have come to deliver an invitation from my master, inviting the immortal to gather at the meeting of Immortal's Pavilion. Han Li calmly stated his purpose, placing the invitation along with a gold ingot directly into the attendant's hand. Oh, you are quite generous. The attendant's eyes lit up upon seeing the substantial ingot, and without further ado, he took it eagerly. Please wait. Hanli smiled slightly, remaining patient. He mused to himself, the upper beam is crooked, and the lower beam is also unsteady. It seems the owner here is not much better. After a brief moment, the door opened again, and the attendant, beaming with a smile, indicated that the immortal was looking forward to the sincerity shown to his master and agreed to the invitation. He was currently changing clothes and would depart shortly. You may return and prepare everything in advance. Hanli nodded and took his leave. The meeting of Immortals Pavilion was 3 stories high, the most upscale restaurant in the vicinity. Those dining here were undoubtedly high-ranking officials and nobles, and expenses were naturally considerable. Mo Juren chose this venue precisely for its reputation, which would greatly satisfy the other's vanity. As expected, before the appointed time, the Golden Light Immortal arrived early, adorned in a splendid outer robe and embellished with various precious ornaments that sparkled under the lights. Unfortunately, his stature was rather short, unable to support such lavish adornments, giving an incongruous impression. Surely, you are the illustrious Golden Light Immortal. I, Mo, have come here under the pretense of an urgent visit and sincerely hope for your understanding. Mo Juren rose to greet him, his graceful demeanor naturally eliciting goodwill from all who beheld him, except for the Golden Light Immortal, who detested handsome men. Feeling a sense of inferiority, however, considering the promise of substantial wealth, he dismissed such thoughts. I do not favor beating around the bush. Let us be direct. If there is something to discuss, let us speak plainly. What I can manage, I will certainly see to it. However, is the amount promised in your invitation genuine? Rest assured, it is indeed true. Mo Juren, appreciating the directness, opened a nearby package, revealing a bag of jewels. These are the earnest payment. Should the immortal accept my invitation, there will be much more to follow. Accept? Naturally. Upon seeing the jewels, the Golden Light Immortal's eyes widened, disregarding everything else as he hurriedly agreed. That's splendid. Mo Juren smiled, gesturing for him to sit, leaving the bag of jewels on display, like bait enticing the Golden Light Immortal's heart. As the business proceeded, the atmosphere naturally grew cordial. Mo Juren, eloquent and persuasive, filled his words with exaggerated flattery, delighting the Golden Light Immortal, though it only served to make his already unattractive face even more unsightly. Time slipped away gradually amid clinking cups, and by the end, the latter became somewhat dazed, struggling to articulate his thoughts, requiring support from the attendant to leave. Do not worry, my brother. The matters you entrusted to me will be handled with care. I truly cannot continue tonight. I must take my leave, and we shall gather again another time. After a few disjointed remarks, the Golden Light Immortal summoned his attendant and, with support, departed, even instructing him to take the jewels along. Watching this spectacle, Mo Juren felt speechless. How could someone from a cultivation family be so obsessed with money? It was truly beyond comprehension. Returning to his thoughts, he exchanged a glance with Hanli, and the two of them left the restaurant without lingering. The night grew darker, and the streets became increasingly deserted, a sense of desolation permeating the quiet. At this moment, the Golden Light Immortal felt nothing amiss, still lost in joy over his good fortune, having encountered a gullible fool. With this transaction, his small treasury would swell significantly. Drunken thoughts surged, yet they could not drown out the visions filling his mind. However, just as he reveled in his thoughts, something suddenly sprang from the bushes by the roadside, coiling around his ankle like a venomous snake. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground in an instant. What happened? His mind was still foggy, momentarily unable to react. Then, there was no further moment, as a cold glimmer flashed. And with a sickening sound, his large head detached from his body, rolling into the grass by the roadside. The attendant, startled back to reality, was instantly terrified and opened his mouth to scream. Just as he did, another attack struck, delivering a sharp pain to the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. In the darkness, Mo Juren slowly revealed his form, taking several steps closer to explore various parts of his body. After a while, he retrieved 4 items: a long, rectangular wooden box, 2 books of different thicknesses, and a gray-black cloth bag. He glanced at the wooden box and the books without haste, tucking them into his embrace. Then opened the cloth bag with some anticipation, revealing a triangular token. Chapter 9. The Fourth Lady and Mo Juren. The Kingdom of Yu is vast, comprising 13 provinces. Unlike the remote and impoverished Jingzhou, the southern province of Lanzhou is undeniably prosperous. Despite its smaller area, ranking 8th, its wealth rivals that of the foremost province, Xinzhou. The southern location, with fertile land and a network of rivers, combined with favorable weather, makes it highly suitable for rice cultivation. establishing it as the premier grain-producing province in the Kingdom of Yu. Jiyuan City stands as the largest city in Lanzhou. Situated in the central region at the confluence of several major rivers and thoroughfares, thus developing into a true hub of transportation. Countless merchants pass through annually, significantly boosting local trade. Consequently, Jiyuan has surpassed the capital, becoming the largest city in Lanzhou. The developed water and land transportation has spawned numerous ancillary industries, with dock workers being one of the most vital components, numbering over 10,000. With so many individuals flocking to one industry, the level of competition is palpable, and conflicts arise almost perpetually, with injuries and fatalities being commonplace. Just past noon, under the scorching sun, as the workers lounged in lethargy, a ship bearing unusual guests arrived at the docks. Their attire clearly indicated affluence, triggering yet another bout of conflict. Is this Jiyuan City? At the bow, Hanli gazed at the sprawling city walls and the throngs of people at the docks, feeling a sense of awe. In comparison, Jingzhou felt abysmally poor, characterized solely by mountains and scant arable land, starkly contrasting with the prosperity before him. As Mo Juren disembarked, he observed the workers engaged in a scuffle, a slight smirk crossing his face. He remained silent, calmly watching the back and forth between the two factions. As a seasoned wanderer of the realm and a native of Lanzhou, he quickly discerned that the conflict was not about assisting the guests with their burdens for a meager reward. Rather, they viewed the guests as a lucrative opportunity to exploit. Eventually, the confrontation concluded with one faction emerging victorious. The leader, a middle-aged man, approached with a beaming smile, respectfully inquiring, "I apologize for the wait. It was our oversight. We shall move your belongings immediately. Where should we deliver them?" Mo Juren's cargo was not extensive, but after dealing with the Master of Golden Light, he had acquired considerable wealth in gold, silver, and jewels, packed into several large crates, necessitating their return. The dockworkers, seasoned in their trade, noted the ship's waterline and understood there was substantial cargo aboard, prompting them to inquire directly. Mo Juren smiled faintly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, resembling the formidable maw of a beast, glinting with a sharp gleam. "The Mo family," he stated. The leader paused, his heart racing as he uncertainly asked, "May I inquire if the Mo family refers to the headquarters of the Jingzhou Association? What do you think?" Mo Juren replied noncommittally. Upon hearing this, the leader's complexion paled. Inner turmoil brewing. Those affiliated with the Jingzhou Association had no need for dockworkers like them. Their earlier struggle had been in vain. "My apologies. I did not recognize your esteemed presence," the leader stammered, realizing the futility of business. He decided to take his leave, but was suddenly halted by Mo Juren's call. "I have a letter that needs to be delivered to the Mo family. Could you find someone to assist with directions? Your efforts will not go unrewarded." "Of course. I will find someone to take you there," the leader replied after a brief moment of hesitation. After all, even small earnings are still earnings, preferable to doing nothing. Before long, a slightly built young boy, evidently of tender age, approached. Mo Juren said nothing, as such children are commonplace among the working class. He turned to Hanli, offering brief instructions. Hanli nodded and followed the boy into the city. The docks returned to their bustling routine, with workers engaged in their respective tasks. Mo Juren stood by the riverbank, his expression serene, seemingly observing everything around him while his thoughts roiled within. Soon, he would return to the Mo family, which also meant reuniting with his wife and daughter. For some reason, he felt a twinge of unease. Though he had absorbed the essential memories of his previous self, the trivialities of life had not remained. Thus, his feelings towards his wife and daughter were complex, both familiar and foreign, evoking moments of deep longing and others of indifference. He sensed that these conflicting emotions stemmed from the lingering attachments of his former self, and how to resolve them remained a mystery for now. Perhaps time spent together would bring clarity. As he pondered, time slipped by gradually. The Mo family arrived earlier than he anticipated, and soon, a contingent emerged from the city gates, hastening towards the docks. Mo Juren lifted his gaze to see a familiar face at the forefront, his fourth wife, Yan, accompanied by a young girl whose beauty and vivacity suggested she was his daughter, Mo Tsaihuan. Upon reaching the docks, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yan halted, gazing at the longed-for visage before her, suddenly hesitating, her lovely eyes betraying a hint of reddening. Seeing this, Mo Juren sighed softly and opened his arms. His wife, unable to contain herself, called out joyfully and leaped into his embrace, feeling the warmth and solidity of his presence, a reward for years of enduring hardships. Mo Juren gently patted her back in comfort. It was not the time for words, no matter how many he had. Yin soon regained her composure. aware of her momentary lapse, especially in front of so many onlookers. Reluctantly breaking from her husband's embrace, a faint blush graced her porcelain cheeks. Nearly a decade apart, Yin retained her charm, while Caihuan had transformed from a small child into a young woman, leaving Mo Juren momentarily speechless. "Daddy!" exclaimed Mo Caihuan, her voice soft and obedient. A far cry from her once mischievous demeanor. "Good child, you have grown up. I almost didn't recognize you," Mo Juren remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. "By the way, why are only the two of you here? Where are your other aunts?" "They are at home," Mo Caihuan began to explain, but Yin swiftly interrupted, leaning closer to whisper. "My dear husband, there have been some changes at home, and several of your sisters could not come. Only Caihuan and I brought some people along." Chapter 10. The reunion at the Mo family and the unease changes? Upon hearing Yan's words, Mo Juren frowned, realizing Han Li had not accompanied them. "Recently, someone came to the Mo family with your seal and letter, claiming to be your personal disciple, and it was said that the husband had encountered misfortune." Yan recounted the sequence of events succinctly, her teeth clenched in evident rage against the deceitful impostor. It dawned upon Mo Juren, who suddenly recalled a certain individual. He had initially believed that returning a year early would avert such a calamity, yet it had still transpired. Presently, the husband's disciple had subdued the intruder. Awaiting his return for resolution, Yin was referring to Han Li, who, with his formidable prowess, could effortlessly restrain a mere mortal. "Let us proceed. I am eager to ascertain the true nature of this counterfeit disciple." Mo Juren smiled, then took his wife and daughter towards the Mo residence, simultaneously instructing others to remove the treasures from the ship, for the Jingjiao Society was currently in decline and in dire need of funds. As the group departed the dock, the surroundings erupted into a flurry of whispers and speculation. The prolonged disappearance of the Jingjiao Society's leader, Mo Juren, was no longer a secret in Jiyuan City. It was common knowledge. Rumors of injury, seclusion, or even demise had circulated, yet none had anticipated his safe return, appearing in splendid health, devoid of any signs of injury. As one of the three major factions in Jiyuan City, every action of theirs stirred the hearts of countless individuals. Not to mention, the most powerful faction, the Tianba sect, and the second, the Brotherhood Alliance, would undoubtedly take notice. Seasoned elders could foresee that the future of Jiyuan City would not be tranquil. It was likely to usher in yet another storm of bloodshed. The news of Mo Juren's return spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Jiyuan City in less than half a day. The Tianba sect, the Brotherhood Alliance, the Iron Spear Society, and the Green Robe Society, among countless others, were all stirred into action. Not only Jiyuan City, but even the Dujian Villa and Was sect, the two dominant factions of Lan Prefecture, swiftly caught wind of the developments. Unlike other factions, these two had been sworn enemies of the Jingjiao Society for years, their battles for survival never ceasing. Even the betrayal that had led to Mo Juren's initial downfall was intricately linked to these two sections. At that moment, within the Dujian Villa, its master, Ouyang Feitian, furrowed his brow upon hearing his subordinates report. Mo Juren had returned, and his injuries had healed completely. In such a case, the individuals he had sent would be in peril. Should he attempt to rescue? Mo Juren was not one to be trifled with. As an adversary, no one understood his cunning better than he. A rescue mission could not guarantee success and undoubtedly would incur significant losses, which would be unwise and against the interests of the sect. Yet, if he did not intervene, Shaoqi was surely doomed. As one of his most cherished disciples, he could not bear to witness her demise. What was to be done? In that moment, Ouyang Feitian found himself in a conundrum, in stark contrast to the turmoil outside. The atmosphere within the Mo residence was one of reassurance. Mo Juren's return bolstered the spirits of all, not just his wife and daughter, but even the servants stood a little taller. Naturally, the greatest joy radiated from his wife and daughters, who filled the living room with tears, venting years of pent-up emotions and longing. Mo Juren reflected on his circumstances. Had he not crossed over, the original self would never have had the chance to return. Upon contemplation, he realized he owed his family much. He could distinctly feel the stirrings within his soul, a manifestation of the original self's obsessions being awakened, erupting forth and influencing him profoundly. In truth, this was a fortuitous event. The eruption of these obsessions could be gradually addressed, and they would eventually dissipate. Had they remained suppressed until a critical moment in his cultivation, it could have been disastrous. Fortunately, this metaphorical time bomb had detonated early, eliminating future troubles. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your wives and daughters. I will not allow them to suffer in the least, he vowed silently, feeling a weight lift from his heart. As if a shroud of gloom had been cast aside, leaving him invigorated. After a cathartic outpouring, the women gradually composed themselves and began to inquire about his experiences over the years, questioning why he had taken so long to return, their concern palpable. Mo Juren couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Despite having 5 wives, each one held genuine affection for him. The original self's exceptional abilities were one factor, but his striking appearance was equally compelling, making it difficult for any woman to resist his charm. He did not hesitate to share his story, being careful to modify certain details while remaining truthful about what he could disclose. He had anticipated these conversations on his journey home, ensuring there were no inconsistencies. As for matters of cultivation, the time had not yet come to reveal them. He had his own plans for the future. Upon hearing his tale, his wives and daughters were both awestruck and filled with empathy, realizing the extent of the hardships he had endured, understanding now why he had been unable to return sooner. After years apart, there was an abundance of words they wished to share, and they conversed from noon until evening, their dialogue unceasing. During this time, the 3 daughters discreetly excused themselves. It was only when dinner was ready that they were summoned. At the table, Mo Juren introduced Han Li to everyone, eliciting a flurry of warm inquiries. This scene made Han Li, who had never before experienced such attention, feel somewhat awkward, especially when he caught sight of the 3 captivating sisters beside him, their enchanting smiles causing a blush to creep upon his cheeks. After the meal, Mo Juren descended into the dungeon, where he encountered Wu Jianming, the 7th disciple of Ouyang Feitian from the Dujian Villa. One could not help but admire the old man's audacity. He had sent his most cherished disciple as an undercover operative to combat the Jingjiao society, a testament to his ruthless resolve. The profession of an undercover agent was fraught with peril. A moment's misstep could lead to loss of life. Wu Jianming's true identity had long been uncovered, but he had not been eliminated due to various considerations. Mo Juren, is that you? Upon seeing Mo Juren, Wu Jianming immediately understood his dire predicament. He was not one to fear death. Rather, he felt remorse for failing his master's mission. With a resolve to accept his fate, he unleashed a torrent of curses. You will not extract any information from me. I fear not death. If you have the capability, then kill me. Oh, it appears you truly wish for your demise. Having a disciple like you is a testament to Ouyang Feitian's worth, Missouri Juren retorted coldly, casting a scrutinizing gaze over Wu Jianming. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his dark eyes as he murmured, indeed, quite remarkable. What do you mean by that, Mo? Wu Jianming demanded, a chill running down his spine as he sensed the peculiar intensity of Mo Juren's gaze, which resembled that of someone appraising a precious artifact. Chapter 11. The situation and the debate. As night deepened, the servants of the Mo residence had all retired. Yet, Mo Juren found no respite, seated in his study, attentively listening to the report of the 5th mistress, Wang Shi. Originally named Wang Xuezhing, she had been the personal maid of the 1st mistress, Jin Shi. Before becoming his 5th wife, like Jin Shi, she was someone he could trust implicitly. Thus, when the original self had departed, he had entrusted her with the most crucial dark forces under his command. Such trust was unparalleled among his other wives. Wang Shi was strikingly beautiful, yet her demeanor was cold, often speaking little and giving off an air that discouraged approach. Only in the presence of her husband did she reveal a softer side. Her abilities are formidable. Having grown up beside the Jin family, she has cultivated an exceptional decisiveness through her experiences. Over the years, despite facing both internal and external challenges, she has managed to maintain a firm grip on the secretive organization, a testament to her extraordinary wisdom and means. With Wang's narration, Mo Juren gained a general understanding of the current situation of the Jingjiao Association. In summary, the organization is beset by incessant internal strife and external threats, rendering its prospects rather bleak. Externally, 2 sworn enemies dominate the scene, the Duju Mountain and the Wuz men, who have relentlessly targeted the Jingjiao Association during Mo's absence. Internally, the atmosphere is equally unstable, rife with intrigue and backstabbing, which has significantly drained the organization's vitality. Wuz men, Mo Juren murmured, suddenly recalling a detail from the original text regarding Ouyang Feitian, who was assassinated by Han Li, after which the Wuz men took the opportunity to seize a substantial amount of power, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Jingjiao Association. However, such a duality could not last. The Wuz men soon took action again, swiftly conquering the entire underground forces of Lanzhou. Moreover, the son of the Wuz men leader married Mo Yuju, thus acquiring both wealth and beauty. As for the Mo family, they were utterly powerless against the deeply entrenched Wuz men, collapsing in an instant. Those who died, died. Those who fled, fled, resulting in a scene of utter devastation. Reflecting on this, Mo Juren felt an indescribable discomfort. His eldest daughter, Mo Yuju, had truly been wasted on that name, surrendering to an enemy and willingly bearing his offspring for the sake of lineage. Truly, one could say she lacked discernment. As for the Was men, they posed a significant challenge. Mo Juren was acutely aware that their formidable strength was bolstered by the shadow of the Spirit Beast Mountain, a major sect of cultivation, which was the crux of the matter. Naturally, for such a sect, the Was men, being a mundane faction, were hardly worthy of notice. Countless others sought their favor, and they would remain indifferent. The so-called shadow was merely the private actions of certain disciples, having little to do with the sect itself. Yet, even this minimal support was sufficient. The chasm between cultivators and mortals is vast, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Any slight backing could yield an insurmountable divide, leaving no possibility for resistance. As Mo Juren silently recited these names in his mind, Was men, Spirit Beast Mountain, Yuling Sect, he began to grasp a faint understanding. A glimmer of insight reflected in his dark eyes. This scene did not escape Wang's notice. A hint of perplexity crossed her usually composed face. She chose not to interrupt, remaining quietly seated with her tranquil, water-like gaze fixed upon her husband, awaiting further instructions. Returning to his senses, Mo Juren immediately noticed her obedient demeanor, and a subtle smile flickered in his eyes. Who would have thought that the usually aloof Lady Wang could possess such a side? Gathering his thoughts, he began to issue simple directives. Overall, everything should proceed as usual without excessive movement. Since her husband had returned safely, the secretive organization should be under his direct control. After pondering for a long time, Wang suddenly offered to relinquish her authority. However, before she could finish, Mo Juren raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "I have other, more pressing matters. The secretive organization will remain under your stewardship." Wang's rosy lips parted slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from retorting. She understood her husband well. He was resolute in his decisions, and anything he said had been thoroughly contemplated, with little chance of alteration. Time passed, and half a month had swiftly elapsed since Mo Juren returned to the Missouri estate. During this period, Jiyuan City remained prosperous and bustling, with no signs of unrest. The Jingjiao Association's behavior left many puzzled. It was eerily quiet, as if nothing had transpired. Everything remained as it once was. Initially, this was dismissed as Mo, the association's leader, simply reuniting with his family after a prolonged absence. However, as time wore on, rumors began to surface. Whispers circulated, speculating whether Mo Juren, appearing unscathed, was actually still injured and thus hesitant to take decisive action. Yet, despite the myriad of conjectures, no faction dared to test the waters. After all, as long as their own interests were intact, none would be foolish enough to risk their lives to act as a harbinger. Thus, various factions in Jiyuan City reached an unusual equilibrium amidst this uncertainty and speculation, continuing their affairs as usual. However, this tranquility did not last long. Soon, a piece of gossip emerged from an unknown source. The imposter disciple, Wu Jianming, who bore Mo Juren's letter and token, had been captured and was now imprisoned in the Mo Estate's dungeon. Upon interrogation, it was revealed that he was the seventh direct disciple of Ouyang Feitian from Duzhu Mountain, sent to infiltrate the Jingjiao Association under his master's orders, with motives that were all too clear. The news sent shockwaves through the various factions in Jiyuan City, even affecting the entirety of Lanzhou. It effectively tore away the last semblance of a boundary between the two sides, leaving no room for compromise. Everyone awaited Ouyang Feitian's response. After all, as a direct disciple who risked everything for the benefit of his sect, he could not simply stand by and do nothing. If he chose an action, the morale of his faction would undoubtedly crumble, transforming one of the three hegemonic powers into mere dust, scattering into oblivion. Yet, should he choose to intervene, a fierce conflict would be inevitable, especially given the long-standing enmity that had developed between the two sides over the years. Any outbreak of hostilities would surely be a fight to the death. More critically, Mo Juren's return signified a shift. The Jingjiao Association was no longer the same. Its power no longer disparate. The outcome of a battle would undoubtedly be catastrophic, likely resulting in mutual destruction. As the undercurrents in Lanzhou surged, Duzhu Mountain, perched at the pinnacle of public opinion, could not afford to remain tranquil. At that moment, the hall of the mountain estate was ablaze with light. As more than a dozen high-ranking elders engaged in heated debate, from noon until night, yet failing to reach a conclusion. Seated in the main position, Ouyang Feitian observed silently, his arms crossed, though the tightening and loosening of his fists betrayed his inner turmoil. "Master, will you not speak? Shall we go to war?" Finally, one individual could no longer contain himself and posed the question. However, before Ouyang Feitian could respond, another elder immediately interjected. To wage war is easy to say. Do you think we are still in the past when the Mo family was merely a collection of orphans and widows, ripe for oppression? Now that Mo Juren has returned, the Jingjiao Association has a backbone and is no longer a disarrayed mass. To strike out blindly now is sheer folly. In such a scenario, mutual destruction would only play into the hands of the Wu's men. But what of Wu Jiaming? We cannot simply ignore him. If we lose the people's hearts, the consequences will be far more severe. Of course, we must rescue him, yet we cannot act recklessly. We need to devise a plan that accommodates both sides and ensures stability. You are clever, but I cannot think of any solution that could achieve such balance. Cough, cough. Ouyang Feitian cleared his throat twice, interrupting the ongoing debate. After an entire afternoon of endless back and forth, it ultimately fell to him to make the decision. The notion of an all-out war was hence dismissed. It did not align with the interests of the mountain estate. As for the matter of the seventh disciple, I will take it upon myself to rescue him. The method shall remain undisclosed. You may all disperse now. With that, he did not wait for further inquiries and directly rose to leave the hall. In an instant, the elders exchanged glances, bewildered and at a loss. Chapter 12. The Blood Fusion Experiment and Han Li's worries in the depths of the Mo Mansion's dungeon. Contrary to the wild speculations of others, Mo Juren's thoughts were not consumed by mundane rivalries. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with a far more pressing undertaking, an experiment. Indeed, it was a rather inhumane human trial. The dungeon door stood guarded by an iron slave, leaving only Mo Juren and the visibly terrified Wu Jiaming locked in a tense gaze. What are you planning to do? Don't come any closer. For reasons unknown, the peculiar half-smile on Mo Juren's face filled Wu Jianming with an overwhelming sense of dread. As if something horrifically sinister was on the verge of transpiring, something that would undoubtedly affect him. However, Mo Juren remained unfazed. He approached and swiftly sealed Wu Jianming's acupoints with a mere finger, then laid him flat upon the ground. From his possession, he produced a black pouch, which, upon opening, revealed a collection of silver needles of varying lengths. As a skilled physician, Mo Juren exhibited remarkable proficiency with the silver needles, executing a series of dazzling maneuvers that resulted in Wu Jiaming being punctured at numerous vital acupoints. Mo, you are a leader of your sect. If you wish to kill me, do it outright. Spare me these despicable methods. Wu Jiaming's fear intensified, prompting him to shout in indignation. Yet, Mo Juren paid him no heed. His expression grew grave as he prepared for the most crucial step. Success would bring joy to all, but failure would lead to an exceedingly perilous path. Without further hesitation, he drew a sharp knife and made a delicate incision at the vein on Wu Jiaming's hand. Instantly, crimson blood began to flow. He then mirrored the action on his own palm and pressed it firmly against the wound on Wu Jiaming's hand, channeling his inner energy to forcibly infuse his own blood into Wu Jiaming's body. With a sequence of actions completed, Mo Juren ceased all other activities, focusing solely on the infusion, keenly observing Wu Jiaming's reactions. Meanwhile, Wu Jiaming found himself in a state of stunned terror, unable to comprehend the purpose behind this blood infusion. Soon, his heart began to itch, as if something within was corroding him. As time passed, the sensation of corrosion intensified, eventually morphing into excruciating pain, a torment beyond endurance. Mo Juren, you are a demon. Just kill me already. Regardless of Wu Jianming's desperate curses, Mo Juren remained steadfast, continuing the infusion. Approximately an hour later, Wu Jianming's voice had weakened significantly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Mo Juren understood that Wu Jianming had reached his limit, and he released his grip, halting the infusion. After mentally calculating, he realized he had deliberately restricted the flow to about 100 milliliters. After all, this was no ordinary blood. He feared that an excess would be unbearable for Wu Jianming, and he was reluctant to waste it. As he monitored Wu Jianming's pulse, he meticulously observed his facial expressions. The initial fury had given way to a profound weakness. Furrowing his brow, a sense of unease crept into his heart. By the pulse alone, it was evident that Wu Jianming was gravely ill. Upon touching Wu Jianming's forehead, he found it burning with fever. Time passed inexorably, and as he had feared, Wu Jianming's condition worsened. What could be the cause? Mo Juren pondered. Could it be an issue with blood type? That seemed implausible in the realm of Demon Hunter. The natives directly fused with the bloodlines of beasts, entirely different species, yet successful in their unions. Though he had refined his own blood through a bloodline conversion furnace, it was ultimately still not ordinary blood. transcending the confines of simple blood types. Thus, it could not merely be a matter of blood type. But aside from that, what other possibilities existed? Perhaps the volume of blood infused at once was excessive, surpassing Wu Jiaming's capacity? Or was it a conflict of bloodline attributes? After all, the fundamental rules of the mortal realm are based on the 5 elements, making this possibility more likely. A torrent of inspiration flooded his mind, igniting the notion of conducting another experiment. However, he swiftly extinguished that thought. It was not the appropriate time. The test subject was singular, and another attempt could lead to utter ruin. After tidying up, he exited the dungeon. As for Wu Jiaming, he intended to exert every effort to save him while also monitoring his condition over time. A martial artist with cultivated internal energy possessed a resilient vitality. Perhaps he would recover in due time. In the days that followed, Mo Juren devoted nearly all his time to training and remained busy within the dungeon. Meanwhile, he entrusted the affairs of the Jingjiao Society to several ladies who had managed it for years. With him as a steadfast backbone, they found their tasks becoming increasingly manageable. Previously, the Jingjiao Society was a disjointed entity, plagued by infighting among its various factions due to conflicting interests, leaving a multitude of issues unresolved. Now, with Mo Juren's return, everything was different. The 4th Lady, Yin, and the 5th Lady, Wang, collaborated to implement sweeping reforms within the society, operating both overtly and covertly. They offered reassurances where needed and eliminated detractors. Within a fortnight, they had thoroughly reorganized the entire society. The Jingjiao Society had undergone a remarkable transformation, its strength surpassing that of yesteryear. In the shadows, it began to resemble the most formidable faction in Jiyuan City once more. Nonetheless, given the losses endured over the years, it was unrealistic to expect a return to the status of the 3 dominant powers of Lanzhou. When it came to fundamental interests, neither the Wu sect nor the Duhua manor would acquiesce. As Mo Juren immersed himself in cultivation and experimental pursuits, he also kept a watchful eye on the developments within the Jingjiao Society. Knowing that everything was progressing positively, he felt a profound sense of relief. Regarding the society's future, he was indifferent. Maintaining the current state was satisfactory. Further expansion might attract unnecessary troubles, leading to losses that outweighed the gains. His cultivation speed was notably rapid, rivaling that of Han Li, who had been using elixirs. In no time, he broke through once more, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement. During this period, Han Li visited him once, having also advanced to the 7th layer of qi refinement. At this juncture, Mo Juren understood that Han Li had come to fulfill a promise. Previously, he had pledged to teach Han Li the subsequent cultivation methods and some spells. However, due to Han Li's previous lack of advancement, he had refrained from doing so. Mo Juren, of course, would not go back on his word and readily provided the teachings. However, the techniques encompassed only the 7th and 8th layers, along with some foundational spells. He explained that the wood attribute techniques were limited to these, with the complete repertoire to be available in a year. There was, however, a complete 13-layer technique of the gold attribute, the Golden Light Scripture, obtained from the Golden Light Elder. Unfortunately, Han Li lacked the golden attribute's spiritual root and could not practice it. Han Li, undeterred, found the current teachings sufficient, believing that a year was a brief span that would pass swiftly. The only vexation he faced was the inexplicable animosity from his junior sister, Mo Caihuan, who had been persistently finding fault with him as if he owed her a debt from past lives. As an elder brother, he had recently gifted her a bottle of fragrant pills. Was that not enough? Did she smile when receiving the gift, only to forget it entirely afterward? Chapter 13. Counterattack and concern. Night fell, enveloping the world in silence. In a secluded forest outside Jiyuan City, a shadowy figure emerged, cloaked in black and obscured from view. Nevertheless, the figure moved with a steady gait, exuding an imposing and domineering aura. With a light cough, the dense forest around stirred, as over 100 figures clad in black and masked swiftly emerged, bowing deeply in reverence. "We greet our master. Are we all here?" The master wasted no time, directly inquiring. Reporting to the master, all 108 members of the Blood Guard are present. One individual, presumably the leader, promptly responded. "Excellent," the master nodded, his voice cold. "After nurturing you for so many years, tonight is the time to see the results. The task of rescuing the hostages will be handled by others. Your sole mission is to kill. There are no targets. Everyone is a target. Men, women, old, young. Leave none alive." "We obey," the subordinates replied. Set forth. The Mu residence was enveloped in silence. Having been bustling throughout the day, it seemed all had succumbed to slumber. Most of the lights in the inner chambers and front hall were extinguished, casting an increasingly dim ambience. Suddenly, A faint sound emanated from atop the roof, though slight. It resonated clearly in the hushed surroundings. Damn it, have those intelligence operatives lost their minds? This is clearly a warehouse, not a dungeon, muttered a shadowy figure above as he dropped a tile from his hand. Have you found anything? Do you need my assistance? No, I can manage on my own. A strange voice suddenly emerged from behind, and the black-clad figure instinctively replied, only to realize something was amiss. A chill ran down his spine as he almost lost his balance. Yet, when he turned to look back, he was met with darkness. No one was there. Who is toying with me? He demanded, only to be met with a cold snicker laced with mockery, followed by a gust of malicious wind. The black-clad figure felt a sharp blow to the back of his head and succumbed to unconsciousness. That makes 7, another voice whispered in the dark, devoid of tension, as if merely having caught a chicken. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from the main entrance, shattering the tranquility of the Mu residence. In the next instant, cries of battle filled the air as a dozen black-clad figures wielding weapons surged in. Simultaneously, figures leaped from various points around the courtyard walls, descending with agility. Bloodbath at the Mu residence, leave none alive. A chilling voice commanded, and all the black-clad assailants raced forward, heading straight for the inner chambers. However, as over 100 figures landed within the inner walls, a flurry of sounds erupted from the darkness, revealing a storm of arrows shooting forth densely. Not good. It's an ambush. Get down. Someone shouted urgently, but it was too late. From the shadows came a second volley of arrows, followed by a third. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of arrows surged from 3 directions like a swarm of locusts, leaving no room to evade. The air was filled with curses and cries of agony. Realizing the dire situation, the leading black-clad figure shouted, "It's no use, retreat." But before he could finish, an arrow pierced his heart, and he collapsed. Enough, cease fire. A voice suddenly rang out from the inner chambers, causing all archers to lower their bows. In the next moment, a figure stepped forward. It was Mo Juren. Observing the fallen black-clad figures, he felt a twinge of regret as he commanded, "Have someone tend to their wounds. Do your best to keep them alive." With over 100 individuals, each a capable fighter, some would inevitably manage to escape, though the majority would remain trapped. Mo Juren surveyed the scene again, nodding with satisfaction, thinking to himself how fortunate it was to have such excellent material at his disposal for future endeavors, all thanks to Ouyang's generosity. Where else could he find so many martial practitioners? In stark contrast, outside the Mu residence, Ouyang Feitian was nearly at his wit's end. What should have been a silent ambush had been preemptively countered. The Blood Guard had suffered near total losses. This was his strongest force, cultivated in secrecy for years. With untold resources expended, now all gone, causing his heart to bleed. There must be a traitor, he seethed. Damn it, if I find him, I'll make him wish he were never born. And what of Mo Juren? When did he become so formidable, able to plant spies so close to me? This operation was meant to be top secret. Only I and a few trusted disciples were privy to the details. Even the Blood Guard had only been informed today, learning the target moments before the mission. Wait, the disciples. A sudden realization struck Ouyang Feitian, his face paling. Why hadn't he the few disciples who entered the Mu residence to rescue Wu Jiaming returned? Had they met with misfortune as well? Gazing towards the ominous gates of the Mu residence, which loomed like the gaping maw of a beast awaiting his entry, he hesitated. Clearly, tonight was a total failure. Entering now would yield no benefit and could even cost him his life. If his suspicions were correct, the traitor could very well be one of his own disciples. Nothing was more infuriating than betrayal from within. Very well, if you have turned against me, do not blame me for being heartless. As for the others wronged, rest assured, I will avenge you in due time. Finding a rationale to convince himself, he cast one last unwilling glance at the gates of the Mu residence before resolutely beckoning his remaining subordinates to retreat. On the rooftop, Hanli observed the unfolding scene with cold eyes, yet made no move to pursue. He pondered deeply, realizing that his master forbade him from taking Ouyang Feitian's life for a reason. Was it an effort to maintain the equilibrium among the various forces in Lanzhou? Or was there a deeper concern at play? Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had sensed his growing power. Compared to mortals, they were mere ants. No match for him. It was no exaggeration to say that with the combined strength of himself and his master, they could easily flatten the 3 major factions in Lanzhou. Thus, if his master chose to endure, there must be something he was wary of. Such a concern was predictable. It could only be another cultivator. Unfortunately, he was still quite naive regarding the realm of the cultivators, knowing little. His master had never divulged details, merely stating that the time was not yet ripe. When, then, would be the right moment? Brother, so you were hiding here. A melodious voice suddenly reached his ears, causing Han Li's expression to shift dramatically. He activated his wind step, vanishing swiftly into the night. Humph, he is not a tiger. Why run? Immortality stomped her foot in frustration, raising her delicate hand to examine the white jade bottle in her grasp, murmuring in a voice only she could hear, such a commotion earlier. I wonder if he was injured. What a fool. Chapter 14, Data Derivation and Fate. Subject number 2, infused with 50 milliliters of blood, perished after 28 days. Subject no. 3, infused with 30 milliliters, succumbed after 54 days. Subject number 4, infused with 20 milliliters, remains alive but exhibits signs of weakness, having not yet regained consciousness, with mild splenic damage. Subject number 5, infused with 20 milliliters, survives but is also weak. However, they have awakened, suffering from severe splenic damage. Subject number 6, infused with 20 milliliters, is alive, showing good signs, has awakened, and has mild splenic damage. Subject number 7 is alive. Subject number 8 has died. Subject no. 9 is alive. Subject number 10. In his study, Mo Juren contemplated the data in his hands, his mind awash with thoughts. It has been over half a year since the last great battle, a period during which he has devoted nearly all his energy to experimentation. Through continuous observation and documentation of dozens of subjects, he gradually began to draw some conclusions. Firstly, the survival rate has reached 60%. This is somewhat related to the volume of blood infused, yet it is not absolute, as subjects with lower volumes have also perished. Secondly, all internal organs show varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, under his meticulous treatment and care, their conditions have not deteriorated but rather begun to improve. Moreover, these individuals share certain common characteristics worthy of scrutiny, such as the damaged organs primarily involving the lungs, spleen, and kidneys, with the spleen being the most affected and numerous. While the liver remains unscathed, its function even enhanced. As for the heart, it seems to exhibit some growth, albeit not markedly. Furthermore, the 40% who have died share a commonality. All suffered severe liver damage, which began from the very first day of the blood fusion experiment. Conversely, their lungs were entirely intact. The liver, every piece of data points to this singular organ. Why? After much contemplation, he tentatively arrived at a conclusion. It relates to attributes. Within the 5 elements, the liver corresponds to wood, and the blood he currently possesses also embodies the wood attribute, thereby creating this cycle of mutual generation and restriction. Mankind exists within a unique world of cultivation, where the essence of its laws is based on the 5 elemental attributes of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, from which all phenomena, including wind, thunder, light, and darkness, are derived. Thus, nothing escapes the influence of these 5 elements. Whether it be sentient beings or the myriad of entities in existence, including practitioners of various paths, as well as the beasts of mountains, oceans, and the endless wilderness. This is particularly evident in monstrous beasts, whose attributes manifest conspicuously. For instance, would attribute beasts possess bloodlines, physical structures, and even the future essence of their demon cores that are invariably aligned with the wood element. Even hybrid attribute beasts maintain a coherence in their components with their inherent attributes. The human race mirrors this fact, with their blood also possessing distinct attributes, albeit less pure than those of monstrous beasts. Thus, as long as the attributes of both parties align, the blood fusion experiment can be deemed viable. However, a crucial stipulation exists: only his blood can be fused. The refining process of the bloodline fusion furnace entirely eliminates the multitude of impurities and malevolent energies present in the extraordinary blood of the beasts, which is particularly pivotal. Without this, fusion would not be possible. Naturally, there are impurities in his own blood as well, but they are merely mundane blood and have been devoured and purified by the extraordinary blood, rendering them nearly negligible. He then recalled a mobile game set in a continent of demon hunting, wherein the indigenous inhabitants harvest blood from beasts, directly fusing with their bloodlines, resulting in an almost fatal success rate, underscoring the importance of blood purity in such fusions. Although these deductions stem from his experimental data and personal understanding, they cannot be guaranteed to be entirely accurate, yet they are unlikely to be far from the truth. As winter waned and spring blossomed, another 6 months slipped by. Mo Juren continued to seclude himself, dedicating most of his energy to his experiments alongside his own cultivation. He dared not hope for a 100% success rate, yet he aspired for at least 90% to meet his exacting standards. During this time, a somewhat astonishing incident occurred. One day, Yanshi discreetly informed him that Han Li and his daughter, Immortality, had become involved with each other. Indeed, these two had unexpectedly developed a relationship unbeknownst to him. Upon receiving this news, Mo Juren was momentarily taken aback. How audacious of Han Li to quietly pursue his daughter. What about his lofty ambitions? Had he forgotten so soon? Yet, he pondered, the youth is inherently drawn to beauty, and it is understandable that, after spending ample time with his daughter, who is as radiant as a blooming flower, one might develop an affection. Nevertheless, he harbored another suspicion. The original text subtly hinted that Saihuan was the reincarnation of Zi Ling, who had loved Han Li throughout her life but had never been reciprocated, dying alone in misery. Therefore, their seemingly fortuitous union might be influenced by some unseen fate. And what of Nangongwan? Would they eventually come together, considering she was the rightful consort? Mo Juren found himself in a perplexing state of thought. However, one thing was certain, his daughter would not die alone in this lifetime, thus establishing a foundation for their continued journey together. As for the future, that was beyond his control. Master, this morning, Han Li prepared his belongings and came to pay his respects, just in time to see Mo Juren seated silently in the main hall. For some reason, he felt a sudden flutter of anxiety in his heart. To speak of his feelings for his junior sister is to acknowledge their complexity. Initially, he had been quite disdainful of her, constantly critiquing him and interrupting his cultivation. Yet, as time passed, he could not pinpoint when things changed. He found himself genuinely happy to see her, and when apart, he felt a lingering reluctance. It was a peculiar sensation, sweet yet troubling, as he worried about her eventual demise from old age. In short, it was a convoluted emotional state. If a seasoned elder from the cultivation world were present, they would likely offer immediate counsel, stating that a cultivator should not shy away from matters of the heart. For such emotional tribulations are a form of tribulation that must inevitably be faced. Evading it would be futile. It is better to confront it directly. Moreover, emotional tribulations are not inherently negative. As long as one does not lose sight of their fundamental path, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, serving to greatly refine one's state of mind, especially critical for breakthroughs into the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Han Li was still young, his romantic experiences as pure as a blank slate. He knew little of such matters, immersing himself solely in the joy of it all. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering if his master would discern his inner troubles and whether he would attempt to intervene. Mo Juren regarded Han Li with a knowing gaze, saying little else, before inquiring, "Are you prepared?" "Yes, master. Shall we depart today?" Upon not hearing any admonition against their union from his master, Han Li felt a weight lift from his heart. He then recalled the purpose of his visit. They were about to embark on their journey to Tainan Mountain. Days prior, Mo Juren had summoned him to the study, elucidating the entirety of the cultivation realm, thus providing Han Li with a fresh perspective on the world. A multitude of nations stands tall, myriad sects vie for supremacy. Even within the realm of the Yu Kingdom, the number of cultivators exceeds 100,000, with the Tian-Nan region merely representing the tip of the iceberg in the vast cultivation world. What a magnificent and tumultuous world it is, utterly transforming his understanding. This journey to Tainan Mountain, along with the forthcoming Ascension Conference, marks their formal entry into the realm of cultivation. Chapter 15, Tainan Valley and Spirit Talisman's Guangwei City lies at the southernmost part of Lanzhou. The city is modest, its population and economy unable to rival that of Jiyuan City. Nevertheless, this place possesses its own unique advantages. Surrounded by mountains on three sides and facing water on one, its distinctive geographical formation bestows upon it an exceptionally comfortable climate and a picturesque natural environment. Moreover, the region is home to some rare fruits not found elsewhere, thus attracting countless affluent dignitaries each year, making it an ideal retreat for leisure and relaxation. To the west of Guangwei City lies a formidable mountain range, the Tainan Mountain, which soars over 3,000 meters into the clouds, often shrouded in mist that lingers throughout the seasons, imparting an air of mystery. There have been tales of curious souls who ventured into the fog, only to lose their way after taking just a few steps. Some, having entered too frequently, reportedly angered some unseen force and found themselves trapped within the mist for days before escaping. Consequently, local folklore has emerged, suggesting that divine beings reside within the mountains, unwilling to be disturbed by outsiders. Over time, the local populace has collectively agreed to refrain from probing into the fog, lest they incur the wrath of these celestial entities and face dire consequences. In the dense forest, two figures stride side by side, Mo Juren and his apprentice, Han Li. After meticulously handling certain matters, they departed from Jiyuan City and after nearly a month of travel, finally arrived at the foot of Tainan Mountain. As for the Iron Corpse, it was left at the Mo residence as a strategic reserve. Perhaps arriving a bit too early, the mountain path was eerily quiet, devoid of other cultivators. Thus, the duo, lacking precise information, could only rely on inquiries from those at the base of the mountain to navigate their search. Fortunately, luck was on their side. As they ascended a slope, they soon discovered their target. Ahead lay an area enveloped in thick white mist, aligning perfectly with the villagers' descriptions. How to enter? Mo Juren furrowed his brow, recognizing that the mist was clearly a result of an array. Charging in directly would be unwise. As he pondered, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The white mist began to swirl, and the center seemed to part as if cleaved by a blade, revealing a narrow pathway. Was it truly that simple? Mo Juren paused momentarily before realizing that the Tainan Minor Conference was currently underway, with countless wandering cultivators arriving. Thus the path would not be obstructed. The guardians of the array must have sensed their presence and opened the passage accordingly. Without hesitation, the two stepped forward along the narrow route, and moments later, the mist dissipated, unveiling a verdant valley brimming with exotic flowers and plants. Tainan Valley, they had finally arrived. Gazing at the throngs of people, clad in diverse attire, Mo Juren felt a surge of exhilaration. He had entered the realm of cultivators. Beside him, Hanli appeared somewhat dazed. His master had previously imparted some rudimentary knowledge of the cultivation world, but now, witnessing it firsthand, the experience was entirely different. Not to mention the grand palace-like pavilions radiating a gentle glow in the center of the square, structures that could not possibly have been erected by mere human effort. Before the pavilion lay a vast plaza, paved with blue stones, surrounded by numerous temporary stalls set up by cultivators showcasing a variety of peculiar items, leaving one in awe. Approaching a stall dedicated to selling talismans, Mo Juren reached into his robe and produced a gleaming golden talisman, inquiring, 10 spirit stones, will you take it? The stall owner glanced at it and promptly shook his head. You've used this several times. Its spiritual power has diminished. I can offer you a maximum of 7 stones. Deal. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a quick agreement. Cursed luck, he had offered too much. Nonetheless, he did not retract his offer. 7 spirit stones were hardly a significant loss. After concluding the transaction, Mo Juren did not depart, but instead began to scrutinize the wares at the stall. The stall owner, sensing an opportunity, eagerly suggested, what interests you, my friend? I can offer you a discount of 20%. Mo Juren quickly scanned the items before picking up a stack of blank talisman paper and a book titled A Brief Introduction to Talismans, asking, how much for these two? Is that all? Aren't you interested in anything else? I have intermediate talismans for attack, defense, speed enhancement, various types that will surely satisfy you. The stall owner, unable to ascertain Mo Juren's true worth, desperately promoted his goods. In truth, the book was merely a cursory overview, and the blank talisman paper held little value, together worth at most 3 or 4 spirit stones. Regrettably, Mo Juren paid them no mind, purchasing only those 2 items before turning to leave, leaving the stall owner to sulk, having anticipated a wealthy customer, but instead encountering a miser. I must devise a way to earn money quickly, otherwise, I'll be unable to afford anything worthwhile, he pondered as he walked. Let us find a place to stay. The two ventured towards the central area, inquiring about accommodations. It turned out there were staff members dedicated to such matters, conveniently located near the pavilion. Everything proceeded smoothly. They secured their lodging for merely 2 spirit stones. As they departed, the staff handed them 2 specially crafted talismans, serving as keys to navigate the pavilion's defensive array. Mo Juren, curious, decided to test one. It was remarkably simple. Merely pressing the talisman against the protective barrier activated a circular passage that gradually opened. Once they passed through, the passage began to close, returning to its original state. Days passed, and the number of cultivators flocking to Tainan Valley surged, doubling from an initial few hundred, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as the influx would only accelerate. During this time, Han Li, like a fish in water, shed his inhibitions, frequently venturing out alone, engaging in unknown pursuits. As for Mo Juren, residing in separate quarters, he remained oblivious to his apprentice's activities. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't mind. He couldn't stifle Han Li's growth. Besides, he had his own matters demanding attention, leaving little room for concern over others. Since their arrival, he had not stepped outside, choosing instead to seclude himself in his room, engrossed in a brief introduction to talismans. The text, penned by an unknown talisman master, presented personal insights into the art of talismans, not necessarily accurate, but profoundly enlightening. Additionally, The book elaborated on various fundamental aspects of talisman crafting, though only the basics, allowing him to quickly grasp an overview of the talisman path, understanding the necessary materials and key considerations during the crafting process. One day, he finally set the book aside and ventured towards the pavilion's exit. However, he soon returned, clutching two new items, vermilion powder and a talisman brush. Though the cheapest available, they cost him dearly, exchanging his last spirit stone and a calming talisman. May my conjectures hold true, otherwise I shall find myself destitute, he murmured. Before immersing himself in preparation, mixing the vermilion, soaking the brush, and laying out the blank talisman paper, he then gently closed his eyes, as if nurturing a profound thought. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, and he began to deftly sketch upon the talisman paper with the brush. Any true talisman master witnessing this would undoubtedly scoff, thinking it absurd that a novice, only recently acquainted with talismans, could hope to succeed in such an endeavor. What was he even drawing? The chaotic lines resembled a thicket rather than any semblance of a talisman. However, the situation was somewhat different. As the brush continued to sketch, an unusual thorny pattern gradually took shape. Once the final stroke was placed, the entire design seemed to be activated, and a flicker of brilliance illuminated the room. Had he succeeded? Witnessing this scene, Mo Juren found it hard to believe. He had merely attempted this as an experiment, and surely success would not come so easily. Indeed, his suspicion was confirmed, for the brilliance flickered only once before extinguishing abruptly, as if what had transpired was merely an illusion. What was the underlying issue? The emergence of brilliance indicated that the approach was correct, yet why was it not sustained? Lost in thought, he contemplated this until a sudden realization sparked in his mind, and his eyes brightened with understanding. Without hesitation, he gently traced a line on his fingertip, causing drops of vivid red blood to fall into the cinnabar. Chapter 16. Spirit Talismans and Explosive Power in the room. Mo Juren beamed with delight as he observed the spirit talisman in his hand, its brilliance flowing gracefully. Just as he had surmised, the initial failure was entirely due to the talisman ink. The art of talisman crafting requires the perfect synergy of talisman brush, paper, and ink. Especially critical is the talisman ink. Seasoned talisman makers typically utilize specially formulated cinnabar, infused with the blood of magical beasts, rich in spiritual energy, which ensures the success of the talisman creation. As for the talisman paper and brush, while they do have specific requirements, they are not as stringent. The former is mostly crafted from spiritual herbs, inexpensive and readily available, while the latter is preferable of higher quality. Yet, a slightly inferior brush can suffice, albeit at the cost of reduced success rates. Of course, possessing these elements alone does not qualify one as a talisman maker. A more crucial requirement is the practitioner's mastery of spells. If one lacks proficiency or familiarity, it would be utterly impossible to create talismans purely from imagination. Essentially, spirit talismans encapsulate spells within the talisman paper through a unique method, allowing for rapid activation during encounters with adversaries, thereby unleashing formidable offensive power in the shortest time possible. For Mo Juren, this was not an obstacle. The talisman he crafted, known as the Thorn Talisman, derived from one of the two inherited marks within his consciousness. After receiving the bloodline inheritance, he had entertained a notion. This entity bore a striking resemblance to spirit talismans, and he instinctively possessed complete mastery over it. Could he replicate it through talisman crafting? There was no need for the extensive experience required by a talisman maker. Mere imitation would suffice, akin to copying a drawing. Devoid of any difficulty, this thought had lingered in his mind, but had previously been shelved due to unfavorable conditions. Now, he finally had the opportunity to proceed once more. And to his delight, he succeeded after only 2 attempts. The Thorn technique, originating from the innate magical ability of the first-tier beast, the azure-scaled python, produces venomous thorny vines that not only ensnare foes, but also deliver potent toxins, making them highly lethal. Thus, although there remained a considerable gap between this technique and mid-tier spells utilized by cultivators, it was certainly superior to low-tier spells such as Fireball or Mighty Strike. Mo Juren pondered the appropriate price for such a high-quality low-tier spirit talisman. First, he calculated the costs. A pack of blank talisman paper contained 12 sheets, priced at 1 spirit stone. The talisman ink required cinnabar and the blood of would attribute magical beasts, both of which were not scarce and thus inexpensive. The brush, though of lesser quality, incurred negligible wear, allowing it to be disregarded in the cost assessment. With all this considered, the production cost was remarkably low. Naturally, this was contingent upon his near-perfect success rate. Otherwise, such cost efficiency would be unattainable. 2 spirit stones? That was far too low. It needed to be priced higher than ordinary low-tier spirit talismans. Moreover, given the desirability of such an offensive spirit talisman, a price of 3 to 4 spirit stones seemed appropriate. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. With that thought, he could no longer contain his excitement and tidied up briefly before departing from his residence. Days later, a new stall appeared at the edge of the square. Unlike ordinary stalls, this one offered only a single item, the offensive low-tier spirit talisman, priced at 4 spirit stones each. What? For spirit stones? Are you trying to rob us? Exclaimed a passerby. Even low-tier talismans, whether offensive or defensive, are at most 2 stones. You've doubled the price. This is outrageous. Observing the commotion from the unfamiliar cultivator, Mo Juren felt no anger but rather a sense of delight. In business, one need not fear criticism. What one truly fears is being ignored. The outcry from the other cultivators served as a free advertisement, which was indeed fortuitous. As expected, other cultivators passing by were immediately drawn to the stall. Thorn talisman? What kind of talisman is that? I've never heard of it before. Is it really priced at 4 spirit stones? Surely there must be a reason for such a high price? Exactly. At this price, I could buy 2 talismans of the same tier elsewhere. Why should I purchase your thorn talisman? As the crowd clamored with questions, Mo Juren appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Calmly, he picked up one of the spirit talismans and smiled. I understand your concerns. However, rather than engage in speculation, let us first observe its effectiveness before discussing the price further. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the talisman and hurled it into the open space behind him. The spectators were momentarily taken aback by his boldness. He seemed quite willing to demonstrate its power. This suggested that he would not act recklessly, indicating that the thorn talisman likely possessed unique qualities. Thus, all eyes were glued to the area behind him, eager to witness the outcome. The moment the talisman struck the ground, it underwent a swift transformation. A flash of dark green light erupted, and numerous bizarre vines, bristling with thorns, surged forth, rapidly extending to lengths of 5 to 6 meters. The vines swayed with the wind, resembling venomous serpents poised to strike. Isn't that the venomous thorny vine? The talisman can actually summon such a creature? A knowledgeable observer exclaimed in astonishment. Venomous thorny vine? Is such a creature real? I've never heard of it. Could you elaborate further? I once stumbled upon a reference in a tattered ancient text. It appears to be a very ancient species. It was once abundant in distant ages, but for reasons unknown, it has since become nearly extinct, making it a rare sight. However, this venomous thorny vine is exceptional. It possesses great resilience and inherent toxicity, making it a highly dangerous thorny creature. Listening to the explanations, Mo Juren was also taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fascinating origin for the thorny vine. Yet, considering it stemmed from the bloodline inheritance of the azure-scaled python, it was no longer surprising. The unique inheritance methods of magical beasts have their sources. Who could say how far they extend? It could be linked to the bloodline of a powerful ancient beast. However, after countless millennia, the essence would have diluted to its limits, and its tier would have diminished accordingly. At this moment, the onlookers finished listening to the explanations, and their hearts were stirred. It seemed that the thorn talisman was indeed a remarkable item. Whether for trapping foes or delivering poison, its power was undoubtedly formidable. The price set by the vendor was not arbitrary. Possessing such a talisman would significantly enhance one's overall combat effectiveness. With this realization, the crowd felt a surge of desire. They needed to procure one. This thorn talisman is indeed impressive, but 4 spirit stones still feels a bit steep. Could you possibly lower the price a little, dear vendor? All of you are astute individuals. You should recognize the true value of this talisman. It is far from comparable to low-tier talismans like the Fireball or Mighty Strike. After a brief pause, the conversation took a sudden turn. Of course, if one can purchase more than 5 at once, the price can drop to 3 spirit stones each. However, if the quantity falls short of 5, the price remains at 4 spirit stones, and there will be no negotiations. Such pricing naturally did not satisfy the crowd. Purchasing 5 at once would amount to at least 15 spirit stones, a sum that, while not exorbitant for them as loose cultivators, was still somewhat steep. Unfortunately, Mo Juren remained adamant on his pricing, showing no signs of flexibility. The crowd, feeling helpless, saw some who were financially strained reluctantly accept the price of 4 spirit stones for fewer than 5, purchasing 1 or 2 before departing. Of course, there were also those of considerable wealth who bought 5 or even 10 in one go. In a short span, the talismans at the stall were completely sold out. Mo Juren, wary of attracting undue attention, promptly dismantled his stall and returned to his residence. Chapter 17. The Giant and the Young Girl 1, 2, 174. 175. a total of 175 low-tier spirit stones. Mo Juren was elated. He had struck gold. The total cost for 50 talismans was merely a fraction, leaving him with pure profit, a veritable windfall. This was just the beginning. The tying and gathering had only just commenced a few days prior. And these were merely the local loose cultivators from Lanzhou. With the Ascension Conference approaching, the true tying and event would soon unfold, drawing thousands of cultivators from all corners, creating a bustling marketplace. What a vast market it was. If even 1/10 of the cultivators purchased his talismans, that would amount to thousands of spirit stones, an absolute fortune. However, he reminded himself to remain cautious. This was the mortal realm, unlike his previous life. Cultivators here did not abide by laws. They respected only strength. The law of the jungle prevailed. While his ideas seemed promising, he understood that success would not come easily, and thorough consideration was imperative. In the following days, Mo Juren consciously suppressed his greed, setting up his stall every other day with only 50 thorn talismans available. This strategy resulted in an even more fervent demand, with each batch quickly snatched up. After several successful sales, his savings approached 1,000 spirit stones. He then decided to halt sales, explaining that his stock had been depleted, with no certainty on when he would return to sell again. Having earned spirit stones, he knew it was essential to spend them wisely, otherwise they would merely be stones. Acquiring resources to enhance his strength was paramount. He was acutely aware of this. And thus, after his last sale, he embarked on his first purchasing spree, causing his spirit stones to diminish by 20%. Inside his room, Mo Juren reopened the game interface. Name, Mo Juren Realm. Chi Refinement Level 6 Bloodline. Would attribute Level 1, 17. Technique, Changchun Gong Skills. Binding Technique. Thorn Technique Materials. None Bloodline Transformation Furnace. Closed detected a large quantity of beast blood. Would you like to add it to the material library? Yes. Completion confirmed. He acquired wood attribute beast blood, categorized into 5 different types. Level 1, with a total blood volume of 2, average essence content of 12, average impurity content of 70, and 18 malevolent energy. He also obtained Level 1 fire attribute and Level 1 earth and water attribute beast blood. Beginning synthesis and analysis of the material library. Analysis complete. Can purify Level 1 wood attribute beast blood. Required materials as follows. Can purify Level 1 fire attribute beast blood. Required materials as follows. Can purify Level 1 earth attribute beast blood. Can purify. More expenses ahead, he sighed, retracting the interface. Without further hesitation, he exited the loft. Over the next few days, all his spirit stones seemed to flow away like water, swiftly spent. In their place came various aged spiritual herbs, peculiar minerals, and certain beast souls. Detected 1 Level 1 earth attribute beast soul of the rock python. 3 Level 1 would attribute beast souls of the azure-eyed fox. 1 Level 1 fire attribute beast soul of the scarlet flame leopard. 1 Level 1 water attribute beast soul of the giant strength turtle, 30-year-old Chi Huiji, and 20-year-old Bing Yugua minerals. Would you like to add them to the material library? Yes. Addition complete. Would you like to activate the Bloodline Transformation Furnace? Activated. 4 types of bloodline refining materials have been prepared. The refining process must be conducted separately. Please add them one by one. In the room, Mo Juren felt a surge of excitement. After so many days of toil and nearly depleting all his spirit stones, was this not the moment he had been striving for? Without hesitation, he added the first material to the furnace, embarking on a new journey of refinement. On the first day, the wood attribute refinement completed. On the second day, the fire attribute refinement was finished. On the third day, the earth attribute was completed, followed by the water attribute on the fourth day. By the fourth night, he received notifications. Detected Level 1 primal bloodline. Would attribute, purity 100, can perfectly merge with the player. Proceed. Detected Level 1 primal bloodline. Fire attribute, purity 100, can perfectly merge with the player. Proceed. Detected Level 1 primal bloodline. Earth attribute, purity 100. Detected Level 1 primal bloodline. Water attribute, purity 100. Merge. At the moment the command was issued, Mo Juren felt a sudden tightening in his chest as 4 streams of unfamiliar energy surged forth, spreading throughout his body with each heartbeat. The newly formed blood contained immense energy. Upon contact, absorption and assimilation occurred, ultimately merging seamlessly with his original blood, becoming indistinguishable. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly sense the newfound strength coursing through him, evidently indicating a transformation in his physical constitution. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through his consciousness. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the emergence of the newly inherited bloodline legacy, which revealed 5 ethereal seals. Once again, he opened the game interface, only to find its contents had undergone a dramatic transformation. Name: Mo Juren Realm. Chi Refinement Level 7 Bloodline. Wood Attribute Level 1, 41. Fire Attribute Level 1, 13. Earth Attribute Level 1, 15. Water Attribute Level 1, 18. Technique: Changchun Gong Skills. Binding Technique, Thorn Technique, Bewitching Technique, Stone Armor Technique, Quicksand Technique, Fireball Technique, Ice Arrow Technique. Corrosion Technique Materials: 2 Azurite Fox Beast Souls Bloodline Transformation Furnace. Closed. His cultivation had directly ascended 1 realm. Mo Juren's eyes sparkled with joy. He had not anticipated that merging bloodlines would enhance his cultivation as well. Additionally, he had inherited 5 new spells, spanning 4 distinct attributes, significantly reducing the likelihood of being targeted. The only regret was the rarity of gold attribute beast materials. Even the Chi refinement tier was hard to come by, which was indeed vexing. Perhaps only in certain special regions could one encounter them. However, he was not in a rush. This bloodline merging had significantly bolstered his strength, and as long as he remained low-key and avoided unnecessary risks, he would be able to handle most dangers. Moreover, he was thrilled that he could now produce 5 additional types of talismans, no longer limited to just thorn talismans. With his 100% success rate in talisman crafting, he would no longer need to worry about spirit stones in the days to come, at least until the foundation establishment stage. On a certain day, at the edge of the square, Mo Juren's stall opened once more. Unlike the thorn talismans, this time he offered a variety of more ordinary talismans, but in greater quantities and types, all priced very reasonably at 1 spirit stone each, including both offensive and defensive talismans. This moment reignited the fervor of sales. The price was simply too enticing to resist, making any decision against purchase tantamount to a loss. Consequently, countless individuals flocked to the scene. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud voice pierced the air, laced with a hint of anger. Mo Juren, preoccupied with selling the last few talismans, was drawn to the sound and turned to see a conflict brewing at the neighboring stall. He recognized one party involved as his adjacent stall owner, a seller of medicinal pills, though they had never exchanged words, as the vendor typically departed shortly after setting up. The other party, however, captured his attention. A tall man, resembling a small giant, stood alongside a petite, delicate girl whose timid eyes evoked a sense of pity. Chapter 18. Deliberate Connections. Why are you here? Demanding a refund for the pills you purchased from me? What do you intend to achieve? This pill, bought from you last night, proved utterly ineffective for my cultivation. It's only natural that I seek a refund. Why didn't you voice your concerns yesterday? Coming back now to claim it's fraudulent is nothing short of slander. It appears you've switched the pills and are here to extort me. How dare you? You're asking for trouble. Not only are you attempting to extort me publicly, but you also dare to lay hands on me. You clearly hold no respect for the overseers of Tainan Valley. I will report you. After a heated exchange, neither side resorted to physical violence. The muscular man, despite his brutish appearance, was evidently not devoid of intelligence. Engaging in a brawl under the watchful eyes of the overseers would yield no favorable outcome. Moreover, his more rational sister was actively urging him to de-escalate the situation. Observing the scene, Mo Juren deduced their identities: Han Yunji and her brother, one of the key figures he had sought since arriving at Tainan Valley. His search had yielded no results until this unexpected encounter. It appeared they had only just arrived and had yet to set up their stall. As the stalemate continued, Mo Juren's eyes sparkled with opportunity. He swiftly packed up his stall and stepped into the crowd. May I offer my perspective? Who are you? This dispute is between us. It does not concern you, the stall owner barked, momentarily flustered by the intrusion. Is it not just to intervene when injustice unfolds before one's eyes? Mo Juren replied, seemingly unfazed by the owner's reprimand. Unbeknownst to others, a flicker of emerald light glimmered in his dark eyes as he continued. Having shared adjacent stalls for so long, I am well aware of the truth. Would you prefer I articulate it for all to hear? You're speaking nonsense. I have not sold counterfeit pills. Is that so? Then why did you smirk when selling the pills yesterday? Did you presume your buyer a fool, deserving of deception? That's not true. I didn't smirk, and I never sold him anything. For reasons unknown, the stall owner's eyes momentarily glazed over, his thoughts becoming increasingly disordered, resulting in incoherent speech. You clearly laughed. Many witnessed it. Speak. Have you not sold counterfeit pills before? Do you not fear retaliation? Mo Juren's voice rose sharply, laced with a chill. In an instant, the stall owner fell to his knees, trembling, and pleaded, No, I've only sold once. Don't come after me. The truth became evident, and by the time the stall owner regained his composure, it was too late. He had no choice but to concede, refunding the money and publicly apologizing. Fortunately, as this was his first offense, no severe consequences ensued, and the Han siblings chose to forgive him, primarily because Han Yunji wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Thank you for your assistance. I am truly grateful," Han Yunji expressed. "As night falls, why not join us at the tavern ahead? It would be a fitting way for my brother and me to show our appreciation." On their way back, the trio walked together, and the Han brother remarked, "From the look in your eyes, you hardly seem like a reckless individual. You possess a certain depth. I merely could not stand idly by." Mo Juren replied with a slight shake of his head, feeling a sense of caution. This man was not as simple as he initially presumed. There is no need for gratitude. It was but a trifling effort. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. With that, he turned away, leaving the siblings with the sight of his retreating figure. "Little sister, what are your thoughts on that individual?" "Huh? What did you say?" Han Yunji, lost in thought, snapped back to reality. "I asked for your opinion on the person from earlier. Why are you so distracted?" "He is quite formidable," she replied, her cheeks unexpectedly flushing. It seemed he employed a technique to confuse the mind, compelling that man to speak the truth. But which technique could it be? Typically, mental manipulation spells are rare. And I recall that the charm spell lacks significant potency. "Do you need me to remind you?" "I am well aware he is no ordinary person," her brother responded, exasperated. "Let us not dwell on him any longer," she suggested with a sweet smile. "We should discuss the matter of the pills instead. The Ascension tournament is approaching, and you must elevate your cultivation to ensure success. Thus, upon our return, focus solely on your training. I shall commence selling at the market tomorrow, trading some unnecessary items for spirit stones and gathering information on where to procure quality pills." As days passed, the Tainan small gathering concluded, paving the way for the official Tainan assembly, which witnessed an influx of scattered cultivators. Stalls proliferated, filling not only the edges of the square, but also the more secluded areas. Mo Juren remained industrious, diligently pursuing his talisman-selling endeavors. As the number of cultivators seeking his wares grew, so too did his reputation as a talisman master. The benefits of this newfound prominence were apparent. Prominent cultivators at the peak of the Qi refinement stage began to engage with him as equals, inviting him to participate in their small trading gatherings, from which he gleaned valuable information and resources. For instance, details regarding metallic attribute beasts were notably scarce within the cultivation realm, typically found only in select secret realms, and even then, the encounters were uncertain. Mo Juren mused that this scarcity was not exclusive to the Yu Kingdom. It seemed to pervade all of Tiannan. The sheer number of human cultivators here made even lesser beasts hard to come by, with those above level 5 being exceedingly rare. His thoughts drifted to the Chaos Star Sea, a veritable kingdom of beasts where every attribute thrived, entirely capable of fulfilling his needs. Yet, he returned his focus to Tainan Valley. During this period, he intentionally and unintentionally engaged in interactions with Han Yunfeng, the brother of Han Yunji. Gradually, any lingering animosity between them dissipated, and they became good friends. The two even invited him to participate in the Ascension Conference, where they could look out for each other. Mo Juren, upon hearing this, merely smiled and did not respond, leaving them somewhat perplexed. As a loose cultivator, he had limited prospects. The majority of resources in the cultivation world were controlled by large sects, making it clear that only by joining such sects could one truly progress on the path of immortality. Ultimately, Mo Juren, appearing hesitant, expressed his helplessness. First, his aptitude was lacking, with a mixed attribute root, which destined him to a short cultivation journey. Second, he was nearing 40, already at the upper limit for the Ascension Conference. Even if he were to win by a stroke of luck, he doubted anyone would be willing to accept him. Thus, he had decided to abandon the path of cultivation and focus instead on the art of talismans. Fortunately, he possessed great talent in this area and believed he could achieve something noteworthy. After sharing much, he revealed a look of helplessness and sorrow, which deeply moved the Han siblings. However, as mere juniors in their family, they felt powerless to assist him. As time passed, the Tainan conference drew to a close, with some individuals already packing their belongings to head to the venue of the Ascension Conference. In the room, Mo Juren sat in the main seat, observing the resolute expression on Han Li's face, suddenly falling silent. "Are you going to participate in the Ascension Conference?" "Yes, this is the only path for a disciple. Regardless of the outcome, I must at least attempt it, otherwise, I will forever regret it." Han Li found himself compelled to take this step. The limitations of being a loose cultivator were immense. Just acquiring a foundation establishment pill was nearly impossible for most, unless one were a practitioner with a heavenly root or found themselves in an extraordinary circumstance. No one could establish their foundation without such elixirs. During this time, he had learned that to establish his foundation and progress further on the path of cultivation, joining one of the 7 sects was imperative. Otherwise, all hopes were futile. In the room, Mo Juren observed Han Li's determined demeanor, remaining silent. After a long pause, he suddenly remarked, "Actually, joining the 7 sects does not necessarily require participating in the Ascension Conference." Han Li was taken aback, momentarily questioning whether he had misheard. Just as he was about to inquire further, he caught a glance from his master, who subtly shook his head. Realizing the need for caution, he understood that walls have ears. Mo Juren remained silent, reaching into his storage bag, which he had acquired from a loose cultivator after his fortune changed. He swiftly retrieved a yellowed tome and handed it over without explanation. Overview of the Cultivation World. Han Li's curiosity deepened upon seeing the title. He took the book and began to peruse its contents. It was not a manual of powerful techniques, but rather a compilation of common knowledge about the cultivation world, detailing various strange occurrences and secrets. Finding it uninteresting, he flipped through the pages until he reached the last one, revealing a peculiar triangular pattern, unfamiliar to him. However, after reading the accompanying description, he could no longer contain his astonishment. The Ascension Token, such a thing exists? The shock within him was immeasurable. If he could obtain such a token, he would not need to participate in the competition and could enter the gates of the great sects without peril. Unfortunately, that remained a mere wishful thought, as it was evident that such tokens were exceedingly rare, and most people had never even heard of them. Why would his master show him this? Confused, he instinctively looked up, only to see his master delving into his storage bag once more, from which he produced a triangular token identical to the one in the book. Han Li felt his heart race with disbelief. It was hard to fathom that his master possessed such an item. No wonder he had always maintained an air of calm, having been confident all along. In this way, his master could undoubtedly enter one of the 7 sects, and he could ride on those coattails as well, even if he were to serve as a mere attendant. It was far preferable to risking his life in a deadly competition. As for cultivation resources, with his master by his side, what was there to fear? Perhaps it would take longer, but that was of little consequence. Time was the most abundant resource for cultivators. In an instant, he had mapped out all his thoughts. However, what transpired next left him once again in shock. His master suddenly extended the token toward him, placing it directly into his hand. "Master, hush," Mo Juren interrupted, shaking his head. "This token is for your use. I have my own plans. Do not ask for reasons. I will not disclose them." Han Li clutched the token tightly. Feeling the rigid texture against his palm, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. To be honest, despite having taken him as a master for the second time, he had not fully dispelled his reservations about him. It was only after 4 years of normal master-disciple relations, coupled with his own matters with his junior sister, that he began to let go. However, to claim that he trusted completely without reservations would be self-deception. At the very least, he had never revealed his greatest secret. Yet, his master's gesture today profoundly shocked him, as he had not anticipated that the other would choose to bestow such a significant item upon him. This was the Ascension Token, granting unimpeded access into the 7 great sects, allowing one to become a true sect cultivator. One must wonder, how many individuals could resist such temptation and willingly hand it over to another? He was beset with countless questions, yet upon seeing his master's expression, he understood that any inquiries would be futile. The other would not divulge his reasons. "Prepare yourself. I have arranged to meet the Han siblings. We depart together tomorrow." "Are you going too, master?" Han Li felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that he intended to participate in the life and death arena? However, given his master's strength, being 2 levels below his own, success seemed unlikely, plus his age was a significant disadvantage, making it probable he would be refused entry. "Of course, I am going." Mo Juren smiled slightly, but did not intend to elaborate further, waving his hand to dismiss him. Han Li, feeling a mix of emotions, respectfully bowed before leaving with a heart full of excitement. The room fell silent. Mo Juren turned his gaze toward the bright moon outside the window, lost in contemplation. The decision to give the Ascension Token to Han Li was not a spur-of-the-moment choice, but rather a carefully considered plan. In fact, the reason he had taken it from Jing Guang was to prepare it for Han Li. Initially, he had withheld this information as a test, but fortunately, Han Li had performed admirably, maintaining a respectful demeanor, proving himself worthy as a disciple. Moreover, the fact that Han Li had formed a bond with the junior sister, transitioning from master-disciple to in-laws, further reassured him. Han Li was someone he understood well, perhaps even better than the young man understood himself. He could not be classified as a good person, yet labeling him as a villain would be overly simplistic. though ruthless, with countless lives extinguished by his hand. Each act had its reason. The cultivation world was a harsh and treacherous place, rife with deceit and stratagems. Self-interest dictated all actions, and the higher the cultivation level, the more pronounced this behavior became. Whether in the righteous or demonic paths, most cultivators viewed others as mere ants, wielding life and death at their whim. Often, the mere crafting of a magical artifact could result in boundless slaughter. What a cruel and bloody world this was. To be kind-hearted within it was akin to courting death. One must remain vigilant, ready to eliminate threats when necessary. Could that be considered evil? It was merely a means of self-preservation. In the eyes of Mo Juren, Han Li is essentially a moderate individual, one who does not provoke others unless provoked, and when wronged, pursues vengeance relentlessly. Throughout his tumultuous life, he has steadfastly adhered to a moral baseline. Such a character surpasses many, earning him trust. Once he makes a promise, he shall never break it, be it in friendship, familial love, or romantic ties. However, no matter how trustworthy Han Li may be, he cannot afford to neglect his own interests. Why not utilize the Ascension Order? Such a marvelous boon? Well, he wishes he could, but is it feasible? A person devoid of spiritual roots entering the seven sects with the Ascension Order would be immediately scrutinized upon inspection, revealing an anomaly that would upend the foundational rules of the cultivation world. The issue would no longer be the Ascension Order itself, but rather a thorough investigation by the powerful sects, potentially leading to soul-searching and dissection. Thus, he had contemplated this matter long ago, seeking an ingenious solution that would allow him to enjoy the resources of the seven sects while evading their scrutiny. Fortunately, he had already devised a plan and made numerous preparations. As for its efficacy, only time would tell. Chapter 20. Ambush the next day, as dawn broke. Mo Juren and his companions set forth from the Tainan mountain range towards the venue of the Ascension Conference. Alongside Han Li were the Han siblings, who had been invited early on for safety considerations. Given Mo Juren's prominence at the Tainan Conference, he had garnered numerous benefits, but also faced countless risks. To most cultivators, he appeared as a veritable fat sheep. The Han siblings likely recognized this as well, yet they did not decline his invitation. The Ascension Conference was being held within a hidden mountain range in the local Lanzhou region, merely 100 miles from Tainan Valley. Nonetheless, caution was paramount. The four of them spent most of their time hastening their journey, pausing only briefly for meals. However, trouble loomed ahead. While traversing a secluded wilderness, Mo Juren suddenly halted. His gaze fixed coldly on a distant, towering mound overgrown with weeds, obscuring visibility. Yet, it could not escape his keen eyes. The murderous intent was palpable. There is an ambush. Be cautious, little sister. The three companions reacted in unison, particularly Han Yunfeng, who brandished a long knife-shaped magical artifact with a flash of azure light. Han Yunji was equally prepared, producing a white handkerchief-like artifact, while a verdant cloth pouch, seemingly containing something alive, hung from her slender waist. In comparison, Han Li appeared somewhat lacking. Apart from a long sword suitable for martial artists, he possessed little of worth. Yet, one should not underestimate him. Most loose cultivators are impoverished, and very few possess magical artifacts, particularly those of mid-grade or higher. Thus, they often rely solely on spells in combat. As for weapons from the mundane world, if of decent quality, they could serve their purpose. Only those with the Han family's background could afford such extravagance. Their ability to enter the Spirit Beast Mountain through the Ascension Conference was not without reason. Who lurks in the shadows? Step forth. Mo Juren's voice rang out, a commanding reprimand. No sooner had he spoken than a cloud of dust erupted from behind the mound, and 6 unfamiliar figures leapt forth, swiftly closing the distance. Is it them? A flicker of recognition crossed Mo Juren's mind. He recognized these individuals as the Taoist Qingwen and his cohort from the original narrative. During his time in Tainan Valley, he had encountered them and had been invited to join their ranks, but knowing their true nature, he had declined without hesitation. They had not pursued the matter further, yet he never anticipated their persistence in laying an ambush here. They intended to sever ties, pursuing a deadly confrontation. Taoist Mo, I trust you are well. Qingwen sneered, his disdain evident as his companions bore expressions of unmasked greed. Well enough, though unfortunate to cross paths with miscreants, Mo Juren retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips. He whispered to his companions, the Taoist is the strongest. I shall handle him while you delay the other 5. Are you certain, Brother Mo? Han Yunfeng inquired, taken aback. The Taoist was clearly the mightiest among them, and the disparity in strength was significant. Rest assured, I have my strategies. Mo Juren replied, his demeanor calm and self-assured. Taoist Mo, I ask you once more, will you join us? I assure you, should you agree, grand opportunities await. Should you remain obstinate? Qingwen's voice turned icy, laced with both temptation and veiled threats. Regrettably, the outcome mirrored their previous encounter. His adversaries offered not even a response, merely regarding him with scornful expressions. Very well, Taoist Mo possesses spirit. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Before he could finish, Qingwen surged forward at incredible speed, brandishing a pitch-black iron rod that emitted a faint, inky glow, aimed directly at Mo Juren's shoulder. Mo Juren's eyes flashed with determination. He did not evade, but instead braced himself to endure the blow. A dull thud resounded as Mo Juren stood unwavering, while Qingwen was unexpectedly sent reeling back several meters. Finally regaining his footing. Cough. How could this be? Your physique is astonishing. Qingwen gasped, astonished, feeling as though he had struck a solid rock rather than a man. He had anticipated a sudden ambush would severely injure his opponent, yet the result was entirely contrary. The ample blood of demonic beasts he had consumed was not without merit. His body was indeed as resilient as that of a beast. Mo Juren had merely sought to test his own strength, and the outcome pleased him greatly. However, he had no intention of explaining himself to his adversary. When you are dead, I shall enlighten you, he scoffed, swiftly activating 3 spiritual talismans that he had prepared, flinging them towards Qingwen's face. Having failed in his ambush, Qingwen had no choice but to abandon his initial tactic. As he saw the talismans approach, he summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring a barrier with swiftness. Strangely, as the 3 talismans contacted the barrier, they suddenly erupted in unison, releasing a burst of emerald light that dazzled the eyes. Instinctively, Qingwen sensed something amiss. Indeed, a wave of disorientation washed over him, causing his thoughts to stagnate. Not good. He bit his tongue sharply, the pain jolting him back to clarity. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a second wave of attack came. This time 4 talismans encircling him before detonating once more, unleashing a myriad of verdant vines that swiftly ensnared his surroundings. Fury surged within Qingwen. He had not anticipated being caught off guard so easily, unable to mount a proper defense. It was not his fault. Mo Juren's extravagant approach to utilizing talismans was akin to cheating. Most loose cultivators would be fortunate to possess 1 or 2 talismans, let alone wield them as freely as Mo Juren did. Soon, Qingwen would learn the true meaning of unrestrained expenditure in battle in mere moments. A dozen beams of light erupted, transforming into countless icy arrows that rained down upon his position. Damn it, someone save me. It was too late for him to call for help. The other 5 individuals were firmly entangled by 3 from the opposing side, particularly the Han siblings, whose multitude of tactics surpassed all imagination. The 5, being mere rogue cultivators, were already in a dire state and stood no chance against the duo, barely managing to defend themselves. In truth, this ambush had not anticipated the presence of 4 adversaries. The Han siblings were entirely unexpected. As for Han Li, albeit somewhat weaker, he adeptly maneuvered using his agile physique, coupled with exceptional intelligence and reflexes, to engage in a continuous struggle with his opponent, who happened to be Wu Jiuji. Upon hearing Qingwen's cries for help, the other 5 were filled with confusion. Qingwen's prowess was indisputable, undoubtedly the strongest among them. Yet, how could he falter so soon into the fray? However, as the 5 instinctively turned to look, they were immediately taken aback by the sight before them. Qingwen found himself ensnared within a thicket of dark green thorns, unable to escape, relying solely on the meager protection of his magical barrier. Simultaneously, the individual surnamed Mo relentlessly hurled talismans, transforming into successive waves of ice arrows that incessantly bombarded the barrier. Under such intense and rapid assault, the barrier trembled violently, nearing its breaking point. Friend Mo, please cease your attack. I have something to convey regarding a significant opportunity for entering the Foundation establishment stage. Qingwen exclaimed just as the barrier was on the verge of shattering. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he could no longer hold on. The poisonous thorns suddenly constricted, piercing through his body at multiple points, while yet another wave of ice arrows swiftly followed, directly penetrating him. It's futile. Retreat at once. Witnessing Qingwen's imminent demise, the remaining few dared not linger, hastily calling out to one another to flee. Regrettably, it was too late. Escape was no longer an option. Mo Juren activated several thorn talismans, targeting the 5 with precision. Already ensnared, and with their magical energy nearly depleted, they were rendered helpless against the sudden appearance of the poisonous thorns and were quickly bound hand and foot. Spare me, cried one, while others barely had time to utter pleas before the air was filled with anguished screams as the five met their grim fates, unable to escape the clutches of death. The fierce battle commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. Despite being outnumbered, the counterattack was alarmingly successful, catching everyone off guard, especially for Han Yunfeng, a battle enthusiast. It felt somewhat unsatisfactory. His sister, Han Yunji, rolled her eyes at the unfolding scene. Conversely, Han Li reflected upon this being his first experience of life-and-death combat among peers since embarking on his cultivation journey, leaving him with profound insights. Witnessing his master's remarkable display of valor, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The Han siblings were no exception. Han Yunfeng even stated that if brother Mo were to participate in the life-and-death arena, his formidable combat style would make it exceedingly difficult for unprepared opponents to withstand. Next came the time to collect the spoils, with everyone acquiring at least a few items. Qingwen's group, being seasoned marauders, had amassed some wealth. For instance, the dark iron rod they possessed was indeed a magical artifact, albeit crudely crafted, offering little more than heft and resilience. Mo Juren merely glanced at it before tossing it to Han Li, who accepted it without hesitation. Although it was not his preferred style, it was undoubtedly a magical artifact, far superior to his own sword. After tidying up, the four resumed their journey. Along the way, Mo Juren contemplated the gains and losses from the battle, ultimately deciding that heavy losses was an apt description. A total of 9 thorn talismans, 3 mind-confusing talismans, and countless ice arrow talismans had been expended, totaling over 100 spirit stones. Though there were some acquisitions, none were of use to him, rendering the outcome effectively null. The Ascension Conference, a grand event coveted by lower-tier cultivators. Any Chi refinement stage cultivator who could secure a position within the top 10 would gain the opportunity to join one of the 7 major sects, alongside a reward of a Foundation Establishment pill. Speaking of the Foundation Establishment pill, it is a well-known necessity among 90% of cultivators for their foundational advancement. Regrettably, the spirit herbs required for crafting such pills have become increasingly scarce, resulting in an insufficient supply of Foundation Establishment pills. The major sects fare better, possessing ample resources to produce some, yet this merely satisfies a fraction of their most gifted disciples. As for rogue cultivators, such hopes are but a distant dream. The outcome was predictable. Both the numerous young cultivators from families and countless rogue cultivators were deeply dissatisfied, even harboring intense resentment towards the major sects for monopolizing resources. To alleviate this tension, the wise among the 7 sects devised a solution: to hold the Ascension Conference every decade, selecting 10 participants from all attendees, totaling 70 victors, granting them direct admission to the sects and an unconditional reward of a Foundation Establishment pill. Thus, the anger of the cultivators dissipated, redirecting all their energy towards the conference. The 7 sects not only eliminated potential dangers, but also reaped exceptional disciples, ensuring that the pills would not circulate outside, achieving a remarkable trifecta. The Ascension Conference is held every 10 years, with each location differing. This time, it was set in a hidden mountain range within Lanzhou. Upon the four's arrival at the venue of the conference, they found the square before them already teeming with people. Gazing across the expansive area, one could see 7 circular arenas set up from left to right in the center, each surrounded by a transparent barrier, a marvel to behold. With some time remaining before the event commenced, the members of the 7 sects had yet to arrive. The anxious cultivators could not remain idle, gathering in small groups for discussions. However, this exchange was markedly different from that during the Tainan gathering, as none knew whether the person before them might soon become their adversary, potentially leading to a fatal conclusion. Thus, each individual bore a sense of wariness, the atmosphere thick with suspicion. Brother Mo, my sister and I are heading to the arena set up at Spirit Beast Mountain. Would you care to join us? I came here merely to broaden my horizons, harboring no other desires. Once the conference concludes, I shall likely return to the mundane world. It is a privilege to have met you both. Once the worlds of immortals and mortals part, we may never meet again. Mo Juren spoke with sincerity, yet his words carried an air of melancholy. Han Yunfeng opened his mouth to respond, but was gently pulled back by his younger sister, ultimately refraining from speaking. Then, Brother Mo and Taoist Han, farewell. With a soft sigh, Han Yunfeng chose not to linger further, leading his sister away into the distance. At this moment, Han Li felt somewhat bewildered. According to his master, they intended to return to Jiyuan City after the conference. Could it truly be so? Hadn't he previously mentioned having his own plans and instructed Han Li not to pry further? Was he merely trying to comfort him? Should he return the Ascension order to his master? His thoughts were in disarray, and he instinctively looked up at the other, only to be met with a piercing glare. What are you staring at? Go find a place to rest. Mo Juren discerned Han Li's thoughts and promptly interrupted his inquiries, moving towards a secluded corner without waiting for a reply. Master, what are your true intentions? Once settled in a remote location, Han Li could no longer suppress his curiosity and quietly asked again. After enduring countless hardships to reach this point, do you think I would give up now? Seeing the concern in the other's eyes, Mo Juren felt a warmth in his heart. He refrained from answering directly, instead opting for a subtle remark. Han Li, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the underlying meaning. This was reassuring. It lessened the weight of his own guilt. Unfortunately, his master remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge even the slightest hint, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. As time drifted by, several days passed in a haze of anxious waiting among the attending cultivators. At last, one morning, a massive avian creature appeared on the horizon. A collective shiver of excitement coursed through the crowd. The seven sects had finally arrived. The first to reach the Ascension Conference was the Spirit Beast Mountain, a sect renowned for its expertise in nurturing and commanding demonic beasts, ranking second among the seven sects. The event was held in Lan Prefecture, conveniently within the territory of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Thus they arrived early as the hosts. The massive bird soared swiftly, landing gracefully above the square. Upon its broad back, several figures emerged. The leaders, though older and imposing, exuded an air of authority without needing to display anger. The others, clad in eccentric attire with bulging pouches and bags at their waists, bore no semblance to the ethereal elegance typically associated with cultivators. The square buzzed with activity. The arrival of the Spirit Beast Mountain signaled that the other six sects would follow suit, and the conference was imminent. At a distance from the square, Mo Juren stood quietly, observing. Unlike the other cultivators who were animated with excitement, he felt a twinge of unease. Despite his extensive preparations to achieve his goals, he remained uncertain of their efficacy. Was his master anticipating something? Nearby, Han Li sensed Mo Juren's unease and felt a flicker of confusion. However, knowing his master's tendency to keep secrets until the last moment, he refrained from asking, choosing instead to speculate silently. As dusk descended, Han Li was about to meditate when he suddenly froze. A familiar, towering figure came into view. It was Han Yunfeng, whom he had parted with only a few days prior. Mo Juren opened his eyes, and, upon seeing the other, felt a surge of joy, though he masked it with a smile, inquiring, the conference is about to commence. Why are you here instead of preparing for battle? Don't ask anything. Just come with me. Han Yunfeng replied without explanation, his large hand grasping Mo Juren's arm and pulling him away. What is the rush? Why are you dragging me? Mo Juren protested, unable to resist Han Yunfeng's strength, his expression a mixture of resignation and bewilderment. Behind them, Han Li watched in silence, bemused by his master's exaggerated performance. If his heart was truly unwilling, could he be dragged away so easily? Yet, he sensed that his master must have some ulterior motives. Pray tell, Han Daoyu, what urgent matter necessitates such haste? Mo Juren asked once they reached a temporary camp near the arena of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Certainly good news, Han Yunfeng replied solemnly. An elder from my family has arrived and wishes to meet you regarding your situation. An elder from your family? Mo Juren inquired. Yes, my uncle, Han Yunfeng confirmed. Come quickly, we must not keep him waiting. With that, he strode toward the camp, and a fleeting smile graced Mo Juren's face as he hurried to follow. A moment later, they halted before a tent. Han Yunfeng respectfully bowed, announcing, Uncle, I have brought him. Come in, a voice called from within, aged yet powerful. Without hesitation, Han Yunfeng ushered Mo Juren inside. The tent was modestly sized but efficiently arranged, maximizing the use of space. At the northern end stood a long wooden table, behind which sat an elderly man with graying hair and a rosy complexion. He was sipping tea, his gaze warm and scrutinizing. Beside the table, Han Yunfeng's sister stood respectfully, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief upon seeing them enter. Upon pausing, Mo Juren bowed respectfully before standing quietly to the side, mentally preparing for the forthcoming conversation. Noticing the silence, the elder glanced at the two, and Han Yunfeng, feeling the pressure, was about to urge a response when the elder raised a hand to halt him, revealing a hint of exasperation in his eyes. After observing them for a moment longer, the elder finally spoke. I hear from the Yunfeng siblings that you are a talisman master with remarkable talent in crafting talismans? Merely a few low-grade talismans. Such praise is unwarranted, Mo Juren replied humbly. Not at all, the elder shook his head slightly, then continued. If you have any talismans on hand, might I request to examine them? Of course, Mo Juren responded without hesitation, reaching into his storage bag to retrieve the prepared talismans. He presented 4 varieties, all of which he had previously sold in significant quantities at the Tynan conference. Thorn Talisman, Bewildering Talisman, Ice Arrow Talisman, Fireball Talisman, he enumerated. The crafting methods are unconventional, yet they possess unique qualities, even hinting at the potential for a distinct lineage. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within these talismans surpasses that of others of the same grade. The elder, evidently an expert in this field, recognized the exceptional nature of the talismans immediately. After a brief pause, seemingly contemplating, he suddenly proposed, "Would you be willing to join Spirit Beast Mountain?" Upon hearing this invitation, Mo Juren feigned astonishment, appearing genuinely shocked. After a moment of reflection, he managed a wry smile, saying, "Elder, you may not be aware, but it is not that I am unwilling to join. Rather, my spiritual root is too weak, and my age is considerable. My path in cultivation is destined to be limited." "I am aware," the elder replied, seemingly already informed of his circumstances through the Yun siblings. "My invitation is not based on your spiritual roots, but rather your talent in talisman crafting." "Talisman crafting?" Mo Juren echoed. "Indeed. I am the elder of the Talisman Pavilion at Spirit Beast Mountain. For a talent like yours, there is no need to participate in the Ascension Conference. You can join us directly as a dedicated talisman master. While this position is a temporary appointment and does not classify you as an official disciple, you will receive all the benefits accorded to a talisman master." The elder spoke with calm confidence, and his gaze towards Mo Juren held unmistakable admiration. "Am I to be judged merely by my ability to craft these few talismans?" Mo Juren questioned, not wanting to underestimate himself. "Do not belittle your accomplishments. Your ability to produce several high-quality talismans at such a basic level of cultivation is rare, even among newly initiated talisman masters in larger sects," the elder reassured, understanding the doubts that lingered in Mo Juren's mind. With nothing pressing at hand, he began to patiently elucidate the complexities of the cultivation world, emphasizing that the pursuit of immortality was merely the ultimate goal, overshadowed by a myriad of other facets. A complete realm of cultivation should fundamentally revolve around the pursuit of immortality, supported by 6 auxiliary professions: alchemy, artifact forging, spiritual planting, beast taming, formation crafting, and talisman making, thus creating an expansive ecological system. Within this framework, the craft of talisman making stands out as the most unique and, arguably, the most costly profession, primarily due to its exorbitant expenses. For a novice aspiring to learn this art, experiencing failures in the hundreds or even thousands is commonplace. Only after accumulating extensive experience can one gradually improve their success rate. Otherwise, the endeavor remains a futile investment. Furthermore, this pertains solely to the realm of elementary talismans. Should one venture into intermediate or advanced talismans, the situation becomes even more daunting, a prospect too overwhelming to contemplate. Notably, the use of talismans is not indispensable. They can often be substituted with magical artifacts, treasures, or elixirs. This renders the profession somewhat superfluous, leading to a lack of esteem for talisman makers within major sections. However, this disregard does not equate to an absence of need. On the contrary, the path of talisman crafting possesses its own advantages. For instance, the required materials are relatively simple. Merely talisman paper, ink, and brushes are sufficient, unlike the numerous precious spiritual materials and herbs required for artifact forging or alchemy. Once the success rate of a specific talisman improves, it can rapidly transform losses into substantial profits. Among lower-tier cultivators, it is nearly universal for individuals to possess one or several talismans for unforeseen circumstances, highlighting the vast market potential. Thus, any talented talisman maker is unlikely to be turned away by any sect, particularly self-taught prodigies like Mo Juren, who can independently create several types of talismans without draining the sect's resources, are seen as pure profit upon recruitment. The elder patiently elucidated much, and Mo Juren transitioned from initial confusion to a dawning realization, embodying the expression of understanding. However, the elder remained unaware of Mo Juren's inner tranquility. He had already begun to meticulously explore these concepts during the Tynan gathering and had conducted extensive deductions. From the moment the secret technique imprint appeared in his sea of consciousness, he harbored aspirations. Following his entry into Tynan Valley and achieving success in crafting talismans, he further refined his ideas. Subsequently, he sold a multitude of talismans, seizing the opportunity to shape his persona as a genius talisman maker while actively befriending the Han siblings, seeking the connections they possessed within the Spirit Beast Mountain. Indeed, he succeeded, albeit more swiftly than anticipated. He initially believed he would need to wait until after the Ascension Conference concluded, at which point the Han siblings would become formal disciples within Spirit Beast Mountain, gaining sufficient status to assist in this matter. Given the rarity of talisman makers, the likelihood of being recruited was exceedingly high. The choice of Spirit Beast Mountain was straightforward. Due to the impending demonic invasion, the other 6 sects suffered catastrophic defeats, retreating to the 9 Nations Alliance, while Spirit Beast Mountain emerged victorious. It's worth noting that the so-called traitors were merely branches of the demonic path as Beast Control Sect, returning to their roots. In contrast, the Xiaoyu Sect, a branch of the He Huan Sect in the Yu Kingdom, stubbornly refused to return, having developed their own strength. In addition, numerous hidden benefits existed, such as the sect's proficiency in nurturing demonic beasts, resulting in the highest quantity of such creatures among the 7 sections. Moreover, their influence encompassed the entirety of Lan Prefecture, where his family resided, among other favorable factors. In summary, Spirit Beast Mountain represented his most suitable choice. Mo Juren acknowledged his somewhat utilitarian mindset. However, this was a necessity. Unlike Han Li, he had a large family to consider. Thus, he must tread carefully and contemplate matters thoroughly. At this juncture, he no longer hesitated and accepted the elder's invitation. The elder immediately broke into hearty laughter, promising that upon joining the Talisman Pavilion, resources would be allocated to support his further advancement in the craft. Naturally, Mo Juren accepted with joy, expressing gratitude while subtly pledging to heed Elder Han's teachings in the future. Witnessing this exchange, the elder felt even more satisfied. The Han siblings, too, were elated, as Mo Juren's entry into Spirit Beast Mountain through their connections naturally bolstered their family's reputation, thus establishing merit and yielding unspoken benefits. After bidding farewell, Mo Juren returned to the camp alone, only to find Han Li still waiting there, his expression revealing concern. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, and he sighed softly, realizing that their separation was imminent. Having followed him since the age of 10, 8 years had passed in the blink of an eye. It would be disingenuous to claim there were no feelings involved. Nevertheless, Han Li was not a sheltered flower. His future was boundless, and as his master, Mo Juren could not confine him. Observing his master's demeanor, it seemed he had succeeded. As he approached, Han Li smiled and inquired, "What have you discerned?" "You are too tight-lipped, master. Forgive my ignorance. I cannot fathom the specifics. It must pertain to joining one of the 7 sects, and likely to Spirit Beast Mountain. You clever lad, but remember to conceal your brilliance. Otherwise, you may one day suffer significant losses, perhaps due to the impending separation." Mo Juren felt an urge to impart wisdom upon him, fearing that Han Li's lack of experience might lead to future tribulations. Given that their journey had avoided the darker events of the original tale, "I will heed your teachings, master," Han Li replied respectfully, sensing the melancholy of parting yet refraining from contradiction. "By the way, there is one more thing." Mo Juren suddenly seemed to remember something, reaching into his robe to produce a bulging storage pouch, which he handed to Han Li. "This is a parting gift, containing some talismans and spiritual stones. Do not refuse. As you know, I am not in need of these." Master Han Li, not typically prone to sentimentality, felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing the extent of his master's preparations. Reflecting on the myriad experiences shared since entering Xinshou Valley at the age of 10, particularly after the Yuzitong incident and the subsequent kindness shown to him, his eyes involuntarily glistened. "Do not act like a lovesick girl. It would be quite the spectacle." Mo Juren interjected, pausing before murmuring, "If you truly wish to express gratitude, treat Kai Huan well and do not let her down. Rest assured, master, I will ensure that my junior sister does not suffer." The mention of Mo Kai Huan startled Han Li, immediately redirecting his thoughts to the matter that concerned him most. "Master, about Kai Huan. Kai Huan's situation is one I will resolve. You need not worry. Focus on your cultivation and strengthening your abilities." Once again interrupted, Han Li felt a mix of confusion and frustration. His master always enjoyed keeping secrets, never divulging much, which was quite exasperating. However, he could not shake the thought that his junior sister, lacking spiritual roots, was destined for a short lifespan. How could this be addressed? Was there truly a method to extend her life? Chapter 24, Spirit Beast Mountain, Talisman Pavilion. The perilous nature of the Ascension Conference far exceeded Mo Juren's expectations, as countless cultivators, yearning for the Tao, lost their lives in the process. This tragedy encompassed not just loose cultivators, but also a number of those from established families. Certainly, the casualties remain predominantly among the independent cultivators, who are desperately vying for a coveted spot among the 7 sects, risking their very lives in a brutal contest. In contrast, Those from affluent families, possessing higher-level inheritances, enjoy a significantly greater success rate. After a fierce struggle for survival, 70 victors emerged, becoming the newly initiated disciples of the seven sects. The defeated, however, could only gather their belongings and depart in despair, although the tournament will reconvene in a decade. For most, the prospect appears nearly impossible. This is the cruel reality of the cultivation world, cold and unforgiving. Notably, two exceptions emerged from this gathering. Han Li, who, after the conclusion of the event, secured an ascension order and was whisked away by a flying vessel to Huangfeng Valley. Similarly, Mo Juren, due to Elder Han's recruitment, boarded a flying beast to Ling Beast Mountain. Along the way, the newly initiated disciples expressed great curiosity regarding Mo Juren's circumstances. It was heard that he was nearing 40 and possessed a 4-element pseudo-spiritual root. How could such an individual join Ling Beast Mountain? Upon further inquiry, they discovered he was a talisman master, a self-taught prodigy capable of crafting various talismans. No wonder the elders did not question his qualifications. They did not even consider them. Instantly, everyone's demeanor shifted, recognizing him as a high-level talent. They eagerly approached him, inquiring if, as fellow initiates, they might receive discounts on talisman purchases. After all, for lower-tier cultivators, talismans are of paramount importance, especially when they are both affordable and effective. Having a few on hand can bolster one's confidence in combat or during ventures into the unknown. What artifacts are superior? They can be reused multiple times. Of course, what cultivator is unaware of that? Yet, one must possess the capability to utilize them. Low-grade artifacts are often crudely made, their power insufficient, frequently falling short of even inferior talismans. Mid-tier artifacts, on the other hand, skyrocket in price, requiring an extensive accumulation of spirit stones to acquire. Thus, a primary talisman priced at 1 or 2 spirit stones stands as the most cost-effective choice. Noticing the eager gazes directed at him, Mo Juren generously promised that should anyone require talismans he could craft, he would certainly offer a satisfactory price. What constituted a satisfactory price, however, remained a mystery. Regardless, after his declaration, everyone was delighted and expressed their gratitude. This scene did not escape the notice of Han Yunfeng, who could not help but admire Mo Juren's exceptional social skills. He had quickly forged connections with all the newly initiated disciples and even some elders. Shifting his gaze, he instinctively glanced at his quiet younger sister standing nearby, momentarily taken aback. What was wrong with her, staring blankly at Mo Juren? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? A pang of concern gripped Han Yunfeng's heart as he contemplated Mo Juren's striking features. Surely any woman who beheld him could easily succumb to his charm. However, his sister's gaze was complex, not indicative of infatuation. What could be the reason? Ling Beast Mountain, located within the local region of Lanzhou, was reached in less than a day by the flying beast. As they descended onto a vast square, they attracted the attention of countless onlookers. The newly initiated disciples were promptly received and soon departed. As for Mo Juren, he boarded Elder Han's flying vessel, heading towards a specific peak. As a dedicated talisman master, he was not classified as a sect disciple but rather as a guest, thus exempt from the sect's assessment, requiring only to register at the Talisman Pavilion. The vessel landed atop a colossal peak, where, upon closer inspection, one could see that the summit had been leveled by some sharp instrument, creating a broad expanse of flat land. At its center stood the Talisman Pavilion, surrounded by a sprawling complex of palatial structures. During the day, cultivators frequently flew in and out with various artifacts, seemingly occupied with urgent matters. Mo Juren entered the grand hall of the Talisman Pavilion alongside Elder Han, who summoned a disciple and issued a few instructions before turning to Mo Juren, saying, "This is Wang Ping, one of the disciples of Talisman Pavilion. He will assist you with your registration and accommodation. Do not rush, take a moment to rest. Come find me in 3 days at the side hall." After a few brief instructions, Elder Han departed. Wang Ping, true to his name, was unremarkable in appearance and bore an expression of slight dullness, speaking little. Nevertheless, he was reliable in his duties, leading Mo Juren around to collect various supplies. A bustling endeavor that lasted several hours, all while maintaining his impassive demeanor without a hint of impatience. Once Wang Ping took his leave, Mo Juren sat alone in the unfamiliar room, gazing out at the wisps of cloud drifting over the mountain peaks, feeling a surge of emotion. He had finally entered Ling Beast Mountain, a place destined to be the cradle of his rise. His thoughts wandered abruptly to his wife and daughter back in Jiyuan City. He wondered how they were faring. Regrettably, he could not leave just yet. After establishing himself here, he could eventually descend the mountain to check on them. As for Han Li, with his intellect and resourcefulness, he would undoubtedly thrive without needing Mo Juren's concern. Establishing a foothold, Mo Juren contemplated how he could achieve this as swiftly as possible. After much reflection, the solution was clear. If he could successfully market the talismans he crafted, not only would he amass a substantial fortune in spirit stones, but he would also forge vital connections. Additionally, he needed to focus on his cultivation. A talisman master with merely chi refinement stage cultivation, no matter how skilled in crafting talismans, could not garner genuine respect without the strength to back it up. True power was the only foundation that mattered. With sufficient strength, one would not only earn respect, but also instill fear. This principle was never far from his mind, which was part of the reason for joining Ling Beast Mountain. Presently, his cultivation was at the 7th level of chi refinement. With a significant distance remaining to the pinnacle of that stage, he needed to elevate himself promptly. However, his various bloodline attributes had not yet reached full maturity, with the highest being would attribute at only 41. Thus, as his cultivation advanced, the potential of his bloodline would diminish, increasingly limiting his capacity to absorb spiritual energy. Consequently, to reach the pinnacle of chi refinement, he must continue to integrate his bloodlines, ensuring at least one attribute reaches full maturity. This, of course, represented the worst-case scenario. Unlike typical cultivators, he treaded a unique path akin to that of demon beasts. The more attributes he possessed, the stronger his foundation would be. Undoubtedly, multi-attribute bloodlines would hinder the speed of advancement, much like demon beasts, who faced an arduous evolution process often spanning thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The stronger the bloodline, the longer the time required, relying on the prolonged lifespans of demon beasts to endure. However, his situation was different. The bloodline transformation furnace was an extraordinary asset, continuously merging with the purest source bloodlines, with no upper limit. Thus, with sufficient resources, he could significantly reduce the time required for advancement. As a sect characterized by beast mastery, Ling Beast Mountain naturally housed a greater number of demon beasts and boasted abundant resources, which he hoped would meet his current needs. Yet, the sect would not provide these resources without cost. He would need to spend a considerable amount of spirit stones. After contemplating all of this, he realized the crux of the matter ultimately boiled down to one point: spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. How could he establish a market for his talismans, or rather, how could he entice more cultivators within the sect to recognize his talismans and develop a desire to purchase them? With this thought, Mo Juren found himself lost in contemplation. Chapter 25. The uniqueness of runes. 3 days swiftly passed by. In the early morning, Mo Juren ascended to the peak of Lingfu Pavilion, where he found Wang Ping. Following Wang's lead, they proceeded to the side hall. At that moment, Elder Han was crouched alone on the somewhat disheveled floor, seemingly engrossed in some task. Noticing this, Wang Ping immediately raised a finger to signal silence and departed. Mo Juren, unhurried, stood quietly, surveying the surroundings. The so-called side hall resembled more of a workshop, cluttered with talisman papers, inks, and scattered spiritual talismans. He bent down to pick up one talisman for a closer examination, and a flicker of realization sparked within him. This talisman was devoid of any spiritual energy, clearly incomplete and categorized as a failure. Glancing around, he observed that most of the talismans were similarly flawed. Strangely enough, there was something familiar yet elusive about the brushwork of these talismans, a sensation he could not quite articulate. The failure rate was indeed alarmingly high. Observing Elder Han, who remained absorbed in his crafting, Mo Juren felt a wave of contemplation. Despite being an elder of the Lingfu Pavilion, possessing profound experience in talisman crafting, such a high rate of failure underscored the difficulties inherent in the art. In contrast, he had taken a shortcut, without the bloodline inheritance mark. The path to becoming a true talisman master would be unimaginably arduous. At that moment, he suddenly developed an interest in the orthodox path of talisman crafting. Since he had already joined the Lingfu Pavilion and was afforded such favorable conditions, it would be beneficial to learn and explore this avenue. The secret arts of bloodline inheritance were indeed limited in scope. Firstly, there was a restriction on the number of techniques, which was manageable as the variety would increase with the merging of bloodlines. Secondly, there was a limitation concerning attributes. The innate demonic arts derived from beast bloodlines shared a common characteristic of being singularly attributed, wholly dependent on the nature of the beast itself, with little variation, thus constraining the functionality of talismans. In contrast, human cultivators engaged in the study of talismans explored a far broader range of possibilities, with an array of peculiar functionalities emerging. While the differences were less pronounced at the beginner level, They became significantly apparent at the intermediate and advanced stages, where the capabilities transcended mere attributes. For instance, the Tianfu sect of the Great Jin, founded by the revered Tianfu Juren, produced 3 remarkable talismans: the Spirit Descent Talisman, the Spirit Transformation Talisman, and the Lu Ding Tianjia Talisman, which could easily be deemed divine artifacts. Furthermore, the realm of spirits held the Golden Palace and Jade Book, encompassing the more advanced talisman crafting techniques of human cultivators, which involved the analysis and application of the laws of heaven and earth, a matter of an entirely different dimension. Thus, it becomes evident that the potential of human cultivators in the realm of talismans is virtually limitless, a stark contrast to the innate demonic arts of beast bloodlines. Indeed, this is not merely a matter of abstraction. Most demonic beasts, even those that have transformed, excel primarily in combat and slaughter, while they tend to be deficient in areas such as talisman crafting, weapon forging, alchemy, and formation arrangements. Consequently, their bloodline inheritances seldom encompass these aspects. Mo Juren rubbed his temples, reining in his wandering thoughts, and made a silent resolution to earnestly explore the orthodox path of talisman crafting, hoping to one day transcend the limitations of his bloodline inheritance. At that moment, Elder Han, having toiled for an extended period, finally paused, his expression still bearing traces of confusion, as if he had only just noticed the presence of another. "When did you arrive?" "Not long ago. Seeing you so focused, I thought it best not to disturb you." Upon hearing the response, Elder Han appeared to understand, realizing that Mo Juren had likely been waiting for quite some time. Collecting himself, he proceeded to explain, "After witnessing your unique method of crafting talismans last time, I was inspired. I returned this time hoping to draw upon that inspiration to enhance the success rate of intermediate talismans. However," he sighed, clearly disappointed by the lack of significant progress. After a brief pause, he added, "Since you are here, could you assist me in identifying where the issue lies? You truly hold me in high regard," Mo Juren mused, unable to suppress a chuckle. The old man was indeed a talisman enthusiast, unhesitatingly seeking advice from anyone regarding his crafting dilemmas. Mo Juren was acutely aware of his own limitations. He could not even draw an intermediate talisman, let alone a beginner one, excluding a few specific cheats. The Fire Thunder Talisman. Stepping forward, he caught sight of the half-finished talisman in Elder Han's hand and felt a surge of astonishment. This particular talisman was widely recognized, frequently mentioned in numerous texts on talisman crafting. The Fire Thunder Talisman belonged to the category of lower-grade intermediate talismans, originating from the intermediate basic spell, Fire Thunder technique. When cast, it unleashed a torrent of fiery flames and thunderous energy, enveloping a radius of 100 meters with formidable power. Fire and thunder are among the most volatile forces of nature, and the challenge of encapsulating these dual attributes within a mere piece of talisman paper is readily apparent. The fact that Elder Han had managed to craft it successfully denoted his expertise in the talisman arts, yet the shockingly low success rate rendered it a financial drain. It was only after their first meeting, upon witnessing Mo Juren's distinctive brushwork, that Elder Han was inspired to seek improvement through imitation. "Do you possess a finished Fire Thunder talisman? What? Have you discovered something?" Elder Han's expression brightened, and he inquired eagerly while producing another talisman. Its surface adorned with intricate symbols connected in an unknown pattern, with red and blue spiritual light swirling within. Truly remarkable. Mo Juren did not respond immediately. He took the talisman and scrutinized it closely. After a considerable time, a realization struck him. He could indeed discern something. The blue symbols were entirely incomprehensible to him. Yet the red symbols sparked a faint sense of familiarity. They seemed to share similarities with certain fragments of the fireball technique's inheritance mark in his consciousness. The resemblance was subtle. Had he not been instinctively attuned to the inheritance mark, he might have overlooked it entirely. However, there were distinctions. The similar elements exhibited slight variations in brushwork and were far more intricate than the fireball technique. Mo Juren furrowed his brow, pondering the reason behind this phenomenon. The symbols were merely unique lines sketched with ink, yet they resonated with some mysterious cosmic rule, endowing them with remarkable power, capable of sealing various types and levels of spells within talisman paper. Logically speaking, the higher the grade of the talisman, the more complex the involved symbols. Much like the one in his hand, where the red symbols were undoubtedly designed to seal fire attribute spiritual energy, far more intricate than the basic fireball technique. Observing the other half-finished talisman in his hand, it was evident that Elder Han had attempted to adapt the brushwork characteristics of the fireball talisman, making certain modifications to the original red symbols. The outcome was predictable: failure. To reference an intermediate talisman based on the brushwork of a beginner talisman, what could you possibly have been thinking? This is sheer folly. Mo Juren could not contain his confusion and directly questioned him. Folly. Elder Han chuckled softly, shaking his head. You are indeed a product of unorthodox methods. Your understanding of symbols is quite rudimentary. Think about it. If the brushwork in your fireball talisman were truly worthless, would I seek to imitate it? To offer you a compliment, though you are self-taught, the brushwork you have grasped is indeed more efficient than comparable types, surpassing them by at least 30%. A flash of red light emanated from his hand as he produced another talisman. Continuing, this is a lower-grade fireball talisman, akin to your fireball talisman and of the same grade. I have carefully compared the two, and the disparity in power is striking. Chapter 26. Importance and Invitation. Mo Juren was already aware that the fireball talisman wielded greater power than the fireball talisman. This was not news. However, he had previously taken it for granted, attributing it solely to the inheritance mark in his consciousness, believing that the innate strength of the inherited demonic arts was the reason behind it, without delving deeper. Upon hearing Elder Han's reminder, he realized that there were deeper reasons behind it. For runes of the same type, there are subtle differences in the drawing of inheritance marks, which greatly enhances their efficiency. Contemplating this, his heart stirred. The drawing of runes aims to resonate with some unseen rule. The higher the resonance, the greater the efficiency. Could it be that the inheritance marks are the correct approach? I have thoroughly studied the 4 types of spirit symbols you crafted and discovered an intriguing commonality. They are simple and pure, devoid of all superfluous details, directly addressing the core function of the spirit symbols. This bears a resemblance to the attack methods of monstrous beasts, which lack ornamental excess. Pausing for a moment, Elder Han shifted his tone and added, however, such spirit symbols possess significant drawbacks. Their overly singular attributes lack variation, making them easily targeted if the enemy is prepared. After listening to Elder Han's analysis, Mo Juren nodded slightly, yet he did not fully agree. The illusory marks in his sea of consciousness stemmed from the bloodline inheritance of the monstrous beasts. Naturally, their attributes were similarly singular. While the immense power of a single attribute beast technique is an advantage, its susceptibility to countermeasures is a disadvantage. However, spirit symbols are inanimate, whereas humans are alive. As long as one can adapt and be flexible, disadvantages can be circumvented. So what if the attributes are singular? As long as I have a variety of types and a sufficient quantity, regardless of any targeting, I can overwhelm with sheer volume of spirit symbols. Having come to this conclusion, Mo Juren no longer dwelled on the matter and turned his attention to discussing improvements to his fire thunder symbol with Elder Han. The latter's intent was straightforward, to explore whether altering the drawing method of the runes could enhance the power and success rate of intermediate spirit symbols. Clearly, this involves a systemic change, which is no trivial matter. After pondering for a long time, he could not devise a solution. Observing this, Elder Han could only sigh in resignation and temporarily set aside his thoughts. Stepping out of the hall, Mo Juren glanced at the thick tome in his hands, a smile blossoming on his face. Essays on the Path of Runes. This was a gift from Elder Han, a record of his insights into the art of rune crafting over the years. Such a treasure could not be bought with any amount of spirit stones. It was indeed priceless. Could it be that this old man wishes to take me as his disciple? Sadly, my reputation as a genius rune master is merely a fade built on deception, fraught with exaggeration. I fear I may disappoint the elder's expectations. Mo Juren shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on such concerns. Today, he had more pressing matters to attend to. His entrepreneurial endeavor was about to commence. Of course, conducting business requires strategy and finesse. Resolving not to delay any further, he tucked away the essays and headed directly toward the central hall. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted Wang Ping standing guard. A radiant smile graced Mo Juren's face as he approached him warmly. Junior brother Mo? Wang Ping paused, momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as if struggling to comprehend the sudden warmth emanating from his junior. Are you looking for me? Of course. You are the only person I know in this grand hall. Who else would I seek? Mo Juren replied with a chuckle, continuing, thanks to your help last time, I was able to settle down smoothly. I have been thinking that once I have some free time, I must treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Oh, there's no need. Wang Ping instinctively tried to decline, but Mo Juren would not give him the chance. How can it be unnecessary? I must insist on treating you. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Without waiting for a reply, he took hold of Wang Ping's arm and urged him toward the exit, all the while inquiring about the location of the Spirit Beast Mountain Market and which places served the best food. Junior brother Mo, you are really dragging me out, Wang Ping said, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his voice. All right, let go of me. I can walk on my own. In certain respects, cultivators share commonalities with the mundane world, such as trade, selling useless items in exchange for necessities, facilitating fair exchanges, and ultimately achieving a rational allocation of resources. Thus, it is inherently indispensable, possessing a vast market. To satisfy the tremendous demands of cultivators, various sects established designated areas for their disciples to trade, allowing them to engage in commerce while also generating substantial profits for the sect, truly a win-win situation. This is the origin of the market. Naturally, Spirit Beast Mountain also has its own market, situated in a canyon not far from the sect. The two of them rode Wang Ping's flying mount, arriving at their destination in less than half an hour. Speaking of mounts, it must be noted that Spirit Beast Mountain differs from the other 6 sects in this regard. Every disciple who joins the sect is not only provided with standard supplies, but also receives a Spirit Beast pouch free of charge, along with a one-time opportunity to claim a young beast of their choice. After diligent training, this creature can serve as a mount or a companion in battle, proving to be quite practical. However, since the sect provides these young beasts for free, they are naturally not of exceptional quality, being merely the most ordinary creatures with low bloodline potential. Although Mo Juren was merely a temporary rune master, he also enjoyed such benefits. However, after obtaining the Spirit Beast pouch, he did not immediately head to the Hall of 10,000 Spirits, but instead chose a cloud-winged bird. Regarding the cloud-winged bird, he did not know much. He only understood that it was extremely swift, possessing a speed that rivaled certain avian monstrous beasts despite being an ordinary bird. Additionally, it had a high level of intelligence and was difficult to entice. Had it not been for the young cloud-winged bird's small size, he would never have garnered its affection, let alone raised it. This indicated that the bloodline contained within the cloud-winged bird was certainly not inferior. With careful nurturing, its future growth potential might exceed his expectations. At this moment, it was morning, the market bustling with activity, the streets teeming with cultivators. Mo Juren observed carefully. The so-called market was essentially a narrow, elongated canyon, its central floor leveled and constructed into a wide, flat street, flanked by rows of varying-sized and differently decorated buildings, all housing various merchant shops. There were vendors selling spirit symbols, magical artifacts, and medicinal pills, almost everything a cultivator could possibly need. Moreover, at the end of the market, a separate area was designated for the disciples of the sect to trade freely, demonstrating a considerate approach. The market also featured several taverns for cultivators to take a break while trading. However, the offerings in these taverns differed from those in the mundane world, providing premium spirit rice, specially brewed spirit wine, and various grades of beast meat, all of which greatly benefit cultivators when consumed. Junior brother Mo, perhaps we should reconsider. Eating here is quite expensive, Wang Ping suggested as they reached a tavern called the 100 Beasts Pavilion. Unlike Mo Juren, most of the lower-ranking disciples in the sect had limited incomes, rarely spending spirit stones on anything unnecessary beyond essentials for their cultivation, let alone indulging in lavish establishments like the 100 Beasts Pavilion. Unfortunately, Mo Juren had come with a purpose and would not be deterred halfway. Without uttering a word, he once again took Wang Ping's arm and led him inside. Chapter 27. The Pavilion of 10,000 Symbols. The 100 Beast Pavilion is a tavern distinguished by its focus on beast meat. Unlike ordinary wild animals, monstrous beasts, having undergone years of cultivation, have essentially transformed. Their meat is imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy after being slaughtered. For cultivators, it is undoubtedly a substantial tonic. The two found a private room to settle down, and once the food and drink were served, even Mo Juren could not help but marvel at the exquisite presentation and aroma. No wonder the prices were so steep. Beside him, Wang Ping was momentarily taken aback. His junior brother Mo was indeed extravagant, not only opting for the most expensive dishes, but also ordering an entire table's worth, a display of excess that was astonishing. However, Mo Juren paid little heed to such concerns. The moment he laid eyes on the lavish spread of delicacies, his appetite was immediately piqued. Without hesitation, he called out to the somewhat dazed Wang Ping and began to feast. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere was one of mutual enjoyment. Even Wang Ping, who initially felt a tad embarrassed, was now thoroughly indulged, his belly round and his face glowing with satisfaction. During the banquet, Mo Juren casually inquired about the qualifications needed to purchase a shop in the market. Wang Ping paused for a moment before shaking his head. No qualifications existed for such a transaction. All the shops in the market were considered the property of the sect, and thus were not for sale. Renting was an option, albeit at a prohibitively high price that rendered it impractical. If one wished to sell something, Setting up a temporary stall in the free trade area at the end of the street was permissible by the sect, making the effort to rent a shop unnecessary and a waste of spirit stones. Wang Ping's suggestion was reasonable, yet it clashed with Mo Juren's vision. He was not interested in trivial transactions. He aimed to establish a long-term business venture, which necessitated a proper storefront. Furthermore, possessing a shop inherently elevated the status of the business, naturally fostering greater consumer trust. As long as cultivators were willing to purchase in bulk, profits would inevitably follow. The matter of rent would then pale in comparison. Mo Juren probed further into the process of renting a shop, and upon realizing Wang Ping had made up his mind, Wang Ping ceased his attempts to dissuade him and began to explain the necessary steps. To rent a shop in the market, 2 conditions must be met. First, a guarantor is required, though not just anyone. It must be someone of high standing within the sect. The second condition is straightforward. One must possess a sufficient amount of spirit stones, or the discussion is moot. For Mo Juren, spirit stones were not an issue. As for finding a guarantor from the sect's upper echelons, it seemed feasible. Elder Han, as a revered elder of the Talisman Pavilion, should suffice. Elder Han can indeed act as your guarantor, Wang Ping affirmed, but I perceive he holds you in high regard and likely intends to nurture your potential. Should he discover that you are dedicating most of your energy to business pursuits, he might very well refuse. Upon hearing Wang Ping's analysis, Mo Juren fell into contemplation. Judging by Elder Han's generous gift of talisman insights today, it was clear the elder valued him greatly, possibly even intending to take him on as a disciple. If Elder Han were to learn of his daily preoccupations with commerce, it would likely infuriate him. Moreover, Mo Juren had no desire to spend each day confined to a shop selling talismans. That would be a gross misuse of his time, as he needed to focus on his cultivation, which remained his foremost priority. Engaging in business was indeed to earn spirit stones. Yet the ultimate purpose was to support his cultivation. He had never lost sight of this fundamental truth. Thus, he needed to devise a solution that would allow him to manage his business without jeopardizing his cultivation. In fact, I have a suggestion, Wang Ping interjected. Please, do share. Mo Juren urged eagerly. It's quite simple. You need to find a trustworthy individual to manage the shop on your behalf. In this way, you can balance both business and cultivation, Wang Ping explained. After a brief pause, he added, such arrangements are not uncommon. Many of our fellow disciples do the same. This was indeed a clever approach. Mo Juren, being quick-witted, grasped the idea immediately. Since it wouldn't require his direct involvement, Elder Han would likely have no objections. It appeared that this matter should not be rushed. Careful consideration was warranted. Another question remained. However, who could he entrust to represent him? Lost in thought, Mo Juren pondered this dilemma. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had slipped away. One day, Mo Juren ventured alone back to the market and paused before a particularly exquisite storefront. Wanfilu, he read from the grand sign, before stepping through the door. Welcome to Wanfilu. Are you here to purchase talismans? A young attendant, clearly immortal, greeted him enthusiastically. Our shop boasts a wide selection of talismans, ranging from offensive to defensive types. All of exceptional quality. What particular kind do you require? Behind the counter, an elderly man radiated faint spiritual energy, indicating he was a chi refining stage cultivator. Upon noticing a customer, he glanced up, but, perceiving something, returned to his tasks without a word. Do you accept talismans for sale? Mo Juren countered, ignoring the attendant's query. Both the attendant and the elder were taken aback, the latter looking up in surprise. After sizing him up, the elder began to speculate. Could it be I misjudged? What is your name, friend? May I inquire if you are a talisman master? The elder asked politely. Indeed, Mo Juren replied, his expression indifferent. But tell me, is it only talisman masters who possess the right to sell talismans? Not at all. You have misunderstood, the elder quickly corrected himself, realizing his previous demeanor had been inappropriate. Are you here to sell talismans? That is indeed our primary business, and we gladly accept them, though we must consider their quality. If they are too subpar, Mo Juren discerned the underlying implications and chose not to engage in further banter. He retrieved 3 talismans from his storage pouch and placed them before the elder, casually remarking, I was directed here by Elder Han, and I hope your establishment recognizes their worth. I trust he did not misjudge and lead me astray as a junior. Are you referring to Elder Han of the Talisman Pavilion? You are indeed a disciple of Elder Han? The elder's heart raced at the mention of such a name. What on earth was happening? Selling a few talismans necessitated invoking the name of the Talisman Pavilion elder? Mo Juren displayed a specially crafted token, shaking it slightly before smiling silently. The elder's pupils constricted. He recognized the token. It was the identity token of a talisman master from the pavilion. Not only was this individual a talisman master, he also had ties to Elder Han, making the situation considerably more complicated. With a sigh of resignation, he realized that dealing with someone of such connections was fraught with uncertainty. Pricing became a delicate matter. Too high would be unacceptable, yet too low would be equally troublesome. Regrettably, he could not afford to decline. He picked up the talismans from the counter to examine them closely. Upon his first glance, he gasped in astonishment. Chapter 28. Wealth like flowing water exceptional. Truly exceptional. No wonder Elder Han recommended them. The elder marveled as he gently traced the intricate designs on the talismans, his eyes sparkling with delight. May I ask, are these talismans indeed crafted by your hand? Is there a problem? Mo Juren inquired. None at all. The elder quickly waved his hands, continuing, it is simply that the quality of these talismans is outstanding. I have an informal proposal. Should you agree, we could establish a partnership, allowing you to sell all future talismans you craft to our shop. Rest assured, we will offer you a price that will surely satisfy you. And what would that price be? Mo Juren felt intrigued and did not oppose, probing in alignment with the elder's intentions. 2 low-grade spirit stones per talisman. Quantity unlimited and without attribute restrictions. The elder paused for effect before adding, you should be aware that this price is quite generous on the open market. The retail price for basic low-grade talismans is roughly equivalent, particularly for offensive and defensive types, changing to another category and lowering the standards further. Upon hearing the opponent's offer, Mo Juren couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is this price indeed low? On average, it is not low at all. It is essential to recognize that among his various talismans, only the Thorn Talisman holds exceptional value, previously fetching a high price of 4 spirit stones at the tie-in meeting. The rest sold for merely 1 stone each. The old man was not deliberately underpricing, especially given the backing of Elder Han from the Talisman Pavilion. Furthermore, the circumstances described by the other party were indeed accurate. The market for ordinary low-grade talismans is as such. However, the current situation differs from before. After a thorough discussion with Elder Han, Mo Juren has come to a profound understanding of the true worth of his talismans, which are far from ordinary. In terms of potency alone, they exceed similar talismans by more than 30%. Therefore, unless he were to lose his senses, he would never accept such a price. If necessary, he would revert to his old trade in the free trading zone, setting up a stall to sell himself, with thousands of low-tier disciples in the Spirit Beast Mountain. If even 1 in 10 were willing to purchase, it would be an enormous profit. Noticing his prolonged silence and the expression on his face, the old man's heart sank. He thought to himself, I have already offered a considerable amount. Is it still not enough? The shop also requires a profit. One cannot bully others just because they have backing. Yet, upon recalling Elder Han's influence, the old man's heart grew uneasy. It is well known that all shops dealing with talismans in the market are deeply connected to the Talisman Pavilion. For instance, over 90% of the talismans in the Wanfu building originate from the hands of talisman masters within the pavilion. The old man was not worried about being deceived, as the Wanfu building has extensive dealings with the Talisman Pavilion, and a simple inquiry afterward would reveal the truth. Should the other party dare to impersonate an identity and forge a talisman master token, they would surely face severe consequences, including expulsion from the sect. After much contemplation, the old man tentatively inquired, if you find the price too low, I can make an exception and add another stone, which is also due to the fact that your talismans are indeed of exceptional quality. If it needs to be higher, please forgive my rudeness. I truly cannot authorize that. Mo Juren looked at the old man, somewhat taken aback. This shopkeeper has some audacity, increasing the offer by another stone. A price of 3 spirit stones per talisman is already quite commendable. Selling to the Wanfu building has the added benefit of immediate payment, saving considerable time and effort. For the time being, this price is acceptable. Of course, it is only temporary. Ultimately, it cannot compare to running his own shop, where he could truly maximize his profits. He had somewhat underestimated his influence within the Talisman Pavilion and even Elder Han. After all, this is still a market under the Spirit Beast Mountain, and the other party specializes in talisman business, so they would naturally have many reservations. Mo Juren accepted the old man's offer and promptly retrieved a thick stack of talismans from his storage bag, totaling around 300 to 400. The moment they were piled onto the counter, the old man turned pale. He had expected only a few dozen, even if the profit were slim. He would consider it as free consignment and perhaps make a friend in the process. After all, a talisman master from the Talisman Pavilion is indeed valuable. However, he never anticipated such a substantial quantity. How long have you been accumulating this? The old man naturally assumed that the other party had been stockpiling talismans over a long period before bringing them for sale. Little did he know, This was merely the result of Mo Juren's efforts over the past half-month. This was a not insignificant flaw, and Mo Juren was well aware of it. Hence, he only intended to sell this time. He treated it as the culmination of years of stockpiling. As long as he did not return for a second time, others would not be able to deduce anything. This was also one of the critical reasons he insisted on opening his own shop, not merely for profit maximization, but also to conceal his uniqueness as much as possible. The old man ultimately said nothing more, silently accepting the situation. After all, he had already agreed. It would not be wise to backtrack now, as that would truly offend the other party, yielding more losses than gains. Leaving the Wanfu building, Mo Juren patted his somewhat bulging storage bag at his waist, unable to conceal the smile in his eyes. Over 1,000 spirit stones will suffice. Yet, as he contemplated the tasks ahead, his smile faded entirely. Wealth flows like water, fleeting and swift. He truly is a spender, unable to hoard even the most abundant spirit stones. With a sigh, he no longer hesitated and directly headed towards another nearby shop. Moments later, he exited once again, and then proceeded to the second, the third. He continued this way until he had visited several shops before stopping. Upon detecting a large quantity of beast blood, shall it be stored in the material library? Storage complete. Acquired level 1 would attribute beast blood, 10 different types. Level 1, total blood volume 5, average primal bloodline content 14. Average impurity content 70, malevolent energy 16, level 1 water attribute beast blood 7 types, total blood volume. Level 1 fire attribute 13 types, level 1 earth attribute 15 types. Commencing the combination and analysis of the material library, analysis complete. To purify level 1 wood attribute beast blood, the required materials are as follows. To purify level 1 water attribute beast blood, the required materials are as follows. To purify level 1 fire attribute, and to purify level 1 earth attribute. After carefully reviewing, Mo Juren sighed inwardly. Once again, he had not acquired any metal attribute beast blood, and he wondered when he would have the opportunity to encounter it. Aside from the metal attribute, the other level 1 beast blood is relatively easy to obtain here in the Spirit Beast Mountain, and the costs are not high. Currently, the major expenses come from materials other than beast blood, whether it be beast souls, aged spiritual herbs, or certain rare ores, none of which are inexpensive. This time, he did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he headed directly towards the central area of the market, to a shop named Wanbage. The night had deepened. Mo Juren sat cross-legged on a mat and reopened the game interface. Detected level 1 earth attribute beast soul of a rock python. Level 1 fire attribute beast soul of a purple flame dove. Level 1 water attribute beast soul of a red-scaled snake. 30-year-old red sand ginseng. 20-year-old red fire mushroom. 20-year-old ice spirit grass, purple stone, or 5. Shall it be stored in the material library? Storage complete. Shall the bloodline transformation furnace be activated? Activated. Detected 4 types of bloodline refining materials ready for use. The refining process must be conducted separately. Please add them to the furnace one by one. Having gone through this several times, he was already well versed in the upcoming procedures. Once the first material was placed into the bloodline transformation furnace, the new refining process commenced. Chapter 29, Hall of All Spirits, and by Shin a few days later, at Spirit Beast Mountain. In a room, Mo Juren sat cross-legged, suddenly opening his eyes. A flash of brilliance fleeting across his gaze. Name: Mo Juren cultivation level. Chi refining 7th layer bloodline. Level 1 wood attribute, 100. Level 1 fire attribute, 85. Level 1 earth attribute, 87. Level 1 water attribute, 80. Technique: Changchun Gong skills, binding technique, thorn technique, bewitching technique, stone armor technique, quicksand technique, fireball technique, ice arrow technique, corrosion technique, storm technique, long sight technique, rejuvenation technique. Acid liquid technique materials. Level 1 would attribute beast soul of a blue-eyed fox bloodline transformation furnace. Close. The level 1 would attribute bloodline has finally reached perfection. Looking at the information on the interface, Mo Juren felt a surge of joy in his heart. A perfected level 1 would attribute means that before reaching the foundation establishment stage, his cultivation of Changchun Gong will no longer face obstacles. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a significant increase in his cultivation speed compared to before. Additionally, the inheritance of the gifted beast techniques was far fewer than he had anticipated, with only 7 in total. It is worth noting that the types of beast blood he purchased amounted to dozens. It was implausible for the number to be so scant. After much contemplation, he formed some preliminary conjectures in his heart. Perhaps it is the sheer multitude of demon blood types that has resulted in a diminished quantity of each. thereby hindering the possibility of obtaining a legacy. Or perhaps it is an inherent flaw within the demon beasts themselves, wherein only those of a certain lineage, once elevated to a certain level, can possess the ability to inherit. Mo Juren could not ascertain the truth, pondering to himself that he might alter his approach in the future and make several attempts, believing he would eventually uncover the underlying reasons. Having resolved not to dwell on this matter further, he immersed his consciousness into his sea of awareness, and upon witnessing the newly augmented ethereal imprints, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. Henceforth, the spiritual talismans he could concoct would increase by 7 varieties, solidifying his reputation as a prodigy in talisman crafting. Naturally, he must exercise caution and refrain from impulsive actions. To be half a step ahead signifies genius. To be a full step ahead denotes a monster. Humanity is particularly fond of slaying demons and vanquishing evil. A metal attribute demon beast? In the grand hall of the Talisman Pavilion, upon hearing Mo Juren's inquiry, Wang Ping expressed surprise before responding. Such demon beasts are quite rare, and I am not well versed in them. However, Junior Mo might consider visiting the Wanling Hall, where the sect specifically breeds spiritual beasts. You may find what you seek there. After a brief pause, as if hesitant to speak, he added, Sister Bai Xian from Wanling Hall is somewhat acquainted with me. You could approach her for assistance. Wanling Hall. Mo Juren's heart stirred. He still had a chance to claim a free spiritual beast cub, which would conveniently resolve his quest. At the northernmost end of the sect lay a series of undulating mountains. Here, the peaks rose high, forests grew dense, and vegetation flourished, complemented by an abundance of spiritual energy, creating an ideal habitat for spiritual beasts. These beasts, initially demon beasts, naturally transformed into what are known as spiritual beasts once tamed by cultivators. As a sect known for its beast mastery, the Ling Beast Mountain placed immense importance on the breeding and taming of demon beasts, deeming it a crucial aspect of their practice. Therefore, the elders of the sect established a formidable sealing formation within the mountains, enclosing vast areas designated specifically for the isolation and nurturing of spiritual beasts. This is the origin of Wanling Hall, where all matters pertaining to spiritual beasts must be conducted. A streak of light descended from the sky, gently landing in a spacious plaza. It was none other than Mo Juren, who had just departed from the Talisman Pavilion. As he stored away his magical tool, he surveyed his surroundings, and his expression shifted slightly. So many people. Unlike the sparse attendants at the Talisman Pavilion, this place was evidently bustling, filled with disciples from the sect attending to various matters, coming and going in a steady stream. Navigating through the plaza and entering the interior of the main hall, he found a considerable gathering as well. However, the atmosphere was notably quieter, as if everyone were mindful of something. No one dared to raise their voices, instead engaging in calm discussions with the rotating disciples within the hall. Mo Juren's arrival did not attract much attention, not even a welcoming attendant. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that with his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, it was unsurprising to be overlooked. Unperturbed by this, he took the initiative to approach a young female disciple to inquire about his concerns. Sister Bai Xian? The female disciple appeared slightly taken aback before asking, Who are you to Sister Bai, and what do you seek her for? I am a talisman master from the Talisman Pavilion. Senior brother Wang Ping referred me here. Mo Juren replied candidly. Senior brother Wang Ping, you say? A flicker of recognition crossed her face, and a smile graced her lips. Please wait a moment. I shall relay your message. The wait was brief, and soon the female disciple returned from the back hall, accompanied by another figure, a tall, exceptionally beautiful woman clad in a flowing white gown, appearing to be in her 20s, exuding an air of maturity and grace. You are Wang Ping's junior? I have yet to see you before, the stunning woman remarked, scrutinizing him closely before speaking. Unbeknownst to you, I have only recently entered the Talisman Pavilion alongside Elder Han. Mo Juren succinctly introduced himself, deliberately mentioning Elder Han. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Elder Han's name, the indifference in the beautiful woman's gaze vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Since you are a junior from the Talisman Pavilion, you are one of us. I am Bai Xian. Henceforth, you may call me Sister Bai. This is not an appropriate place for conversation. Let us proceed inside. Mo Juren was somewhat taken aback. This woman was quite remarkable. Without hesitation, he followed her toward the back hall. This scene did not go unnoticed by the other disciples, who regarded them with envious expressions. Bai Xian was adept in socializing, transforming what was merely a standard relationship between Wanling Hall and the Talisman Pavilion into a bond of camaraderie. As they walked, she enthusiastically introduced him to the affairs of Wanling Hall. Mo Juren felt puzzled by her excessive enthusiasm. suspecting there must be a reason behind it, whether due to Wang Ping or Elder Han. He recalled the hesitant demeanor Wang Ping exhibited when mentioning Bai Xian in the grand hall of the Talisman Pavilion, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. There was certainly more to the story. Upon entering a secluded chamber, they took their seats, at which point Mo Juren articulated his purpose for visiting Wanling Hall that day. A metal attribute, just like Wang Ping? Upon hearing this, Bai Xian also displayed a look of astonishment. After a moment's pause, she replied hesitantly, "To be candid, metal attribute spiritual beasts are extremely rare. Even within Wanling Hall, they are 1 in 10,000. If you wish to claim one, the likelihood is exceedingly slim. Does that imply there are some?" Undeterred by her ambiguous tone, Mo Juren pressed on. "There might be, or there might not." Bai Xian's words were shrouded in ambiguity, suggesting she had reservations. "What do you mean?" Mo Juren furrowed his brow. "Do not be hasty. Allow me to explain." Bai Xian, noticing his change in expression, refrained from beating around the bush and began to elucidate. There are thousands of spiritual beasts within Wanling Hall, yet they are solely of the wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. Not a single metal attribute beast exists. However, when I speak of there being one, I refer not to Wanling Hall itself, but to Elder Gu, whose contracted spiritual bird, the golden feather hawk, is purely of the metal attribute and is currently being fostered in the rear mountains of this hall. Chapter 30. Disappointment and opportunity fostered? Indeed, fostered. Bai Xian nodded lightly, continuing, "There are thousands of spiritual beasts in Wanling Hall. Yet their levels are all limited to the first tier. As for those above level 2, comparable to foundational period beasts, their numbers are scarce. And all belong to the sect's elders. Is that so?" Upon receiving such information, Mo Juren's brow furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated that in a sect renowned for beast mastery, metal attribute demon beasts would be so scarce, with only one existing within the entire sect. And it was already claimed. For a mere talisman master like himself, acquiring it seemed an impossible dream. Furthermore, her words hinted at another revelation, that demon beasts above level 2 were also rare and mostly owned. Although he had long been aware that demon beasts were scarce in the Tiannan region, he had not expected them to be in such short supply. No wonder in the original text, Nangong Wan was so elated upon acquiring a newly advanced Mo Jiao's primordial spirit. If it were in the chaotic star sea, what significance would a level 2 demon beast hold? With these thoughts, he could not help but feel a sense of worry about how he would procure metal demon blood in the future. Given its rarity, the owners of those demon beasts would surely be reluctant to sell their blood, and finding wild ones would be exceedingly difficult. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, Bai Xian felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was a person esteemed by Elder Han from the Talisman Pavilion and personally recommended by Wang Ping. And she ought to lend him a hand. Otherwise, facing him in the future would become awkward. Furthermore, the situation was not devoid of potential opportunities, albeit somewhat troublesome. "Junior Mo, do you insist on seeking a metal attribute spiritual beast?" Upon hearing her sudden inquiry, Mo Juren's heart leaped. Could there be a chance after all? "Please, sister, do not hesitate to speak your mind. In fact, within the Hall of All Spirits, there exists a golden attribute spirit beast." Bai Xian paused momentarily, allowing silence to envelop the space before she finally spoke again, revealing that it is indeed a golden feathered eagle, the offspring of Elder Gu's beast. Born less than 3 months ago. At this juncture, Mo Juren had comprehended the situation entirely. It turned out to be the cub of that golden feathered eagle. If he could acquire it, it would surely be a long-term benefit. A chill ran through his heart. Even before the cub was in his possession, he was already contemplating ways to exploit it, which he deemed rather cruel. Furthermore, since this cub was the progeny of Elder Gu's contracted spirit beast, it must be of immense value. Realizing his true intentions, it was unlikely that the elder would willingly part with it. He might even harbor thoughts of eliminating him. "Please, senior sister, elucidate how one might claim the golden feathered eagle?" At this point, Mo Juren had fully accepted that his purpose for being here was to seek the spirit beast cub. As for the golden attribute demon blood, he had no thoughts of such a thing. "Are you not aware that Elder Gu is my mentor?" Bai Xian remarked pointedly, which astonished Mo Juren, as it became clear that she was one of their own. No wonder she was privy to such secrets. He quickly replied, "Forgive me, senior sister, for being new here and unaware of your standing." Bai Xian merely shook her head, unconcerned with such trivialities, and continued, "In any case, there may still be a glimmer of hope, depending largely on my mentor's thoughts. I shall assist in inquiring about it, but it also hinges on you. If Elder Han is willing to intervene, the chances could be significantly enhanced." It seemed he would indeed need to trouble Elder Han. Mo Juren contemplated that. Given Elder Han's attitude toward him, he would likely be willing to help. However, this would inevitably increase the debt of gratitude he owed. Yet, despite the burden of owing a favor, he would not relent. He could not afford to miss this sole opportunity to obtain the only missing golden attribute in the 5 elements. Upon departing the Hall of All Spirits, Mo Juren wasted no time and flew directly to the Spirit Rune Pavilion. Elder Han was a workaholic, often sequestered in his study, engrossed in research on runes, and seldom ventured out. Therefore, his arrival would not be in vain. How goes your reading? Has it been beneficial? Upon Mo Juren's arrival, Elder Han immediately inquired about the matter he held in highest regard. I have perused a portion and gained much insight. Moreover, inspired by it, I have devised a new spirit rune. Would you be so kind as to take a look? Mo Juren understood what would please the elder and produced a rune from his hand, offering it forth. As expected, upon hearing that he had drawn inspiration from the elder's teachings and had crafted a new spirit rune, Elder Han's interest was piqued. After receiving it and studying it intently for a moment, a radiant smile spread across his face. Excellent. Moreover, you have retained your unique style. While it is commendable to draw on various strengths, do not forsake your own flair. If you persist, you may very well pioneer a new branch of rune crafting. If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a defensive spirit rune of the earth attribute, somewhat akin to the earth armor rune. This is the stone armor rune, Mo Juren clarified, which has undergone some transformation from the earth attribute to embody the stone attribute, thus enhancing its defensive capabilities. I see, Elder Han mused. It is fascinating how a slight modification to the earth attribute rune can yield a stone attribute variant. As time passed, an entire afternoon transpired with the two remaining engrossed in discussions about spirit runes. Elder Han, typically busy, took this opportunity to impart a wealth of his insights on cultivation. Mo Juren, understanding the elder's goodwill, displayed no impatience, quietly listening and occasionally interjecting to express his comprehension. As the sun set in the west and the moon rose in the east, their discourse finally came to a halt. At this juncture, Mo Juren no longer hesitated and articulated his purpose for the day. To claim the golden feathered eagle? Elder Han paused, visibly perplexed. It seems there is indeed a level 4 spirit beast, a golden feathered eagle, within the sect, but that is Elder Gu's mount. How could you possibly? Elder Han was unaware that the level 4 golden feathered eagle had given birth to offspring 3 months prior. Mo Juren sought precisely this cub. Offspring. Elder Han's expression shifted in surprise, realization dawning upon him. Ah, I see now. That's what you had in mind. Your information is quite astute. For you have learned of this matter. The golden feathered eagle is the sole golden attribute spirit beast in our sect, exceedingly rare. Now that it has birthed a cub, many eyes are undoubtedly upon it. Moreover, Elder Gu herself may not be inclined to relinquish it. Senior Sister Bai Xian from the Hall of All Spirits has agreed to inquire about Elder Gu's stance. As I know no one else, I must trouble you to speak on my behalf. So it's that girl. It seems Wang Ping sent you. No wonder she is willing to assist. Elder Han's vague comment further affirmed the special relationship between Bai Xian and Wang Ping. However, Mo Juren was indifferent to this and merely gazed at Elder Han with anticipation in his eyes. You young lad, I never said I would refuse. Why look at me with such longing? Elder Han felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze and could not help but chuckle. Very well, since you have come to me. I cannot turn you away. I shall pay a visit. I trust my old bones still carry some weight. Elder Gu should not dismiss my request. Chapter 31. Acquisition and the young eagle. 3 months swiftly passed. Since receiving Elder Han's promise, Mo Juren had been at ease, immersing himself in his room to cultivate while patiently awaiting news from him. If Elder Han could not assist him, then no amount of effort on his part would suffice. He would have to devise a long-term strategy. Since the onset of the Tynan conference, most of his energy had been consumed by busyness and scheming, leaving little room for serious cultivation. This time of tranquility quickly bore fruit. Within less than a month, he broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement and now stood on the cusp of yet another breakthrough. Of course, this was also significantly aided by the completion of his first grade would attribute bloodline, which allowed him to absorb would attribute spiritual energy at more than double the previous rate. It is important to note that bloodlines and spiritual roots are distinct entities, belonging to entirely different systems. Even when other attribute bloodlines exist, they merely facilitate the evolution of the body and do not interfere with the absorption of spiritual energy. This is more akin to the cultivation path of demon beasts. Lower-tier demon beasts possess limited intelligence, relying solely on instinct to slaughter and consume one another, continuously evolving their bloodlines and elevating the essence of their being. Moreover, they spend most of their time in slumber, passively absorbing spiritual energy in minuscule amounts. This is one reason why demon beasts cultivate at such a slow pace. Only upon achieving transformation do they experience a fundamental enhancement in their essence and a significant increase in intelligence, understanding the importance of active cultivation, thus beginning to practice cultivation techniques. However, the techniques of the demon race are entirely tailored to their characteristics, forming another system altogether, vastly different from those of the human race. Moreover, it is not the spiritual root that determines the success or failure of their cultivation, but rather their bloodline and constitution. Reflecting on this, Mo Juren pondered deeply. If his cultivation path represents a fusion of both human and demon systems, what might the ultimate destination be? Ascension to immortality? Or perhaps to become a being akin to the true spirit of heaven and earth? His thoughts drifted far, leaving the room in an unusual silence. Days passed, yet still no word came from Elder Han. Mo Juren's hopes gradually diminished as he mused that it was understandable for someone to be reluctant to part with a spirit bird as precious as the golden-feathered eagle. Furthermore, despite his reputation as a talented rune master and his status as a favored junior of Elder Han, he could not hide the fact that his cultivation aptitude was rather poor. How could a practitioner destined to falter on the path of cultivation be worthy of the golden-feathered eagle? Even if it were merely a cub, it was a rarity, indeed. His conjecture was largely accurate. In fact, 3 months prior, Elder Han first visited the venerable Gu Xianzi of the Wanling Hall, and, upon disclosing his intentions, was promptly met with refusal. Guing did not inquire about Mo Juren's qualifications, but rather stated unequivocally that she intended to raise the offspring of the golden feather sculpture herself, having never considered entrusting it to another. Such a resolute stance left her disciple Bai Xian speechless. Intending to interject with kind words, she found herself silenced, not daring to utter another syllable. The guilt of being unable to assist weighed on her, leading her to refrain from contacting Mo Juren thereafter. Of course, the matter did not conclude there. Elder Han, knowing the circumstances surrounding Mo Juren, arrived well prepared. Subsequently, the two communicated telepathically for a while. It remains unclear what Elder Han conveyed, but Gu Ying, initially steadfast, began to waver. After considerable contemplation, she finally relented, agreeing to entrust the young golden feather to Mo Juren after 3 months, once it had grown a bit. It was indeed a matter of entrustment, not mere transfer. He was to care for it, and only when he could genuinely establish his foundation would he be deemed worthy of becoming the true master of the golden feather sculpture. A deadline was also set. He must return the spiritual bird within 5 years if he failed to meet this condition. This clearly indicated that Gu Ying held little hope for Mo Juren, fearing that with 4 spiritual roots, he might never successfully establish his foundation. Elder Han understood that this was the other's final concession, made possible only due to the deep ties between them. Otherwise, even with numerous promises, convincing her would have been impossible. On that morning, a beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, swiftly entering a particular room. As Mo Juren sat in meditation, his eyes abruptly opened, and he swiftly raised his arm to catch a flying object, which turned out to be a communication talisman. Come to the side hall immediately. Upon hearing Elder Han's familiar voice, Mo Juren's heart stirred. Could it be that matters had been resolved? Without delay, he released a flying artifact and soared toward the mountaintop. His speculation was not misplaced. Upon entering the side hall, he immediately spotted Wang Ping and the small white sculpture perched on his shoulder. At that moment, Wang Ping was feeding it strips of meat, his face radiating affection. "Junior brother Mo, you've arrived," Wang Ping greeted upon noticing him. "Where is Elder Han?" Mo Juren queried, puzzled by the absence of the elder. "He just received a message from the sect leader. It seems something urgent has arisen," Wang Ping replied, shaking his head slightly, evidently unaware of the specifics. "So this is the young golden feather?" Mo Juren approached, gazing at the small white sculpture on Wang Ping's shoulder. Bewildered by its color, why was it entirely white? "Indeed, it is one of only 2 golden feather younglings in the entire sect, and you've managed to acquire it, junior brother." Wang Ping sighed, his expression subtly shifting to one of envy. "Elder Han must hold you in high regard. I wonder what conditions he agreed upon with Aunt Gu to secure this arrangement." Entrustment? Mo Juren discerned the underlying meaning in Wang Ping's words. "Precisely," Wang Ping affirmed, then elaborated. "Although Aunt Gu has acquiesced to Elder Han's request, it is conditional. You must advance to the foundation establishment stage within 5 years. Otherwise, you must return the young sculpture to its original owner." 5 years. That seems ample time, Mo Juren mused, suspecting Aunt Gu's intentions. A cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, a failure in the realm of cultivation, was unlikely to reach the foundation establishment stage in 5 years, or even 50. Entrusting the golden feather to such a person would be a gross misallocation of resources. However, Gu might soon be disappointed. If he could not establish his foundation in 5 years, he would be better off abandoning cultivation altogether. In the ensuing time, Wang Ping patiently explained various aspects of caring for the young golden feather before taking his leave. As for the small sculpture, it had already taken its place on Mo Juren's shoulder. Despite its diminutive size, it possessed considerable intelligence and, sensing his goodwill, did not exhibit excessive resistance. Given his prior experience with nurturing cloudwing birds, he found it relatively simple to establish rapport. Through repeated feedings, they quickly grew accustomed to one another. Yet, he could not help but wonder why, despite being a golden feather, it was entirely white without a trace of gold. Could it be a mixed breed? He muttered this softly, only to be met with the sudden narrowing of the young sculpture's pupils, which then pecked fiercely at him like a sharp spear. Chapter 32. Doubts and Twists of Fate. Name: Mo Juren's Realm. Chi Refinement, Level 12 Bloodline. Wood Attribute Level 1, 100. Fire Attribute Level 1, 100. Earth Attribute Level 1, 100. Water Attribute Level 1, 100. Technique: Eternal Spring. Art Skills: Binding Technique, Thorn Technique, Bewildering Technique, Stone Armor Technique, Quicksand Technique, Fireball Technique, Ice Arrow Technique, Corrosion Technique, Storm Technique, Farsight Technique, Acid Technique, Rejuvenation Technique, Fire Prison Technique. Materials: 1 Spirit Beast. Green-Eyed Fox Essence. Bloodline Transformation Furnace. Closed. All 4 attributes at level 1 have reached 100. Inherited beastly techniques have increased, and the path to foundation establishment is not far off. Within the room, Mo Juren observed the changes in the game interface, his eyes gleaming with joy. For a full 6 months, his life had been exceedingly busy, primarily due to the responsibilities of raising the young golden feather, which demanded considerable effort. However, diligence bore fruit. Through extensive interaction, the young sculpture's affection for him deepened. He felt content, believing that once it matured a bit further, he could take further steps without it objecting too much. If it did mind, it mattered little. He had his ways of ensuring compliance. Additionally, his talisman business had not ceased. However, unlike his initial approach, he refrained from mass selling. Instead, he was introduced to several seasoned disciples through Wang Ping and frequently attended exchange meetings they hosted. These individuals, having been in the sect for many years, were quite affluent and, upon witnessing the exceptional quality of his talismans, readily purchased them. As a result, his stock of spirit stones grew at a remarkable pace. Moreover, he made significant strides in his personal cultivation, achieving a breakthrough to Chi Refinement Level 12, nearly reaching the limits of the Chi Refinement stage. This was due to the enhancement from his bloodline's completion, surpassing even the effects of Han Li's elixirs. However, after breaking through to level 12, the speed of his cultivation began to decline sharply. This was the result of his bloodline's potential gradually depleting. It had occurred earlier than he had anticipated, expecting it to manifest only upon reaching level 13. Should his bloodline level remain unchanged, it was likely that he would face a slow and arduous path akin to a true spirit beast. Thus, the urgent task ahead was to once again integrate his bloodline, specifically one of level 2 or higher. Unfortunately, level 2 spirit beasts were predominantly owned by others, most being spiritual pets of Foundation establishment stage cultivators who would protect them fiercely, let alone sell their blood. Furthermore, he had inquired about the market long ago at the Wanbao Pavilion, but the response left him astounded. According to the shopkeeper, while level 2 spirit beasts were rare, their materials were available. However, spirit blood was exceedingly scarce and rarely for sale. The rationale behind this was particularly disheartening. Cultivators had a regrettable habit of only harvesting the most valuable parts of spirit beasts, such as tendons, horns, skin, shells, limbs, inner dan, and essence. As for the blood, aside from being used for talisman ink, it was largely deemed useless, difficult to carry and sell, leading most to forego its collection altogether. Such habits are truly perplexing. Unwilling to accept his predicament, he returned to the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, reasoning that since the crafting of talisman ink required a copious amount of demon blood, he would surely find it. However, the response he received was equally disheartening. In the words of Wang Ping, the most adept talisman master within the pavilion, Old Han, could only proficiently handle intermediate low-tier spirit talismans. As for those of higher tiers, due to their abysmally low success rates, they are seldom crafted unless specifically required, and thus, talisman ink is rarely prepared. Nevertheless, the requirements for demon blood for both low-level and intermediate low-tier spirit talismans are not stringent. Blood from first-tier top-grade demon beasts suffices, whereas other materials beyond demon blood are comparatively rarer. It is only at the intermediate mid-tier or higher talismans, or certain legendary talisman treasures, that the quality of demon blood in the talisman ink necessitates a corresponding elevation. Upon hearing this, Mo Juren found himself at a loss, as everything seemed ready. Yet he was unexpectedly hindered by the issue of demon blood. If Spirit Beast Mountain was thus, it stood to reason that the other 6 sects would not differ much. This appears to be the current state of the cultivation world in the state of you, rather desolate. Of course, the cultivation realm in the southern regions is vast, with innumerable powerful sects surpassing those of you, so it is implausible that all factions are similarly afflicted. Alas, even if they were not, it would be of no avail, as his current strength would not allow him to venture far. Since purchasing was not an option, he had to devise alternative methods. After some contemplation, he identified 2 locations that could meet his requirements. The first was the blood-forbidden land, where Mo Jiao was on the verge of breaking through to level 2. The timing was fortuitous, as the next blood-forbidden trial was imminent, and with his foresight, obtaining a portion of demon blood would not be difficult. The second option was the Blood Jade Spider, a level 4 demon beast, even more formidable than the Mo Jiao. However, even if it were placed before him, he would stand no chance of defeating it. Furthermore, it resided at the bottom of a spirit stone mine, making entry impossible amidst the watchful eyes of others. Should he truly venture into the blood-forbidden land? Mo Juren hesitated. According to his original plan, he intended to avoid risks until he reached the foundation establishment stage. Although he possessed an abundance of protective spirit talismans and acted with caution and discretion, capable of navigating most risks, there remains the possibility of misfortune. Should he find himself in dire straits, it would be too late for regret. As for after reaching the foundation establishment, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation, affording him more means. At that point, he could consider descending the mountain to experience the world, which would be the most prudent approach. Regrettably, it seemed that plans could not keep pace with changes, necessitating some adjustments. However, before that, he intended to descend the mountain. There were multiple markets in the state of you, and perhaps he might find an opportunity. Ultimately, before confirming participation in the blood-forbidden trial, he sought to make one last attempt. After all, compared to the former, venturing to other markets posed relatively little risk. Months later, Mo Juren returned to Spirit Beast Mountain once more. Unlike his departure, he now appeared travel-worn, yet the smile in his eyes was unmistakable. He had to admit that his decision to embark on this journey had proven correct. After traversing several markets, he had finally acquired what he needed at a secret auction, a kilogram of blood from a second-tier water attribute demon beast, the ice python. Though the quantity was modest, it sufficed for his needs. The moment he obtained the blood, the game interface immediately notified him, listing the materials required for refining second-tier demon blood. Unlike when dealing with first-tier blood, the level of all materials had significantly increased. The age of the spirit herbs had doubled, all around 50 years, and the variety and quantity of ores had also grown. This was not particularly concerning, but the final requirement, a second-tier demon beast soul, was alarming. Another second-tier demon beast. He nearly spat blood upon receiving this notification. Fortunately, while the soul of a second-tier demon beast was indeed precious, it was somewhat easier to procure than the blood. Given the high value of the soul, cultivators rarely discarded them after hunting demon beasts. He suddenly recalled that the Wanbao Pavilion in Spirit Beast Mountain likely had a stock that met the criteria. Thus, he hurried back to the sect, bypassing the mountain and heading straight for the market. Along the way, he worried that such a valuable item as a second-tier demon beast soul would surely be in high demand. If he were late, he risked someone else seizing it. Chapter 33. Surprises and decisions. At last, he had returned. Gazing at the familiar room before him, Mo Juren let out a long sigh of relief. Fortune favored him, for the second-tier demon beast soul at Wanbao Pavilion had not been sold. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly purchased it. Furthermore, he acquired all the requisite spirit herbs, ores, and more, before returning with a sense of assurance. This time, the expenditure was considerable, nearly exhausting his entire savings. He disposed of unnecessary items, even offering most of his portable talismans as payment. Yet, he was unconcerned. At present, his focus lay on the forthcoming bloodline refinement. Detecting one second-tier water attribute demon beastess soul, 40-year-old cold jade grass, 50-year-old ice spirit fruit, 50-year-old blood jade grass, 5 purple jade ores, and 3 golden sandstones. Would you like to include these materials in the inventory? Inclusion complete. Would you like to activate the bloodline transformation furnace? Activated. Detecting that the materials for refining the second-tier water attribute bloodline are ready. Would you like to add them to the furnace? Added. Refinement has begun. Required duration, 48 hours. After a series of operations, Mo Juren closed the game interface, settled into a meditative posture, and commenced his cultivation. 2 days later, on a bright morning, upon reopening the interface, the information displayed had changed. Name: Mo Juren. Realm: Chi refining 12th layer bloodline. Water attribute level 2, 3. Wood attribute level 1, 100. Fire attribute level 1, 100. Earth attribute level 1, 100. Technique: Everlasting Spring Skill Arts. Ice Sealing Technique. Intermediate. Binding Technique. Thorn Technique. Mind Confusion Technique. Stone Armor Technique. Quicksand Technique. Fireball Technique. Ice Arrow Technique. Corrosion Technique. Storm Technique. Far Sight Technique. Acid Technique. Rejuvenation Technique. Fire Prison Technique. Materials: None. Bloodline Transformation Furnace. Closed. The water attribute bloodline had finally ascended to level 2, albeit only to 3. Observing the data displayed on the interface, Mo Juren sighed deeply, feeling helpless. The scarcity of second-tier demon blood made it exceedingly difficult to acquire. He was fortunate to have stumbled upon this one, or he might have been left searching indefinitely. Perhaps due to the rarity of the second-tier water attribute bloodline, its integration yielded no noticeable changes. His constitution seemed somewhat enhanced yet remained imperceptible. This circumstance sent a shiver down Mo Juren's spine, instilling a vague sense of foreboding. With such a low completeness, would it be insufficient to support his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? Upon this realization, he promptly began to assess his situation. Mere moments later, as he ceased his cultivation, a grim expression marred his face. At that moment, he recognized that he had seemingly overlooked a crucial detail. He had primarily practiced the Everlasting Spring skill, a wood attribute technique, which did not align with the second-tier water attribute bloodline. As a result, his cultivation speed remained as sluggish as before, painfully slow. What to do? At this juncture, Mo Juren found himself in a quandary. Should he seek another portion of second-tier wood attribute demon blood? Clearly, that was not a viable option. Having acquired one was already a stroke of luck, and securing another seemed implausible. Yet, aside from this, what else could he do? In that moment, Mo Juren furrowed his dark brows, contemplating possible solutions. He was unsure how much time passed, but eventually, he made a decision. The following day, Mo Juren departed from his residence at dawn, making his way directly to the market. What might the customers desire? A potion, or perhaps a talisman? We have recently acquired a new batch of high-quality talismans that are sure to satisfy you. Upon entering a particular shop, he was immediately greeted with enthusiastic hospitality. When he heard the mention of high-quality talismans, he paused slightly before directing his gaze toward the talisman section. The Thorn Talisman was priced at 6 spirit stones each, while the Ice Arrow Talisman was 3 spirit stones. Such exorbitance? Mo Juren was taken aback to find that the talismans for sale were those he had crafted himself. He had never sold them here before. However, upon seeing the marked prices, he was even more astonished. Was the shopkeeper not being excessively greedy? Who would be foolish enough to purchase them at such steep prices? Customers were puzzled as to why these low-level talismans bore such high costs. The shop assistant, noticing his expression, leaned in slightly and whispered, "What you may not know is that these are not ordinary talismans, but the work of a talisman master. Their power exceeds that of similar types and levels by more than 30%. Take a look. Especially at this Thorn Talisman, it is comparable in lethality to an average mid-level talisman, making 6 spirit stones quite a bargain." Listening to the assistant's incessant chatter, Mo Juren felt his heart bleed. Well, the ability to sell at such high prices was certainly a skill. The combination of exceptional quality and a mysterious origin instantly elevated the value of the talismans. Regrettably, he had not thought of this strategy before. If he had employed it himself, perhaps donning the guise of Master Han, he would have undoubtedly reaped greater rewards. This method was quite clever, he noted inwardly, before inquiring. "Do you have any high-quality foundational water attribute techniques?" Techniques? Upon hearing this, the assistant's expression darkened, and the previous enthusiasm faded. A foundational water attribute technique was hardly worth much. 2 or 3 spirit stones would suffice. Nevertheless, the assistant did not neglect his duty. After rummaging through the counter, he presented 2 scrolls before him, stating, "The water gathering technique and the profound ice decision. Both are excellent foundational water attribute techniques, completed to the 13th layer. Please take a look and see if they're suitable." Mo Juren nodded, picking each up in turn for a cursory examination, ultimately selecting the latter, the profound ice decision. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation stage, they can alter their techniques, so the choice at this juncture holds minimal consequence. Of the 2 presented, the profound ice decision grants one's magical energy and accompanying frigid aura, thus augmenting its lethality. After settling the transaction and returning to his residence half an hour later, he gazed at the profound ice decision in his hands. Without delay, he commenced his plan to switch techniques. Indeed, after much contemplation, he resolved to adopt the water attribute technique. Only in this manner could he address his own dilemmas. Otherwise, without finding the second-level wood attribute demon's blood, he could not ascertain how long he would be stalled before reaching the foundation stage. Having made up his mind, he hesitated no longer and began his training. Merely operating the technique for one cycle, he instantly sensed a difference. It was astonishingly rapid, as expected of a second-level bloodline. The speed at which he absorbed the water attribute's spiritual energy could only be described as terrifying. Would this lead to complications? Halting his training momentarily, Mo Juren fell into contemplation. If he were to continue training in this manner, his dantian would undoubtedly become infused with both wood and water attributes, potentially affecting his foundation stage. It would certainly have implications. Whether they would be beneficial or detrimental was uncertain. Moreover, it was highly likely that it would be detrimental. Thus, he resolved that he could only proceed in this manner. After considerable reflection, a glint of determination flashed in Mo Juren's eyes. Chapter 34. Transition and request. Time flew by. And before long, a year had passed. Many events transpired during this year, such as the golden feathered eagle, which, under Mo Juren's careful nurturing, broke through to the first-level mid-tier, growing rapidly to nearly 4 feet tall. Additionally, the cloud-winged bird, his first contracted spirit beast, was not neglected either. After being fed countless demon beast carcasses, it finally underwent a transformation, becoming a true first-level low-tier spirit beast. Strangely, it did not grow in size but maintained its original dimensions. However, its flying speed had more than doubled. More astonishingly, the cloud-winged bird awakened 2 unique bloodline talents. One allowed it to conceal its spiritual energy fluctuations, making it exceedingly difficult to detect, while the other enabled it to target distant locations with absolute accuracy. It was indeed a natural messenger, bringing Mo Juren immense joy for quite some time. The transformation of the cloud-winged bird also rekindled his connection with his wife and daughter in Jiyuan City. Moreover, concerning his cultivation, anyone familiar with him would be utterly astonished to find that he had regressed to the 5th layer of Qi training. It had been 2 years since he first entered the Spirit Beast Mountain, and not only had he made no progress, but he had also descended 2 layers. However, as a talisman master with limited cultivation aptitude, and having spent most of the past year in seclusion without venturing outside, he had not drawn attention to himself. His regression to the 5th layer of Qi training was not due to a lack of aptitude. On the contrary, his cultivation speed was nothing short of terrifying. The reason was simple. He had transitioned his techniques. To prevent potential future issues, he resolutely decided to abandon the Eternal Spring technique in favor of the Profound Ice decision. This decision was made after careful consideration. As he had yet to establish his foundation, there was still ample time. Why risk the challenges of the cultivation world for a mere handful of magical energy? Moreover, he was now entirely different from when he first began his cultivation. Not only did he possess an extraordinary bloodline with 4 attributes, but his physique had also undergone multiple transformations, rivaling that of similarly ranked demon beasts. With these dual enhancements, he had managed to regain his 5th layer of Qi training within just 1 year. At this moment, there were no signs of his cultivation speed diminishing. According to his estimates, this pace could potentially continue until he reached the foundation stage. One day, while he was engrossed in his cultivation, he was suddenly awakened by a light, swift sound of footsteps. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "Why has she come?" Moments later, the visitor, having received permission, entered the room. It was none other than the girl Han Yunji, whom he had not seen for many days. She still bore her petite and delicate appearance, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. Particularly at this moment, her face was etched with sorrow and anxiety, the cause of which was unknown. "Brother Mo, I seem to be in some trouble," she began, her words faltering mid-sentence. "Do not rush. Sit down and speak," Mo Juren replied in a gentle tone, his calm demeanor gradually soothing her frayed nerves. Taking a deep breath, Han Yunji finally divulged the reason for her unexpected visit. Han Yongfeng has encountered a crisis. Just half a month ago, while in seclusion for intense training, he inexplicably fell into a state of madness. He is now unconscious and in grave danger. A senior from the Han family has examined him and concluded that his condition is dire. If he is not treated promptly, he may indeed face life-threatening peril. The only remedy is to consume a top-tier elixir from our clan, the Li Wying Dan. Regrettably, the Huan family currently has no stock of the desired elixir, necessitating its remanufacture. To concoct this potion, one must locate the primary ingredient, the fiery sunflower, which must be over 300 years old. The fiery sunflower is an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, and to find one that meets the age requirement is an even greater challenge. Amidst the rising anxiety among the crowd, someone suddenly suggested that there should be sufficiently aged fiery sunflowers within the forbidden grounds, and with the upcoming blood prohibition trial, an opportunity presented itself. However, as soon as this suggestion was uttered, the atmosphere fell silent, with everyone remaining mute and unresponsive. The blood prohibition trial? What a jest! Unless absolutely necessary. Who would dare to partake in a trial with a mortality rate exceeding 70%, while they were indeed of the same kin and should assist one another? Such support was only feasible within reasonable limits. Once one's life was at stake, the situation shifted entirely. Unless one is truly a close relative, no one would be foolish enough to risk their own life for the sake of another. In this critical moment, Huan Yunji stepped forward. As the elder sibling, how could she stand idly by and watch her brother perish? Regardless of the trial's daunting mortality rate, she felt no fear. Huan Yunji's bravery was undoubtedly admirable. Yet it only went so far. No one in the family was willing to accompany her. Ultimately, she thought of Mo Juren, a dear friend with whom they shared a close bond. Since the Ascension Conference, both parties had been preoccupied with their own cultivation, resulting in infrequent meetings. Nevertheless, their relationship had not waned. This was due in no small part to Huan Lao's influence, which fostered a deeper trust between them. Thus, in her moment of despair, she immediately thought of him and sought him out. Upon hearing her account, Mo Juren suddenly understood. Fragmented memories surfaced in his mind. It seemed that the original text mentioned this incident, recounting how Huan Yunji had entered the blood-soaked forbidden ground alone, facing multiple life-threatening crises, nearly unable to escape. Fortunately, fate had spared her, and with her tenacity and Han Li's assistance, she ultimately achieved her goal. To think that the root of all this was Huan Yunfeng. It was no wonder she was willing to risk her life to participate in the trial. So, your ultimate objective is to obtain the 300-year-old fiery sunflower. The soul means to save my brother. Huan Yunji nodded, her crystalline eyes brimming with hope. Mo Juren did not respond immediately. Instead, he began to ponder. In truth, the moment he completed his cultivation, he had resolved not to participate in the blood prohibition trial. Firstly, his cultivation level was insufficient, rendering him ineligible. Secondly, he harbored another concern, Xiangzil. His situation was somewhat unique. For ordinary cultivators, even those at the golden core or nascent soul stages, it was nearly impossible to discern his anomaly without direct investigation. However, Xiangzil was a different matter. As a transcendent being, one of the highest in the mortal realm, it was conceivable that he could detect abnormalities from a distance. Although these were merely his speculations, what if he were correct? If so, all would be lost. Therefore, the ever-cautious Mo Juren ultimately decided against taking such a risk. Of course, abstaining from the blood prohibition trial did not preclude him from reaping benefits. Moreover, there were critical elements within that pertained to his continued ascension, which was also a significant reason for his choice to reforge his cultivation path. He had already devised a plan and intended to implement it in a few days. Coincidentally, when Huan Yunji approached him, noticing his prolonged silence, Huan Yunji grew increasingly anxious. What if we do this? At that moment, Mo Juren finally spoke, adding, "Leave the matter of the fiery sunflower to me. As for you, there is no need to participate in the blood prohibition trial. You can remain at home to care for Brother Huan." Such a response was rather unexpected for Huan Yunji. If he could indeed locate the fiery sunflower, it would be splendid, as even she could not guarantee survival in the upcoming blood prohibition trial. Moreover, even if she managed to survive, how could she be certain that the spiritual herb existed within the forbidden grounds? Chapter 35. A reunion of master and disciple. For reasons unknown, from the very first encounter with Mo Juren, Huan Yunji felt an inexplicable sense of trust. After they became friends, this trust only deepened. Since he made a promise, she firmly believed it would not be mere empty words. However, given that this matter pertained to her brother's life, she could not afford to be careless and reiterated, "Brother Mo, can you truly find the 300-year-old fiery sunflower? Concerning Brother Huan's life and death, how could I speak lightly?" Mo Juren understood her doubts, realizing he would have questioned the same if their positions were reversed. Pausing briefly, he continued, "I am certain I can find the fiery sunflower, but it will require some time. Additionally, how long can Brother Huan endure?" Elders in the clan had mentioned that as long as he consumed the fiery elixir within 3 months, there would be no issues. However, if it extended beyond that, the prognosis would be dire. Upon hearing his confirmation, Huan Yunji's anxious heart finally settled, and she explained, 3 months, is it? Mo Juren nodded, that should suffice. After a moment, he added, here is the plan. If I do not acquire the sufficiently aged fiery sunflower within a month, you may proceed with your original plan to participate in the blood prohibition trial. I will have alternative arrangements in place, ensuring that Brother Huan faces no peril. Thank you, Brother Mo. Upon hearing this, Huan Yunji was deeply moved, her eyes growing misty. The 13 states of Yu Kingdom place Jianzhou as the second. It lies at the northernmost point of the kingdom, bordering the neighboring Yuanwu Kingdom. Although vast, the terrain is predominantly mountainous and hilly, with minimal arable land, resulting in a sparse population. The Taiwa mountain range, located in the western part of Jianzhou, stretches for thousands of miles, teeming with countless wild beasts and ferocious birds, rendering it an area where ordinary humans dare not tread. However, unbeknownst to the common folk, this place is home to the Huangfeng Valley, a prominent sect of spiritual cultivation in Yu Kingdom. The central region of the entire mountain range has been occupied by this sect for countless years. At this moment, Han Li, responsible for tending to the spiritual herb garden, was alone in the fields, wearied by his task. A fortnight prior, an unexpected battle had yielded him 2 foundational elixirs, a pleasant surprise. He had hoped to attempt foundational cultivation, and if successful, there would be no need to risk participating in the blood prohibition trial. However, unfortunate circumstances arose. Just yesterday, upon receiving information from a senior brother within the sect, he learned that consuming the foundational elixirs required at least 3 months of closed-door refinement, while the impending blood prohibition trial was merely a month away. This predicament was rather awkward. He understood his own situation well. With 2 foundational elixirs, the chances of success were exceedingly low, and there were no guarantees. Ultimately, if he were to fail, 3 months would pass, and he would miss the blood prohibition trial, leaving him with nothing. As for waiting for the next opportunity, that was even more impractical. News had already circulated within the sect that frequent openings of the forbidden grounds had led to a significant depletion of spiritual energy within, adversely affecting the growth of spiritual herbs. Consequently, the 7 sects had decided that 5 years after the conclusion of the next blood prohibition trial, the forbidden grounds would be sealed for 60 years. 60 years hence, that was far too long. Should he wait until then, the prime age for cultivation would have long passed. As for the next trial in 5 years, that too was unsuitable. It was evident that the process would be extraordinarily brutal. In light of this, it would be wiser to enroll in this trial, as it posed relatively lower risks. A series of unfortunate news struck Han Li, leaving him in a state of profound melancholy, with no one to confide in, leading him to seek solace alone in the medicinal garden. However, he was not a character prone to indecision. He had essentially resolved to participate in the bloodban trial without a doubt. While he pondered, a sudden flash of yellow light, akin to a shooting star, descended from the sky, halting abruptly in midair. It was the cloud-winged bird. The moment Han Li recognized the visitor, his eyes brightened. He was well acquainted with this peculiar little bird, nurtured by his master, having once taken care of it for a period, thus cultivating a warm bond. Chirping joyfully at the sound of his familiar voice, the cloud-winged bird swiftly perched on his shoulder, chattering incessantly, as if sharing something important. Little one, it has been 2 years since we last met, and you have changed. Congratulations. Hearing the praise, the cloud-winged bird seemed even more elated, raising its head high in pride. Moments later, it resumed its chattering. What? The master has arrived. Upon comprehending its message, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he noticed something tied to the bird's slender leg. Gently detaching it and opening it up, he examined the contents carefully. Ah, I see. After reading it, Han Li conjured a flicker of fire in his palm to incinerate the note before stating, you may return now and inform the master to wait at the foot of the mountain. I shall meet him tonight. As the sun set and the moon rose, night approached. At a secluded foot of a mountain, Mo Juren sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating while contemplating his upcoming plans. Since he did not intend to partake in the bloodban trial, but still desired to acquire what he needed, he realized he must alter his approach and enlist someone to fulfill the task on his behalf. The individual was obvious, none other than Han Li. However, he understood Han Li's disposition, which mirrored his own cautious nature, perhaps even more so. Therefore, even if he needed to utilize Han Li, he could not speak directly. He had to be strategic. Otherwise, he risked inadvertently touching upon Han Li's taboos, which could lead to disastrous outcomes. As night deepened, a shadow swiftly descended, landing on the open ground before him. It was none other than his disciple, Han Li. More than 2 years had passed since their last separation. Welcome. Upon seeing Han Li clad in black attire and wearing a black cloak, Mo Juren recognized him without a second thought. I pay my respects to my master. The bond between master and disciple was genuine, and seeing that familiar face stirred a wave of excitement within Han Li. He removed his cloak and respectfully bowed. Enough of these formalities between us. Mo Juren waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down, and then began to inquire about Han Li's circumstances. Han Li did not hold back, slowly recounting his experiences over the past 2 years. However, since he had spent most of that time focused on his cultivation, there was not much to share. He did emphasize the bloodband trial, elaborating on it in detail. Have you decided to participate in the trial? Yes, Han Li affirmed with a resolute demeanor. Unless one possesses a celestial root, one must rely on foundation-building pills to establish a foundation. This is almost an ironclad rule. Even in the event of unexpected circumstances, the likelihood is exceedingly rare, and my qualifications certainly do not fall into that category. Participating in the bloodband trial is my only opportunity to gain sufficient rewards to acquire the foundation-building pills. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he continued, recently, I encountered a fierce battle due to an unexpected situation, and thankfully, with the assistance of the numerous spirit talismans bestowed by my master, I narrowly escaped with my life. I must express my gratitude once again. It seems that matter concerning senior brother Liu has indeed transpired. Upon hearing this, Mo Juren felt a stir in his heart. Although Han Li's appearance had altered his fate, certain pivotal events were still unavoidable. Since he had left behind the talismans, he had intentionally gifted Han Li a considerable number, over 100, to be precise, to prevent such circumstances. Fortunately, no mishaps had occurred. Moreover, now that Han Li had emerged victorious, he should have obtained 2 foundation-building pills. Regrettably, even 2 would be insufficient. Han Li's qualifications were too poor, and these were far from adequate. The only fundamental solution was to enter the forbidden grounds and procure the seedlings of spiritual herbs for himself to refine. Naturally, Han Li did not mention this, and Mo Juren feigned ignorance, subsequently inquiring about Han Li's preparations. After all, the bloodband trial was no trifling matter. Even Han Li faced near certain death, necessitating utmost caution. Fortunately, after hearing about the various treasures Han Li had prepared, he finally felt at ease. Without further delay, Mo Juren began to disclose the true purpose of his visit. Chapter 36. Will my master kill me? Taoist Han has succumbed to madness. Upon hearing the news of an incident at Hanyun Peak, Han Li exhibited a look of astonishment. He had a certain camaraderie with the parties involved and promptly inquired about the specifics. Mo Juren did not hesitate, detailing the events thoroughly while also mentioning the 300-year-old spiritual herb, the fiery sunflower, and the request made by Han Yunji a few days prior. Master, please speak plainly about your intentions. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly not refuse. Due to his cautious nature, Han Li did not speak fully. But as long as it was within his limits, he was willing to assist. Mo Juren nodded, reaching into his storage pouch and retrieving a spirit talisman, which he handed to Han Li, stating, This is a high-level merging talisman. As long as you and your chosen companion use it the moment you step into the forbidden grounds, it will temporarily connect your spiritual energies, ultimately transporting you to the same location. The merging talisman. Gazing at the talisman brimming with spiritual energy, Han Li could not help but feel puzzled. Given its remarkable effects, I would expect many to utilize it. Why have I never heard of it before? There are 2 reasons, Mo Juren mused, impressed by Han Li's astuteness, as he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. First, this is a high-level talisman, and its price is exorbitant, unless one achieves significant gains in the forbidden grounds. The cost outweighs the benefits. Second, the success rate is just 50%. Even with the talisman, the likelihood of both individuals being transported together is only 50%. Only 50%? Such a low rate? Han Li furrowed his brow, understanding his master's intent, which clearly indicated a desire for him to use it alongside Han Yunji. However, this conflicted with his original plan to venture alone, allowing him the freedom to navigate the dangers at his own pace. The bloodband trial was perilous. Even he struggled to ensure his safety, let alone bear the burden of another. If he encountered insurmountable danger, would he be able to help? Or would he only endanger himself further? That was an unwise risk. Yet, since his master had sought him out, he could not simply disregard it. While he could dismiss the concerns of the Hanyun siblings, he still needed to honor his master's wishes. But how could he fulfill his master's request without carrying an additional burden into the bloodband trial? After contemplating for a moment, a sudden idea sparked in his mind, and his expression brightened. I just remembered something that might simplify matters. What is it? Well, Han Li collected himself, explaining, I am currently overseeing the medicinal herb garden and know the elder responsible for cultivating the spiritual herbs. To my knowledge, he possesses a 300-year-old fiery sunflower. If the spirit stones are sufficient, I might be able to purchase it. In that case, wouldn't the issue for Taoist Han be resolved? Such events do exist. A smile momentarily graced Mo Juren's face, yet within, he could not suppress a twinge of discomfort. You rogue, you speak lies without batting an eye, without even a draft. I am not merely your master, I am also your father-in-law. Is your conscience untroubled by such deception? Do you not fear that your future children may be born without an orifice? I had just thought of this matter as well. Hanli scratched his head, feigning embarrassment, and added, however, master, the price of the 300-year-old sunflower is rather steep, and the Han siblings, that is of no concern, Mo Juren interjected, reaching for his waist and retrieving another storage pouch, which he handed over. The spirit stones within should suffice. There is no time to waste, take it back immediately. Come find me once you have procured it, but be swift, ideally within a month. Hanli felt somewhat bewildered by the spirit stones, sensing something amiss. Rest assured, I will collect the debt from them later. Mo Juren interrupted, pausing before continuing. There is another matter that requires your assistance. I have been researching a special type of talisman ink and require a substantial quantity of high-grade beast blood. Unfortunately, it is nearly impossible to acquire outside. However, it may exist within the forbidden grounds. Should you encounter any, and if your life is not at risk, please bring back as much as you can. As he spoke, he once again delved into the storage pouch and produced a stack of spirit talismans, presenting them to Hanli. Take these, they may prove useful. Seeing his master prepare so many talismans for him filled Han Li with gratitude, yet simultaneously sparked a sense of guilt. His master had been so sincere, and he had been deceiving him all along, which felt rather unfilial. However, the little vial was simply too extraordinary. He dared not reveal a word. Who in the world could resist its allure? Testing humanity with such treasures would undoubtedly yield less than ideal results. Yet, he could still strive to assist in other ways. Since his master sought high-grade beast blood, he would do his utmost to find it, even if it involved some risk. As nearly half a month passed, Hanli finally acquired the 300-year-old sunflower and returned it along with the spirit fusion talisman. Mo Juren wasted no time, promptly scheduling their next meeting before hastily returning to Spirit Beast Mountain with the medicinal herbs. At this juncture, less than 10 days remained until the bloodband trial, marking the final registration deadline for participants. Han Yunji, who had been anxiously awaiting news, felt her heart racing with impatience and nearly succumbed to the urge to register several times. But fortunately, she received the news in the final days. Upon seeing the medicinal herbs, she was overcome with emotion and wept uncontrollably. Han Yunji had not anticipated that he would indeed procure the sunflower before the bloodband trial. This meant her brother's life would be saved, and she would not have to participate in the perilous trial. All right, stop crying. Hurry back, lest you delay Brother Han's treatment. Mo Juren said, unsure of how to respond to her tear-streaked face, and offered gentle consolation. Upon hearing this, Han Yunji quickly regained her composure, wiped her tears away with her delicate hands, and without uttering a word, bowed deeply before turning to leave. No one noticed the flicker of unusual light that flashed in her beautiful eyes as she turned away. The room fell silent once more. Mo Juren reined in his thoughts, no longer concerning himself with the outside world's affairs, and resumed his seclusion. Meanwhile, the bloodband trial, held once every 5 years, commenced at last. Countless Qi refinement stage cultivators from the 7 sects, unwilling to accept their fate, chose to participate, even at the risk of their lives. Cultivators are, by nature, those who contend against destiny. Calamities abound, and the bloodband trial is but one of many trials. If one does not seize the opportunity to gamble, they may live to regret it for eternity. Spirit Beast Mountain also had disciples participating, but unlike before, the frail yet resilient girl was absent, replaced by others. Nonetheless, the course of events remained unchanged. What was meant to happen unfolded according to fate. After 5 grueling days, the carnage was unimaginable, with barely 30% emerging unscathed. At the entrance, Hanli shot forth with a complex expression, reflecting on the past few days and feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. He pressed lightly on his storage pouch, allowing himself a sigh of relief. He had not let down his master's expectations, thus alleviating some of his guilt. Yet, if his master were to learn the truth of his recent experiences, would he not immediately unsheath his flying sword and strike him down? Chapter 37. This master is quite remarkable. Months later, at the appointed time, Mo Juren returned to a mundane location in Jianzhou for another meeting with Hanli. Unlike their previous encounter, Hanli appeared calm, yet subtle signs revealed a hint of unease. Observing this, Mo Juren could not help but sigh inwardly. Certain events had indeed transpired. Whether it was fate at play or his own passive observation, he could not ascertain. He felt no anger, for this was the destined union of the other party. Moreover, having married a fifth consort, he possessed no authority to admonish. Yet, as a father-in-law, witnessing his son-in-law straddle two boats was undeniably uncomfortable. Master, behold the beast blood you requested. This is the blood of a second-tier beast, the Mo Juren. In the tavern, Hanli produced a massive brass jar from his storage pouch and placed it upon the table. So much, despite having anticipated this. Seeing such a volume of Mo Juren blood still stirred excitement within him. With this quantity, the completeness of the second-tier water attribute bloodline would undoubtedly reach 100%. This is the blood of an entire Mo Juren, a considerable amount. I was fortunate. When I encountered this beast, it had already been slain by someone else. And they cared little for the beast's blood, granting me the opportunity to acquire it. Do you expect me to believe that? Mo Juren thought with a scoff, but maintained an impassive facade, feigning understanding. After storing the beast blood, he casually mentioned, a few days ago, I received a letter from home. Kai Huan has been quite worried about you. She mentioned that you have lost considerable weight. Upon hearing this, Han Li's previously calm demeanor shifted, his expression darkening with a flicker of guilt as he tentatively inquired, Kai Huan, is she well? How could she be well? Mo Juren sighed, continuing, you and I have been apart for 2 years, leaving her and the other women to worry while managing the household. The hardships are unimaginable. It seems we are not such good men after all. After a moment's pause to gather his thoughts, he shifted the conversation. Now let us speak of you. How has your cultivation progressed? Do you have confidence in establishing your foundation? How could I? Han Li managed a bitter smile, replying, this trip to the Forbidden Ground yielded some gains. Not only was I taken as a named disciple by an elder in the core formation stage, but I also received a foundation establishment pill as a reward. I plan to give it a try. Whether I succeed is subject to fate. Your luck has always been commendable. I believe in you. Mo Juren rolled his eyes internally, masking his thoughts with encouragement. If you succeed in establishing your foundation, remember to return to Jiyuan City to visit. I will be informed of your news. I understand, Master. As winter gives way to spring, and flowers bloom and wither, time slips away unnoticed, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Since parting from Han Li, Mo Juren has refrained from unnecessary excursions, instead purchasing ample resources needed for refining the bloodline before retreating to Spirit Beast Mountain to commence his seclusion. With the completion of the second-tier water attribute bloodline, his cultivation speed surged once more. In merely 2 years, he ascended from the 5th layer of Qi refinement to the 13th, reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm. Moreover, its speed shows no signs of decline, and the day of foundation establishment is not far off. Additionally, regarding Han Yunfeng, he sought me out immediately upon recovery, expressing profound gratitude for my life-saving intervention. Not only did he present the expenses for purchasing spiritual herbs, but he also offered a foundation-building pill as a token of appreciation. Mo Juren was somewhat taken aback. Such an item is not commonplace and is closely tied to the path of cultivation, yet he willingly bestowed it. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Han Yunfeng had suffered severe consequences from his recent episode of demonic deviation, seemingly injuring his foundation. Although it would not affect his lifespan, the likelihood of him establishing a foundation in the future had significantly diminished. After much contemplation, he had resolved to abandon the path of immortality and instead focus on the family business. Hearing such news, Mo Juren could not help but reflect on the capriciousness of destiny. Calamities are inescapable, and in the struggle against fate, anything may occur. He did not feign reluctance and graciously accepted the gratitude offered. Observing this, Han Yunfeng exhaled deeply, appearing to shed a great burden, and after exchanging some idle chatter, took his leave. Both understood that this parting was likely a final farewell, and the chances of their reunion were slim. Lastly, there was the matter of the golden feathered eagle, which he had continued to pursue. For nearly a year, he had discreetly drawn blood from the creature at intervals. And now, he had done so multiple times. Of course, he had been exceedingly careful, extracting only small amounts each time, thus avoiding arousing the eagle's suspicion. The creature merely felt occasionally fatigued and inexplicably fell into slumber, with no other noticeable anomalies. Moreover, under Mo Juren's extravagant expenditure of spirit stones, high-grade supplements were continuously supplied, allowing it to recover swiftly. Name: Mo Juren Realm. Qi Refinement. Level 13 Bloodline. Water Attribute Level 2, 100. Wood Attribute Level 1, 100. Fire Attribute Level 1, 100. Earth Attribute Level 1, 100. Technique: Xian Bingju Arts. Ice Sealing Technique. Intermediate. Demon Cloud Bodyguard, Intermediate, Binding Technique, Thorn Technique, Bewildering Technique, Stone Armor Technique, Quicksand Technique, Fireball Technique, Ice Arrow Technique, Corrosion Technique, Storm Technique, Extreme Vision Technique, Acid Technique, Rejuvenation Technique, Fire Prison Technique. Materials: None. Bloodline Transformation Furnace. Closed. Gazing at the information before him, Mo Juren felt quite satisfied. He had amassed a considerable amount of level 1 golden attribute demon blood, and with one more extraction, he would be ready for the optimal moment to establish his foundation. With this thought, he ceased to delay and promptly collected the light screen as he stepped outside. In a designated area of the courtyard, a space had been specially set aside as the habitat for the golden feathered eagle. Nearly 3 years had passed, and the once juvenile eagle had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though still in its youth, it now stood 2 meters tall, its wingspan exceeding 6 meters. Its body was no longer the original pristine white, but rather adorned with sharp, golden feathers that glimmered brilliantly. "Little Jean, it's time for a meal," Mo Juren said with a beaming smile, approaching while carrying a large golden basin filled with a radiant substance. Hearing his footsteps, the slumbering golden feathered eagle slowly opened its eyes. The moment it beheld the golden basin, its fatigue vanished, replaced by a look of rapture. "Look, this is your favorite 5-metal spiritual sand, enriched with various rare spiritual herbs that will greatly enhance your physique. Give it a taste. How does it fare?" The concoction was specially prepared by him, ensuring an exquisite flavor. Each ingredient was a potent tonic, undeniably tempting for the golden feathered eagle, which had indulged in such delicacies on several occasions. Once the basin was set down, the eagle could no longer contain itself and immediately began to devour the contents. In the blink of an eye, the entire basin of specially crafted spiritual food was consumed. Burp. Sated, the golden feathered eagle let out a satisfied belch, gazing at Mo Juren with eyes full of contentment. This temporary master was exceedingly generous, frequently bringing her delightful treats. She mused that even her mother had not pampered her so lavishly. The only downside was that consuming such high-level spiritual substances necessitated the refinement and absorption of their spiritual energy, thus compelling her to fall into slumber frequently. This resulted in her prolonged absence from visiting her mother. Next time, she thought, I must resist the urge. I shall savor the delicacies only after I've seen my mother. Perhaps I can even convince her to accept this fellow as my true master. No, I'm feeling sleepy again. I shall rest for now. As she pondered future matters, drowsiness washed over her, and she soon succumbed to sleep once more. In a flash, a sharp dagger materialized in Mo Juren's hand. His expression remained unchanged as he approached the sleeping eagle, silently resolving, "This is the last time. Rest assured. I will treat you better in the future." The blade swiftly sliced through the skin of her leg, and soon, blood interwoven with golden threads began to flow, collected in a pre-prepared vessel. Observing the golden feathered eagle, entranced by the soporific, Mo Juren remained undeterred, continuing with his blood extraction endeavor. Minutes later, as the vessel filled, he finally ceased. With practiced ease, he produced a rejuvenation talisman and affixed it to her wound. A flicker of azure spiritual light danced, and in the blink of an eye, her injury was restored to its original state. Mo Juren nodded in satisfaction, securing the demon blood before turning to leave, leaving the still unaware golden feathered eagle in deep slumber. Level 1 golden attribute demon blood detected, added to the material repository. Bloodline level 1, blood volume 1, golden attribute. Source bloodline content 14, impurities 80, malevolent chi 6, total blood volume 10. Commencing reevaluation and analysis. Analysis complete. Required materials for refining and purifying demon blood in the bloodline transformation furnace. 30-year-old golden essence grass, 5 stalks. 30-year-old melting gold grass, 7 stalks. Red flame fruit, 3 pieces. Fiery sunflower purple jade ore, 10 kilograms. Level 1 golden attribute demon soul, 1 piece. Gazing at the information presented, Mo Juren's expression remained unchanged as he opened his storage bag. Countless resources were extracted one by one. He had already familiarized himself with these items when he first drew blood and had prepared for several days. Now, they would finally be put to use. The most challenging item was the level 1 golden attribute demon soul, which was virtually impossible to procure. As for the golden feathered eagle, it had already contributed a significant amount of blood. To slay it for its soul would be exceedingly cruel. However, there were alternatives. A soul containing the golden attribute spiritual root and cultivated in golden attribute techniques could be substituted, as was the case with Su Zitong previously. Yet, he had previously chosen to overlook this matter. After all, as a member of the human race, he sought to avoid the act of killing for souls whenever possible. However, this time, the situation was somewhat exceptional, and he was compelled to make an exception. Naturally, he would not need to act personally. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. With sufficient spirit stones, many cultivators would be willing to act. Initially, he had merely placed a bounty in a secret shop at a certain marketplace, and it wasn't long before he obtained what he desired. Everything transpired quietly, without a ripple of disturbance. Observing a small, dark vial on the ground, a flicker of intrigue crossed Mo Juren's eyes, yet he paid it no further mind. 30-year-old golden essence grass, 5 stalks. 30-year-old melting gold grass, 7 stalks. Red flame fruit, 3 pieces. Fiery sunflower purple jade, ore, 10 kilograms. Level 1 extraordinary soul, 1 piece. Should these be added to the material repository? Upon the completion of the income, the question arose, should the bloodline transformation furnace be activated? It was already in operation, and the detection indicated that the first-level metallic bloodline refining materials were prepared. Should they be added to the furnace? They were added, and the refining commenced, requiring a day of patience from the player. Above the luminous screen, the bloodline transformation furnace flickered erratically. Mo Juren had long since grown accustomed to this, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, awaiting the conclusion of the refining process. Simultaneously, his thoughts wandered to future plans. Over the years, the pursuit of cultivation had rendered many matters unmanageable, necessitating careful consideration. Whether regarding family or sect, everything required meticulous handling. Additionally, there was the ancient teleportation array that needed a visit, especially since it pertained to the chaotic star sea, a place where he could truly soar. It must be firmly grasped in his hands. The following day, as dawn broke, a notification appeared. The first-level primal bloodline, metallic in nature and possessing a purity of 100, could seamlessly merge with the player. Should the merging continue? With a decisive affirmation, the moment the words were spoken, a familiar sensation surged within his heart. The old and new blood rapidly consumed and fused, ultimately becoming one. This experience was not unprecedented. He had grown accustomed to it. However, just as he believed the merging was nearing its conclusion, unexpectedly, the heartbeat intensified, and 5 unknown energies manifested, intertwining and merging in an extraordinary pattern, pervading his entire being. Startled by the internal changes, Mo Juren paused momentarily. What was this? The power of the bloodline, the generative cycle of the 5 elements? Could it be that after merging with the metallic bloodline, his internal 5-element bloodline had reached completion, resulting in some unknown transformation? Although the exact nature of this change remained unclear, he was certain it was beneficial, subtly altering his physical constitution for the better. Furrowing his brow, Mo Juren felt that matters were more intricate than they appeared. Opening the interface again, he was struck by the newly updated information. Name: Mo Juren Realm. Chi Refining Level 13 Bloodline. Water Attribute Level 2, 100. Wood Attribute Level 1, 100. Fire Attribute Level 1, 100. Earth Attribute Level 1, 100. Metal Attribute Level 1, 100. Technique: Xian Bingju Body. 5 Elements Body Skills. Intermediate Ice Sealing Technique. Intermediate Body Protection Technique. Intermediate Venom Technique. Binding Technique. Thorn Technique. Confusion Technique. Stone Armor Technique. Quicksand Technique. Fireball Technique. Ice Arrow Technique. Corrosion Technique. Storm Technique. Extreme Vision Technique. Acid Technique. Rejuvenation Technique. Fire Prison Technique. Flying Blade Technique. Materials: None Bloodline Transformation Furnace. Closed. Had a special constitution emerged from the 5 elements body? Observing the augmented information on the interface, Mo Juren felt a surge of astonishment and delight. A change in constitution indicated a strengthening of his foundation, thereby enhancing his future potential. Dismissing the luminous screen, he resumed his meditation. Indeed, as he had surmised, his cultivation speed had accelerated once more. He could distinctly sense that the barrier of the foundation establishment stage was on the verge of breaking through. Consequently, he resolved to continue his seclusion. He would not emerge until he had achieved a breakthrough. Time flew by, and a month passed. Little Jean no longer slumbered in the courtyard, gazing quizzically at the distant room, pondering why her master had yet to emerge. Had she overslept as well? 2 months elapsed, and little Jean, her keen eyes aflame with frustration, wondered if she might perish from hunger if her master did not appear soon. Did he even desire her to attain her status? She contemplated reporting him to her mother. However, upon observing the thick barrier of spiritual light outside the door, she restrained her impulses. 3 months later, little Jean could no longer contain herself. With a mighty flap of her wings, countless golden blades materialized and, in the blink of an eye, rained down upon the array barrier like a torrential storm. Boom. The blades repeatedly struck the barrier, creating a cacophony of explosions. Yet, the defensive capabilities of the array proved formidable, dissipating all attacks with a few flickers. After a while, little Jean paused, disheartened. In her juvenile state, the number and power of her condensed blades were insufficient to breach the array. If her mother had been present, her 1,000 blades would have easily dismantled such a feeble formation. She mentally urged herself to grow quickly, lest she become a mere spirit beast bullied by her master. Furthermore, she lamented the lack of the 5 gold spirit sand. Had this insufferable being truly forgotten about her? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the distant room, causing the once unyielding barrier to tremble violently. Chapter 39. Foundation Establishment. In a visit uncertain how much time had passed, the barrier's oscillation finally ceased, and the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure stepping forth. Little Jean was momentarily taken aback. In just 3 months, her master had undergone a remarkable transformation, his formidable presence palpable even through the barrier. Who disturbed my seclusion? Was it you, little Jean? Mo Juren inquired with a leisurely demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips, causing little Jean's heart to skip a beat. Her wide eyes blinked in confusion, as if to signal that she was still a child and did not comprehend his words. Do not presume I am unaware. Your golden-feathered eagle lineage is extraordinary, and your intelligence is remarkably high. As you approach the threshold of level 2, you are comparable to a 5 or 6-year-old human child. Do not tell me you truly do not understand. If so, I might take it seriously. I have no qualms about cooking and consuming foolish spirit beasts at any moment. Such threatening words sent little Jean into a flurry, her wings spreading as she assumed a defensive posture. Internally, she cursed, questioning whether her master had lost his mind, suddenly turning hostile and threatening to devour her. It was terrifying. She needed to find her mother. Ah, so you do understand. If you are afraid, then take heed. You must never disturb me during my seclusion again. Otherwise, Mo Juren's voice trailed off, his tone laced with unmasked coldness. He did not genuinely intend to consume her. Rather, he sought to quell her unruly nature. For 2 years, due to blood extraction, he had deliberately suppressed his temper, inadvertently nurturing a reckless disposition. Such behavior was unacceptable, as having successfully established his foundation meant he had fulfilled Elder Gu's expectations at the Hall of All Spirits. He would soon become the true master of the golden-feathered eagle. Thus, the principles of respect and hierarchy must be adhered to. It was not a matter of difficulty, but a necessary foundation for a harmonious coexistence between master and servant. Even the most precious spirit beast, if it lacked respect and obedience, would not find favor in his eyes. Little Jean was genuinely intimidated, her outstretched wings frozen in place, hesitant to take any further action. Moreover, her instincts informed her that her master had changed, growing significantly stronger than before. Even if she resisted, she could not overpower him. The thought process of spirit beasts is rather straightforward, with the instinct of survival deeply embedded in their lineage. Since she could not defeat him and had no means of escape, she could only concede. With her wings folding, her head bowed in submission, Mo Juren nodded slightly, producing a spirit talisman. Without granting her time to react, he activated it instantly. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a dark glow, directly embedding itself into her forehead. The series of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jin was utterly bewildered, feeling as though a dark flash had swept before her eyes. As if something had invaded her mind, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. She wondered what the other party intended. Could it be that they truly meant to consume her? However, in the next instant, a brilliant golden light illuminated her surroundings, revealing the familiar golden basin that materialized before her, filled once again with her beloved 5-element spirit sand. All fear and dread vanished in that moment, leaving her with nothing but an insatiable desire for the delectable treat before her. As the golden basin was set down, she eagerly began to devour the contents. Mo Juren's lips curled into a slight smile. After the stick, he offered candy, a most effective strategy indeed. Training? He excelled at that. If one attempt failed, there would be 2, and even the wildest nature could eventually be tamed. Ignoring the entranced Xiao Jin, Mo Juren returned to his room and resumed his examination of the game interface. Name: Mo Juren Realm. Foundation Establishment Initial Stage Bloodline. Water Attribute Level 2, 100. Wood Attribute Level 1, 100. Fire Attribute Level 1, 100. Earth Attribute Level 1, 100. Metal Attribute Level 1, 100. Technique: Profound Ice Art Body. 5 Elements Body Arts. Ice Seal Technique, Intermediate. Body Protection Technique, Intermediate. Venom Technique, Intermediate, Binding Technique, Thorn Technique, Mind Confusion Technique, Stone Armor Technique, Quicksand Technique, Fireball Technique, Ice Arrow Technique, Corrosion Technique, Storm Technique, Extreme Vision Technique, Acid Technique, Rejuvenation Technique, Fire Prison Technique. Flying Blade Technique Materials, None Bloodline Transformation Furnace. Closed. As he scrutinized the data, he began to assess his current situation. After 3 months of seclusion, he had finally surmounted the last bottleneck and attained the Foundation Establishment stage. Remarkably, he had achieved this without consuming the Foundation Establishment pill, relying solely on the enhancement of his bloodline for a seamless breakthrough. Compared to his chi refinement stage, the changes he experienced could only be described as a metamorphosis. His sheer magical power was nearly several times greater than before, and its quality was significantly elevated. Furthermore, his physical form had also received considerable enhancement, rivaling the most formidable beasts of the same level. With his foundation established, it was time to depart. He stowed away the luminous screen and cast a nostalgic glance around the familiar surroundings, feeling a surge of emotion. Cultivators often lead transient lives, rarely able to linger in one place for too long. He recalled his last stay at the Seven Mysteries Sect in the Divine Hand Valley. To find himself in a similar scenario once more was unexpected. The following morning, after gathering his belongings, Mo Juren departed from his residence, riding on Xiao Jin as they soared westward toward a remote area of Spirit Beast Mountain. After approximately half an hour, they finally descended into a secluded valley. He waved his hand, allowing Xiao Jin to frolic freely, and then turned his attention to the barren cliff face ahead. After a brief moment, his gaze sharpened, and he retrieved a talisman from his pocket, activating it before tossing it into the air. With a resounding bang, the talisman transformed into a fiery blaze, embedding itself into the cliff face. In less than a moment, the surface of the cliff rippled as if a curtain was being drawn back, revealing a pitch-black entrance approximately 3 meters high. A familiar figure emerged with purposeful strides, and upon seeing Mo Juren, he greeted him warmly. "Junior brother Mo, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Oh, your cultivation level? You have successfully established your foundation?" The speaker was none other than Wang Ping, who, after establishing his foundation a year prior, had left the Spirit Talisman Pavilion to carve out his own cave residence in the mountains. Mo Juren had already received word from him and was aware of the cave's location. Given his recent foundation establishment, he sought to gather some information. Hence his timely visit. "Merely luck," Mo Juren replied modestly. "You are too humble," Wang Ping countered, shaking his head. "You possess a 4-element root. To achieve foundation establishment is no small feat. The other disciples will surely be envious." Since establishing his foundation, Wang Ping's demeanor had changed significantly. He was now much more cheerful and confident. Especially in the presence of Mo Juren, a longtime friend, he spoke freely without reservations, expressing whatever thoughts came to mind. Chuckling, he continued, "Well, enough of this. Come with me to my cave residence. This is your first visit since I established it. You must stay for a while. Actually, I have some questions to ask, but I hope I do not disturb you." Mo Juren began, but Wang Ping interrupted, leading him toward the cave. Chapter 40. The choice of the cave. Is it true that junior brother Mo only consumed one foundation establishment pill to succeed? In the cave, as Wang Ping brewed tea, he listened to Mo Juren's account. Upon hearing about the foundation establishment pill gifted by Han Yunfeng, a look of realization crossed his face. Yet he remained astonished by Mo Juren's smooth success. It was indeed a stroke of luck. "I approached it merely as an experiment and did not anticipate such a fortuitous outcome," Mo Juren confessed, his expression a mix of confusion and relief, tinged with an unmistakable joy that reflected his current state of mind. "There is no need for you to belittle yourself, junior brother. While we cultivators value talent, it is not the sole determinant. Opportunity is equally crucial. Throughout history, many talented chi refinement stage cultivators have failed at foundation establishment, while those with lesser talents have succeeded through perseverance and the right circumstances. In my view, your resilience and unwavering dedication to the path of cultivation align perfectly with such circumstances." Wang Ping held a profound admiration for Mo Juren, not solely for his rare talent in talisman crafting, but also due to his steadfast approach to cultivation. An individual who persevered through solitude would ultimately achieve commendable feats, even if their talent was not exceptional. Of course, this discussion pertained only to the foundation establishment of chi refinement stage cultivators. Beyond that, especially regarding Golden Core stage, it became an entirely different matter. Not even those with 4-element roots could hope to succeed without a modicum of fortune. Handing over the freshly brewed tea, he smiled. "This is a rare spirit tea I managed to procure. Do taste it and see how it is." It smells delightful. I have longed to try it, Mo Juren replied, lifting the teacup and savoring a sip. Instantly, a wave of refreshing energy coursed through him, spreading comfort throughout his being. Excellent tea, he praised without reservation, raising the cup again to drink it all in one go. Witnessing this, Wang Ping felt a surge of happiness and promptly refilled his cup, then inquired about Mo Juren's future plans. I wish to consult my senior brother, Mo Juren began, setting down his cup, his demeanor becoming serious as he articulated his thoughts. Typically, cultivators would report to their sect after establishing their foundation, registering to gain the right to establish an independent cave residence in the mountains surrounding Spirit Beast Mountain. However, his situation was different. He was merely a temporarily recruited talisman master and could not be considered a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. Whether he could establish a cave here remained uncertain. It seems you are indeed oblivious to the affairs outside. Wang Ping chuckled softly upon hearing Mo Juren's confusion. He proceeded to explain. It's not as complicated as you think. Even if you are just a talisman master, you are still part of our Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Since you have successfully established your foundation, you are entitled to the same benefits. Moreover, foundation stage cultivators are the mainstay of the 7 sects. No sect would overlook you. Simply take your talisman master token to the Lintian Pavilion for registration, and you will then be eligible to receive the necessary materials to establish your cave. Pausing for a moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, he continued, Very well, since I have some free time today, I shall accompany you shortly. I am most grateful, senior brother. The old adage rings true. Having someone on the inside makes matters considerably easier. With Wang Ping's assistance, the registration, collection of items, and all related tasks proceeded with remarkable fluidity. Even though his face was somewhat unfamiliar, he encountered no difficulties whatsoever, not even a single inquiry. Upon departing from the Ling Tian Pavilion, the two did not linger, swiftly mounting their steeds to soar towards the Wanling Hall. Their purpose was twofold: to rent a spirit beast for the purpose of locating the spiritual veins, and for Wang Ping. It seemed he had his own matters to attend to. Upon landing in the square before the Wanling Hall, something inexplicable caused the previously composed Wang Ping to suddenly appear somewhat flustered. This transformation did not go unnoticed by Mo Juren, who was instantly filled with curiosity. What could have caused such a sudden display of shyness? Suddenly, he recalled a certain individual, Sister Bai Xian of the Wanling Hall. He could not help but speculate that it might be due to her. Mo Juren's conjecture was entirely accurate. As the two entered the hall and encountered Sister Bai Xian, who was on duty there, Wang Ping seemed to revert to his former self, awkward, bashful, and at a loss for words. What brings you here? In stark contrast to Wang Ping's unease, Bai Xian exuded a radiant joy upon seeing him. I came to accompany junior brother Mo in renting a spirit beast. Wang Ping stammered, scratching his head, as if he had something more to say but abruptly changed his mind, his demeanor betraying his insincerity. This display was impossible to conceal from the perceptive Bai Xian, who felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Although she could not expose him in front of others, she shot him a glare. Turning her attention to Mo Juren, she scrutinized him for a moment before breaking into a charming smile. Junior brother Mo, it has been several years since we last met, and I see you have reached the foundation establishment stage. How impressive. It is merely luck. Mo Juren replied with a smile, wishing to shift the topic. I must extend my gratitude to you for your assistance with the Golden Feather Eagle incident. I have yet to properly thank you, and I feel quite ashamed. If you would agree, perhaps we could arrange a time for a gathering at the Beast Chamber with senior brother Wang Ping to express my gratitude. You are truly insightful. If this oaf had even half of your cleverness, I would not have to contend with so many headaches. Bai Xian chuckled softly. With her keen intellect, she easily discerned the underlying implication of his words. The invitation was merely a pretext, primarily aimed at creating an opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. However, she had no intention of acquiescing and continued. I must thank Elder Han for the last incident. Aside from my initial warning, I did not contribute much. So there is no need for your thanks. As for the invitation, it is unnecessary. Regarding the Golden Feather Eagle, since you have successfully established your foundation, you may officially become its master as previously agreed. What about Master Gu? Mo Juren inquired tentatively. Rest assured, Master is not so petty. He will not go back on his word. Moreover, the only reason he agreed to entrust the Golden Feather Eagle to you was due to certain conditions promised by Elder Han. Essentially, it was merely a transaction. So you need not worry. However, you should indeed express your gratitude to Elder Han sincerely. That is only right. A few probing remarks were made, and Mo Juren chose not to elaborate further. He then broached the topic of renting the spirit beast, seizing the opportunity to discreetly withdraw, lest he become a hindrance between the two. The double-eyed mouse, resembling an ordinary field mouse in appearance, was small in stature, adorned with a coat of yellow fur and a slender tail. At first glance, it appeared docile and endearing. However, it was, in fact, a genuine first-tier, mid-level demon beast. With steel teeth capable of chewing through copper and iron, and claws sharp enough to pierce gold and stone, it was far from harmless. Strikingly, its large, spirited eyes sparkled with brilliance, occasionally glimmering with five-colored light, further accentuating its extraordinary nature. Upon first sight of this beast, Mo Juren instantly recognized it. Although there were numerous options for spirit beasts, he recalled that Hanli had also located a highly valuable small spiritual spring using this particular type of beast, leading him to decide on its rental. At the very least, its ability to search for spiritual veins was commendable. In midair, the golden feather eagle soared steadily. Meanwhile, Mo Juren, stroking the soft fur of the double-eyed mouse, pondered where to establish his cave. Unlike Hanli, this cave was intended not merely for temporary shelter, but as the foundation for his long-term cultivation and life. He could not afford to be careless. Moreover, he had many plans he had contemplated for quite some time, with the cave serving as the pivotal support and nexus for everything. Therefore, selecting the most suitable location was paramount. Chapter 41. The underground ruins. Departing from the Wanling Hall and heading westward, they traversed through the bustling central area teeming with cultivators. The environment gradually becoming serene and tranquil below. Sitting atop the broad back of the golden feather eagle, Mo Juren contemplated while continuously surveying the landscape. This was the true gathering place of the spiritual veins in Spirit Beast Mountain. Hidden among the continuous peaks were countless caves belonging to Foundation establishment disciples and even nascent soul elders. Naturally, he would not choose to establish his base here. It was too confining, lacking in freedom, and incapable of concealing any secrets. In this regard, Wang Ping demonstrated greater wisdom by opting for a more remote location. This realization prompted him to consider that the vicinity of Wang Ping's cave might indeed be an excellent choice. Furthermore, Wang Ping's character was trustworthy, making the prospect of long-term companionship advantageous. Of course, there also needed to be suitable spiritual veins present. Otherwise, all would be in vain. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and gently patted the small golden eagle's back. Responding to the command, it flapped its wings vigorously, transforming into a golden streak of light soaring through the air. The area where Wang Ping's cave was located was a series of intertwining valleys, dense with forests and abundant in mountains, seldom trodden by human feet. This place was somewhat distant from the sect, resulting in the spiritual veins in the vicinity being scarcer than in other areas. With the speed of the golden feather eagle, it took less than half an hour to arrive, ultimately descending gently upon a mountain peak. Mo Juren surveyed the surroundings and mused, with so many mountain peaks, there surely cannot be only Wang Ping's cave located here, can there? While contemplating, his hands were not idle. He retrieved a thread to tether the double-eyed mouse, subsequently releasing the well-fed creature. The double-eyed mouse darted away at lightning speed, transforming into a yellow shadow that vanished from sight. Were it not for the thread in his hand, tracking its movements would have been nearly impossible. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The double-eyed mouse had been out searching, returning several times for sustenance and rest before setting out again. Unfortunately, as of now, there had been no results. Mo Juren, holding onto the thread trailing behind, inwardly grumbled, "You are a double-eyed mouse, and so is everyone else. Look at how adept they are compared to you, truly incomparable." This grumbling was merely a means to alleviate his boredom. He still held a fondness for the double-eyed mouse. Despite its small stature, it worked diligently. Over the course of 2 days, apart from eating and short breaks, it had tirelessly searched, exerting effort no less than his own. Thinking to himself that once the search concluded, he must reward the little creature generously, he continued on his way. As evening approached and the sky darkened, Mo Juren, traversing the mountain path, suddenly felt a tug on the thread in his hand. Before he could contemplate, the thread moved again, seemingly having discovered something, pulling forward incessantly. Mo Juren instantly realized this and dashed in the direction indicated by the thread. Moments later, he found himself before a certain mountain wall, gazing thoughtfully at a fist-sized hole at the base of the wall. "You are a level 1 spirit beast, the twin-eyed mouse, not a common earth mouse. How could you engage in such burrowing? Do you not feel it tarnishes the reputation of your kind?" At this moment, the thread in his hand ceased its tugging, indicating that the other party had likely stopped moving. This shouldn't be the case. Mo Juren furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought, murmuring, "Could it be that something has truly been discovered?" Speculating aimlessly proved futile, so he took out a flying sword-like artifact and began to slash at the hole. The entrance was quite narrow, indistinguishable from an ordinary mouse hole. However, upon delving approximately 10 meters in, it widened considerably. After traversing several dozen meters, a spacious passage within the mountain was revealed. A hidden abode of former inhabitants? The moment he laid eyes on the passage, Mo Juren's heart raced. It was evident from the marks on the stone walls that this had been artificially excavated, suggesting a considerable passage of time. He retrieved a luminous pearl, instantly illuminating the passage. Without further delay, he continued to explore. Yet, out of caution, he took out several spirit talismans and held them in his palm, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. The passage extended long and gradually descended, as if leading deep into the earth. Upon reaching a certain point, the temperature suddenly plummeted, and he could distinctly feel the chilling air enveloping him. Were it not for his robust physique, he might not have endured it. What place is this? Why is there no anomaly outside, yet a drastic temperature shift occurs upon crossing a certain threshold? Could it be an array? With lingering doubts, he pressed on at a steady pace, stopping only after approximately 20 minutes. At this moment, he stood awestruck before the scene at the end of the passage. Indeed, his assumption was correct. This was a relic of a former inhabitant. Crossing through a long-destroyed stone door, he was met with a vast stone chamber, sparse and cavernous. The ceiling was densely embedded with countless luminous stones, casting an extraordinary brightness throughout the space. In the center of the chamber lay a circular pool with a radius of about 2 meters, featuring a small fountain at its center, which was currently gushing milky white spring water. Even more remarkably, the spring water seemed to be ice-cold, causing the twin-eyed mouse, already present, to shiver uncontrollably. The fountain of spiritual eyes. It is so grand. Upon seeing the fountain, Mo Juren was overjoyed, never expecting such a spiritual entity to exist within this abode. No wonder the twin-eyed mouse, despite being frozen, stubbornly remained at the pool's edge. As he took a few steps closer, he felt the spiritual energy intensifying and was about to lean down to investigate when he suddenly noticed a skeleton seated in a corner of the chamber. A chill rushed up his spine, and Mo Juren's heart raced, instinctively clutching the spirit talismans in a defensive posture. However, after a prolonged wait, nothing unusual occurred. Is it truly lifeless? Mo Juren speculated, yet remained wary. This is the realm of cultivation. Anything bizarre could transpire. There are numerous instances of bodies being destroyed while souls linger. After waiting a while longer, the skeleton showed no signs of movement. Mo Juren steeled himself and activated a fireball talisman, instantly hurling it toward the skeleton. Boom! The talisman transformed into a massive fireball upon contact with the skeleton. However, to his surprise, the skeleton disintegrated into a cloud of ash without resistance. It seems it is indeed utterly dead. Witnessing this scene, Mo Juren's tension eased slightly. Once the fireball extinguished, he cautiously approached. His gaze scanned the ashes, and suddenly, he was captivated by a palm-sized square jade box. What is this? The jade box was not large, only the size of an adult's palm, and perhaps due to the passage of time, its originally white jade material had slightly yellowed. Its surface was intricately engraved with dense, elaborate patterns resembling runes, and even after so long, faint glimmers of spiritual light flowed, indicating it had not lost its efficacy. Mo Juren furrowed his brow. Although he was not well versed in the mysteries of the cultivation world, he could surmise that the complex engravings on the jade box must possess some sealing function. As for what it sealed, that remained unknown. But the potential for peril was undoubtedly high. At that moment, he felt conflicted. Faced with this mysterious jade box, he was uncertain about how to proceed. Opening it might be perilous, yet it could also present a rare opportunity. However, ignoring it felt unsatisfactory. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose caution over risk, deciding to temporarily set it aside until he possessed the strength to deal with it. Having made his decision, he hesitated no longer and bent down to pick it up. However, the instant his fingers brushed against the jade box, his expression changed dramatically, halting his advance. Detected one residual Xian soul. Would you like to store it in the material repository? Xian soul? Hearing that familiar voice, Mo Juren was filled with confusion. What is that? He understood about the essence, but what on earth is a Xian soul? He quickly summoned a screen, which displayed a rapidly flashing message. Detected unknown residual Xian soul. Extreme danger, please handle promptly. Note, Xian soul, a variant soul produced by ghostly cultivators through a specific technique. At this moment, he finally understood what was sealed within the jade box. It was the residual soul of a ghostly cultivator, an entity allegedly despised by heaven and earth. Unable to reincarnate through the 6 paths. The path of ghostly cultivators is inherently bizarre. Even a mere residual soul was not something he could contend with, thus presenting extreme danger. However, the game interface intriguingly indicated the possibility of storing it in the material repository. This piqued his interest. In his previous life playing games, refining singular materials was not unfamiliar. However, that typically occurred at higher levels, as refining high-level bloodlines required not entire spiritual herbs or basic ores, but the essence obtained through refinement. This design was merely a ploy by the game company to increase revenue, adding an extra step for players, necessitating more resource gathering. Now confronted with the residual soul of a ghostly cultivator and prompted to handle it swiftly, could it be refined directly? Beyond that, he could not fathom how to deal with such a terrifying entity. Without hesitation, he issued the command to store it. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Material storage failed. Please try again. Failed. Mo Juren's expression darkened, and he began to ponder the reasons behind it. He issued the command repeatedly, yet the result remained the same. Was it due to the sealing barrier preventing contact with the residual soul? No. If that were the case, it shouldn't have prompted the storage option, which would only appear after the jade box was opened. Unable to comprehend, he reached down to pick up the jade box. Since it remained sealed, there should be no danger as long as it was not opened. However, how could he store it in the material repository? Detected one residual Shin soul. Would you like to store it in the material repository? The prompt reappeared, leaving Mo Juren speechless. After failing countless times, why was this still going on? Could someone not provide a reason for the failure? Although he grumbled internally, he still chose to agree. To his surprise, this time it actually succeeded. In the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. A flash of dark light appeared, and a strange shadow materialized out of thin air. I have emerged. The shadow seemed momentarily confused, as the seal had not been broken, yet it had inexplicably escaped. However, this bewilderment lasted but an instant before it cackled ominously, no matter the reason. Since the heavens have granted me freedom, it means I am not destined to perish. By Chinro, you wretched creature, once I regain my strength, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. The shadow, evidently tormented by hatred for far too long, could not help but vent its fury upon emerging. Mo Juren stood in shock, thinking, what is this wretched auxiliary device doing? How could it have released this thing directly? Am I to be doomed? Cackling. The shadow remarked, you, holding the ice-sealing box that confines me, are you the one who set me free? How amusing. It had clearly been aware of the situation in the stone chamber. After venting for a moment, it scrutinized the individual before it, nodding slightly after a brief examination. I did not expect that upon my freedom, a great gift would be presented. Very well, young one, obediently become my vessel. It is your honor. Do not resist. Before the words were fully uttered, the shadow transformed into a beam of dark light and entered Mo Juren's body. Damn it, hurry. At the moment the dark light entered, Mo Juren felt his body stiffen, as if something were eroding his consciousness. Just as the situation appeared dire, a prompt finally chimed in, material acquisition successful. Detected special material, a fragment of the dark soul. It can be refined using the bloodline transformation furnace. Would you like to proceed? Yes, open it now. It has been activated. Would you like to add? Mo Juren felt his golden opportunity was being squandered. Must it be so complicated? If you take too long, I'm finished. Damn, what is this? Not adding addition complete. Commencing refinement. Required duration, 3 days. Please be patient. Ignoring the cries within his consciousness, upon hearing the prompt, Mo Juren finally exhaled in relief. From the shadow's emergence to its absorption into the transformation furnace, the entire process took only a few breaths, yet it felt like a life or death ordeal, leaving him with a sense of having survived a calamity. Now, looking at the jade box, or the ice sealing box, Mo Juren had shed his previous apprehensions and began to explore its surface. The craftsmanship of the ice sealing box was exquisite. The 6 sides were seamlessly integrated, with the joints flawless, making it impossible to discern which was the true lid. After searching for nearly 10 minutes, he finally discovered a minuscule protrusion in a corner. Upon pressing it gently, the lid slowly opened. What is this? His gaze swept across the interior space, and his expression brightened. He had anticipated only the dark shadow inside. Yet he found other items, a small ice blue token and 2 white jade slips. The token was diminutive, measuring only 3 inches in length and 2 fingers wide. Upon grasping it, an intense chill shot through him, penetrating to his core. Mo Juren involuntarily shivered and quickly summoned his internal energy to alleviate the cold. Upon further examination, he noted that the front of the token was inscribed with a single character, while the back bore a peculiar cauldron-like pattern surrounded by mysterious blue flames. Exuding an extraordinary aura, Mo Juren furrowed his brow, unable to ascertain its nature. He returned it to the box and retrieved the other jade slip. This one was easily recognizable, akin to the information-storing slips used in the realm of cultivation. His heart raced at the thought of it being an ancient artifact, pondering what legacy it might contain. Without hesitation, he pressed the slip against his forehead, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. After a considerable time, Mo Juren organized the information in his mind, his face illuminating with unmistakable joy. As he had surmised, the slip contained an extraordinary legacy. The contents were divided into two parts, the first being a powerful technique known as Ice Soul Profound Art, an ice attribute method that spanned from the foundational stage to the divine transformation stage, complete and unblemished. The second part comprised secret techniques and offensive strategies derived from ice attribute energy. However, there was a caveat. Aside from the initial mysterious technique named Ice Soul Cold Light and a method for crafting the ice crystal sword, most of the subsequent information was sealed, beyond his current comprehension. Ice Soul Profound Art, Ice Attribute Technique. Gazing at the jade slip, Mo Juren fell into contemplation, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name. Suddenly, he recalled someone, his eyes brightening. If it were indeed that individual, it would not be surprising. As he knew, that person was an extraordinary talent in ancient times, having traversed the human realm and left behind countless legacies. The jade slip, with its unique style and ancient essence, was likely crafted by their hand. Yet, the circumstances here were different. It was improbable that it was directly related to that individual. Given their prowess, they would not engage in such trivial matters, which did not align with their style. Of course, the intricacies of the past, the entangled fates and grievances, were beyond his understanding. He remembered how the shadow had emerged, filled with resentment, indicating a story behind it. All of this was merely his conjecture. The truth had long been buried in the annals of history, leaving no one to unravel it. He had no desire to trace the origins, as long as it benefited him. Having reached the foundational stage, he entered a new realm. The ice sealing art, which was initially a transitional technique, was evidently now obsolete, necessitating a change to a new method. This was a critical juncture for his future path, warranting careful consideration. Initially, he planned to leverage Han Lao's connections to acquire a technique at a high-level auction, as methods in the cultivation realm were not scarce unless they were top-tier. Otherwise, with sufficient resources, one could obtain them. However, he did not expect to experience a stroke of fortune himself, stumbling upon the ruins of an ancient cultivator and acquiring a complete ancient legacy. Thus, all his issues were resolved in one fell swoop. Looking back at the ice sealing box, he noticed one last jade slip remained, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. He took it and pressed it to his forehead. Formation. After perusing the information within the jade slip, Mo Juren realized that this slip was also a legacy, but not a technique. It pertained specifically to formations. There were approximately a dozen varieties, each closely related to the manipulation of icy forces, particularly the final one mentioned, the Ice Soul Cold Fiery formation, whose power was beyond imagination. When fully activated, it could even threaten those at the divine transformation stage. Mo Juren couldn't help but be taken aback. This was quite an exaggeration. However, the description indicated that it was a large-scale formation, requiring unimaginable resources to set up, suggesting that it truly possessed such power. Regaining his focus, he surveyed the stone chamber once more. From the jade slip detailing the formation, it is revealed that this cave is also equipped with a small formation known as the Xianyuan Spirit Sealing Array. Though diminutive in size, its power is formidable. It not only prevents the spiritual energy of the spring from leaking, but also possesses considerable offensive and defensive capabilities. According to the description in the jade slip, when operating at full capacity, it can withstand dozens of attacks from early-stage core formation cultivators. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, the formation has suffered significant damage, resulting in a loss of its offensive and defensive abilities, with a slight leakage of spiritual energy, which explains why the twin-pupiled rat was able to sense it. Mo Juren furrowed his brow. Since he planned to settle here, the protective formation was of utmost importance, and the Xianyuan Spirit Sealing Array must be fully restored. Following the instructions in the jade slip, he approached the edge of the pond, his spiritual power coalescing in his eyes, allowing him to see everything within the pond clearly. Arranged around the spring, near the pond's edge, were 8 formation plates, all rendered inert due to the absence of spirit stones. At the center of the spring lay a main formation plate, which was not powered by spirit stones but was directly connected to the spring, thus retaining its original sealing effect. However, lacking the support of the auxiliary plates, its operation was not flawless, leading to the leakage of spiritual energy. Having discerned the cause of the formation's malfunction, Mo Juren produced several medium-grade spirit stones and placed them in the 8 formation plates. At the moment the last stone was inserted, the previously tranquil pond suddenly trembled violently, and beams of white light erupted from the formation plates, shooting upward. Simultaneously, points of light emerged from the stone walls of the chamber's ceiling, shimmering in concert with the ascending beams. The number of glowing points increased, as if gradually illuminated, spreading along mysterious patterns until they enveloped the entire ceiling. Looking up, one could see countless dots of light, densely packed and flickering, resembling a starry sky beneath the night. The formation had fully activated, and Mo Juren could distinctly feel the changes within the stone chamber. First, the temperature began to drop visibly. The twin-pupiled rat, which had been basking in the spring's energy, suddenly sensed the change and instinctively attempted to flee. However, just as it reached the stone door, a transparent barrier blocked its path. Terrified, it feared freezing to death if it remained any longer. In a moment of desperation, it turned and darted towards Mo Juren, clinging to the hem of his robe and squeaking frantically, as if trying to convey something. All is well. Mo Juren gently picked it up, chuckling softly, then extended his palm, channeling ice elemental magic into the main formation plate. After receiving the inheritance from the Jade Slip, he had come to understand the control methods of the Xianyuan spirit sealing array. Particularly, his inherent ice elemental magic resonated harmoniously with the formation, allowing him to manipulate it with ease. Soon, the temperature within the chamber ceased to decline and began to rise gradually, but this increase was limited to the confines of the stone chamber. Should one step outside the stone door, they would find themselves in a realm of ice and snow, with the entire passageway's stone walls coated in a thick layer of frost. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the Xianyuan spirit sealing array within its boundaries. In addition to its numerous offensive and defensive capabilities, the frigid temperature rendered intruders nearly immobile. Finding a spacious spot, Mo Juren sat cross-legged. With the matters of the cave resolved, he decided to remain inside temporarily, first to await the completion of the transformation furnace, and secondly to diligently study the ice soul profound art. Before any transition in his cultivation, he must ensure absolute certainty. 3 days swiftly passed, and as the refining period concluded, Mo Juren set aside the Jade Slip and activated the light screen once more. The refinement was complete, yielding a drop of Xianyuan liquid. Would he like to claim it? Xianyuan liquid. Although he was uncertain of its precise properties, he instinctively sensed it was a valuable substance. With that thought, he promptly issued the command to collect it. As his words fell, a flash of black light appeared, and a drop of pitch-black liquid, no larger than a thumb, materialized in midair. Mo Juren quickly reacted, channeling his magic to stabilize it in the air. After examining it for a moment, he shook his head slightly. This substance appeared dark and unremarkable. He had no idea what it could do or how to utilize it, whether to ingest it directly or use it as an ingredient in some alchemical concoction. Regrettably, aside from its name, there was no further guidance. Given his cautious nature, Mo Juren refrained from consuming it indiscriminately. Then, his gaze drifted towards the pond, where the twin-pupiled rat lay lazily atop the spiritual spring, seemingly in utter bliss. It had been 3 days, and this little creature showed no signs of leaving. Did it intend to linger here indefinitely? The rich spiritual energy within the stone chamber was indeed a powerful lure, making its reluctance to depart entirely understandable. However, he could not allow this delay to continue. He must send it away today. What if he allowed this little creature to try it? He hesitated momentarily, glancing between the twin-pupiled rat and the Xianyuan liquid, then shook his head slightly, deciding it would be wiser to proceed with caution, lest he inadvertently harm the little one. He stored the Xianyuan liquid away and made his way to the stone door, quickly disappearing into the passageway. After about 10 minutes, he returned, holding a formidable gray wolf, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Though the wolf was large, it was still merely a beast, trembling in fear as it was held by a human cultivator. The twin-pupiled rat, observing from a distance, cast a disdainful look with its big eyes, then promptly closed them again to resume its leisurely rest. Seeing this, Mo Juren could not help but chuckle softly. This little creature was utterly oblivious. If not for its safety, he would not have gone to the trouble of capturing a giant wolf. This was merely a precaution for its sake. The reason for bringing the wolf was to test the effects of the Xianyuan liquid when ingested directly and to ascertain if there would be any danger to life. If so, it would be the end of that, and he could explore further in the future. However, if no adverse effects were observed, it would indicate that it could be safely consumed, potentially providing benefits for cultivation. He opened the vial and carefully released a grain-sized amount of the liquid, directing it toward the giant wolf. The latter, immobilized by the binding spell, had no means to resist, watching helplessly as the unknown substance entered its mouth. Now came the waiting period, during which Mo Juren closely monitored the wolf's reactions. Time passed slowly, and the giant wolf lay there motionless, not due to any ailment, but rather from sheer fear. However, it appeared that the consumption of the cyanine liquid had heightened the wolf's vitality. Mo Juren's expression brightened, and he mused that since the giant wolf was merely an ordinary beast and had suffered no ill effects from direct ingestion, then surely he, with his enhanced physique, would be even less susceptible. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, he also summoned the twin-pupiled rat and allowed it to consume a grain-sized amount. In contrast to the wolf, the rat showed no signs of resistance. Instead, it grew increasingly animated, its large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing this, Mo Juren was convinced that the cyanine liquid could indeed be ingested directly and seemed to significantly enhance the mental fortitude of living beings. With that realization, he no longer hesitated and swiftly swallowed the entire drop of cyanine liquid. In the next moment, a chill surged into his consciousness, leaving him momentarily disoriented. As if a wave of drowsiness were washing over him, Mo Juren understood that this was the effect of the cyanine liquid taking hold. He could not allow himself to succumb to sleep, or he would waste all its medicinal properties. Resolutely, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to refine the energy within. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he finally opened his eyes once more. A flash of brilliance erupted, flickering momentarily. What a remarkable treasure indeed! At this moment, Mo Juren's heart brimmed with joy. The effects of the cyanine liquid were astounding. With the mere refinement of a single drop, his spiritual consciousness had significantly amplified, rivaling that of his peers who had specifically cultivated their spiritual techniques. Though he possessed an extraordinary physique and his magical power was on par with fellow practitioners of the same rank, he had long considered his spiritual awareness a weakness. Now, it had been effectively remedied. The only regret was the scarcity of the cyanine liquid. A single remnant soul could only yield one drop. Hardly enough to fill a gap. If only there were more. A potent spiritual consciousness not only enhances one's combat capability, but also greatly aids in breaking through realms. Unfortunately, acquiring this liquid necessitated encountering ghostly cultivators, an endeavor fraught with challenges. Regrettably, while such substances existed, they were exceedingly rare. Pondering this, he could only shake his head slightly, resigning himself to fate. However, there were other avenues to strengthen one's spiritual awareness. One could practice certain esoteric techniques designed for this purpose. For instance, the Dayanju was undoubtedly an excellent choice. In truth, he had long coveted this technique. Yet, acquiring it was no simple task. Unlike the fortunate Hanli, who seemed to have luck at his beck and call, Mo Juren knew he would have to devise a meticulous plan. With thoughts gathered, he turned his attention to the twin-eyed mouse nestled by the spirit spring, promptly rising to lift it. "Little fellow, it's time for you to return home." Upon hearing this, the twin-eyed mouse protested vehemently, its four tiny paws flailing helplessly in midair. Alas, no amount of struggle could alter its fate. It could only watch as it was gradually escorted out of the cave. Strangely, the large wolf, once lifted by Mo Juren's other hand, remained utterly docile, displaying an unusual obedience. After traversing the narrow passage, they emerged back to the surface. Without hesitation, Mo Juren cast the twin-eyed mouse away. The little creature, having wriggled throughout the journey, seemed to grasp the situation, realizing that lingering would be futile. With a reluctant glance back, it departed slowly, its large eyes filled with reluctance. Mo Juren remained unmoved, pretending not to see. His gaze shifted to the gray wolf, and he kicked its rear playfully, causing it to yelp and flee rapidly into the dense forest. Finally, rid of these two companions, tranquility returned. He turned his attention to the entrance of the passage. Suddenly furrowing his brow, it hardly resembled a cave entrance, but rather a large rat hole. This wouldn't do. Modifications were imperative to prevent mockery from any visitors. Additionally, the formation array, the Xian Yuan spirit sealing array, remained concealed, only to be activated in critical moments as the final line of defense for the cave. Thus, he needed to establish a mirage formation at the entrance to obscure it, ensuring that it wouldn't be disturbed by uninvited guests. The sect had generously provided some formation flags, but they were utterly worthless, effective only against wild beasts. Chapter 45. Anomaly and Family Letter. As winter waned and spring blossomed, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the stone chamber of the cave, after days of cultivation, Mo Juren once again opened his eyes. Upon assessing his physical condition, a smile of delight graced his features. In this half-year, he had finally mastered the Bing Pixian Gong. And due to his magical power vastly exceeding that of his peers, the transition was remarkably smooth, propelling his new technique to the 4th level. Though still in the initial stage of foundation building, the transformation was monumental compared to before. The Bing Pixian Gong was indeed a top-tier technique inherited from a renowned lineage, having dominated the ancient world. Its refinement of ice attribute magical power was vastly superior to the foundational technique, Xian Bing Ju. Now, the purity and control of the magical power within him were incomparable to earlier times. Moreover, the inheritance jade slip elucidated a portion of the creator's insights into the laws of ice within the heavens and earth, encompassing profound theories that, despite being somewhat nebulous, inexplicably enhanced his comprehension of the Bing Pixian Gong. He couldn't help but reflect that true teachings can yield immense understanding, while mere words may fall short. Although these theories were exceedingly advanced and intricate for him at present, they embodied the true essence of cultivation. Even the slightest absorption would prove immensely beneficial. Aside from the technique, an exceptionally peculiar occurrence had transpired during this time, leaving him astonished. Within his sea of consciousness, the two inherited marks, ice sealing technique and ice arrow technique, suddenly underwent a strange transformation, gradually merging into a new mark, Bing Pahan Guang. This development was indeed unexpected. Prior attempts to comprehend the top-tier secret technique had yielded no such result. He had previously made numerous attempts, and aside from merging techniques inherited through his bloodline, understanding any other spells proved exceedingly challenging, with minimal chances of success. While it would be overly absolute to claim he lacked any insight into Taoist arts, his progress had been dishearteningly slow. He had nearly given up entirely, content with the growing repertoire of inherited secret techniques at his disposal. Yet, after acquiring Bing Pahan Guang, the allure of its formidable power compelled him to make an instinctive attempt, leading to this peculiar anomaly. He found himself pondering whether the Xian Pixian Gong was the catalyst for this phenomenon, being a profound technique from ancient times. It undoubtedly refined ice attribute magical power to an exceptional degree, far surpassing foundational techniques. Could this have elevated his understanding of ice spells? Or perhaps Bing Pahan Guang, with its remarkable versatility, harmonized effortlessly with all spells of the same attribute, further aided by the indescribable guidance of an auxiliary tool, culminating in their fusion? He suddenly recalled the illusory inheritance marks within his sea of consciousness. The emergence of such entities was already wondrous. Resembling a product of the fusion between auxiliary tools and the unique bloodline inheritance laws of this world. Such concepts were absent in the gaming worlds of his past life. The Demon Hunter continent operated within its own system, with natives hunting demons for blood, merging bloodlines to acquire extraordinary physiques, immense potential, and extended lifespans, while skills were to be cultivated step by step through established frameworks. The precise cause of this transformation remained uncertain. If it was indeed the first scenario, he could simply find another ice spell to practice and ascertain the truth. Success would not only be ideal, but would also validate his initial hypothesis, allowing him to cultivate ice spells without reservations. However, if he were to fail, he would have to temporarily set this aside until he could merge a higher-grade bloodline and acquire other top-tier inherited spells to confirm his conjecture. With this thought, a book materialized in his hand, the Xian Bing Ju. Glancing at the title, Mo Juren couldn't help but smile. This was the foundational ice technique he had procured earlier. Besides the technique, it included around 6 or 7 ice spells. Although all were rudimentary, they had previously proven challenging for him to comprehend. However, given his changed circumstances, it was time to attempt once more. After flipping through the pages, he selected a basic ice cone technique. The choice of this method was predicated upon its simplicity and ease of mastery, requiring merely adherence to a specific incantation sequence to ultimately crystallize a shard of ice. This technique, however, is constrained by 2 factors: the practitioner's substantial magical prowess and their adeptness in executing the incantation sequence. At this juncture, he had already reached the foundational stage of cultivation. Lacking in magical energy was not an issue. Rather, the focus lay on mastering the intricate details of the incantation. Without further hesitation, he commenced his practice. After an indeterminate span of time, he glanced once more at the profound ice incantation, a flicker of complexity reflected in his gaze. The situation was somewhat more favorable than he had anticipated. His comprehension of ice-based magic had indeed accelerated, demonstrating progress unlike the stagnation of the past. However, the degree of advancement was not as significant as he had hoped, merely an incremental improvement. This outcome indicated a crucial insight: the emergence of the top-tier spell, Ice Soul's Cold Light, bore little connection to his own magical enlightenment. but rather was likely attributed to the spell's inherent nature. This point would require further validation in the future. For now, it was best to set it aside. Name: Mo Juren. Realm: Initial Foundation Stage Bloodline. Water Attribute Level 2, 100. Wood Attribute Level 1, 100. Fire Attribute Level 1, 100. Earth Attribute Level 1, 100. Metal Attribute Level 1, 100. Technique: Ice Soul Profound Art, 4th level. Body: 5 elements body spells. Ice Soul's Cold Light, top tier, 11. Body Protection Spell, intermediate. Venom Spell, intermediate. Binding Spell, Thorn Spell, Mind Confusion Spell, Stone Armor Spell, Quicksand Spell, Fireball Spell, Corrosion Spell, Storm Spell, Farsight Spell, Acid Spell, Rejuvenation Spell, Fire Prison Spell. Flying Blade Spell. Materials: None. Bloodline Transformation Furnace, closed only 11. Mo Juren contemplated the information displayed on the interface, ultimately drawing several conclusions. The inheritance imprint of Ice Soul's cold light within his sea of consciousness must resemble that of a newborn, necessitating the continuous integration of other ice-based spells to achieve its complete crystallization. When that moment arrived, he would not need to exert effort in comprehension. Mastery would come effortlessly upon reaching 100%. With this thought, his heart ignited with fervor. A top-tier spell. What immense power it possessed, far surpassing that of mid to high-level spells. In an instant, he was seized by an impulse to soar to the starry sea, where both ice and other elemental magics could potentially yield similar achievements. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. The time was not yet ripe. Moreover, top-tier spells were exceedingly rare and not easily acquired. Even some shape-shifting beasts might lack such a high-grade innate heritage. Setting aside his lofty aspirations, he returned to the present. Where a pressing matter required swift attention, procrastination could lead to dire consequences. In the air, a small golden figure darted rapidly. Mo Juren, meanwhile, gazed silently at a letter in his hand. This was a family missive from Lady Yen, received days prior, informing him that the Iron Corpse servant left behind at home had suddenly gained consciousness and fled stealthily. Upon receiving the news, he instantly deduced the cause. However, the occurrence was rather premature, as it was expected to transpire only after the demonic invasion. In his previous life, he had overlooked certain details while reading, which hindered his ability to make precise judgments. Nevertheless, with the emergence of this individual, immediate resolution was imperative. At this moment, the entity should be at its most vulnerable, presenting the optimal opportunity to act. Of course, this individual had once been a core formation practitioner, possessing certain capabilities. To return without adequate preparation would be recklessly imprudent. Chapter 46. Magnanimity in the Market. At the Wanbao Pavilion, Mo Juren cast a glance at the imposing sign before stepping inside without delay. Isn't this Master Mo, the Talisman Master? What brings you here today? Planning to sell some talismans? Rest assured, we offer premium prices for any talisman crafted by your hands. The proprietor of Wanbao Pavilion greeted him, having established familiarity through years of transactions, and was particularly keen on the talismans he crafted. Do you think I only sell talismans and cannot purchase anything? Mo Juren jested with a smile. Purchase? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback before responding. Of course. With your financial standing, you could surely afford even the most extravagant treasures. I seek to acquire some top-tier items, Mo Juren stated directly, clarifying his intent. Then we must head upstairs. I have none available here, the shopkeeper replied with a smile, summoning a servant and whispering instructions. Take Master Mo to the 3rd floor to find Lady Lin. The servant, eager to please, nodded and led the way up the staircase. After a brief ascent, they arrived on the 3rd floor, where Mo Juren looked up to behold a broad, straight corridor, imbued with tranquility. At the corridor's end, he discerned a small hall, modest in size yet uniquely adorned. As the servant entered the hall, they were met with a poised and elegant woman engrossed at the counter. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a blue palace dress, her lustrous black hair elegantly pinned up, accentuating her mature allure. At that moment, the woman was absorbed in her book, seemingly unaware of their arrival. Lady Lin, we have a guest. The servant, accustomed to her demeanor, approached without trepidation and quietly informed her. Understood, Lady Lin replied, momentarily distracted, reluctantly setting down her book to assess her visitor. Since you have ascended to the 3rd floor, you must not be an ordinary customer. What sort of items do you seek? Please provide a standard, and I shall make recommendations accordingly. Such audacity. Do you truly believe you can procure anything I request? Mo Juren silently scoffed, yet replied without hesitation. Do you have talisman treasures? I desire those with substantial power. Additionally, please recommend some offensive and defensive artifacts. preferably one that can mask spiritual energy fluctuations. If there are any formidable attack items, such as heavenly thunder pearls, I would like a few of those as well. He spoke candidly, leaving Lady Lin momentarily speechless, her lips parting slightly in astonishment. Dear guest, are you certain you are not jesting? While Wanbao Pavilion possesses an abundance of such items, their prices are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The shopkeeper's servant, clearly having received instructions, leaned in to whisper in Lady Lin's ear. Upon hearing this, her beautiful face registered enlightenment. Turning back to Mo Juren, her eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Please wait a moment, dear guest. Your requested items are somewhat numerous. I shall fetch them shortly. With that, she turned and retreated into an inner chamber. Mo Juren remained unhurried, using the time to closely observe the hall's decor. Perhaps due to the owner's influence, the ambience was vibrant, with a distinctly feminine aesthetic. Lady Lin's absence was brief. She soon returned, approaching with a gentle tap on her storage pouch, causing an array of variously sized brocade boxes to materialize on the counter. The Silver Star Sword, a supreme offensive magical artifact. The Crimson Gold Shield, a premier defensive magical artifact. The Spirit Concealing Garment, a high-quality artifact capable of masking spiritual fluctuations and presence. The Five Elements Ring, designed to entrap foes, and the Condensed Light Spike, an offensive tool of immense power, too formidable for foundational stage cultivators to withstand directly. A Heavenly Thunder token was also present. As Lady Lin introduced each item, the satisfaction on Mo Juren's face deepened. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Do you have any blank array flags and discs? Are you looking to inscribe a formation?" "We possess complete sets of pre-crafted formations in various types," Lady Lin replied. "Oh." Mo Juren's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he pressed. "Can the ready-made formations withstand continuous assaults from core formation stage cultivators?" "That, unfortunately, is not feasible," Lady Lin responded with a sheepish smile. "To endure such relentless attacks, one requires formations of intermediate grade or higher. Otherwise, then I shall need some blank array flags and discs. My interest in formations has recently intensified, and I may require an ample supply," he stated with determination. A short while later, upon Lady Lin's return, she held an additional storage pouch. Mo Juren accepted it, glancing within before nodding in approval. "The items appear satisfactory. Let's discuss the pricing." "Ah, which items are you interested in purchasing?" Lady Lin asked instinctively. "Naturally, I wish to acquire them all. Otherwise, why would I request such a wide array? All of them. That would amount to over 5,000 spirit stones." You may relay to the shopkeeper that this individual is a genius talisman master from the Spirit Talisman Pavilion and is not lacking in funds. However, several thousand spirit stones is still a considerable sum. Moreover, judging by the solitary storage pouch at your waist, it does not seem you carry such wealth. Fetch your appraiser. "I have some talismans to sell," Mo Juren declared. After an extended period of seclusion, his spirit stones were indeed running low. However, his stock of talismans was plentiful, as he regularly crafted them during breaks, and he now possessed a significant collection that he intended to liquidate. As he contemplated the talismans, a wave of regret washed over him. Due to the fusion of ice-type spells, he had lost one of his 3 intermediate spells, consequently limiting his ability to craft intermediate talismans to just 2 types, a considerable loss. Ironically, the ice sealing technique, the most practical of the 3, was now beyond his reach, a situation he found lamentable. Thus, he specifically retained this type of talisman for future needs. As for the newly developed supreme spell, Ice Soul Radiance, he was far from completing its imprint, and thus could not replicate it. "Mo Talisman Master, it is you," the appraiser exclaimed upon recognizing him, greeting him with enthusiasm. "I hear you wish to sell talismans again. Which types do you have? Are they the same as before, or is there something new?" Without answering, Mo Juren produced a substantial stack and placed it before the appraiser. This scene left Lady Lin astonished. Typically, talisman masters sold only a few, or at most, a dozen. This quantity appeared to exceed 100 or 200. The appraiser, however, seemed unfazed and immediately began examining the topmost talisman. His pace was swift, and soon he had assessed the majority. Yet, when he reached the last 30 talismans, his expression shifted dramatically, and he could not suppress a gasp. Good heavens! These are intermediate talismans. Chapter 47. Exterminating Threats and Returning Home. The Beast Spirit Mountain is located in Lan Province, not far from Jiyuan City. With the speed of his mount, Little Gold, Mo Juren arrived in less than half a day. In a secluded area outside the city, Mo Juren patted Little Gold's back and leaped down, striding towards the distant city gates. Little Gold circled in the air before swiftly departing. Fresh melons for sale. Sweet and fragrant jade melons, no sweetness, no charge. sugared hawthorns, tangy and sweet, only 1 coin per skewer. Upon returning to Jiyuan City and witnessing the lively atmosphere along the streets, a faint smile graced Mo Juren's lips. This sensation was delightful, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his past life. Past memories are like fleeting dreams, impossible to reclaim. Yet, certain deep-rooted memories within the soul are indelible. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air, causing a commotion at the end of the street. Mo Juren, lost in thought, frowned and looked up, only to find his eldest daughter, Mo Juren, clad in black warrior attire, with a flowing crimson cape and a purple-sheathed sword at her side. She rode a magnificent horse, her beauty striking and her demeanor spirited. Her unadorned visage drew the attention of countless passers-by. This girl, Mo Juren chuckled softly, recalling how he had learned from previous correspondences with the other ladies that, due to the rising prosperity of the world, the Mo family had become less cautious than in the original story. His 3 daughters now enjoyed a carefree life, especially Mo Juren, whose preference for martial attire over feminine garb had become even more pronounced. Clearly accustomed to the attention, Mo Juren paid no mind as she galloped forward, soon vanishing from sight. I wonder how Feng Wu and Kai Huan are doing. Surely they have not been too troubled? Mo Juren pondered, preparing to move on. However, as his gaze inadvertently swept past a nearby building, he abruptly halted. At that moment, a stranger's gaze from the open railing of the 3rd floor fixated on the direction where Mo Juren had disappeared, filled with a chilling greed and complexity. Interesting, Mo Juren mused, expanding his consciousness to scrutinize the individual thoroughly. Particularly noteworthy was a 5-colored token at the man's waist, revealing his identity without question. I suspected the events of the original story were far from simple. A cold snort escaped him, and a wave of murderous intent surged within. His eyes shimmered with a piercing light as he executed the enchantment of bewilderment. Stop! A sharp command resonated in the young man's mind, causing him to startle and instinctively turn. However, upon locking eyes with Mo Juren's azure gaze, his consciousness abruptly faded, leading him to stumble over the railing and plummet. Thud! Even a martial artist, without the aid of energy, is nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The moment his head met the stone ground, he could not withstand the impact, resulting in a fatal fracture of his neck. Oh no, someone has jumped to their death. Nearby witnesses gasped in horror, their panic igniting chaos, screams and shouts erupting around. Mo Juren's expression remained indifferent. He merely cast a brief glance at the lifeless body to confirm there was no chance of survival before quietly departing. After nearly 5 years, Mo Juren returned once more. Instantly, the entire Mo residence buzzed with excitement. The ladies, particularly the 3rd wife, Lu, were the most direct. Upon seeing him, she disregarded the onlookers and embraced him, reproaching him for his callousness in leaving home for years without considering the feelings of his sisters. Fully aware of his shortcomings, Mo Juren refrained from arguing, instead offering gentle reassurances. For the next half-month, he devoted his time to soothing the restless hearts of the ladies, putting aside all else. Until everything returned to tranquility, he finally summoned Lady Wang to his side and began to inquire about the situation regarding the corpse-refining iron slave. Approximately a month prior, the secret chamber unexpectedly received intelligence indicating that the 5-color sect was making unusual movements, planning to strike against our secret stronghold in Blue Moon Town. At that time, most of our personnel were stationed at other branches, and we were unable to provide swift support. Therefore, I took the Iron Slave with me. The information proved accurate. The enemy acted swiftly, leaving us no time to react. Fortunately, with the presence of the Iron Slave, we managed to annihilate all incoming foes. The 5-color sect likely sensed the strangeness of the situation and refrained from further actions thereafter. Everything seemed to have concluded, but a few days later, the Iron Slave exhibited peculiar behavior, injuring a guard in the dungeon and escaping from the Mo residence. As she recounted the events, Lady Wang could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Clearly, her husband had specifically instructed her not to allow the Iron Slave to reveal itself unless in a dire situation, to avoid unnecessary complications. Her husband had entrusted this responsibility to her, yet she had neglected it, resulting in unforeseen consequences. She wondered how severe the repercussions might be. The more she pondered, the more she felt she had let her husband down, her beautiful face marred by self-reproach. Through Lady Wang's narration, Mo Juren gleaned the sequence of events. It seemed that this outing had provided the enemy with an opportunity to exploit a gap. However, upon seeing her expression of guilt and self-blame, he could not help but smile, gently reassuring her, "There is no intention to blame you. Moreover, the situation is not as grave as you perceive." After offering her further comfort, He continued to inquire about the Iron Slave. From what he understood, the individual should be gravely injured. Even if they had seized the Iron Slave's body, they would merely be clinging to life, requiring a lengthy period for complete recovery. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to escape the control of the soul-calling bell even during the invasion of demonic forces. Do you know where they are hiding? He asked. Approximately 100 miles west of Jiyuan City lies a dense forest of towering mountains, rife with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, seldom trodden by human feet. The enemy has been lurking within the mountains, neither returning nor departing, a most peculiar situation. Such strangeness is not unfathomable. It is merely that you are unaware of the underlying circumstances, Mo Juren remarked with a smile, refraining from divulging too much. He grasped the soul-calling bell on the table, reiterating, "Time is of the essence. I shall depart now to resolve this matter. Inform the others, so they need not worry." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and swiftly vanished from the study. Lady Wang stood there, momentarily stunned, her lips parted slightly as she murmured, "My husband is becoming increasingly enigmatic, leaving one entirely unable to perceive his thoughts. Yet, it matters not. As long as he is my husband, it is all that counts, after all. It is not a bad thing." Chapter 48. Seizing the moment to annihilate leaving Jiyuan City, he summoned the little golden creature, which had been frolicking for several days, and hurried westward. 100 miles may seem distant, but for the adept little golden creature, it was merely a matter of a single meal's duration. This is the place. In midair, Mo Juren surveyed the dense forest below before retrieving the soul-calling bell, channeling his magical energy into it. The bell emitted a faint white light and suspended itself in midair. Once again, he executed a series of incantations, causing the small bell to tremble and then shoot off in a particular direction. Without hesitation, Mo Juren urged the little golden creature to follow closely. After an indeterminate period of rapid flight, the small bell suddenly halted and plummeted towards the ground. Mo Juren felt a stir within him and promptly summoned the bell into his grasp, simultaneously channeling his magical energy to encase it in ice. Being his life-s artifact, it had a connection to the corpse refining process. If he did not insulate it, it might be sensed by the enemy, allowing them to escape as before. Descending from the sky, Mo Juren began to meticulously search within the dense forest. Following the guidance of the soul-calling bell, the target should be nearby. Indeed, only moments later, he quickly located his objective. At that moment, the adversary was seated cross-legged upon a flat boulder, eyes closed in meditation, utterly oblivious to the approaching presence. Seeing this, Mo Juren smirked inwardly. What a fortuitous opportunity. He immediately extracted the talisman, the condensing light spike, and began the ritual of activation. His magical energy was substantial, enabling him to activate it at remarkable speed. In a brief moment, a 3-inch-long diamond-shaped light spike hovered above him, flickering in and out. His other hand did not lag behind. With a flash of brilliance, he conjured several mid-level spirit talismans, not allowing the adversary a moment to react as he hurled them forth. These were no ordinary low-level talismans. They were mid-level ice-sealing talismans. He had few remaining, and now he was using more than half of them. The explosion of dozens of mid-level talismans unleashed immense power, a torrent of frigid air sweeping forth. At that moment, the corpse-refining individual finally sensed the impending danger, their eyes snapping open. Faced with such an abrupt and formidable assault, their expression shifted dramatically. With no time to ascertain the situation, they twisted at the waist, attempting to evade. Yet at that instant, a strange chime echoed, seemingly their nemesis. The corpse-refining body immediately froze, rendered immobile. By the time they sought to dodge, it was already too late, in the span of a mere breath. Their entire form was completely encased in ice. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The corpse-refining figure transformed into a frozen sculpture, utterly motionless, as if entirely ensnared. However, Mo Juren, who had been lurking at a distance, remained still, patiently awaiting the next move. The chilling energy contained within the ice-sealing talismans bore tremendous lethality. Particularly after the entire body was encased in ice, if not promptly dispelled, it would harm not only the physical form, but also the primordial spirit. The spirit that had seized the corpse was already grievously wounded. How could it endure such a standoff? Merely moments later, it began to stir. The area around its abdomen quivered slightly, and the next moment, a green glow erupted from its mouth, a verdant elixir. Upon its emergence, a layer of soft green light enveloped the vicinity, rapidly melting the thick ice that had clung to its surface at an observable pace. Witnessing this scene, Mo Juren let out a cold chuckle and immediately summoned the Silver Star Sword, launching it like a silver streak toward the adversary. Sensing yet another attack approaching, The still-encased corpse-refining figure grew frantic, opening its mouth to unleash another beam of green light, which collided with the incoming Silver Star sword. With a resounding explosion, waves of energy surged forth, obliterating the surrounding flora and rocks. Mo Juren furrowed his brow. If he guessed correctly, that green light must be the adversary's life artifact, the Green Radiant Sword. Though the Silver Star sword was a top-tier artifact, it still paled in comparison to a life artifact. In midair, the silver and green lights intertwined and separated. The Silver Star sword, in terms of strength and resilience, fell somewhat short and could only hold its ground with difficulty. However, this was sufficient. Mo Juren's goal was not to engage in a duel of flying swords. He merely needed to entangle the opponent. With a thought, the talisman prepared above him finally sprang into action. In a flash of brilliance, the diamond-shaped light spike shot forth like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the suspended green elixir in an instant. A scream pierced the air as the elixir shattered upon impact, sending shockwaves through the connected primordial spirit. Even the Green Radiant Sword, which had been engaged in battle with the Silver Star sword, faltered, plummeting to the ground. The corpse-refining figure fell silent, appearing to have truly perished. Yet Mo Juren knew all too well that the adversary had not been entirely extinguished. A trace of residual soul lingered. Should he let his guard down for even a moment, it could seize the opportunity to escape. Such a perilous affair, he would naturally not overlook. In a fleeting moment, he darted towards the corpse-refining area, without hesitation, striking the Baihui point atop the opponent's head with a palm. Simultaneously, the chilling energy within him coalesced in his palm, radiating bursts of frosty light that surged fiercely into the opponent's sea of consciousness. The anguished cries for mercy echoed again, the final pleas of his adversary. Regrettably, no response was forthcoming, and in the blink of an eye, all motion ceased. At last, the ordeal concluded. As Mo Juren retracted his hand, he engaged in deep reflection. This battle, seemingly straightforward, was laden with complexities. The absence of any one factor would have rendered the outcome far less favorable. For instance, the opponent had recently undergone a soul possession, their strength still at an all-time low, rendering many of their abilities unusable. Additionally, his own extensive preparations for this confrontation had been crucial. Without such resources, he could not have fought with such audacity. Furthermore, his foresight allowed him to ascertain the opponent's condition without necessitating any probing, from the first strike to the final blow. He launched successive ambushes without affording the adversary a moment to react. This was unequivocally an unbalanced conflict. Despite his multitude of advantages, he still failed to decisively subdue his foe. This starkly illustrated how formidable a core formation cultivator could be, even when grievously wounded. They remained a force to be reckoned with. As time gradually passed, under the influence of his magical energy, the freezing seal on the surface of the corpse was finally lifted. Without delay, Mo Juren raised the soul-guiding bell and struck it gently. The corpse immediately stood upright, its expression once again turning blank. At this moment, he nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to the surroundings. With a beckoning gesture, he summoned the Green Radiant Sword into his hand, dismissing the shattered pills, which held little value, with indifference. The artifact gleamed in his grasp. A flicker of joy crossed Mo Juren's eyes. Though it could not be utilized at present, it was certainly better than nothing, and he would eventually find a use for it. After toying with it briefly, he stowed it away, his gaze sweeping the area, suddenly becoming grave. Chapter 49. Lingering dread and contemplation. After searching for about half an hour, he finally halted at the mouth of a cave. Gazing at the pitch-black entrance, Mo Juren's expression grew somber. The fourth-tier top-level beast, the golden-backed mantis, possessed formidable strength comparable to that of an average fifth-tier beast, akin to a human core formation cultivator. Such a powerful entity was beyond his capacity to confront. He recalled that in the original text, Hanli nearly met his demise upon encountering this beast, narrowly escaping due to the low intelligence of insect-type creatures. Considering all factors, it was evident that he was unfit to engage with this creature. However, he was exceedingly covetous of the golden-backed mantis body materials, particularly its blood, which he deemed essential. Conversely, the storage pouch left behind by the core formation cultivator held little allure for him, relatively speaking. It contained numerous secrets regarding the breeding and manipulation of spirit insects, treasured knowledge of the spirit-taming sect that he could not afford to forsake. Yet, how could he obtain it? After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly recalled an item. With a flicker of light, a dark object materialized in his hand, the high-quality artifact, the spirit-sealing garment, which he had previously acquired from the treasure pavilion. According to Lady Lin, this garment, although merely of high quality, possessed remarkable capabilities in concealing spiritual energy and aura. Once dawned, even a core formation cultivator in their early stages would find it challenging to detect him unless they were actively searching. Of course, as a seller, exaggeration was to be expected. Nevertheless, even if there were some embellishments, it would not stray too far from reality. The golden-backed mantis, while ferocious, had many weaknesses, particularly its exceedingly low intelligence, a characteristic of insect-type beasts, as their cognitive growth was exceptionally challenging. Thus, equipped with this spirit-sealing garment, he should be sufficiently prepared. With careful maneuvering to evade detection, the likelihood of stealthily retrieving the storage pouch was quite high. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer. After donning the garment, he stepped towards the cave entrance. To minimize his presence, Mo Juren refrained from using any illuminating artifacts, instead employing a technique to enhance his vision, allowing him to perceive the cave's interior with clarity. The cave, as it turned out, was quite small, extending no more than 7 or 8 yards deep. Inside, it was barren, save for a floor strewn with white bones, no other objects in sight. Were there no beasts present? Upon this realization, joy surged within Mo Juren. The absence of danger relieved him of anxiety. Without delay, he began to search the surroundings. The cave was not expansive, and within moments, he discovered his target in a corner, a skeleton draped in a gray robe, with an intact storage pouch secured at its waist. This was not a place for lingering. Upon locating his prize, he swiftly extended his hand to retrieve it, not pausing to inspect, and promptly turned to leave. However, as he took a step, his expression abruptly shifted, and his body instinctively crouched lower. His stroke of good fortune seemed to have run its course. At that moment, a shadow darted past the cave entrance. A mantis-like creature swiftly entered, clutching a massive wild bull in its grasp, evidently freshly hunted prey. The bull was colossal, clearly not an ordinary beast, and regrettably, Mo Juren found himself utterly defenseless against this creature. The golden-backed mantis. Mo Juren's face darkened, internally cursing the creature for its peculiar habits. Did it truly need to bring its meal home? Despite his mental protests, his body refrained from making any sudden movements. Observing the recent events, he noted that the spirit-sealing garment had indeed obscured the creature's detection. Yet, he could not afford to be careless. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would have no time to lament. He did not flee immediately, but instead stood silently, carefully monitoring the beast's every move. This creature was undeniably fierce. With an astonishing appetite, the giant wild bull was devoured in mere moments. After finishing its meal, the golden-backed mantis lay down, its triangular head moving slightly before lowering, as if succumbing to slumber. Seizing this rare opportunity, Mo Juren cautiously approached the cave entrance. Fortune seemed to smile upon him once more, though his heart raced with trepidation. He encountered no mishaps, and upon exiting the cave, he remained undetected by the golden-backed mantis. In midair, seated atop Little Gold's back, Mo Juren finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Today had been rather perilous, had it not been for the efficacy of the spirit-sealing garment. Escaping unscathed would have been a challenge. Fortunately, he had emerged from the ordeal relatively unscathed. Moreover, his haul was commendable. Having acquired the breeding secrets of the spirit-taming sect, numerous spirit insects, and a high-quality storage pouch, he lightly examined his findings, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This mission was nearly complete. Not only had he retrieved the corpse-refining iron slave, but he had also obtained the artifact, the green radiant sword, alongside a plethora of secret techniques and spirit insects. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. The only regret was that he had not exterminated the golden-backed mantis. This creature was far too terrifying, and for the time being, he was ill-equipped to deal with it. He would have to set this matter aside for now. However, he was not anxious. After all, the golden-backed mantis would not escape in the near future. When he possessed sufficient means, he could always return to confront it. With a flicker of light, a green jade slip materialized in his hand. Pressing it to his forehead, a cascade of information flooded into his mind, continuing until it finally ceased. Closed his eyes, gradually sifting through the information contained within the jade slip. Simultaneously, his mind pondered another matter. Why this golden core cultivator from the spirit control sect had appeared within the borders of Lan Prefecture, and why he was gravely injured, on the brink of death, desperately seeking a body to possess. Who had dealt him this fatal blow? A fellow cultivator of the same rank, or perhaps an elder of the nascent soul stage. Given the severity of his injuries, the latter seemed highly probable. What made the situation even more intriguing was that they were in Lan Prefecture, the very territory of Spirit Beast Mountain, which had a complex relationship with the spirit control sect. The occurrence of such an event demanded deep reflection on the underlying reasons. The multitude of questions only heightened his curiosity, especially at this particular juncture. as the days until the demonic invasion drew near. Although the precise timing would need to be postponed by several years, such monumental events were undoubtedly premeditated, and plans may have already been set in motion. His thoughts wandered to Elder Han, who had been elusive in recent years, even halting research on spiritual talismans. Previous attempts to visit had yielded no results. The names of the Spirit Control Sect, Spirit Beast Mountain, the demonic invasion, and the Han family echoed in his mind as he rapidly contemplated future strategies. Although successfully entering Spirit Beast Mountain would secure a place on the eventual side of victory, he could not afford to be complacent. His wariness was not directed at the 6 sects, but rather towards those who would soon dominate the demonic path of the 6 sects of Yu country. While the righteous path was not without its faults, it still retained a semblance of moral boundaries. In stark contrast, the demonic path disregarded all principles. The notion of boundaries was irrelevant. Soul extraction, spirit refining, blood sacrifices, and other gruesome acts were rampant, driven solely by self-interest and pleasure, with no regard for morality. Chapter 50. The Five-Colored Gate. Get out, all of you. In Lan Prefecture, within the Five-Colored Gate, the gate master, Li Shilong, sat alone in his chamber. His eyes bloodshot as he gazed upon the cold, dark coffin before him, his expression filled with sorrow. His beloved son was dead, and in a manner shrouded in mystery. A fall from a building? What a ludicrous tale. Although his son was not a peerless master, he was certainly first-rate. A leap from the 3rd floor, or even a jump from a cliff, should not have resulted in immediate death. To believe that there was no foul play involved was beyond his comprehension. Thus, he had placed his son's body within the family's treasured ice coffin, waiting for over half a month, refusing to bury him. During this time, he remained by his son's side, dispatching numerous individuals to investigate. Yet, even now, there were no results. Gate Master, news has arrived that Mo Juren has returned. A servant's voice broke through, and upon hearing this, Li Shilong abruptly lifted his head, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glare. Mo Juren. I knew it had to be him. Otherwise, how could my son have met such a strange fate? And that Mo Yuju, were it not for that wretched woman, my son would not have repeatedly found himself in peril, ultimately losing his life. As the pain surged within him, he gritted his teeth, declaring, "The vengeance for my son must be avenged. Mo Juren, this matter is far from over. If I do not see your family destroyed, my hatred shall not cease." Gate Master, Elder Wang has also arrived. Should I let him in? The servant's voice called again, prompting Li Shilong to suppress his anger, responding in a low tone. Let him in. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a robust figure stepped inside. After casting a glance at the dark coffin, he respectfully said, "Gate Master, Lu Qi has returned." Lu Qi, he is alive? Upon hearing Lu Qi's name, Li Shilong's expression shifted in surprise. Lu Qi was no ordinary individual. He was one of the elders of the Five-Colored Gate, who had led a contingent to Blue Moon Town over a month ago to conduct a probing attack on the Jingjiao Society according to their established plan. Unexpectedly, the outcome of this probe had been disastrous, with the entire team wiped out, not a single one returning. This revelation astonished the upper echelons of the Five-Colored Gate, as the Jingjiao Society had concealed its strength so profoundly that even a mere branch possessed such formidable power. After careful deliberation, the elders ultimately decided to temporarily abandon the original plan, opting to gather more information before making further decisions. And how is he now? He survived, but his cultivation has been entirely ruined. Recalling Lu Qi's dire state, Elder Wang sighed, then continued, "He has awakened and insists on seeing the Gate Master immediately, claiming to have exceedingly important news to share." Exceedingly important news, you say? Very well, let us go see him. Li Shilong narrowed his eyes, not hesitating as he strode toward the door. Gate Master, cough. Lu Qi, being one of the elders and a trusted confidant of Li Shilong, could not contain his excitement upon seeing him, attempting to rise. "Do not move, your health is paramount." Li Shilong quickly placed a hand on Lu Qi's shoulder, his tone gentle, filled with concern. This moment touched Lu Qi deeply, causing him to momentarily disregard his injuries, urgently stating, "The Jingjiao Society is hidden deeper than we anticipated. They may be connected to those individuals. Gate Master, you must be cautious. What did you encounter in Blue Moon Town that led to your complete annihilation?" Li Shilong's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing the mention of those individuals, pressing for answers. Monsters, true monsters, shaped like adamantine, impervious to blades and spears, with an astonishing force. None of us could withstand a single strike before we fell. Recalling that day's events left Lu Qi trembling with fear. Did you see their faces? Li Shilong's heart stirred, prompting further inquiry. I did. As Lu Qi responded, he seemed to recall something, his expression turning even more fearful. Their strength was overwhelming. Everyone perished within an instant. Only my heart, which is naturally positioned on the right side, allowed me the chance to feign death and escape. In my moment of unconsciousness, I glimpsed their visage beneath their cloak, twisted and ghastly, entirely unlike any normal human. At this point, Lu Qi's voice abruptly faltered, as if struck by a realization, continuing. That being is no ordinary entity. If we wish to confront it, we must seek Master Xian. Only he possesses the strength to intervene. Very well. I shall consider it. Upon hearing the name Xian, Li Shilong's countenance shifted dramatically, swiftly interrupting Lu Qi. Certain matters were known to the higher-ups, yet it was best left unspoken. Lu Qi, in a moment of urgency, had momentarily lost his usual caution. Gate Master, rest well. I shall return to see you in a few days. Li Shilong did not reproach him, giving Lu Qi's shoulder one last reassuring pat before departing. The room fell silent, with Lu Qi staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. This operation had resulted in devastating losses. Although he had preserved his life, his martial prowess was entirely gone. As a mere invalid, he could no longer fulfill the role of an elder. From the Gate Master's demeanor, which displayed concern without revealing any discontent, he sensed that this care would not last long. The world of martial arts was never kind. Possessing treasures was a sin in itself. As an invalid, retaining the status, position, and wealth he had accumulated over the years would be exceedingly difficult. This realization deepened the weariness already etched upon his face. On the streets, Li Shilong remained lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something. Elder Wang, observing this, felt compelled to speak up. Gate Master, I believe Lu Qi's suggestion merits consideration. After all, involving those individuals is beyond our capacity to handle. The tragic and inexplicable death of the child raises suspicions about the involvement of certain individuals, leading to the ongoing mystery surrounding the cause. Li Shilong pondered briefly before suddenly inquiring, could it be related to those people? There is a significant possibility, Elder Wang replied solemnly, nodding. I am well aware of the strength of the young palace master. To claim he fell to his death seems rather illogical, suggesting that there are underlying reasons beyond our comprehension. However, if it were those individuals involved, their peculiar methods would indeed make sense. Very well, upon hearing this, a murderous intent flickered in Li Shilong's murky gaze. You shall handle this matter. Be sure to bring ample gifts. When you meet Master L, recount the situation in its entirety and earnestly request him to descend the mountain. The Jingjiao Society and Mo Juren, Even if he fortuitously possessed some extraordinary abilities or happened to be acquainted with a wandering cultivator, how could he possibly rival a prestigious sect like Ling Beast Mountain? Chapter 51. The blood fusion commences in the Mo family. Outside the bedroom hall, Mo Juren sat at the head of the table, gazing at his numerous wives and daughters. He asked once more, have you all made your decisions? My husband need not inquire further. His second wife, Lady Li, spoke gently, her demeanor composed and refined. Despite having no children of her own, regardless of the outcome, my sisters and I harbor no regrets. However, might we ask to go first, allowing Yuju and the others to follow afterward? Mo Juren did not respond immediately, instead turning his gaze towards the others. The remaining wives and daughters nodded resolutely, their expressions unwavering, without a hint of hesitation. Then let Xuezhen go first. As for the rest of you, for prudence's sake, you should wait for a while longer. With that, he ceased further inquiries and rose to enter the inner chamber. Lady Wang naturally did not oppose her husband's decisions, following him without a moment's hesitation. The other women exchanged silent glances. Although it was not their turn yet, none chose to depart. They quietly awaited the outcome. Beside the bed, observing Lady Wang lying still with her eyes closed, exuding a sense of calm resignation towards death, Mo Juren could not help but chuckle softly. Rest assured, I would not allow you to attempt this unless I possessed great confidence. Upon seeing the smile on her husband's face, Lady Wang realized her nervousness had been excessive, causing her to lose her composure. A tinge of embarrassment crept into her heart, and her delicate features flushed slightly. Lady Wang's demeanor was typically cold, rarely smiling in the presence of outsiders. Only before her husband did she reveal such a youthful side. This contrast added to her allure. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Mo Juren's face before he dismissed any delay. He gently sliced the back of her fair hand, crimson blood oozing forth. Returning to the outer hall, he noted the concerned expressions of those gathered, warming his heart. Despite having many wives and daughters, their harmonious interactions brought him great comfort. My husband, how is our fifth daughter faring? Lady Li was the first to respond, stepping forward to inquire. Everything is proceeding smoothly for now. Mo Juren replied with a slight nod. However, we must remain vigilant during this period, observing closely for any unforeseen circumstances. He refrained from delving into details. Some matters would not be beneficial to discuss, and the women might only grow unnecessarily anxious upon learning certain aspects. It was important to note that to achieve today's objective, he had conducted numerous human experiments, ultimately deriving the desired results from the acquired data, although all the subjects were enemies who had attempted to infiltrate the MO residence. The methods employed were undoubtedly ruthless. Yet, he felt no regret. To spare those who had come to kill him would not be an act of mercy, but rather a sign of folly and irresponsibility towards himself and his family. Data indicated that his bloodline could be assimilated by mortals, a phenomenon of extraordinary blood merging with ordinary blood. However, there were critical precautions to consider. The quantity of blood must not exceed certain limits, or it could surpass the mortal's capacity and lead to danger. Furthermore, the elemental properties of the blood could create interactions, particularly affecting the internal organs, which would be directly impacted. Neglecting this could cause damage or even depletion. After much contemplation, he devised a solution to ensure his own bloodline possessed a complete elemental balance, thus minimizing the potential for conflict among the elements. Of course, even with his meticulous planning, he could not afford to be complacent. His bloodline was of an extraordinary caliber, and its integration would still exert significant pressure on the internal organs, necessitating a prolonged period of adjustment. Moreover, as he had controlled the amount of blood to an extremely low level, multiple infusions would be required to guarantee absolute safety. Casting his gaze over the women, he finally settled on Mo Fengwu. Fengwu, you shall remain here during this time. Do not worry, father. I will take good care of Fifth Mother. She replied without a moment's hesitation, displaying remarkable maturity among the Mo family's daughters. Time flew by, and more than half a month passed. During this period, Mo Juren infused Lady Wong with minute quantities of blood daily, meticulously observing her bodily changes. The results were promising. Lady Wong experienced no issues. On the contrary, her internal organs, as well as every aspect of her body, showed notable enhancement. Most noticeably, her skin became increasingly fair and smooth, akin to that of a newborn. Such results ignited envy among the other wives, who clamored for their turn without delay. Lady Lu, in particular, was the most concerned about her appearance among the four wives. In the following days, she exerted every effort to pester and plead for her own blood infusion. Mo Juren, of course, could not acquiesce. He was not pressed for time. Lady Wong's transformation from an ordinary bloodline to an extraordinary one carried inherent risks, and while the present circumstances were favorable, caution was always prudent. In the evening, at the martial arts training ground, Lady Wong donned a flowing white gown, moving gracefully like a flying swallow. She wielded a 3-foot-long sword with swift precision, at times resembling a white serpent spitting venom, and at others, a silver dragon soaring through the skies. What a captivating spectacle of beauty and swordplay under the moonlight, captivating the onlookers, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Among them, Mo Yuju, unable to contain herself, leaped into the arena to engage Lady Wong in combat. That girl truly is a martial arts enthusiast, Mo Juren sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, feeling slightly exasperated. At this moment, Lady Lu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Yuju has always been obsessed with martial arts. If she receives the same bloodline enhancement as Fifth Sister, her martial prowess will surely ascend to new heights. She may very well become the strongest in our Mo family. Shouldn't the title of strongest belong to me? Mo Juren remarked with astonishment. Of course, you are the exception. Lady Lu playfully shot him a glance. The exception? Am I not considered part of the Mo family? Mo Juren raised an eyebrow, teasingly challenging her. Well, naturally, you are the exception, Lady Lu replied, wrapping her arms around his, swaying playfully, her demeanor exuding charm and allure. Her mastery of the heavenly fox great method lent her movements a captivating grace that few could resist. All right, it was merely a jest. He patted her delicate hand, then turned his attention back to the two women dancing with swords, his thoughts drifting into contemplation. The Wong family's experiment to integrate their bloodline has reached a preliminary completion, progressing smoothly from beginning to end and yielding commendable results. Notably, there has been a comprehensive enhancement in physical prowess, allowing for a breakthrough in their martial arts realm, transforming them into a truly elite master. Additionally, concerning longevity, although certainty eludes them for now, the observable phenomenon of the Wong family appearing increasingly youthful each day suggests that the extraordinary bloodline has indeed contributed to an extension of their lifespan. These two aspects are what he perceives as the positive outcomes. However, the most anticipated effect has yet to materialize, leading to some miscalculations regarding his own condition. In Chapter 52, The Flying Serpent and the Elder in Black Robes, Mo Juren had initially speculated that his ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as an ordinary mortal, ultimately becoming a unique cultivator, was due to the fusion of an extraordinary bloodline. Yet, following the conclusion of the Wang family's blood integration experiment, his original assumptions have been proven flawed. The reality is far more intricate than he had imagined. Days prior, the Wang family had commenced their cultivation of immortal techniques under his guidance, including Changchun Gong, Xianbing Ju, and Jingguang Ju, even the first layer of Bingpa Xiangong. However, none of these practices have been successful. He could sense the spiritual energy seeping into their bodies in a comprehensive manner, akin to low-level demonic beasts, passively absorbing it at an alarmingly slow rate. Regrettably, they lacked the ability to actively cultivate techniques to swiftly ingest and refine the spiritual energy into the magical power characteristic of cultivators. Thus, the possibility of becoming a cultivator, even in an unconventional sense, has been lost. Why has this situation arisen? Mo Juren pondered for a long time before arriving at a conclusion that, while uncertain, is highly plausible. The game assistive device, the golden finger that accompanied him during his transmigration, is the reason he can balance both paths, continually enhancing his bloodline and pursuing the evolution of a demonic beast bloodline, while also actively cultivating techniques to rapidly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, embarking on the path of a cultivator. Therefore, he is unique, a singular presence in this world, one that others cannot emulate. Of course, he feels no disappointment. He is exceedingly content with the results he has achieved thus far. The mere enhancement of his lifespan has alleviated 90% of his concerns. Moreover, bloodline integration is not a one-time event. In the future, his bloodline level will continue to rise. As long as he perseveres, there will come a day when all his wives and daughters can attain longevity. Regarding cultivation, although the possibility of becoming a cultivator has been temporarily extinguished, it is by no means definitive. This world does not entirely shut out mortals without spiritual roots. For instance, in the spiritual realm, mortals remain a force to be reckoned with, while lacking spiritual roots, ultimately forming a unique path of cultivation. Furthermore, spiritual roots are not necessarily innate. If a mortal body cultivator encounters sufficient opportunities, they can acquire acquired spiritual roots through transplantation, thus becoming true cultivators. Such possibilities illuminate a path for him. Opportunities are indeed within his grasp. In the future, he can completely emulate this approach to resolve the cultivation issues faced by his wives and daughters. However, there is no urgency. Even without taking any action, through successive bloodline integrations, his physical condition will gradually elevate to an extraordinary level, supplemented by divine weapons and martial skills, ensuring his self-preservation. Let us not dwell on how fulfilling and prosperous Mo Juren's life has been within the estate. At this moment, within the five-color gate, the gatekeeper Li Shilong and the elders stand solemnly, exhibiting utmost respect atop a spacious pavilion on the sect's rear mountain, awaiting in silence. Despite the passage of considerable time, not a single individual displays impatience. After an indeterminate interval, a slender shadow suddenly appears at the horizon's edge. Upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be a colossal flying serpent measuring several zhang in length, adorned with a pair of brown wings, its speed akin to the wind, covering the distance in mere breaths before landing gracefully on the pavilion. From atop the serpent, a slightly hunched figure emerges, with silver hair cascading down. Leaning on a dark cane, the figure clearly bears the marks of age. Yet, his skin remains as tender as that of an infant, betraying no signs of aging. At this moment, the elder is clad in an expansive black robe adorned with golden patterns, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness, his every movement evoking an indescribable sense of malevolence. Upon revealing himself, he vanishes and reappears instantaneously before the gathered crowd. Welcome, esteemed immortal master. Li Shilong dares not exhibit any negligence. Upon seeing the elder, he, along with the other elders, obediently kneels, their expressions radiating boundless reverence. Rise. The elder in black robes nods slightly at the scene of submission. Thank you, immortal master. The crowd rises, and Li Shilong continues with respect. We are immensely honored by your presence. A banquet has been prepared in the front hall, and we have also arranged some tokens of appreciation for you in the guest house, which we hope you will not find unworthy. The banquet is unnecessary. I have no appetite at present. However, your tokens of appreciation are quite satisfactory. I am pleased. Please lead me there directly, The elder in black robes extends his consciousness, swiftly scanning the guest house before his heart fills with joy. After all, he has nurtured these individuals. Their thoughtfulness is commendable. Upon hearing these words, Li Shilong opens his mouth, but ultimately dares not defy the elder's wishes. As you wish, immortal master. After a respectful bow, he leads the elder deeper into the sect. Before long, they stop outside a particular room. The door stands ajar, revealing a blue-tinged coffin resting in the center of the room. Esteemed master, this is my son. He was in the prime of his youth, yet he met an untimely and inexplicable demise. Upon entering the room and gazing at the icy corpse within the coffin, Li Shilong's eyes brim with tears, his voice laced with boundless resentment. The elder in black robes does not immediately respond. His internal magical energy surges, and his murky eyes suddenly emit two beams of white light, allowing him to scrutinize the corpse thoroughly. However, despite his prolonged examination, he finds nothing amiss. It is indeed a case of death by a broken neck. Yet, such a conclusion seems implausible. Who would believe that a martial artist could fall to their death from a height? His sparse brows knit slightly, and he extends a hand, placing it upon the corpse's forehead, a faint light flickering from his palm as though probing for something. After a considerable time, he finally withdraws his hand. Shaking his head slightly, the corpse appears normal. I cannot discern anything unusual. However, if it were indeed the work of a cultivator, the chances of leaving traces would be exceedingly low if they were intent on concealment. Thus, the absence of anomalies is rather typical. Pausing, he inquires further, earlier, you mentioned Mo Juren, the master of the worrying Jiao, as a suspect? Esteemed master, you are correct. It is indeed this individual. Upon mentioning Mo Juren, Li Shilong's expression sharpens, and he proceeds to narrate all significant information regarding Mo Juren, including his two previous disappearances and recent reappearances. After listening attentively, the elder in black robes falls silent, swiftly analyzing the critical elements of the information in his mind. After a while, as if struck by a sudden realization, he urgently asks, when did you say Mo Juren disappeared for the second time? It should have been around 5 years ago. The master of the Five Colors sect responded with uncertainty, recalling how the Jingjiao society, upon the return of Mo Juren, had seen a surge in strength and was at the pinnacle of its power. Yet, inexplicably, they refrained from aggressive expansion, opting instead for a conservative strategy. After that, there had been no further news, suggesting that they had once again vanished. 5 years ago, in the Tainan Valley during the Ascension Conference, could it truly be mere coincidence? At this moment, the old man in the black robe murmured to himself, his murky eyes suddenly deepening like an abyss. Chapter 53. Invitation and Formation, sir, madam. Someone has brought an invitation. Early in the morning, not long after rising, the voice of the maidservant, Xiao Qing, unexpectedly announced from outside the room. Xiao Qing. Let them in, Lu Shi replied sweetly while adjusting her husband's robes, her curiosity piqued. Who would send an invitation at such an early hour? Mo Juren shared her confusion. After all, he had been away from home for 5 long years, and his connections in Jiyuan City had long been severed. Who could possibly be sending him an invitation? Could it be that another faction had heard of his return and sought to befriend him? As the door opened, Xiao Qing stepped in respectfully, cradling an unusual invitation in her hands. The cover was black, adorned with intricate golden patterns. Ah, this is... Mo Juren's expression changed instantly as he hurriedly inquired. Who delivered the invitation? Are they still here? The doorman said that the messenger left immediately after delivering the invitation, and it has been nearly half an hour since. Xiao Qing replied, apprehensively noticing the shift in her master's demeanor. What is it, my husband? Lu Shi also sensed that something was amiss and stepped forward to inquire. It's nothing, merely unexpected to find a kindred spirit in Jiyuan City, and they have sent me an invitation. Mo Juren reassured her with a smile, suppressing his emotions. He then summoned a faint white glow in his hands and slowly opened the invitation. Upon opening it, the message was succinct yet conveyed an unmistakable threat. If you are of the same path, come swiftly to the Five Colors sect within a day. Otherwise, do not expect leniency. Closing the invitation, Mo Juren could not help but scoff internally. In an instant, he surmised the identity of the Cinder, disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain, whose actions were indeed domineering. Did they presume him to be a low-tier cultivator unworthy of notice? However, the fact that they sent the invitation in advance suggested a degree of caution, albeit minimal. The implication was clear. Should he fail to oblige within the day, repercussions would likely follow. Attend the appointment at the Five Colors sect? The thought was extinguished as quickly as it arose. He was not their pet to be summoned at will. Furthermore, what if it was a ploy to lure him away? Should he leave foolishly, the Mo residence would indeed become a lamb for slaughter. Such scenarios were not far-fetched. Compared to ordinary mortals, cultivators were far more insidious, driven by self-interest. They would go to great lengths to achieve their goals at minimal cost. With this in mind, he ceased his deliberation, gave a few instructions to Lu Shi at his side, and promptly exited the room. The Mo residence was expansive, with numerous rooms exceeding several dozen, including the front courtyard, the main hall, and the inner residence, as well as a sizable back garden. At this moment, Mo Juren stood within the garden, surveying his surroundings, occasionally frowning or nodding as if deep in thought. Receiving such an invitation had not raised his suspicions of it being a counterfeit. However, that was where his concerns ended. He was no longer the lowly Qi refinement cultivator he had been 5 years prior, lacking both strength and support. Thus, even when the Jingjiao society had grown in power, they had chosen to remain discreet, every action taken with utmost caution to avoid bringing calamity upon the Mo residents. Now, 5 years later, everything had changed. His cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, and he was no longer intimidated by mid-foundation opponents, granting him confidence to confront any adversaries. Moreover, as a member of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, he had Elder Han, a core formation expert, backing him, which bolstered his resolve. Of course, no matter how much he analyzed the situation, it remained merely speculation. Unforeseen circumstances could arise. After all, the Spirit Beast Mountain was not a monolithic entity, rife with various factions that engaged in constant intrigue and rivalry. What if the Cinder happened to be an enemy of Elder Han's faction? Or perhaps they had lost their wits. In this world, where interests dictated actions, anything was possible. Thus, with a prudent mindset, he resolved to prepare for the worst-case scenario, ensuring that necessary precautions were in place. With a thought, a small brocade box appeared in his hand. This was a set of miniature defensive illusion formations he had purchased during a recent shopping spree at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The minor 3-element Sumi formation, complete with all necessary flags and discs, could create a robust spiritual light cage within a defined area, proving highly effective for trapping foes. Its defensive capabilities were commendable, theoretically able to withstand the continuous attacks of mid-foundation cultivators. Initially, he had bought a substantial number of blank formation flags and discs without intending to purchase a ready-made formation. However, he changed his mind at the last moment, reasoning that even if he had no use for it, it would provide formidable protection for the Mo residents. What had begun as a mere precaution now proved fortuitously useful. Gently brushing his hand over the box's surface, the lid opened, revealing a palm-sized circular formation disc along with several formation flags. Additionally, a small jade slip contained instructions for setting up the formation. The term 3 elements referred to distinctions of large, medium, and small, where the large encompassed heaven, earth, and humanity, the medium denoted the sun, moon, and stars, and the small represented essence, energy, and spirit, all embodying the essence of all things in the universe. The minor 3-element Sumi formation was modeled after the legendary 3-element Wu Ji Great Formation. Its foundation shifted from the cosmic 3 elements of heaven, earth, and humanity to the human 3 elements of essence, energy, and spirit, thus reducing its potency several degrees. Nevertheless, among small-scale formations in the cultivation world, it was relatively well regarded. After comprehending the setup instructions from the jade slip and carefully contemplating them, he began to operate according to the requirements. After a flurry of activity, the final formation flag was planted, completing the entire formation. He took out several mid-grade spirit stones and placed them into the central groove of the formation disc. Instantly, the formation activated, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that quickly spread throughout most of the Mo residence. After using his spiritual sense to measure the formation's coverage, he nodded slightly. Although its radius encompassed only a portion of the courtyard, it included the crucial inner residence, making it sufficiently adequate. Upon returning to the inner residence, he was greeted by the concerned faces of the ladies, who approached him in unison, their worry unmistakable. Seeing this, Mo Juren cast a casual glance at Lu Shi, who immediately displayed a look of grievance. Secrets within the inner residence were hard to keep, especially concerning her husband. When her sisters inquired, she could only speak the truth. After some consideration, Mo Juren decided that since everyone was already aware, he would no longer conceal the matter. It would be wise to issue a warning to prevent them from encountering danger due to ignorance. However, he refrained from divulging too many details, merely advising them that formidable enemies might come, and thus he had set up a protective formation in the garden. As long as they stayed within the formation's range during this period, they would be safe. At the 5 Colors Sect, in a separate courtyard, the old man in the black robe, disheveled and in disarray, raised a cup to his lips, reveling in the enchanting dance of the women before him. His expression somewhat intoxicated. At that moment, a figure rushed in, whispering a few words into the elder's ear. With a sudden thud, the elderly figure in black felt as though he had received some unwelcome news. His previously languid demeanor transformed into one of fierce intensity as he crushed the wine cup in his grasp. How audacious! To treat my words as mere whispers in the wind is a clear invitation to disaster. Uncertain if the opposing party had indeed ascended through the Immortal Conference to join the Seven Sects, he had cautiously sent an invitation to probe their intentions. To his dismay, the invitation was delivered, yet met with utter disregard. Such insolence ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Initially, he had considered sparing them out of respect for their potential affiliation with the Seven Sects, but their blatant disrespect left him no choice. Very well. Since you refuse my leniency, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chapter 54. The disturbed Han Yunji for several consecutive days. Mo Juren remained at the Mo residence, refraining from venturing out. He relished the rare joy of family time with his wife and daughters, while simultaneously dispatching individuals to gather intelligence on the movements of various branches, ensuring that the Wuz sect did not seize the opportunity to launch an attack on the Jingjiao Society. As for the practitioner from Spirit Beast Mountain, for reasons unknown, they had yet to make their presence known. This situation weighed heavily on Mo Juren's heart. Could it be that the individual intended to adopt the most insidious approach, lurking in the shadows and orchestrating a conflict between the Wuz sect and the Jingjiao Society? Admittedly, such a tactic, while cowardly, proved to be highly effective. In the absence of knowledge about the enemy's strength and weaknesses, deploying pawns in the forefront was undeniably the safest strategy. It allowed for mobility without risk, all while significantly weakening the foe's power. Were he in their position, he might have chosen the same course of action. Such a strategy was infuriating, especially since he found himself in a passive stance, compelled to accept what he would rather reject. As the days passed, the influx of news from the outside world grew more frequent and increasingly aligned with his prior suspicions, deepening his sense of foreboding. Did they believe such tactics would compel his submission? A mere fantasy. 5 years ago, he may have been powerless to watch matters deteriorate step by step, descending into a dire predicament. But now, solutions were abundant. Thus, one fateful morning, he released the cloud-winged bird. The Wuz sect and the Jingjiao Society erupted into an all-out war, a conflict that commenced with no prior warning, sending shockwaves throughout the martial world. As the two most formidable factions within the mundane realm of Lanzhou, their branches sprawled across nearly every town, with personnel numbering in the thousands, indirectly involving countless other factions of various sizes. In an instant, the entire mundane world of Lanzhou was swept into turmoil, a tempest brewing. In the study of the Mo residence, Mo Juren stood by the window, listening to the continuous reports from Wang. The Longping Town branch suffered a loss of 17 personnel, including 10 third-tier warriors, 5 second-tier, and 2 first-tier. The Luogu Town branch lost 10 personnel, comprising 7 third-tier and 3 second-tier warriors. The Lanhua Town branch lost 9, while the Wuling Town branch lost 6. These were the personnel losses incurred over the past half-month across various branches. Moreover, the industries reliant on the branches in various towns also faced untold losses. What of the hidden branches? They too experienced damage, albeit somewhat less severe due to their covert nature. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Juren inquired again, what of the Wuz sect? How are they faring? Worse than us. Wang replied, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Although the Great Purge 5 years ago severely crippled the Jingjiao Society, it simultaneously cleared away the issues within, allowing the society to emerge from the ashes. Since then, they have steadily followed the plan established by my husband, avoiding any rush for quick gains. Presently, the true strength of the Jingjiao Society has undergone a qualitative change, rivaling that of the Wuz sect. Furthermore, as per my husband's strategy, we have secretly unleashed the corpse refiners in several major skirmishes, eliminating numerous first-tier experts from the opposing side. Now, the offensive momentum of the Wuz sect has begun to wane. The repeated strikes from the corpse refiners had inflicted severe damage on the enemy, yet they still remained hidden. Intriguing, thought Mo Juren, stroking his chin with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Once Wang concluded her report, she took her leave, leaving the room in silence. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly broke the stillness. I believe it is entirely normal for them to remain hidden. What have you deduced? Mo Juren, seemingly already aware of the presence in the shadows, asked calmly. Upon receiving Brother Mo's message, I conducted a thorough investigation and gained a general understanding of the individuals behind the Wuz sect. As her words trailed off, a slender figure emerged from the darkness, graceful and charming, revealing herself to be Han Yunji, a dear friend of Mo Juren. Her beautiful eyes lifted to meet his gaze as she continued. This individual is named Lu Cheng, currently 178 years old, and is an elder disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. Due to his inadequate talents, he has been stuck in the mid-foundation stage for many years without progress, perhaps knowing his lifespan is limited and seeing no hope for advancement. He has often lingered within the mundane realm. The exact reasons remain unclear. He may be entranced by worldly power or have other ulterior motives. In any case, he commands more than one mundane force like the Wu sect. Lu Cheng is reclusive, low profile, and socially inept, yet his actions are ruthless and cunning, making him notoriously difficult to deal with among his peers at Spirit Beast Mountain. The current all-out war between the Wu sect and the Jingjiao Society is essentially a continuation of the previous battle of wits between him and Brother Mo. Given his cunning nature, he would never personally engage unless he was absolutely certain of victory. Enthralled by worldly power, Mo Juren shook his head slightly. That seemed unlikely. Instead, the likelihood of other motives appeared higher. For one nearing the end of their lifespan who wished to cling to life, they could resort to any means necessary. No wonder my repeated tests with the corpse refiners elicited no response from them. Mo Juren chuckled, swiftly changing the subject. I apologize for summoning you when you have barely acclimated to the foundation stage. Brother Mo, there is no need for such formality. I consider this my duty as a friend. Han Yunji, sensing his politeness, hastily interjected. Moreover, Brother Mo saved my elder brother's life. Any form of gratitude is insufficient. Let us not dwell on that. Noticing her unusual expression, Mo Juren quickly redirected the conversation. There is a saying, it is easier to catch a thief over 1,000 miles than to guard against one for 1,000 days. Allowing this situation to linger is not a solution. Therefore, I intend to alter my strategy and draw them out. What plan does Brother Mo have? Han Yunji inquired, curiosity illuminating her beautiful eyes. Since Lu Cheng is cautious, we shall create an opportunity for him. I believe once he learns of my departure from the Mo residence, he will be unable to restrain himself. Isn't that a bit too reckless? After all, Lu Cheng has been in the mid-foundation stage for many years, possessing an array of methods. If he were to ambush us, wouldn't the Mo residence thus? I require your assistance. Mo Juren, not one to mince words, gestured. And immediately, a control flag and a stack of spirit talismans appeared before them. These are the control flags for the minor 3-element Shumi array, along with some low to mid-tier spirit talismans. I entrust them to you. With these, even if Lu Cheng arrives, you can stall for some time. Once he shows himself, send a signal talisman. With Xiao Jin here, I will return at the fastest speed possible. After placing the 2 items into her hands, he paused, his expression suddenly becoming serious. You are the most trusted person I have. The safety of the Mo residence is in your hands. Rest assured, Brother Mo, unless I perish, I will ensure that the Mo family suffers not a scratch, Han Yunji replied, her heart swelling with gratitude and a hint of delight at the trust placed in her. As for danger, it was never within her realm of consideration. What life or death? Such foolish words. Mo Juren instinctively tapped the other's forehead, his tone laced with mockery, dismissing him as nothing more than a withered bone in a grave, unworthy of fear. Oh, taken by surprise, Han Yunji's heart instantly became flustered. Her delicate cheeks suffused with crimson. She was completely oblivious to what the other had said. Chapter 55. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain at the 5 Colors Gate. In the main hall, unlike the composed demeanor of the Mo family, the gate master, Li Shilong, and the elders all wore furrowed brows, their expressions fraught with anxiety. In recent days, after dozens of skirmishes, their manpower had dwindled by more than a third, and they were on the verge of collapse. Indeed, Gate Master, we can no longer continue like this. Otherwise, even if we ultimately achieve victory, the 5 Colors Gate will be finished. That's true. Especially with that monstrous being on the opposing side, which is utterly beyond human capability to contend with. Even Elder Sun fell to its hand. Should we not consult the Immortal Master to see if he might intervene to eliminate this monster? The crowd buzzed with chatter, their voices overlapping, causing the 5 Colors Gate Master to feel increasingly perturbed, his head throbbing painfully. As the leader of a sect, how could he be unaware of these circumstances? Yet, knowing did little to alleviate his burdens. All plans were crafted by the Immortal Master, and he dared not voice a single doubt. Even aware that such actions would incur great losses, he was compelled to resolutely execute them. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather one of attitude. He was acutely aware that the 5 Colors Gate was merely a pawn in the hands of the Immortal Master, the the casualties meant nothing to the opponent, merely numbers on a ledger. As for the elders who were debating fervently, did they not understand this? No one was a fool. They all knew the truth. And their passionate discussions were merely a fade, a performance for the lower ranks. This was the true source of his distress and headache. He felt a sense of inexplicable sorrow. The initial cause was to avenge his son. Yet it had devolved into a mere calculation of the benefits and losses of the impending battle. Rubbing his forehead, he intended to speak, but at that moment, a figure hurriedly entered the hall, presenting a sealed letter. Mo Juren, upon opening the letter, read its contents and immediately sprang to his feet. Good. Haha. You have finally lost your composure. The gate master exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, abandoning the others and hastily exiting the hall, leaving the elders in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. However, the gate master's expression suggested undeniably that he had received good news. In a separate courtyard, as the gate master rushed over, he heard the piercing screams of a woman emanating from the front hall, sorrowful and agonizing. His expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing uncontrollably as he halted at the closed door, fearful of disturbing the scene within. What is it? After a lengthy pause, a voice emerged from the front hall, that of an elder clad in black robes. Sounding somewhat displeased, his tone as cold as ice. I did not intend to intrude upon the immortal master's leisure. I merely received urgent news from below and felt compelled to come. I hope the immortal master will forgive me. Li Shilong, intimidated by the elder's frosty demeanor, hurriedly expressed his purpose, trembling in fear. Urgent news? Before he could finish speaking, the door swung open, and the elder strode out. At this moment, he appeared transformed, no longer hunched, but moving with a steady strength. Yet, Li Shilong could distinctly discern a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. He chose to remain oblivious, feigning ignorance. Speak. What news could compel you to act so recklessly? It concerns Mo Juren. Li Shilong dared not hesitate, immediately divulging. Our informants have reported that Mo Juren has departed the Mo residence and is currently headed to Yiyang Town. Yiyang Town? What business does he have there? The elder's murky gaze flickered with curiosity upon hearing this news. Tomorrow night, we are to launch our offensive against the Jingjiao Society's branch in Yiyang Town, a critical location among the 4 major branches of the society. Mo Juren's presence there likely indicates his concern over the outcome of this battle, as he is personally going to oversee it. Is that so? The elder's brow furrowed slightly, sinking into contemplation. He knew little of Mo Juren. His name had not appeared among the disciples at the Ascension Conference 5 years prior. This fact eased his mind somewhat. Yet the cautious nature cultivated over many years kept him alert. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable intuition that a direct confrontation with Mo Juren could lead to unforeseen peril. This instinct was subtle, defying verbal explanation, yet it had allowed him to escape numerous life-threatening situations over the past century. This was not to suggest he feared the man. On the contrary, through recent analyses, he had identified Mo Juren's apparent weaknesses, his vast wealth and numerous family members. Such individuals were easiest to deal with, if one did not care about the means. Capturing his family could be leveraged as a threat to ensure compliance. However, Mo Juren was evidently more cautious than he, having remained within his estate since receiving the invitation, making it difficult for the elder to find a way in. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy, allowing the 5 Colors Gate to engage in a war of attrition with the Jingjiao Society, though both sides would suffer. The calculus was different. 5 Colors Gate was merely a tool for him, and their losses were inconsequential. In contrast, the Jingjiao Society represented Mo Juren's hard-earned legacy. If they were to be drained of resources, it would be akin to carving away a piece of flesh, inevitably provoking retaliation, which would serve his interests perfectly, allowing him to capture Mo Juren's family. Of course, even if they did not retaliate, it mattered not. This was merely an initial probe, with ample opportunities for further strategies in the future. What surprised him was how quickly Mo Juren had reached his limit, abandoning his family to rush to Yiyang Town. Truly unexpected. Did he think the elder's inaction stemmed from mercy, or was he genuinely intimidated by the Mo surname? It was laughable. Did he not possess a corpse for refining? Why venture himself? Suddenly, recalling something, the elder inquired again. Refining corpses? The gate master was momentarily taken aback, but then a spark of understanding illuminated his mind. The elder must be referring to that indestructible, immensely powerful creature. At this realization, he could not help but curse inwardly, since the elder was aware of this entity. Why not eliminate it instead of watching from the sidelines, indifferent to the losses suffered by the disciples of the 5 Colors Gate? Of course, he lacked the courage to voice this thought. merely speculating that perhaps the elder feared insufficient strength. Especially with the scale of tomorrow's battle poised to mobilize nearly half their elite forces, relying solely on one creature would not suffice to turn the tide. Such reasoning seemed plausible, yet it was not without its flaws. While the creature was singular, its strength was indeed terrifying. Ordinarily, given the elder's cautious instincts, he would have noted this. However, at this moment, a strange, blood-tinged haze flickered in his eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. In the next moment, the elder surprisingly chose to disregard the matter, offering no rebuttal. He mused to himself that the reasons had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was confirming that Mo Juren was alone and could not return to the Mo residence in the short term. With this thought in mind, he resolved to set out for the Mo residence tomorrow night. Casting another glance at the respectfully deferential leader of the five-colored sect, an idea seemed to strike him. A flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, revealing a small, black porcelain vial, about 2 inches tall, which floated gently toward the other. This was the blood fury pill, of which there were 10. When consumed by mortal martial artists, their strength would surge exponentially. Carry this with you. It may prove useful tomorrow. The leader of the five-colored sect could no longer mask his elation as he accepted the vial. A surge in power of such magnitude was indeed a genuine elixir. However, do not rejoice too prematurely. This remedy is not meant for your use. The elder in the black robe, perceiving the other's thoughts, offered a cautionary reminder. The blood fury pill possesses formidable effects, but its potency lasts only half an hour. Afterward, while the user may appear unscathed, their martial foundation will suffer irreparable damage, rendering it a Pyrrhic victory. You would be better off employing it on some expendable warriors. Upon hearing this, the leader of the five-colored sect felt his initial joy freeze, a surge of frustration bubbling within him. Chapter 56. Trapping the Enemy and the Giant Serpent. The following day, deep into the night, the town of Yeyang lay in a terrifying silence. The streets, seemingly empty, felt suffocating, the air thick with a palpable aura of impending violence. The branch of the Shock Serpent Society in Yeyang was ablaze with light. The branch leader, Lu Yuanshan, now over 40, had spent most of his life in the martial world, accustomed to conflict and bloodshed. Yet today was an exception. The forthcoming battle was poised to be the largest he had ever experienced. According to reliable intelligence, both sides had mobilized nearly half of their forces, resulting in a large-scale confrontation involving nearly 1,000 elite fighters, the dangers of which were self-evident. Even a seasoned veteran like him could not guarantee a safe retreat. Fortunately, the society's leader was personally present, and with his esteemed presence, everything felt different. Not to mention other factors, the morale of their forces surged by a notable margin. Directing his gaze towards the main seat in the hall, he observed the society leader, Mo Juren, calmly seated, sipping tea as he awaited the impending conflict. Behind him stood a young man, none other than his eldest disciple, Yen Guo, who appeared somewhat exhilarated, a hint of eagerness dancing across his features. The composure of the society leader filled Lu Yuanshan with profound admiration, prompting him to ponder the depths of his power over the years. How could he maintain such a youthful appearance, seemingly even more vibrant than before? Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from outside the branch, followed by a cacophony of battle cries that rose and fell like a tempest. Lu Yuanshan's expression shifted, and he immediately clasped his fists, stating, "I must go direct the battle. I take my leave." "Go ahead." Mo Juren nodded slightly, offering no further comment. Once Lu Yuanshan had departed, he turned to his disciple, instructing, "You will follow behind, remaining hidden for now. At the crucial moment, unleash the corpse refinement for a surprise attack. If we can incapacitate a significant number of their top fighters, victory will be ours." The disciple complied, though Yen Guo was eager to act. He dared not defy his master's command. He tightened his grip on the soul-guiding bell and proceeded toward the hall's exit. From the moment the battle ignited, it persisted relentlessly. Initially, both sides were cautious, sending out scouts to test each other's defenses, but soon the skirmishes escalated into a full-blown melee. The streets of Yeyang became a chaotic scene filled with flashing blades and swords, with countless injured and deceased. Due to the battle taking place in Yeyang, the Shock Serpent Society enjoyed a home field advantage, compounded by the presence of their leader. Yen Ji's covert assaults using corpse refinement led to significant casualties on the side of the five-colored sect. Unfortunately, given the stakes involved in the upper echelon's plans, there was no intention to retreat, despite the heavy losses. Several elders responsible for the battle took to the front lines, exuding an aura of unyielding ferocity, determined to fight to the end. However, their true intentions remained a mystery, known only to them. Throughout the chaos, it was primarily the junior disciples who fought valiantly, while the higher-ups remained reserved, conserving their strength with each strike. Observing this, Mo Juren understood the dynamics at play but chose not to intervene, occasionally making his presence known to provide reassurance to his forces. The slaughter persisted until the third watch of the night when Mo Juren, seated in the main hall, suddenly shifted his gaze toward the window. A flash of fire streaked through the air, which he swiftly grasped in his palm. The enemy is upon us. We must return at once. With a resolute expression, Mo Juren wasted no time. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. At the Mo residence's rear garden, Han Yunji wielded a formation flag, vigorously waving it. Below, a shimmering water-blue barrier flickered ominously, repelling the relentless assaults from within. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously. Yet Lu Cheng, trapped within the formation, wore a countenance twisted in despair. He had fallen into the enemy's ploy, the bait-and-switch tactic that had ensnared him instead of the intended target. The realization that he had been outmaneuvered by the cunning Mo Juren was infuriating. Not only had Mo set the trap in advance, but he had also enlisted the aid of fellow cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. A move that was both insidious and detestable. What astounded him further was that both Mo Juren and the girl before him were disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. This revelation left him speechless. Had he known they were of the same sect, he might have acted differently, sparing them his wrath. Little girl, considering our shared sect, could you not dismantle the formation? I assure you I will leave at once and will not pursue this matter further. Lu Cheng's eyes flickered as he attempted to persuade her while assessing his surroundings. Though he could not discern the nature of the formation, he surmised that breaking free would require a significant cost. Even if he succeeded, it would deplete his energy considerably, a gamble he could ill afford. He knew that since Mo Juren had the audacity to lay such a scheme, he would surely receive word of Lu Cheng's predicament in no time. When that happened, facing two adversaries with the support of the formation, his fate would be dire. Little girl, we bear no enmity. Why this unyielding stance? Lu Cheng implored. I have been in Spirit Beast Mountain for many years and am not without connections. My nephew, Lu Tianming, possesses exceptional talent and has already advanced to the latter stage of Foundation establishment. He is a direct disciple of Elder Chun from the Hall of 10,000 Spirits. Should news of my demise reach him, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. His pleas met with silence, and when he shifted to threats, he was met with only a cold snort. Although faint, the derision in her response was unmistakable. Upon witnessing this, El Cheng's heart sank, and he thought to himself, could it be that this little girl recognizes me and is aware of the strained relationship I share with my nephew? This could indeed pose a significant problem. After pondering for a prolonged period and failing to devise a solution, he steeled his resolve. If persuasion would not suffice, he would have to resort to force. Otherwise, when Mo Juren returns, his predicament would only become more perilous. In a flash, El Cheng made his decision. No longer hesitating, he abruptly raised his dark staff and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, the spell halted, and the staff was thrust high into the air, radiating a brilliant light, as though something was about to break free from its confinement. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The upright staff shattered with a thunderous crack, and an eerie shadow emerged, swirling for a moment before darting towards the forehead of the coiled serpent lying nearby. As the shadow entered, the serpent seemed to experience excruciating agony, letting out a loud roar while thrashing violently. In an instant, its form began to undergo a drastic transformation, doubling in size and resembling a newly birthed black dragon, soaring and twisting in the air. Upon witnessing the enormous serpent, El Cheng's pallid face erupted with uncontainable excitement. He cast another spell, and the colossal serpent paused momentarily before unleashing a tremendous roar and charging fiercely towards the luminous barrier above. Chapter 57. Death in Humiliation. The giant black serpent, propelled by immense strength, struck with a force that caused the barrier formed by the array to tremble violently, with numerous fine cracks appearing in the area of impact. In the air, Han Yunji trembled, blood spurting from her mouth. Faced with the dire situation, she disregarded her injuries and quickly channeled her internal energy into the array flag. With swift movements, the barrier stabilized rapidly, its surface shimmering with spiritual light, repairing the emerging cracks. Simultaneously, her other hand conjured over a dozen spiritual talismans, activating them without discerning their nature, and hurled them into the array. In an instant, various talismans such as those for freezing, poisonous gas, and thorns cascaded down, all landing atop El Cheng's head. You little girl are courting death. Witnessing this scene, El Cheng's complexion changed drastically. He dared not confront it head-on and swiftly shifted his form, disappearing from sight. Han Yunji's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Although the power of the talismans was formidable, they failed to strike the opponent, which proved to be quite troublesome. In a moment of inspiration, her eyes brightened, and she unleashed another talisman, not to harm her adversary, but to disrupt his spellcasting rhythm, merely to delay until Mo Juren's return. Thus, the first, second, and third talismans were cast in what seemed like an endless stream. Within the barrier, El Cheng's face turned green from the relentless assault. Is this girl running a talisman shop? When will this end? No, this cannot continue. Gritting his teeth, El Cheng revealed a 5-colored talisman, channeling his energy into it and striking his body. Instantly, a dense 5-colored mist enveloped him entirely. The 5 elements body protection talisman. In the air, Han Yunji exclaimed. She immediately recognized the defensive mid-level talisman he employed, which posed a significant challenge. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinarily potent, making it difficult for typical attacks to breach. This little girl possesses some knowledge, likely owing to her prestigious lineage. I have little patience for you family cultivators. My black dragon staff has been refined over many years. This is no trifling matter. I advise you not to be so obstinate, lest you become a scapegoat for the Mo family. El Cheng's words dripped with provocation. Yet his actions did not falter. He hastily gestured and chanted incantations, reviving the black serpent, which roared again as it charged towards the barrier with renewed vigor. Boom, boom, boom. In comparison to the first strike, this attack's force had doubled. Moreover, it transformed from a single blow into a barrage of consecutive hits. Such overwhelming force was beyond what the freshly established Han Yunji could withstand. Blood uncontrollably gushed from her mouth as her internal energy began to scatter, causing her to plummet from the air. Even so, her slender hand clutched the array flag tightly, striving to maintain the last remnants of her energy. She understood clearly that if the barrier shattered, everything would be over, not just for her, but for the entire Mo household, plunging into irreversible doom. Yet as the opponent's assault raged on, and the array was on the verge of collapsing, she found herself utterly powerless. A wave of shame washed over her. She felt utterly useless, unable to accomplish even the simplest task entrusted to her by Brother Mo. At that moment, a golden light shot down from the heavens, slicing through the dense darkness and appearing above the array. Mo Juren extended his hand downward, and an immense force emerged, instantly drawing the plummeting Han Yunji into his embrace. Without hesitation, he seized the array flag and poured his profound energy into it, restoring the numerous cracks in the barrier to their original state in the blink of an eye. Boom! The giant serpent collided with the barrier once more. However, it was ultimately too late. Aside from a tremor, no effect was realized. Wait, how could the array have recovered so quickly? Unless you are a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, it should be impossible to possess such profound energy. Upon seeing the newcomer, El Cheng immediately deduced his identity. His expression darkened as his mind raced to formulate a countermeasure. The previous attempts to forcefully summon the serpent had not come without cost. His internal energy had dwindled to less than 70%, and facing an opponent who appeared to be at mid-stage foundation establishment was clearly ill-advised. Well, you may take your time to guess. Setting the exquisite lady aside momentarily, Mo Juren chuckled coldly, refusing to linger on pleasantries. He raised his hand, revealing a thick stack of talismans. Without further ado, he unleashed them all at once. In an instant, it was as if a rain of talismans fell within the barrier, with no less than 100 various talismans cascading toward El Cheng like a torrential downpour. His skill in deploying them far surpassed Han Yunji's, and the dense array of talismans reached him in an instant, leaving him momentarily dazed. Damn you! Finally managing to react, El Cheng had no time to spare, relying solely on a single mid-level talisman to withstand the onslaught. However, how could he possibly endure the simultaneous attack of over 100 low to mid-level talismans? In merely the span of a breath, the talismans obliterated, and the 5-colored mist dissipated entirely. The moment his body was exposed, the residual force of the talismans continued unabated, bombarding him relentlessly. Fortunately, he wore a high-quality magical robe. Otherwise, he might have sustained serious injuries. This is utterly humiliating. It's nothing short of cheating. How wealthy are you to cast 100 talismans without a second thought? Even the talisman masters at the Talisman Pavilion would not dare to be so extravagant. If another wave comes, I will surely be gravely weakened. No, he must find a way to negotiate. Trapped within the array and unable to escape. If he continued to bear the attacks passively, he would inevitably reach his breaking point. Junior brother, this is all a misunderstanding. There is no enmity between us. Why must you pursue my destruction? As for the Five Elements sect, they are merely a swarm of ants. You may dispose of them as you wish. I have no objections. Oh, Mo Juren's expression remained unchanged, and with a flick of his hand, another stack of talismans appeared. How can you still have more? Mo does not lack talismans. I have as many as I desire. Originally, he had intended to conceal a thunderbolt talisman for a decisive blow to resolve the matter at once. However, contemplating the formidable power of the thunderbolt, it was evident that a single strike could obliterate the entire Mo residence. Thus, he prudently chose to abandon that course of action. After all, the opponent was already a caged bird. Employing spirit talismans, which bore negligible cost to himself, proved to be the most cost-effective strategy. Consequently, the ensuing battle took on a peculiar dynamic, with wave after wave of talismanic assaults. El Chang's already dwindling mana could no longer withstand the onslaught, ultimately culminating in his humiliating demise beneath a barrage of fireball talismans, tears of resentment staining his cheeks. The fact that a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator met his end in such a manner would undoubtedly stir a sensation if revealed. As for the colossal serpent, it self-destructed at the moment of its master's death, transforming into a crimson rain that fell upon the grounds of the backyard. Without the opportunity to tidy up the remnants of the formation, Mo Juren turned his attention to Han Yunji, who was seated nearby, meditating and healing her injuries. Her porcelain-like face was pallid as snow, clearly indicating the severity of her wounds. Chapter 58. Departure and the Tianxing sect marketplace. Time flew by, and nearly half a year had elapsed since the last great battle. Numerous events transpired during this interval. For instance, the Five-Colored Gate, along with its leader Li Shilong and several elders, mysteriously perished on the night of the conflict in Yeyang town, leading to the disintegration of the entire sect. Seizing the opportunity, the Jingjiao Society gradually absorbed their influence across the entire Lanzhou region over the ensuing months, emerging as the foremost faction in the Lanzhou martial world. Mo Juren remained indifferent to these developments, treating them as mere distractions for his family. Throughout this period, the continuous merging of bloodlines significantly enhanced the physical prowess of his wives and 3 daughters, naturally elevating their strength. Particularly, Wang Shi and Mo Yuju were unable to contain their excitement, engaging in daily sparring sessions to expend their abundant energy. He found himself somewhat hopeful that perhaps the two would make strides in martial arts in the future. However, the extent of their potential remained uncertain. Martial arts, too, is a path of cultivation, yet not everyone can tread it indefinitely. The limitation of lifespan alone obstructs 99% of martial artists. Of course, the two women would not face this restriction. Their lifespans would naturally extend following the bloodline integration. Nevertheless, this did not lead him to harbor high hopes for them, as this was, after all, a realm dominated by immortals, where the path of martial arts is riddled with obstacles. To progress further and ascend higher, one must possess extraordinary will, wisdom, and fortune. Even though the two were deeply enamored with martial arts, they did not exhibit the qualities necessary for such achievements. Moreover, concerning the formations, he finally found the time to delve into the jade slip containing the formation inheritance and attempted to craft it using the blank formation flags and discs he had previously purchased. After numerous failures, he successfully replicated a small-scale formation known as the Minor Gathering Yuan formation. Its efficacy was approximately 1/10 that of the original formation, which was commendable. This formation, rather than serving as a tool for defense or offense, functioned similarly to the Gathering Spirit formation in the cultivation world, capable of accumulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, upon its successful replication, he promptly established it within the confines of the Mo residence. The results were immediate. Once activated, the air in the inner courtyard transformed into a refreshing breeze, and various plants grew at an astonishingly visible rate. This spectacle delighted Mo Fengwu, whose medicinal garden lay within the formation's radius, benefiting greatly from the enhanced conditions. She even contemplated expanding her garden's scale. Mo Juren merely smiled in response, choosing not to interfere excessively. At that moment, his primary concern was Han Yunji's condition, as she had sustained severe injuries in the last battle and had been recuperating in the Mo residence ever since. How do you feel? In a certain room, Han Yunji slowly concluded her meditation, and Mo Juren's familiar voice reached her ears, imbued with warmth and concern. This sentiment stirred an uncontainable joy within her. Despite the gravity of her injuries, she felt it was entirely worthwhile. Much improved, and I owe my rapid recovery to Brother Mo's medicinal pills. Otherwise, I would not have healed so swiftly. Moreover, through this experience, I sense that my cultivation has become significantly more stable, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. As her bright eyes opened to meet the familiar visage before her, Han Yunji offered a gentle smile. Following the fierce battle, upon seeing her grievously wounded, Mo Juren could not merely stand by. After addressing some immediate matters, he returned to the sect's marketplace and procured a substantial quantity of high-quality medicinal pills from the Wanbao Pavilion, a crucial factor in her swift recovery. Hearing that she was now free of concerns, Mo Juren felt a wave of relief and inquired about her future plans. Han Yunji appeared momentarily taken aback. Having spent nearly half a year in the Mo residence and grown close to the women of the Mo family, the impending separation stirred an inexplicable reluctance within her. However, it was but a fleeting sentiment. Ultimately, she knew she must depart. This was, after all, the mundane world, devoid of spiritual veins, and it was impossible to remain here indefinitely. Furthermore, this battle had revealed her numerous inadequacies, not solely in cultivation but also in combat experience. More importantly, the totality of her internal mana, its purity, and her control over it were all significantly inferior to Mo Juren's. Should she allow herself to grow complacent, the chasm between them would only widen, a future she could not bear to witness. The following morning, a white spiritual bird soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing into the horizon. I wonder what Sister Han is thinking. Having just recovered from such severe injuries, she hurriedly departs. Surely, her husband should have persuaded her to stay, sighed Yin Shi, her gaze retracting. If you ask me, her intentions are quite clear. Had she not harbored feelings for her husband, she would not have risked her life to await his return, Lu Shi remarked, her eyes glimmering with an understanding that suggested she had seen through it all. Casting a glance at the two women, Mo Juren said nothing and turned to leave, leaving his wives and daughters exchanging glances in the courtyard. Time continued its relentless march, and several months passed. One day, Mo Juren calculated the time and decided to no longer linger, ensuring that matters at home were arranged before choosing to depart. However, he did so discreetly, with only a few of the matriarchs aware of his departure. The state of Yu comprised 13 provinces, with Jianzhou located at the northernmost point. This region fell within the dominion of the Huangfeng Valley, extending northward along the Taiyuan mountain range for approximately 100 miles before entering the territory of the Yuanwu Kingdom. The southern territories were vast, teeming with an uncountable population. Besides the two great nations, Tianluo and Fengdu, there were over a dozen medium-sized states and numerous smaller ones, densely scattered like stars across various locations. Like Yuanwu was also classified as a medium-sized nation in the surrounding area. Although it lagged significantly behind Tianluo and Fengdu, it was far from comparable to the nearby smaller nations. However, unlike Yu's reverence for the seven sects, Yuanwu harbored both righteous and demonic factions, each possessing comparable strength, resulting in a stalemate. The Tianqing sect, a renowned sect of the righteous path in Yuanwu, rivaled Huangfeng Valley in power and was particularly esteemed for its expertise in formations, gaining considerable renown across nearby cultivation realms. After several days of flight, Mo Juren had exited Yu and entered the sphere of influence of the Tianqing sect. He then donned a flowing black robe and a black hood, proceeding alone to the marketplace established by the Tianqing sect. Calculating the timeline, he deduced that Han Li should have successfully established his foundation by now and would likely arrive shortly. Meanwhile, he needed to accomplish certain objectives through their interaction. This matter bore significant implications for his future plans and required utmost attention. Thus, upon entering the marketplace, he wasted no time and began to meticulously search the periphery, until he discovered a place known as the Refining Stone House. His steps came to a halt, gazing at the grand sign standing at the shop entrance. A faint smile flickered in Mo Juren's eyes, and he subsequently walked towards an inn not far across the street. Chapter 59. Encounters and Oddities. The marketplace of the Tianqing sect was quite peculiar, centering around a colossal pavilion soaring 2 to 3 dozen zhang high, surrounded by smaller buildings standing at merely 1/10 of its height, collectively forming an expansive circular architectural complex. The central pavilion stood tall and majestic, wielding an imposing presence, with an exceptionally prominent plaque hanging above, marking it as the Xingqian Pavilion, an undeniable jewel of the entire marketplace under the aegis of the Tianqing sect. The other buildings varied in size and type, housing a multitude of diverse shops. At this moment, within a private room on the third floor of a certain tavern, Mo Juren sat alone by the window, sipping spirit tea he had procured from his senior brother Wang Ping, while occasionally casting glances at the Refining Stone House across the way. This scene had repeated itself for several days, yet he remained unperturbed, leisurely indulging in the routine. Until today, a familiar figure slowly approached from the end of the street, causing a surge of delight in Mo Juren's heart. He promptly rose and stepped outside the room. Master? HM. Standing before the refining stone house, Han Li, who was intently scrutinizing the shop's hanging sign, suddenly heard a voice that was unmistakably familiar, causing his heart to quiver. Master, I recognized your silhouette from afar, but I never expected it to truly be you. As he approached, Mo Juren smiled, his tone laced with barely concealed excitement. Relief washed over Han Li as he confirmed it was indeed his master. However, he felt a tinge of helplessness. Despite being so thoroughly disguised, he was still recognized at a glance by his master. Such familiarity left no room for concealment, as even a mere silhouette revealed his identity. What brings you here, master? I have established my own cave abode, and intend to procure a set of protective formations. Having heard of the Tianqing sect's esteemed reputation in formations, I came to try my luck, Mo Juren replied calmly, unhurried in his response. Ah, I see. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that his master shared the same objective of purchasing formations. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Does this mean you have successfully established your foundation? And you? After exchanging pleasantries, Han Li broached the topic of crafting magical artifacts. Expressing skepticism regarding the grand claims of the shop, Mo Juren merely smiled faintly, deeming excessive speculation unnecessary. The truth would reveal itself upon investigation. The shop was modest in size, comprising only 3 rooms and a small backyard. Patrons were few, with merely 3 figures present in the front hall, a middle-aged scholar, an elderly man with white hair, and a robust man with dark skin. Upon noticing the arrival of 2 customers, the trio's attention was immediately drawn. The scholar and the elderly man remained still, while the robust man stepped forward, greeting them respectfully. Do you esteemed guests seek to purchase magical artifacts? Or would you like to place a custom order? The sign outside boldly proclaimed that they could custom-make top-tier magical artifacts. But was that truly the case? Mo Juren feigned skepticism, his tone unmistakably doubtful. Instantly, the elderly man could no longer contain himself. Questioning his crafting abilities in the refining shop was akin to a public humiliation. However, upon realizing that all newcomers were Foundation establishment cultivators, his fleeting anger dissipated entirely. Forgive me, esteemed guests, the elderly man approached, bowing respectfully. It was my oversight to neglect proper etiquette and to have seemed dismissive. As for what is written outside, it is indeed true. Our shop operates with integrity and would never deceive in this regard. Moreover, I am not boasting. I possess some insights into the art of refining. Is that so? Mo Juren maintained his expression, continuing to inquire. As I understand it, crafting top-tier magical artifacts requires either primal true fire or earth fire. I do not doubt your refining abilities, yet your current cultivation level merely reaches the chi refinement stage, and this place does not seem to harbor earth fire. So esteemed guest is visiting Brother Su's shop for the first time and may not be aware of the specifics. It is not only primal true fire or earth fire that can forge top-tier magical artifacts. Certain fiery demonic beast flames can also suffice. Brother Su hails from a lineage of refiners, with profound family knowledge in this craft, and his refining skills are on par with those of certain renowned sect refiners. Notably, the Su family is famous for nurturing a second-tier demonic beast, the Fire Crow, whose flames are formidable, rivaling even primal true fire, the middle-aged scholar interjected. Clarifying for the elderly man, I had only heard that earth fire could be used for alchemy and refining. I never expected demonic fire to work as well. Han Li expressed, astonishment evident in his voice. Esteemed seniors may not know that refining with demonic fire or alchemy requires a certain level of skill, and it is not recognized by the major sections. My family fortuitously obtained a second-tier Fire Crow, which is why we specialize in this field, the elderly man further elucidated. Mo Juren was already aware of all this, but preferred not to squander time, choosing to elucidate everything up front. After listening to the elderly man's explanation, he remarked, "In that case, let us proceed with the trial." Very well. Hearing his master's words, Han Li did not object. After all, he would be present during the crafting process, and if the other party proved unreliable, they could halt at any moment. However, refining was not a matter of a day or two. It would have to be postponed for later. They needed to prioritize obtaining protective formations for their cave abode first, after which they could return. Having succinctly explained their reasons and scheduled the crafting time, the two bid farewell and departed, leaving the elderly man standing there. His expression tinged with disappointment, likely thinking that this business venture might fall through. At the entrance of the shop, just as the two had stepped outside, footsteps suddenly echoed behind them. "Esteemed seniors, please hold on." "What is it?" Mo Juren replied coldly, turning to regard the approaching middle-aged scholar. "I am Wang Xiling, a resident here, quite familiar with the marketplace. If you intend to purchase anything and wish to avoid wasting time, I could offer my assistance, he stated, showing no hint of embarrassment upon having his identity revealed. We were just planning to acquire some formation flags and discs. As a subordinate shop of the Tianqing sect, it seems the Xingqian Pavilion would be the best choice, wouldn't it? Esteemed seniors have miscalculated. Wang Xiling immediately shook his head, explaining. While the Tianqing sect is indeed renowned for formations across the realms, it does not imply that the Xingqian Pavilion houses superior formation flags and discs. There are plenty of ordinary ones, varied in types, yet they are merely specialized products with limited efficacy. As for truly exquisite formation discs and flags, due to the risk of exposing the essence of the formations, which could threaten the foundation of the Tianqing sect, they are never made available to the outside world. Having said so much, I assume you have a solution in mind. If that is the case, please do not hesitate to speak plainly, Mo Juren stated, growing weary of the small talk. Are you both aware of the secret shop? After a brief pause, under Wang Xiling's guidance, the two navigated through a labyrinth of turns, eventually halting before an unremarkable, dilapidated shack. Just as the other party was about to approach, a cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance. Growing increasingly pronounced in the tranquil alleyway, all three halted their movements instinctively, turning their gazes toward the source of the sound, where two unfamiliar figures emerged into view. The leading figure was an unremarkable middle-aged man who seemed to recognize Wang Xiling, nodding slightly upon their encounter. However, following him was another individual, a strange figure clad in gray, his face masked, a gray cloth bag draped over his head. Unlike the astonishment exhibited by Han Li and Wang Xiling, a flicker of intrigue ignited in Mo Juren's heart, and a peculiar light glimmered in the depths of his cloak-covered eyes. Chapter 60. Whispering in the shadows upon encountering his fellow traveler, Wang Xiling immediately discerned that the peculiar individual was evidently another guest intending to attend the secret auction. Wasting no time, he gently tapped on the tightly shut wooden door in a rhythmic manner. It was not long before the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 30s. Upon seeing the group, her expression shifted slightly in surprise. Oh, what a coincidence to see you two together. Wang Xiling chuckled and, brimming with excitement, remarked, Madame Zhang, I have brought along two esteemed predecessors this time. Predecessors? Picking up on the significance of his words, Madame Zhang scrutinized the guests before her demeanor softening as she acknowledged, indeed, they are both Foundation establishment practitioners. You two have done remarkably well this time. I shall remember this. Upon hearing her words, the two men were elated, and without further ado, they respectfully bowed and hurriedly took their leave. A hint of a smile finally graced the woman's face as she said, the auction is about to commence. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Han Li cast a glance at Mo Juren, noting his lack of reaction, which eased his own apprehensions. He then stepped forward to follow. The enigmatic figure clad in gray, with a bag over his head, trailed behind as well. Under the woman's guidance, they descended a subterranean staircase, traversing approximately 10 or so paces until they arrived at a stone door. Flanking the door stood two guards clad in black, their masked faces revealing nothing. The aura emanating from them indicated that they were all Foundation establishment practitioners, one of whom was at the mid-Foundation stage. A chill ran down Han Li's spine as he gained a clearer understanding of the true strength of this secret establishment. He felt fortunate to have accompanied his master, knowing that even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he would have someone to rely upon. Upon entering the stone door, the interior starkly contrasted with the dilapidated exterior. It exuded a lavish ambience, with crimson carpets, white jade ornaments, and bright palace lanterns, all reflecting the opulence of the secular world. After escorting the three into the hall and guiding them to their seats, the woman bid them farewell. At this moment, Han Li's eyes were incessantly scanning the surroundings, and to his astonishment, he realized that over half of the guests present were practitioners at the late Foundation establishment stage. In comparison, he and his master felt utterly insignificant. This realization rendered Han Li exceedingly cautious, fearful of inadvertently provoking someone. The thought of facing misfortune due to carelessness was unbearable. The hall was enveloped in silence, with everyone awaiting the commencement of the auction. After several hours, a stir finally arose. A wooden door in a corner of the hall swung open, and three figures clad in black entered sequentially. Upon reaching a long table, one of them, with a slightly hoarse voice, proclaimed, Welcome, fellow cultivators of the immortal realm, to our trading event. The rules remain unchanged. We will first auction the items from our store, beginning with a base price in spirit stones, followed by competitive bidding. Finally, there will be a period for free trading, where you may showcase and trade at your discretion. That is all. Let the auction begin. The trio outlined the auction rules, which bore a striking resemblance to those of conventional auctions. Even newcomers grasped the proceedings swiftly once they were explained. As the three took their seats, another figure emerged from behind the wooden door, striding to the table and stating, "The bidding begins now. The first item up for auction is the top-tier magical weapon, the Fire Cloud Sword." Time slowly passed as item after item was auctioned off, ranging from top-tier magical artifacts, rare materials, to high-grade pills and mid to high-level talismans. Mo Juren was particularly taken aback when he recognized a familiar name among the talisman offerings: 5 mid-level defensive talismans, one of which he had previously sold at the Wanbao Pavilion. Typically, the price for mid-level low-grade talismans hovered around 50 low-grade spirit stones, whereas he had originally sold the mid-level defensive talisman for 100 spirit stones. Yet, during the auction, the price skyrocketed to 130, then 140 spirit stones each. Reflecting on this, he realized he had suffered a significant loss, as he had essentially forfeited 1,000 spirit stones solely from the mid-level talismans. There was little to be done, after all. They were a store while he was merely a retail seller. This thought reignited his desire to open a shop, a notion he had shelved due to previous unpreparedness. Now that he had successfully established his foundation, it was time to make preparations. As Mo Juren's mind raced with thoughts of the auctioned items, he found himself uninterested in what lay before him. In contrast, Hanli furrowed his brow in agitation. After more than 20 items had been auctioned off, the anticipated formation flags and discs had yet to appear, stirring his impatience. If he failed to acquire them this time, he would have to resort to purchasing them from the Stardust Pavilion. While it would not be a significant issue, acquiring several would certainly be preferable to the illusory formations offered for free by his sect. Top-tier magical artifact, a pair of mechanical puppet beasts, comparable in power to a 9th-layer chi refining practitioner, utterly loyal and fearless. Starting bid, 100 spirit stones. Mechanical puppet beasts? Did he not possess one as well? Upon hearing the auctioneer's introduction, Hanli felt a jolt of interest. Not just him, Mo Juren, who had initially been somewhat indifferent, was now fully alert and focused. At that moment, a pair of peculiar objects resembling dark, fist-sized dolls sat atop the auctioneer's table, their shapes reminiscent of both lions and tigers, yet not entirely resembling either. Many may not have heard of, or have only a cursory knowledge of, the art of mechanical puppetry. This technique, originating from magical artifact crafting, is a unique Taoist skill that, while obscure here, thrives in the far west. As the auctioneer elaborated, the audience gained a general understanding of the dolls' origins. However, interest in them remained lukewarm. Spending over 100 spirit stones on such items seemed unwise. Are you familiar with the Qian Bamboo sect in the far west? Suddenly, a voice resonated within Hanli's mind, causing him to pause in surprise as he glanced at his master, puzzled by the abrupt telepathic communication. Does master know of the Qian Bamboo sect? I once stumbled upon some information regarding it, which contained valuable insights, albeit fragmented. Particularly noteworthy is a secret technique known as the Great Transformation Technique, a unique method devised by the sect's founding ancestor that specializes in cultivating one's consciousness and splitting the spirit. It is said that at higher levels, it can significantly mitigate the bottlenecks encountered during breakthroughs, greatly enhancing the chances of successfully forming a core. Setting aside other considerations, Hanli's heart raced at this revelation. The arduous journey he had endured during his foundation establishment was still vivid in his memory. It had taken him 8 foundation establishment pills to succeed, highlighting his poor aptitude. He had no confidence whatsoever regarding core formation. Hearing of a method that could potentially improve his chances sent his heart soaring. However, these are merely records from the materials. Their authenticity remains uncertain. Do not harbor excessive hopes. Consider it merely a tale to hear. Mo Juren's tone shifted, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. The far west was so distant. Even if such a technique truly existed, how could he possibly journey there to seek it? With this thought, Hanli's earlier excitement dissipated, leaving behind a sense of vague disappointment. Chapter 61. Qi Yinshao 100 Spirit Stones. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat stagnant with disinterest in the mechanical puppet beasts, a voice suddenly pierced through the silence, shattering the tension. Someone placed a bid. It was him. The bidder was none other than the gray-robed stranger he had encountered upon entering the secret establishment. Hanli cast a sidelong glance. His mind stirred, yet he chose not to focus any further. As for Mo Juren, upon hearing the peculiar individual call out a price, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted beneath his cloak. He mused inwardly that everything was unfolding according to a predetermined fate, which was quite delightful. 150 spirit stones. A bid was made, and a competitor emerged, a robust cultivator. Subsequently, the two seemed to engage in a contest, vociferously outbidding each other. 200, 400, 600. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Was it truly necessary to compete so fiercely over what amounted to a mere puppet for chi refinement stage cultivators? Was there some hidden secret at play? Or could it be that the one calling out the bids was merely a shill for the secret shop, artificially inflating the prices to ensnare them? With such suspicions in mind, none dared to rashly participate. Yet, unlike before, they were no longer indifferent. Their focus was heightened, clearly intrigued by the proceedings. The bidding continued unabated, ultimately seeing the price of the mechanical puppet escalate to 900 spirit stones, raised by the gray-robed oddity. Observing this, the burly cultivator appeared somewhat anxious, producing a piece of iron essence. Iron essence is no ordinary material, akin to copper or silver essence. It is a high-grade spiritual material that only advanced cultivators can refine, its value being self-evident. The audacity of this individual to present such a precious item left onlookers incredulous and questioning if he was perhaps too hasty, attempting to deceive with a counterfeit. However, after inspection by the secret shop, it was confirmed to be genuine iron essence, leaving all present dumbfounded. To exchange iron essence for two practically useless puppets seemed utterly insane. As expected, the burly cultivator emerged victorious, intending to leave with the mechanical puppets, only to be halted by the secret shop on the grounds that the auction had not yet concluded. This scene seemingly corroborated the crowd's suspicions. The mechanical puppets were assuredly not as simple as they appeared, harboring secrets unknown to the public. The auction proceeded, yet following the earlier excitement, it had grown somewhat subdued. Even witnessing several instances of awkward silence as items went unsold, until the final item was presented. A top-tier spiritual herb, a millennium-old Huangjingzi. As the auctioneer introduced it, the atmosphere erupted once more. A millennium-old spiritual herb, nearly extinct in this desolate region of Tiannan, had unexpectedly surfaced here. What was there to hesitate about? Acquiring it would undoubtedly yield immense profit, even if it meant exhausting all one's spirit stones. In an instant, the bidding escalated vigorously, voices rising in fervent competition. In a corner, Mo Juren's gaze flickered beneath his cloak, swiftly scanning the crowd as though searching for something. Indeed, moments later, a somewhat urgent voice rang out, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. I will offer a complete set of reversing 5 elements array tools in exchange for this spiritual herb. At the utterance of these words, Mo Juren immediately turned to see the figure of the bidder, a youth in a tiger-headed mask, short and stout, wholly unremarkable. Qi Yinxiao, Mo Juren silently noted, then closed his eyes to meditate, no longer concerning himself with anything else. The subsequent auction unfolded as anticipated, without any surprises. A set of incomplete reversing 5 elements array tools, possessing only a tenth of their original power, could hardly satisfy the secret shop. And the Millennium Huangjingzi ultimately fell into the hands of another. Qi Yinxiao was utterly dejected, yet powerless. Conversely, in the corner, Han Li was precisely the opposite. Upon hearing the mention of the reversing 5 elements array, he was already stirred with excitement. Once the auction concluded and the free trading session commenced, he immediately transmitted a thought to Mo Juren. Master, this is indeed a suitable opportunity. Mo Juren understood the other's intent, but abruptly shifted the topic, countering, however, the other party is clearly seeking to exchange for the Millennium Spiritual Herb. Well, I happen to have stumbled upon a plant recently, Han Li shyly transmitted, scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing this, Mo Juren's expression stiffened momentarily before he replied, Your luck is truly enviable. After a brief pause, he continued, In that case, it's no problem. You may go ahead and acquire it. What about you, Master? There is only one array set, and even if we ultimately purchase it, it cannot satisfy both of us. Han Li recalled that his master had come specifically to procure the protective array for their cave. First, secure the array. We can discuss the rest later. Mo Juren did not respond. Observing that Qi Yinxiao had already interacted with several groups without a successful negotiation, he added, Let us go meet this individual. Knowing his master's character, Han Li recognized that such a statement meant there was a plan in place. He ceased to dwell on it and followed his master forward. If you do not possess the Millennium Spiritual Herb, do not disturb me. The array master I rely on is waiting to be rescued. I cannot design any arrays for you now. Noticing the two approaching, Qi Yinxiao merely glanced over, then lethargically spoke. If we had the Millennium Spiritual Herb, we wouldn't be seeking the array master for an array design, would we? What? You truly have it? Upon hearing this, Qi Yinxiao's previously despondent demeanor vanished, replaced by a glimmer of surprise. This is not the place for discussions. Let us move over there, Mo Juren interjected, swiftly interrupting. Very well, of course. Qi Yunxiao, now filled with elation, paid little heed to anything else. Upon receiving the suggestion, he readily agreed. They proceeded to a quiet corner, where Han Li glanced at his master, noting his lack of action. He then took the initiative to cast a soundproof barrier, effectively shielding them from eavesdroppers. Mo Juren felt a twitch in his heart. He possessed dozens of spells, far surpassing his peers in the same realm. Yet he had not mastered this particularly practical minor spell, leaving him at a loss for words. It wasn't that he was incapable of learning it. Rather, his comprehension of spells was not particularly high, and investing excessive time in them seemed counterproductive. If absolutely necessary, he could purchase the corresponding spell talismans for immediate use at a reasonable price. Han Li, unaware of this, began conversing with Qi Yunxiao. As for Mo Juren, having initially achieved his objective, he refrained from interjecting, quietly observing. Meanwhile, his mind was engrossed in contemplating the next steps regarding a long-considered plan, leaving no room for error. Chapter 62. The teleportation array. Qi Yunxiao was indeed the straightforward and naive youth from the original text. With just a few probing questions, he divulged most of his information, including his name and address. Remarkably, he did not find this inappropriate. Instead, he felt he had encountered a genuine good person. After all, how could one possibly place a seal on the refining insights he offered for the spiritual herb exchange, agreeing to return it once the array improvement task was completed? Even after the transaction concluded and both parties departed, he had learned nothing beyond that one individual was surnamed Han. Upon returning to the street, a jubilant Han Li suddenly recalled the earlier inquiry. His master had also come to purchase array tools. I plan to visit the Stardust Pavilion. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me there, Mo Juren explained. What if you cannot procure anything? According to Wang Xiling, the array sold there are bespoke creations. After a moment's pause, Han Li seemed to have recalled something and remarked, why not let Master utilize this inverted 5 elements formation? It could be regarded as a token of filial piety from your disciple. As for myself, I can procure some ordinary formations from the Stardust Pavilion. As long as I acquire a sufficient quantity, it won't make much difference. Once Qi Yunxiao has improved the formation again, there will be no issue. Hearing Han Li's words, Mo Juren felt a warmth in his heart. Although this disciple could not fully confide in him regarding certain matters, in other aspects, he was impeccable. In the cold, cutthroat world of cultivation, where schemes and calculations abound like grains of sand in a river, even blood relatives are not exempt from treachery. In contrast, the bond between him and Han Li as master and disciple was quite harmonious. I appreciate your intent, but I do not urgently require the inverted 5 elements formation. As for other matters, whenever you have the leisure to visit the Mo residence to see Kai Huan, that would be the greatest show of filial respect. Master, Mo Juren interjected, not wishing to dwell further on the topic. I will contemplate the matter of formations, even if the Stardust Pavilion does not have them. Alternative solutions can always be found. I shall not accompany you in crafting artifacts. Our paths diverge here. With that, he waved his hand and resolutely departed. Watching his master's receding figure, Han Li could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, being apart had become commonplace. He could no longer remain by his master's side as he did in his youth. It was not only his master. Kai Huan was similarly distant. Even when they managed to meet, it was always a fleeting encounter, devoid of the possibility of lasting companionship. 6 years had passed. It was time to return and visit Kai Huan, the mischievous little girl who particularly delighted in teasing others. It had been so long since they last met. He wondered if she had shed any tears in his absence. With this thought, the corners of Han Li's mouth lifted slightly beneath his cloak. He no longer lingered and quickly made his way towards the artifact shop. The Stardust Pavilion was located at the heart of the market, towering nearly 30 zhang. Its magnificent exterior unforgettable. As the storefront of the Heavenly Star Sect, its scale and the variety and quantity of treasures far surpassed those of other shops in the market. The flow of customers was also considerable. At the entrance, no fewer than 20 or 30 cultivators came and went. Upon entering the first-floor hall, a shop assistant clad in red approached him with a smile after briefly appraising Mo Juren. Welcome, esteemed senior, to our pavilion. This is the first floor, where we do not have what you require. If you wish to make a purchase, you may proceed to the 3rd floor or above, where goods suitable for foundation establishment cultivators are available. Lead the way, Mo Juren responded with a slight nod, refraining from further comment. Please follow me, esteemed senior, the shop assistant said without hesitation, turning towards the staircase. They passed through the 2nd and 3rd floors, and Mo Juren did not choose to stop until they reached the 6th floor staircase, where a young attendant in red blocked his path. Forgive me, esteemed guest, but access to the 6th floor requires approval from the manager on the 5th floor. Unfazed, Mo Juren followed the attendant into the 5th floor hall. At this moment, the hall was empty, save for a beautiful woman seated behind a counter. Upon noticing their arrival, she rose and approached with a charming smile. Welcome, friend, to our pavilion. What might you be seeking? Is there a method for arranging a teleportation array? Mo Juren inquired directly, without beating around the bush. A teleportation array. The beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. Your request is rather unique. I have encountered countless guests at the Stardust Pavilion, but this is the first time someone has sought such a need. Is there none? Mo Juren frowned. Of course, there are, the beautiful woman replied, her demeanor shifting to one of pride. Our Heavenly Star sect is renowned for its mastery of formations. How could we lack the methods for arranging teleportation arrays? While such arrays are somewhat specialized, they are not secrets that cannot be shared. Many prominent sects possess their own traditions. Pausing for a moment, she continued, however, may I inquire about the intended use of the teleportation array you wish to purchase? Are you refusing to sell unless I disclose its purpose? Mo Juren retorted. Not at all. The beautiful woman gently shook her head, smiling. Please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of prying into your secrets. This question arises from a different concern. After weighing her words, she added, do you have any knowledge of the types of teleportation arrays available? I would like to hear more, Mo Juren responded, intrigued. In the realm of cultivation, teleportation arrays are categorized into 4 distinct sizes: small, medium, large, and super large. Furthermore, each type can be classified as unidirectional or bidirectional, fixed point or random, short range or long range, and even ultra-long distance. There are also some rare specialized types that are seldom seen in the cultivation world, which I will not elaborate on here. To summarize, different teleportation arrays serve varied purposes, and their prices can differ vastly. For instance, any teleportation array of medium size or larger, regardless of type or function, is beyond the financial means of an individual. Moreover, due to the complexity of arranging such arrays, only sects or families with multiple formation masters can successfully set them up. Do you understand my point? Ah, I see. Mo Juren nodded slightly. I require only a short-range teleportation array that can facilitate bidirectional, fixed-point transport over a distance of approximately 100 miles. 100 miles. The beautiful woman could not help but chuckle. You truly are unfamiliar with teleportation arrays. In the current cultivation world, the maximum distance achievable by a constructed teleportation array is just over 100 miles. Such a level would be considered a sect's secret and is not available for sale. Is it truly so short? Mo Juren expressed his surprise. Indeed, the beautiful woman confirmed with a nod. There is a significant gap in the inheritance of teleportation arrays within the cultivation realm. 100 miles is already the limit. Only the ancient teleportation arrays from legendary times possess the capability for ultra-long distance travel, rumored to reach millions of miles. Mo Juren could not deny this, recalling the vast distance between the Chaos Star C and Tian-Nan. If that is the case, what type of teleportation array can your store provide? Is there a limit on the number of users? There is no limit, she replied. Thus, a small teleportation array can suffice, with a maximum transport distance of over 10 miles. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled once more. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, she added, additionally, regarding the costs, teleportation arrays are not like ordinary artifacts or pills. Even a small one can be quite pricey. You must demonstrate that you possess the financial capability to make the purchase for me to take you to the 6th floor. Very well, Mo Juren replied, unfastening a storage pouch from his waist and tossing it to her. After inspecting it, the beautiful woman's enchanting eyes brightened. Chapter 63. What a coincidence, esteemed senior. Exiting the Stardust Pavilion, Mo Juren's expression did not reveal much joy. The teleportation array had been secured, yet it was far from his expectations, short in distance and limited to one user at a time. The product is exceedingly simplistic, essentially a mutilated version. Furthermore, even its fundamental functionalities are rather unstable, leading to potential positioning failures during transmission. The notion of random positioning during transmission is utterly disheartening. One would expect more from the esteemed Tianqing sect, a prominent sect in the realm of cultivation. Their reluctance to release anything of genuine quality is quite astonishing. It is no surprise that they sell array discs and flags, yet prepare a plethora of exclusive editions, demonstrating an extraordinary level of stinginess. However, it does possess some merits. Perhaps aware of its deficiencies, the price is not excessively outrageous, falling within a reasonable range for him. Yet, given his ample resources, he could have procured something more reliable. When he perused the introduction of the array on the 6th floor, Mo Juren nearly turned away in dismay. Nonetheless, he had previously inquired in the spirit beast market that teleportation arrays are rather unique, primarily sought after by powerful factions, which typically have their own inheritance and thus seldom purchase externally. Additionally, personal acquisitions are practically non-existent due to their limited practical value and the immense difficulty in setting them up, rendering them an impractical endeavor. Establishing a teleportation array diverges significantly from ordinary formations. Even the smallest variant requires a vast array of runes, far surpassing that of the latter, along with certain essential materials that are prohibitively expensive, adding to the unacceptability. Consequently, the market seldom offers methods for setting up teleportation arrays. Only establishments under major sects like the Tianqing sect might provide such resources. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to purchase this array. After all, abandoning it would necessitate searching elsewhere, a venture fraught with uncertainty and time-consuming. Despite its shortcomings, this array is still functional and fundamentally intact. If his subsequent plans proceed smoothly, he should be able to resolve this issue entirely. Upon departing the Tianqing sect market, Mo Juren glanced at the map in his hand and, once he confirmed a particular location, summoned Xiao Jin from his spirit beast pouch, setting off in a designated direction. Xiao Jin's speed was remarkable. Within less than half a day's flight, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. Seeing this, a smile illuminated Mo Juren's face as he patted Xiao Jin's back and swiftly pursued. Before him was Taoist Qi. His voice, imbued with spiritual power, resonated in the ears of the person ahead. Taken aback by the call, Qi Yunxiao slowed the flight of his magical tool. As he turned to look back, he beheld a massive golden eagle soaring towards him, rapidly closing the distance. Having only parted recently, it was surprising that Taoist Qi did not recognize Mo Juren. At this moment, Mo Juren had removed his cloak, revealing an exceptionally handsome visage. Qi Yunxiao instinctively paused. Then, after a moment of realization, he felt a stirring in his heart, though the face was unfamiliar. The voice was all too familiar. Was it not the other individual from the secret shop who had exchanged spirit herbs with him? Senior, is it truly you? What brings you here? Qi Yunxiao's innocence shone through. Upon seeing Mo Juren, he did not suspect the other of harboring ill intentions, nor did he think of revenge for past grievances. Instead, he earnestly inquired about the reason for their encounter, delight evident on his face. Mo Juren found himself slightly taken aback by Qi Yunxiao's navet. Well, although he had come with a purpose, he bore no malice, so he thought little of it. It is a long story. Why not join me on my spirit beast, and I shall explain as we travel. Senior, you are traveling with me? Upon hearing he would ride the spirit beast, Qi Yunxiao's heart brimmed with anticipation. He had never experienced such a magnificent flying mount. However, the thought of actually mounting it made him hesitate. After all, he was merely a Qi refining stage cultivator. Would it be appropriate? Would it seem disrespectful? Come aboard. I have matters to discuss with you. Very well. Upon receiving clarification, Qi Yunxiao felt a wave of relief, since he could assist the senior. It would be no trouble to ride along. As he urged his flying tool, he swiftly ascended onto the broad back of the spirit beast. Once he landed securely, excitement surged within him. Riding such a flying mount was immensely comfortable. There was no need to divert his attention to control it. He could meditate, rest, sip tea, or read. What a luxurious experience compared to his own shabby flying artifact, which provided no comfort and lagged significantly in speed. Is this your first time riding a flying mount? Noticing the expression on Qi Yunxiao's face, Mo Juren couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Xiao Jin had undergone yet another transformation. It had doubled in height, reaching nearly 4 meters, with wings that extended beyond 4 zhong, a true giant among birds. Indeed, Qi Yunxiao replied, somewhat embarrassed as he realized he had revealed his inexperience. Senior mentioned needing my assistance. May I inquire about the matter? It is nothing of great consequence, merely regarding the array. Mo Juren maintained a calm demeanor as he recounted his prepared narrative in detail. The essence of his tale was straightforward. He had ventured to the Tianqing sect market in search of a protective array for a cave dwelling, but had found nothing. Not even within the expansive Stardust Pavilion. The reversed 5-element array from the secret shop was suitable, yet it had been exchanged by his companions, leaving him quite frustrated. In a moment of disappointment, he recalled Qi Yunxiao mentioning a friend who could craft the reversed 5-element array. After some contemplation, he decided to head to Jinma City in search of this individual and fortuitously encountered Qi Yunxiao along the way. Now I understand, Qi Yunxiao exclaimed. But then he recalled something. Senior, please forgive me. I previously mentioned that my friend is gravely ill and lacks the energy to design the array. This venture to acquire spirit herbs is solely to aid in her recovery. I am well aware of that. Mo Juren nodded, but then his tone shifted abruptly. I would never dream of disturbing you during your friend's time of illness. However, what if she were to recover? Recover? Qi Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. Senior, do you possess knowledge of a remedy? But you have never met my friend. How could you? What you do not know, Taoist Qi, is that even when I was a mere mortal, I was well versed in the art of healing. Now that I am a cultivator, I cannot claim to be the best in the world, but I do possess some insights. Given your friend's condition, I am not yet privy to the specifics. However, if I may examine her in person, even the most challenging ailments may hold the possibility of a cure. Chapter 64. Xian Rian Jinma City. Though a small town within the Yuanwu Kingdom, is situated in a rather remote location and is not particularly large in scale. Yet, the population residing here is substantial. From a distance, the streets bustle with activity, presenting a scene of considerable prosperity. Shall we not return for a visit? As they soared above the city on the back of the Golden Eagle, Mo Juren suddenly inquired. Saving my friend is paramount. We must first seek her out. I apologize for the inconvenience of requesting you to fly further, Qi Yunxiao replied, clearly prioritizing his friend's health, even passing by his own home without a thought of returning. Mo Juren nodded and urged Xiao Jin to continue their flight over the city. They soared westward until they approached a small hill shrouded in wisps of white mist, where they gradually descended. Please wait a moment. I will notify her. Kaiyangxiu greeted briefly before leaping down from the back of the small golden creature, clearly eager as he quickly began to jog ahead. Observing this, Mo Juren couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a tinge of envy towards such innocent youthful affection. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, he had long since lost that state of mind. He waved at the small golden creature, signaling it to enter the spirit beast pouch. The creature raised its neck, its eyes expressing displeasure, evidently resistant to the dim confines of the pouch. We have important matters to attend to. Once we are done, I will let you out. Be obedient, and I will treat you to some delicious food. Upon hearing the mention of treats, the small golden creature hesitated briefly, then chirped twice, clearly bargaining. All right, I will buy you your favorite 5-metal spirit sand. Additionally, I have heard that a rare deposit of molten gold stone has been discovered in Spirit Beast Mountain, and it will likely be mine soon. If you behave well, I shall procure some for you later. At the promise of delicacies, the small golden creature became exceedingly happy, no longer resisting the pouch's confinement, and willingly transformed into a streak of golden light to enter it. Seeing this, Mo Juren couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that even with the highest grade spirit beast pouch, the creature still disliked being confined. It clearly preferred freedom. As he pondered this, a change finally occurred at the small mountain ahead. The thick white mist surrounding it began to part slowly, revealing a narrow mountain path that ascended gradually. Simultaneously, a melodious female voice echoed, "Young Master Qi and esteemed elder, please wait a moment. The young lady will be out shortly." Not long after, a light, graceful footfall approached, and soon a dignified woman clad in a blue dress, exuding elegance and composure, appeared. Beside her was another young figure, dressed similarly to a maid, who appeared quite youthful. Upon seeing the woman in blue, Qi Yunxiao seemed to forget everything else, his heart and gaze entirely focused on her, ignoring the presence of others. He couldn't help but call out. The affectionate address caused the blue-clad woman to blush deeply, her fair cheeks instantly adorned with a rosy hue. She shot him an annoyed glance before turning to Mo Juren, slightly bowing with her skirts as she said, "This humble girl, Xian Rian, has come to greet the esteemed elder. I apologize for my delay. It was impolite of me to keep you waiting." "Not at all. It is I, Mo, who intruded upon your peaceful respite without invitation. I hope you can forgive my boldness," Mo Juren replied, devoid of any arrogance typical of foundational practitioners, instead exuding a warm and humble demeanor that immediately endeared him to Xian Rian. "Rian, you are unaware that Elder Mo is a master of medicine. Perhaps he can treat your ailment," Qi Yunxiao interjected eagerly. Xian Rian felt somewhat helpless, while young Master Qi was admirable in many respects. His straightforward personality often led him to speak without considering the situation. However, the revelation that Elder Mo was a master in the healing arts surprised her. "This isn't the place for discussion. Esteemed Elder and young Master Qi, please follow me," she invited. Naturally, Qi Yunxiao was elated at her invitation and hurriedly stepped beside her, while Mo Juren had no objections, following the group along the mountain path. The journey was short, and soon a cluster of bamboo houses came into view. This was where Xian Rian and her maid resided. Upon entering the bamboo house, the interior was simple yet meticulously arranged, with chairs and utensils placed neatly and every corner dust-free, exuding a subtle elegance. After settling in, Mo Juren surveyed the surroundings, yet before he could take further action, Qi Yunxiao could no longer contain himself. He pulled out a box containing spirit herbs from his storage pouch and exclaimed eagerly, "Ring, look! This is the Millennium Spirit Herb I obtained during my recent venture. It should meet the requirements for the Xian'in elixir." A Millennium Spirit Herb. Xian Rian, despite her calm demeanor, was taken aback. While herbs of several decades were already considered rare, those over a century were nearly impossible to find, let alone ones surpassing a millennium, which were thought to exist only in legends. Although the Xian'in elixir did not strictly require a millennium-level herb, 600 or 700 years would suffice. Albeit with slightly lesser effects, the chances of acquiring herbs of sufficient age were minuscule. She had never harbored such extravagant hopes, yet here was Qi Yunxiao presenting such a treasure. Feeling incredulous, she took the box and slowly opened a crack, releasing a rich aroma that invigorated her senses. It's real. In that moment, her previously clear gaze flickered with a trace of unusual color, quickly vanishing. Looking again at Qi Yunxiao, she casually inquired, "Young Master Qi, could you elaborate on how you came by this spirit herb? Such a rare item couldn't possibly be exchanged with just a set of incomplete 5-element array tools. Did it perhaps involve Elder Mo?" Turning her gaze towards Mo Juren, she sought his insight. "You are unaware. The spirit herb was obtained from a secret shop. Here is how it transpired." Qi Yunxiao began to recount, seemingly oblivious to the glimmer of curiosity in Enrian's eyes. She listened quietly, absorbing the entire story until the details began to alleviate her anxiety, though she remained slightly unsettled. The value of a millennium spirit herb was immense. How many cultivators could resist the temptation to seize it? Mo Juren could easily discern Enrian's thoughts, yet he remained unfazed. Were he in her position, he would likely be even more vigilant. Thus, he leisurely sipped his tea, maintaining a calm and natural demeanor, revealing no hint of concern. Chapter 65. The Dragon's Echo and the Solution. Rian considered herself quite perceptive. However, after observing Elder Mo for a considerable time, she had gleaned nothing conclusive. Even her subtle probing failed to elicit any reaction from him, as if he were shrouded in a mist, entirely inscrutable. Ultimately, she resigned herself to this frustration. After a moment of silence, an idea struck her, and she shifted the topic. "I heard young Master Qi mention that you are well-versed in the art of medicine." "I have some insights," Mo Juren replied, his gaze steady yet momentarily flickering with interest. "When I was still immortal, I extensively explored the realm of healing, particularly excelling in treating complex ailments. After embarking on the path of immortality, my understanding of medicine deepened further. One might say I have attained a level of proficiency." Pausing, he briefly scrutinized her before continuing. "For instance, Miss Xian, if I am not mistaken, your ailment stems from an imbalance of yin and yang within your body. Esteemed elder, your insight is remarkable. I am deeply impressed," Rian responded, astonished by his accurate diagnosis without even a physical examination, clearly demonstrating his expertise in medicine. "Then, Rian, you should promptly allow the elder to assess your condition," Qi Yunxiao urged, his heart swelling with joy at Rian's praise of Mo Juren. Nodding slightly, she revealed a glimmer of hope in her eyes, lifting her delicate arm to gradually slide down her sleeve, exposing a wrist as fair as frost and snow. Mo Juren did not hesitate. Extending his arm, he gently placed 3 fingers upon her exquisite wrist. A gentle touch elicited a faint warmth that seemed to seep through the skin and travel to his fingertips. "Senior, how are you?" Qi Yunxiao inquired cautiously. Unable to contain his curiosity, his gaze towards Rian was filled with unmasked concern. Mo Juren did not respond, as he was focused on channeling his internal energy into her meridians. Although 5 years ahead of the original timeline, he could not ascertain the extent of her physical injuries. Fortunately, after a thorough examination, he found that while her body, particularly her meridians, had sustained some damage, it was not fatal and was still in a stage of recoverability. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. "Senior, what is the situation?" Rian gently retracted her jade-like arm and inquired softly, suppressing a hint of embarrassment. Despite her calm tone, her eyes reflected abundant hope. "The dragon's roar physique? Are you familiar with this constitution?" The 4 simple words seemed to possess immense power, stirring the tranquil waters of Rian's heart. Indeed, she had not anticipated that Mo Juren's knowledge would be so extensive, encompassing even this legendary constitution. Not long ago, after breaking through a cultivation bottleneck, she experienced sudden issues with her body, feeling as if she were engulfed in flames, leading her to resort to cool medicinal herbs for temporary relief. However, this was merely a stopgap. Once the effect wore off, the symptoms would return. After extensive research, she had finally gleaned some rudimentary understanding from a fragmented ancient text. The dragon's roar physique was traditionally a powerful constitution suited for men, possessing a yang attribute. Yet it manifested in her as a woman. The consequences were dire. If she forced herself to cultivate, her internal balance of yin and yang would gradually destabilize, leading to an increasingly fierce yang energy that scorched her meridians and drastically shortened her lifespan. What is the dragon's roar physique? Qi Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback. Although he was aware that his beloved was unwell, he was entirely ignorant of the specifics. It is a latent constitution that ought to manifest in men, Mo Juren replied. Continuing, I do have some understanding of the dragon's roar physique, but it is indeed astonishing that it appears in Miss Xian. Such is fate. How can a mere girl dictate it? A hint of helplessness glimmered in Xian Rian's eyes as she asked, in that case, does Senior have a solution? Yes. Or perhaps no, Mo Juren replied cryptically. Qi Yunxiao was momentarily perplexed, and the two women beside him shared the same look of confusion. Before we proceed, could you tell me the method you initially planned to use for treatment? Mo Juren did not answer immediately, but posed a question instead. Of course. Xian Rian replied without hesitation, reaching into her storage bag to produce a palm-sized jade slip, which she handed over, saying, since my condition arose, I have perused numerous ancient texts and ultimately learned about my situation. This jade slip contains the recipe for a special elixir, the Xianin pill, which I believe can ameliorate my condition. The Xianin pill. Mo Juren extended his divine sense to scrutinize it carefully. After a moment, he set the jade slip down, stating, this elixir does indeed address your issue, but it can only alleviate the symptoms, not cure them. Moreover, a single dose will not suffice, should the condition relapse. Multiple doses will be necessary. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xian Rian's heart sank. What should we do then? Qi Yunxiao grew anxious, unable to accept that the precious elixir would not yield the expected results. Do not fret. Allow me to explain in detail. Mo Juren began without further hesitation. Miss Xian's condition fundamentally revolves around the imbalance of yin and yang within her body. Until this is resolved, all other discussions are moot. There are two approaches. One addresses the symptoms, while the other tackles the root cause. The symptomatic approach requires a nascent soul cultivator to periodically infuse a dose of yin energy into Miss Xian's body to balance the explosive yang energy. During this process, she must also consume certain pure yin elixirs as a supplement, allowing her to continue cultivating like a normal cultivator. However, this is merely a temporary solution. As her cultivation level rises, the required elixirs will become increasingly rare and beyond her means. The notion of acquiring a nascent soul cultivator, a legendary entity, is also far-fetched for someone of her status. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of hope in Xian Rian's eyes began to fade. As for the root cause remedy, she could guess its complexity without needing further explanation, and indeed, Mo Juren's next words confirmed her suspicions. I do not intend to elaborate on the root cause solution, as it demands even more stringent conditions. Even if I were to explain it, it would serve only to add to your distress, with both methods seeming impractical. What was to be done? Qi Yunxiao, anxious, suddenly recalled something and hastily asked, earlier, Senior mentioned yes or no. Could there be other methods? Mo Juren regarded him with a hint of surprise, not expecting the simplicity of his character to grasp the crux of his words. Indeed, there exists another method that is not precisely a solution, and it depends on Miss Xian's choice. Chapter 66. Despair and Hope. Senior, please speak candidly. As long as it does not violate my conscience or moral principles, I will do everything in my power to comply, regardless of the cost. Cost. Upon hearing her words, Mo Juren shook his head slightly, his expression becoming sincere as he said, Miss Xian, you are overthinking. My original purpose here was to arrange for a protective formation for my cave dwelling. Diagnosing your condition was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Ah, I see, Xian Rian replied, her expression shifting to one of realization, and with a hint of apology, she said, Senior, your integrity is commendable. I deeply admire it. My previous assumptions were indeed somewhat presumptuous, and I hope you can forgive me. It is of no consequence. Mo Juren waved his hand dismissively and continued. As for your condition, it appears perilous, but the solution is relatively straightforward. From now on, you must cease cultivation and regularly consume a sufficient quantity of pure yin elixirs, such as the Xianin pill. In doing so, you will be able to live a lifespan akin to that of a mortal without any life-threatening concerns. Immortal lifespan? Xian Ruyan murmured to herself. She was surprisingly accepting of this. Living for a century was more than sufficient. However, the requirement for continual medication caused her to furrow her brow, as it was not a trivial task. For instance, the Xianin pill involved costly primary ingredients. And more challenging still, the necessary catalyst had to be at least 600 years old. Furthermore, the process of refining the elixir was intricate, without knowing a skilled alchemist. Even possessing the required herbs would be futile. In summary, this entailed a significant financial burden that was not just a one-time expense, but could persist throughout her life. Even though she was a capable formation master, and Qi Yunxiao had some knowledge of weapon forging, the expenses would still be insurmountable. Moreover, the thought of being a lifelong burden to Qi Yunxiao weighed heavily on her heart. Must the elixirs be taken continuously? Qi Yunxiao also frowned. Not out of concern for the spirit stones, but from the worry of their availability. The experience of this outing remained vividly etched in his memory. He scoured numerous markets in vain for a spirit herb of sufficient age. Ultimately, though he managed to procure one, it was merely a stroke of luck. It was imperative that no compromises could be made. Mo Juren's expression grew solemn as he continued. Miss Xian's unique dragon's champ body is exceedingly rare. Even without cultivation, her yang energy will gradually increase. Should it exceed its limits, the balance of yin and yang within her will be disrupted once more. If a second episode occurs, her meridians will suffer further damage, and the situation will not be as straightforward as it is now. It could genuinely shorten her lifespan. He paused for a moment before adding, of course, the initial elixirs needed do not require the ancient Xianin pill. Some ordinary pure yin elixirs would suffice, with the dosage gradually increasing year by year. However, the associated costs remain substantial, and repeated use of a single elixir can lead to tolerance, diminishing its effectiveness over time. Therefore, it is essential to change the elixirs at regular intervals. In summary, based on the current situation, one would need several hundred spirit stones monthly at the very least. In truth, he had harbored another hypothesis. If he were to infuse his blood into Xian Ruyan, her lifespan could be significantly extended without any need for cultivation. Yet, it was clearly not the ideal moment to propose this method. Firstly, there was a lack of foundational trust. Even if he brought it up, she might not agree to such an unheard of treatment. Secondly, this involved his own secrets, and without absolute trust, he could not afford to expose himself for the sake of an outsider. Lastly, out of caution, considering the peculiar nature of the dragon's champ body, the efficacy of the blood infusion method remained uncertain and warranted further verification in the future. Several hundred spirit stones each month. And this is just the present. Xian Ruyan's gaze dimmed once more. The figure was far too large. Even with Qi Yunxiao's assistance, they could not earn such a sum. Despite being an array master, her earnings from setting up arrays for others were minimal, and business was scarce. She only managed to work a couple of times a year at most. As for the crafting of magical implements or array flags and discs, the material consumption during processes like the previous reversal of the 5 elements array was no small matter. And the time involved was considerable. Consequently, the final profit was meager. The more she pondered, the bleaker the future appeared. A sense of despondency enveloped her, leading to a profound silence in the living room. Are you too troubled by the costs of the elixirs? After a long while, sensing the moment was right, Mo Juren suddenly spoke again, inquiring, does the senior have any advice? Qi Yunxiao asked casually, harboring little hope, for they had only recently met, and he did not expect anyone to freely offer spirit stones for their use. By coincidence, Mo indeed had a proposition. If you two are willing, the matter of spirit stones will no longer be a concern. Mo Juren pressed on, continuing to elaborate. Really? Senior, please do share. As long as it can earn spirit stones, I am willing to do anything, Qi Yunxiao exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with joy at the unexpected turn of events. Urgently pressing for more details. It is as follows. Mo Juren adjusted his demeanor and began to explain at a measured pace. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Mo Juren, a resident of Lanzhou, currently affiliated with the Spirit Beast Mountain under the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom. This simple introduction instantly commanded respect from all three present. The Spirit Beast Mountain, after all, was the second-ranking cultivation sect in the Yu Kingdom, renowned even in the Yuanwu Kingdom, an entity they could only aspire to reach. Senior mentions this. Do you intend to recruit us? However, for a grand sect like the Spirit Beast Mountain, they were not lacking in either array masters or artifact crafters, so how could they possibly consider low-tier cultivators like themselves? Xian Ruyan reacted swiftly, immediately considering a possibility. Miss Xian is indeed astute. You grasped it at once. Mo Juren smiled slightly and continued to explain, for our sect, We are not short of array masters or artifact crafters. However, I am different. I warmly welcome specialized talents like you too. To speak candidly, I am a talisman master myself and plan to open a talisman shop in the sect's market, needing trustworthy individuals to oversee it. Initially, I intended to hire a commoner. But after seeing your circumstances today, I have had a change of heart. I plan to expand the original talisman shop idea into a comprehensive store that will encompass talismans, magical implements, materials, array flags, and discs, thereby enhancing our competitive edge. A store of this nature cannot rely solely on ordinary individuals. It requires cultivators to oversee it. And your situations are perfectly suited for this. Upon hearing the proposal, both were taken aback. Qi Yunxiao, with his self-doubting nature, felt a pang of intimidation at the thought of managing a shop. As for Xian Ruyan, she found herself capable of handling such a role. However, she was puzzled about the remuneration, as merely overseeing the store did not seem likely to yield more than her current earnings. Mo Juren discerned her thoughts and continued. Overseeing the shop is just one aspect. You will only need to be present in the store, dealing primarily with high-level cultivators. Given Miss Xin's intelligence, you will navigate this effortlessly. Furthermore, I have some connections within Spirit Beast Mountain, and there is no shortage of demand for array arrangements among peers of the same level, allowing you ample opportunities to secure business. As for you, Qi, if you find yourself lacking in this area, you may continue your own pursuits, utilizing the store as a platform to sell the magical implements you craft, or assist Miss Xin in creating array flags and discs. Should business flourish, the profits will be quite substantial. Chapter 67. Decisions and Objectives. How arduous is it to be a loose cultivator in the cultivation realm? Xin Ruyan reflected deeply on this. Were it not for her considerable talent in the art of arrays, coupled with a stroke of fortune in gaining the favor of a loose cultivator array master, which granted her profound teachings, she would likely share the same fate as most Qi refining stage loose cultivators, constantly scurrying for resources and facing the ever-present threat of life and death crises. Even so, she remained far from affluent, opting to conduct herself discreetly. The saying, "Those who possess treasures invite trouble," rings true, with her inheritance of array knowledge. She must remain vigilant to avoid attracting the covetous eyes of strangers. In contrast, disciples of large sects exist in a wholly different realm. While the resources of wealth, companions, laws, and land may not completely fulfill every need, they are certainly not lacking. With abundant resources, the speed of personal cultivation advancement is something unattainable for loose cultivators. Moreover, with a sect backing them and mentors as support, their safety is significantly enhanced. At the very least, others will have reservations when plotting against them. Upon hearing Mo Juren's invitation, both Xian Ruyan and Qi Yunxiao were equally intrigued. Though he hailed from a cultivation family, the Qi clan was merely an inconspicuous small family within the Yuanwu kingdom, lacking in resources. Furthermore, with many members in the clan, he hardly received any share. If he could join the store planned by Mo, it would effectively link him to a prestigious sect like Spirit Beast Mountain. Such a rare opportunity could be deemed once in a lifetime. If his peers in the clan were to learn of it, their envy would be immeasurable. Thus, upon receiving the invitation, Qi Yunxiao was stirred. Moreover, given that this matter pertained to the future of his beloved, he was all the more eager to agree. "Senior, I am willing." "Brother Qi." Xian Ruyan promptly interjected, "Senior, please hold on. I have some important matters to discuss with young Master Qi. Could you grant us a moment?" Of course, Mo Juren nodded. This was their first meeting, and a foundation of trust was absent. Given Xian Ruyan's cautious nature, she would undoubtedly have her reservations and wouldn't readily acquiesce. He said nothing further, instead sipping his tea. Although his purpose for coming was indeed to engage with the two of them, he spoke no deceitful words. His intentions were purely transparent, confident that they would take the bait. Once the two had temporarily departed, only Mo Juren and the maid remained in the sitting room. The maid, whom he recalled was named Xiao Mei, appeared even more enchanting than her mistress, yet she was still quite young, merely a child, with her cultivation only at the first layer of Qi refining. Observing her mistress leave with young Master Qi, she felt a twinge of fear. Her gaze fixated on her toes, too timid to look up. Seeing this, Mo Juren couldn't help but chuckle softly. Was he truly that terrifying to evoke such a reaction? Time gradually passed, and after half an hour, the two returned. At this moment, Qi Yunxiao seemed somewhat dejected, his gaze towards Mo Juren flickering with evasion. In contrast, Xian Ruyan, after sitting down, blinked her bright eyes and stated, "After deliberation, we have decided to accept your invitation, Senior. However, there are numerous matters to attend to at home, so we must delay for a while. It will not exceed 6 months." and we shall make our way to Lanzhou in the kingdom of you by then. I wonder if you might be accommodating? Certainly, Mo Juren replied, maintaining his composure, though a slight twitch of unease crossed his heart. If he surmised correctly, this was undoubtedly Xian Ruin's idea. For one, the suddenness of it warranted careful consideration. For another, it served as a test. After all, if he harbored ill intentions, he would not be so patient. Upon hearing this response, Xian Ruin let out a sigh of relief, her delicate hand relaxing slightly beneath her long sleeves. After all, he was a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, and should he have malicious designs, she would have no choice but to rely on the Grand Formation to contend with him. Regardless of the outcome, it was not what she wished to see. Fortunately, events unfolded differently than she had anticipated. With a shift in her thoughts, she redirected the conversation. Let us set this matter aside for now. Since your original purpose for coming was to arrange a protective formation, might you share your requirements? I can study them in the meantime. My health? It is of no concern. In a few days, I will have someone refine the Xianin pill, by which time I will be quite well. Hearing his concern for her well-being warmed Xian Ruin's heart. This senior was far kinder than she had imagined. Perhaps her previous thoughts had been too petty. Very well. After a pause, Mo Juren continued. Let us proceed with the inverted 5 elements formation, as it pleases me. However, there is no rush on this matter. We can discuss it further once you complete the adjustments and fulfill my companion's promise. Additionally, I have another matter for you, Miss Xian. As he spoke, he revealed a jade slip from his palm, placing it before her. Perhaps you might take a look? Xian Ruin was not surprised that he chose the inverted 5 elements formation. It was known as a minor forbidden formation. Its coverage might be limited, and it lacked offensive capabilities, but its ability to mislead and entrap opponents was on par with the grand protective formations of major sections. This was advantageous, as both she and her companion were already well acquainted with this formation, saving them considerable effort. As she picked up the jade slip, curiosity piqued within her regarding his words. Not only she, but Qi Yunxiao, who had been sullen, also displayed interest. However, after examining the contents, Xian Ruin was momentarily taken aback. A teleportation formation. Senior, what is this? What do you think of this formation, Miss Xian? Is there room for improvement? Mo Juren asked directly, eschewing any roundabout approach. Understanding his intent, Xian Ruin did not respond immediately. She set down the jade slip and began to ponder thoughtfully. After a moment, she slowly remarked, this formation seems to have been deliberately reduced. There are numerous flaws that would affect its stability. This is quite simple. If the flawed sections are rectified, it can function properly. Pausing, she continued, as for the teleportation formation, I have not specialized in it since it is not something I require. However, the combinations of formations involved are merely numerous and varied, not overly complex. Given a little time, I could master it entirely. Improvement should not be difficult. Once the flawed sections are repaired, and some of the less efficient formations are replaced, I estimate that the resulting efficacy could be significantly enhanced. Significantly enhanced. Mo Juren's eyes brightened as he smiled. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Xian. Chapter 68. The warning from Elder Han. Xian Ruin proved to be a prodigy in formation techniques, completing the preliminary improvements to the teleportation formation in just 7 days. Indeed, it was merely a preliminary stage. Due to time constraints, the extent of the improvements was not exhaustive, yet the issue of instability had been entirely resolved. The number of individuals able to teleport increased to 3, and the distance, originally a mere 10 miles, was extended 6 or 7-fold to approximately 70 miles. Moreover, the materials required for setting up the formation were also partially replaced, reducing the overall cost of constructing a teleportation formation by nearly 30%. Aside from a few critical spiritual materials like empty crystal stones and spirit-refining jade. Such darkness, Mo Juren speculated. This was likely an intentional act by the Tianqing sect, as they had made certain reductions in the methods of setting up the teleportation formation and used only expensive materials. A talent like Xian Ruin was indeed a treasure. Nurturing her would be immensely beneficial for his future. 7 days later, in the morning, having achieved all his objectives, Mo Juren took his leave, summoning the golden spirit bird for departure. As he gazed at the majestic creature gradually vanishing into the horizon, Xian Ruin's expression grew complex. While Qi Yunxiao and Xiao Mei beside her displayed unabashed longing. This scene left Xian Ruin feeling quite helpless, causing her to reflect that sometimes being overly clever was not beneficial, as it led one to overthink every issue. In contrast, the uncomplicated thoughts of the two before her had led to a rapid increase in their affection for the approachable yet generous senior Mo over the past few days. Especially Xiao Mei, who had been entirely won over by his numerous gifts, treating him almost like a familial elder, constantly chattering about him in her ear. Today, the senior gifted me several spirit talismans. I love them. Tomorrow, he gave me a bottle of pills. I am so happy. After all, she was merely a child just over 10 years old, lacking an understanding of the complexities of the world. Thus, even though Xin Ruoyin felt helpless, she could not reproach her. Miss, Senior Mo's spirit bird is so majestic. He even said that next time I can ride it. Where's Miss? After a moment, still immersed in her anticipation, Xiao Mei excitedly exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. However, when she turned her head, she discovered that her mistress had already vanished into the distance. As Qi Yunxiao regained his senses beside him, he remained oblivious to the departure of his beloved. Instead, much like Xiao Mei, he looked forward to the future with eager anticipation, a smile gracing his face as he echoed, "That spirit bird is indeed extraordinary. I had the fortune of riding it once. You cannot imagine." Days later, Mo Juren returned to Jiyuan City. However, he did not linger for long, conferring briefly with the ladies of the Mo residence before departing once again. Upon returning to the sect, he wasted no time and promptly made his way to Ling Beast Mountain and Ling Fu Pavilion. After inquiring with the disciple on duty, he learned that Elder Han was in the side hall, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. In recent years, the elder had seemed preoccupied with significant matters. Elusive as a dragon, rarely seen, even at Ling Fu Pavilion. After successfully establishing his foundation, Mo Juren had sought him out several times to no avail, leading him to temporarily abandon the effort. Today, however, fortune smiled upon him as he serendipitously encountered the elder. Could it be that his affairs were finally concluded? Suppressing his curiosity, he proceeded to the side hall. "I thought you had grown wings, not even informing me of such a monumental event as your foundation establishment?" Elder Han admonished with feigned ire upon seeing Mo Juren, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Alas, you have wronged your junior," Mo Juren replied. "I came to seek you several times, yet I could not even catch a glimpse of you, which is why I have only arrived now." He then lowered his voice, abruptly inquiring, "Speaking of which, Elder, your elusive presence over these years, what have you been so preoccupied with?" At this question, the elder's calm demeanor shifted to one of gravity. After a brief silence, he replied, "The matter pertains to the sect's secrets, and I cannot disclose much. However, you must remember this. It is best to arrange your family affairs properly in the coming years to avoid unforeseen circumstances." As the elder who personally brought Mo Juren into the sect, he was naturally quite invested in him, well aware of his background, including the numerous family members he had in the mundane world. Elder Han had no objections to this. Within the cultivation realm, sects and families were the norm, while solitary practitioners fared poorly. Only by wielding power could one secure sufficient resources, a path most suitable for any ambitious cultivator. Of course, Mo Juren still had a long way to go. As a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, his strength was somewhat lacking, incapable of providing adequate protection for his family. It was only upon reaching the core formation stage that he could genuinely establish a familial force and support its growth. Nonetheless, the ways of the world are never absolute. Unbeknownst to Elder Han, there existed an extraordinary individual who was an exception. This person, a hidden prodigy, traversed the continents without resource limitations, reveling in their freedom. In recent years, Mo Juren's mind stirred, and he swiftly deduced the nature of the situation. It appeared that the 6 demonic sects had commenced their schemes years in advance, executing their plans with such secrecy that no whispers had escaped. Elder Han considered him an ally, which was why he had subtly revealed some information. In truth, even without the elder's reminder, Mo Juren had already been making arrangements for this very purpose. Over the years, he had meticulously calculated and strategically positioned himself, all to prepare for the impending turmoil. "Keep this in mind and do not inquire further," Elder Han cautioned, unaware of Mo Juren's thoughts. He then shifted the conversation, saying, "Now, let us discuss the present. I know your character well. You never come without purpose. I suspect you have other motives for visiting aside from merely seeing me. Indeed, my primary intention is to pay my respects to you, Elder, but I also have a small matter for which I seek your assistance," Mo Juren replied calmly, masking his true intentions. "I wish to open a shop in the market and require a recommendation from a senior member of the sect. Among those I know, only you possess the esteemed reputation necessary for such a favor." To ensure Elder Han's approval, Mo Juren elaborated on his plans, detailing everything to him. Although the shop would be established, the day-to-day operations would be managed by others, ensuring that his cultivation and talisman crafting would not be hindered. On the contrary, should the business prosper, the profits would serve to enhance his training. Opening a shop, Elder Han's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. Though that was the extent of his reaction, it was indeed a trivial matter. As long as he did not become obsessed with trade, it would not pose any issues. And he would naturally not oppose it. Very well, take my token and head directly to Lintian Pavilion. The steward there will assist you. Chapter 69. Weaving Networks and Families. Wang Ping hailed from the Wang family, a sect of cultivators. His grandfather served as an elder in the Ling Beast Mountain's Divine Weapon Pavilion, a mid-core formation cultivator. Bai Xian belonged to the Bai family. Noted for her exceptional aptitude in cultivation, having caught the eye of Elder Gu from the 10,000 Spirits Temple, who took her as a personal disciple. Han Yunji came from the Han family, her uncle being an elder of the Ling Fu Pavilion and a novice in core formation. In the market, at the 100 Beast Studio, Mo Juren sat alone in an elegant room, sipping tea while contemplating the backgrounds of these individuals. It was undeniable that most cultivators among the 7 sects stemmed from cultivation families, and Ling Beast Mountain was no exception. In contrast, it was exceedingly difficult for solitary practitioners to join the 7 sections. Their only path lay in participating in the decade-long Ascension Conference, where the number of spots was woefully limited. Some families, driven by the allure of foundation pills, would even contravene the rules to have their offspring compete. Fairness? Apologies. But the cultivation realm has always revered strength. Rules only apply to the weak. Even Mo Juren himself, had it not been for the existence of his extraordinary abilities, which allowed him to cultivate into a talisman-making genius, coupled with his foresight and careful planning, would not have found it so easy to enter Ling Beast Mountain. Thus, while strength was undoubtedly crucial, connections held equal importance. Unless he could forsake all attachments and choose the path of solitude, he would inevitably confront these dilemmas. In truth, from the moment he participated in the Tainan Conference, taking his first step into the cultivation realm, he had already begun this journey. Over the years, through deliberate efforts, he had achieved considerable success, accumulating a network of connections within Ling Beast Mountain. Perhaps it was somewhat utilitarian, but he saw no fault in it. Survival of the fittest applies not only to the mundane world, but equally in the realm of cultivation. He maintained a clear self-awareness and a well-defined vision for the future, with every action taken in preparation for that very goal. As he pondered, the soft sound of footsteps suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The sound approached, familiar and unmistakable. Upon the door's opening, a slender figure entered, revealing Han Yunji. Today, she seemed to have dressed with care, her delicate brows arched like crescent moons, her nose sculpted like jade, and her flawless visage radiated striking beauty. Clad in a pale yellow fitted gown and white doeskin boots, she exuded a graceful charm. The moment Mo Juren laid eyes on her, he was momentarily dazzled, struck by her elegance. Quickly regaining his composure, he gestured for her to take a seat. Mo de Go, it has been several months since we last met, Han Yunji began, seemingly holding a plethora of words she wished to express. However, upon seeing Mo Juren, she hesitated, her lips parting in silence, uncertain how to proceed. What's the matter? He inquired, puzzled. Nothing. I was simply delighted to receive your invitation, Mo de Go. She replied with a gentle smile, inwardly chiding herself for her inability to articulate her thoughts. Suppressing a hint of dejection, he promptly inquired about the purpose of the invitation. There was no rush. They could discuss it together once Brother Wang and the others arrived. As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea for his guest and asked, "You left in such haste last time. How is your health now?" "I am fully recovered," the other replied. Hearing this concern warmed Han Yunji's heart. Yet a trace of confusion crossed her face. Brother Mo has also invited Brother Wang Ping. Is there something of great importance? It is not a matter of great gravity, yet it does hold significance, Mo Juren responded, his expression shifting slightly as he smiled and added, "They have arrived." Barely had the words left his mouth when footsteps echoed from outside the door, and soon after, a man and a woman entered, Wang Ping and Bai Xian. "Brother Wang." "Sister Bai, it's good to see you," Mo Juren greeted with a smile as he rose. "We are well, but you, Junior Mo, have been elusive for quite some time. It is difficult to see you. Your sudden invitation today surely isn't just for a simple meal, is it?" Bai Xian, known for her straightforward nature, spoke first with a teasing tone. "You're such a blockhead," Bai Xian remarked with a hint of exasperation, pulling Wang Ping down to sit beside her. Exhibiting no sense of formality. "Sister, being perceptive, why not guess my true intentions?" Mo Juren asked playfully, unfazed by their banter. "I cannot fathom." Bai Xian replied with a slight shake of her head, then added, "However, since you have invited Sister Han as well, it must pertain to some significant plan. Could it involve us?" "Indeed, you are astute. Such keen insight from mere hints," Mo Juren acknowledged, nodding slightly but refraining from elaborating. Instead, he retrieved 3 documents from his storage bag and handed them to the 3. Tianhua Tower. Upon seeing the bold characters on the top of the documents, they exchanged puzzled glances and began to read intently. Moments later, they lifted their heads in unison, astonishment evident in their eyes. Junior Mo, are you truly opening a shop in the market? Wang Ping inquired, recalling that a few years prior, Mo had sought information regarding shop ownership, but the matter had seemingly faded into obscurity. All the necessary procedures have been completed, only the final occupancy remains, Mo Juren explained, recounting his recent endeavors, including obtaining recommendations from Elder Han and purchasing the building. Let us set this matter aside for now. Having reviewed the contents of the documents, what are your thoughts? Opening a shop is undoubtedly a good venture. Not to mention your remarkable talent in crafting talismans, the business is bound to flourish. However, why involve the 3 of us? Does this not seem like we are reaping benefits without effort? Wang Ping voiced his confusion. Although he needed spirit stones, he saw no necessity in pursuing this route. The documents simply invited them to serve as honorary elders of Tianhua Tower, requiring no obligations while ensuring a substantial annual remuneration. Mo Juren had clearly contemplated this move. If he were merely to dabble in small-scale endeavors, establishing a spirit talisman shop would suffice for his personal needs. Yet, his ambitions reached far beyond that. He had too many ties to sever the solitary path like Han Li, and without the support of the little green bottle, he could not thrive alone. Conversely, establishing a familial power rooted in the context of Spirit Beast Mountain, akin to the Wang, Bai, and Han families, suited his aspirations perfectly. Thus, establishing connections became crucial. Tianhua Tower would serve as a bond, tightly intertwining him with Wang Ping, Bai Xian, and Han Yunji, ultimately weaving an indestructible net. This net would grow ever stronger with the expansion of Tianhua Tower, potentially impacting their families and even the entire Spirit Beast Mountain, and perhaps even the future of Yuling Sect. Of course, all these calculations were mere strategies. They could not replace the fundamental necessity of strength. This was a concern he did not harbor, for whether it was the core formation or nascent soul stage, it was merely a matter of resources and time. Not an obstacle. In due course, everything would naturally fall into place. Chapter 70. A grand procurement. After much discussion, the 3 comprehended Mo Juren's intentions. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity, offering countless benefits without any drawbacks. After all, no one would disdain an abundance of resources, even among those hailing from cultivation families. While these families possessed numerous resources, they also had many cultivators, making equitable distribution impossible. Aside from those with extraordinary talent, requiring focused training, the rest received only a meager portion. Among the 3, aside from Bai Xian, who enjoyed some familial support due to her superior aptitude, neither Wang Ping nor Han Yunji fell into that category, making their desire for resources exceedingly fervent, Bai Xian included. Moreover, as honorary elders of the shop, their roles would be nominal, not hindering their cultivation time, yet they would receive annual compensation. What was there to hesitate about? Without a moment's thought, Han Yunji immediately expressed her agreement, and Wang Ping and Bai Xian, after a brief pause, followed suit. Mo Juren's heart leaped with joy. Thus, the first step of his plan was successfully executed. Now that they were allied, there was no need for formality. He assigned each of them specific responsibilities. Wang Ping would handle the sourcing of artifacts, Bai Xian would oversee the procurement of spirit materials related to spirit beasts, and Han Yunji would manage the elixirs, as an elder from her family happened to be involved in the affairs of Baidan Valley. Upon hearing his plan, the 3 could not help but share a rueful smile. The promise of merely being honorary elders had morphed into an expectation of shared effort, at least in the initial stages. Nevertheless, they felt no discontent. Being friends, they would assist each other regardless of compensation, and this time, it was indeed a paid endeavor. Thus, with their combined efforts, Tianhua Tower successfully navigated its inception phase and blossomed at a visibly accelerated pace. Though it could not yet rival the venerable Wanbao Pavilion, it had certainly carved out a name for itself within the Spirit Beast Mountain market. With recognition came prosperity. Within a matter of days, when Mo Juren tallied the profits, he was astounded by the results. Nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones far exceeded his expectations. It must be said that opening a shop was undoubtedly a legitimate path to wealth. To note, he had limited the sale of talismans to avoid attracting excessive attention, which naturally restricted his market share. Even so, achieving such a high profit illustrated that the gains from other items were equally formidable. And this was merely the beginning. As Tianhua Tower continued to thrive, profits would undoubtedly rise, alleviating his worries about spirit stones. As time flowed gently onward, several months passed. Once everything stabilized, the four gradually distanced themselves from the shop, delegating all transactional minutiae to the specially hired mortal manager. Mo Juren also found himself with newfound leisure, allowing him to prepare for another endeavor. One morning, he unexpectedly appeared in the grand hall of Wanbao Pavilion after leaving his shop alone. Upon seeing his arrival, the shopkeeper was initially taken aback, but quickly greeted him with a hint of resignation. "Senior Mo, what brings you to Wanbao Pavilion instead of attending to your own store? Are you not welcome here?" "Of course not. A guest is always welcomed at Wanbao Pavilion," the shopkeeper hastily refuted. This individual was no ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. With Elder Han from Lingfu Pavilion standing behind him, he was intricately connected to the Han family, which left the shopkeeper wary of any negligence. "That's more like it." Mo Juren nodded slightly, producing a shimmering page from his hand and directly handing it over. "This is a list of materials I require. Please take a look and see if you can gather them." Materials. The shopkeeper immediately grasped the situation. This client had previously been a significant patron and was now even more affluent. His visit to Wanbao Pavilion for transactions indicated he intended to make substantial purchases. Oh. This after reviewing the extensive list, the shopkeeper was once again stunned. The variety and quantity of materials far exceeded his expectations, particularly the rare items like void crystal stones and divine spirit jade, which were exceedingly valuable. "Is there a problem?" Mo Juren inquired, noticing the shopkeeper's expression. "Some materials are not available in our store, but they can be sourced from our branches in the various markets of the 7 factions, particularly from the headquarters of the Hidden Moon Sect, where the inventory is more abundant and can surely meet your needs." The shopkeeper paused before adding, "However, the total cost of these materials is quite substantial. Even some ordinary cultivation families may find it difficult to bear. Are you truly considering purchasing them all? How much would that be?" Mo Juren asked without hesitation. "Please hold for a moment," the shopkeeper said, no longer probing and instead calculating the total in his mind. After a brief moment, he announced an approximate figure. "Is it really that much?" Mo Juren pondered for a moment before responding. "Let's start by purchasing a few of the rarer materials. The rest can be gradually acquired later." "Of course, Senior," the shopkeeper agreed, continuing. "The materials will need to be sourced, and you may have to wait a little while. Once they arrive, I will personally deliver them to Tianhua Tower. Does that sound acceptable?" "Certainly." Mo Juren nodded. Not lingering further, he bid farewell and turned to leave. Watching his increasingly distant figure, the shopkeeper's expression shifted, filled with both concern over competition and joy at the generous display of spending, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. Wanbao Pavilion, as a prominent establishment of the 7 factions, proved its strength, managing to deliver several rare materials, including the void crystal stones, within a mere 10 days. Such resources were far beyond the current capabilities of Tianhua Tower. Mo Juren was not disheartened. After all, the pavilion had been in operation for over 1,000 years, making it challenging to catch up. However, he mused that their days of prosperity were numbered. Being dependent on the 7 factions, if their foundation faltered, all their grandeur would inevitably dissipate. Of course, this was of no concern to Mo Juren. At that moment, he was more focused on the collection of the remaining materials. Although lacking the previous rarities, the total cost of the remaining items was even higher due to their variety and quantity. Fortunately, Tianhua Tower's profits were stabilizing, and with enough time, he would eventually be able to gather everything. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while meditating in his cave dwelling, Mo Juren suddenly opened his eyes and turned to see a yellow streak of light darting towards him. It was a cloud-winged bird. "Oh!" Upon reading the letter, a hint of surprise crossed Mo Juren's face. Instead of waiting for Xian Rian and Qi Yunxiao, he had unexpectedly received news from another individual. The letter mentioned none other than Han Li, who had returned from Huangfeng Valley and had arrived at the Mo residence. Upon receiving the letter, Mo Juren felt a twinge of astonishment. During their last meeting, he had merely suggested that Han Li come back to see Kai Huan when he had the time. He was uncertain whether Han Li would heed his words, given that his primary focus was his path of cultivation, with familial ties and romantic relationships merely embellishments along the journey, never to sway his resolve. In Jieyuan City, the Mo residence was noticeably more lively than usual. The courtyard and corridors bustled with maids and servants scurrying about. The main hall was equally vibrant, filled with a cacophony of warm exchanges, some praises, some sighs, even light-hearted teasing, which made Han Li, seated somewhere below, feel quite uneasy. He couldn't help but think how different each of his master's wives was and how cunning they all were. He wondered how his master managed to handle them all. Thankfully, Kai Huan was not like that. Otherwise, it would truly be a headache. Reflecting on a carefully prepared gift in his storage bag, his heart raced. It was better to wait for his master to return to present it. Revealing it now might incite a frenzy among his masters and sisters. In contrast, Kai Huan beside him could hardly contain her joy. Her face flushed with happiness despite the playful banter from her elders. She frequently stole glances at Han Li, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. Witnessing this, Han Li felt a sense of helplessness. Strangely, he suddenly realized that his mindset had shifted significantly since their last encounter. He could no longer adapt to the environment and atmosphere of a mundane family. Even upon seeing Kai Huan again, although he felt joy, it lacked the sweetness and impulsiveness of their initial feelings. When he reevaluated this relationship, rationality had taken precedence. He certainly would not abandon her. That was his responsibility. However, neither Kai Huan nor anyone else could sway his determination to pursue longevity. Was he cold-hearted? Perhaps. Yet, without the prospect of eternal life, all fleeting joys, sweetness, and happiness would merely be ephemeral illusions, destined to dissolve at the moment of death. What's wrong? Kai Huan noticed his unusual expression and asked with concern. Nothing. Han Li snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied. Just as he was about to say more, his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly turned to look towards the hall's entrance, his heart racing. There are cultivators approaching, and not just one. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished like a shadow, leaving the others bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. At that moment, Han Li found himself outside the Mo residence, where he spotted 4 figures slowly approaching along the empty street, 2 men and 2 women, all Qi refinement cultivators. However, when he recognized the stout young man at the forefront, he was taken aback. Qi Yanxiao, it's him. Even when masked in the secret shop, he had not been able to conceal his identity from Han Li's keen eye, especially given his unique physique, which left a lasting impression. Yet, he thought Qi Yanxiao was in the Yuanwu Kingdom. How had he arrived in the Yu Kingdom and even found his way to Jiyuan City? It seemed he had come specifically to seek out the Mo residence. Had something occurred after their last parting that he was unaware of, something involving his master? Otherwise, Qi Yanxiao would not have been able to track him down. As he pondered, the group drew closer, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Han Li. They all felt a chill run down their spines and halted in their tracks. Senior Han, is that you? Qi Yanxiao was the first to react, cautiously inquiring. He was equally impressed by Han Li, albeit with a hint of uncertainty lingering in his heart due to the past when they both wore masks. However, since he was a companion of Senior Mo, it was not surprising to see him here. Friend Qi, I trust you are well, Han Li said, concealing his doubts and allowing a smile to grace his face. It truly is you. Qi Yanxiao exclaimed with great joy upon hearing the response, and he eagerly introduced Han Li to the person beside him. Ener, this is the Senior Han I mentioned to you, the one who generously provided the Millennium Spirit Herb that healed your injuries. In Qi Yanxiao's heart, both Senior Mo and this Senior Han were unparalleled good individuals. Thus, upon seeing Han Li, he felt immense joy and was eager to introduce him to his beloved. After hearing this, the latter was momentarily taken aback, then gracefully bowed and said, I am eternally grateful to Senior Han for the gift of the herb. I, Xian Ruoyin, am deeply appreciative. Please, rise, young lady. Such a gift is not to be mentioned. It was merely a fair exchange, Han Li replied. Upon seeing Xian Ruoyin, Han Li felt a stirring within. What a woman of unique grace she was, composed, dignified, and exuding an extraordinary elegance in every movement. If he was not mistaken, she was the renowned formation master Qi Yanxiao had mentioned, surprisingly youthful at that. The value of the Millennium Spirit Herb was extraordinary. How could it possibly be matched by a set of incomplete formation plates and flags? However, Xian Ruoyin remained resolute, rising to continue. Young Master Qi and I have made new improvements to the reversal of the 5 elements formation. Its power has significantly increased compared to the previous set. Since you are here, Senior, I would like to present you with the refined formation plates and flags. I hope you will graciously accept them. Indeed, Qi Yanxiao exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. I was worried that after leaving Jinma City, Senior Han might not be able to find us. I even considered asking Senior Mo to notify you, but I didn't expect to encounter you here. As he spoke, he reached into his storage bag and produced a wooden box measuring about a foot long, presenting it to Han Li. This is the improved formation apparatus. Although its power hasn't reached half of what we initially agreed upon, it has been enhanced to about 1/3 of the original formation strength. I hope Senior will not take offense. 1/3. Han Li's expression shifted, astonished. He recalled that the previous set had only 1/10 of the original formation's power, which had already opened his eyes. Even core formation cultivators found it troublesome. Now, With a direct enhancement by several times, could it not contend with core formation cultivators? Unable to contain his excitement, he slowly opened the box, revealing a set of vibrant formation flags and plates. After careful examination, he noted that the quantity of flags and plates had increased considerably, and the engraved runes were more intricate, indeed proving to be superior to the previous set. He put away the box, and an idea suddenly struck him. He produced a shimmering silver book from his hand and presented it to her, saying, "Since we have fulfilled our agreement, I return this book to you." "Thank you, Senior," she replied, her face radiating joy as she eagerly accepted it for review. Not wanting to rush her, Hanli stood quietly by. After a moment, she stored the book and then composed herself, asking, "May I inquire how you found your way here?" "It was Senior Mo who sent us," Qi Yunxiao replied without hesitation. "Master," Hanli suddenly realized, confirming his earlier suspicion. During their previous exchange, Master had indeed been present and must have known Qi Yunxiao's residence. However, the reason for their convergence remained a mystery. His gaze instinctively flickered to Exine Ruoyin, and a thought crossed his mind. Could it be for the formation? "Then please, follow me. When Master returns, I shall host you properly," he said. "Master?" Qi Yunxiao and Exine Ruoyin exchanged glances, surprised to discover this connection between the two seniors. Although they were puzzled, they held their questions and followed him into the estate. As evening fell, the Mo residence was ablaze with light. A streak of golden light darted like lightning and finally settled in the backyard. On the back of the little golden creature, Mo Juren released his spiritual sense. After surveying the situation within the estate, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. What a coincidence, these two groups have gathered together. Nonetheless, he felt quite pleased with their arrival, especially with Exine Ruoyin present. Having the assistance of such a talented formation master was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Many of his future plans would benefit from her expertise. "Master has returned." "Greetings, Master." The busy maidservants in the inner courtyard noticed his presence, pausing to bow in respect. Mo Juren nodded slightly, not lingering, and strode straight through the inner courtyard toward the front hall. At that moment, a banquet was in full swing in the great hall. Upon learning of Exine Ruoyin and her companions' identities, the ladies of the Mo residence naturally did not treat them with indifference, extending warm hospitality to them. Mo Juren's arrival captured everyone's attention, and he did not wish to disrupt the lively atmosphere. He smiled and gestured for everyone to relax, assuring them that any matters could wait until later. With him, the male host, personally accompanying them, the ambience in the hall grew even more festive. As the night deepened, in the study, Mo Juren sat upright, gazing at a jade slip and a white jade vial on the table, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. The vial contained a bottle of ancient elixirs, the preserving beauty pills, numbering 10, which, when consumed, would ensure youthful appearance and eternal vitality. It was a gift from his disciple to all the matrons and sisters. As for the jade slip, his disciple had chosen to keep its contents a secret for now, suggesting that Master might want to review it personally first. The speaker was Hanli, standing before him with a smile, exuding an air of offering. The preserving beauty pills somewhat surprised Mo Juren. He had not expected his disciple to concoct an entire bottle, which was indeed thoughtful. As for the jade slip, although he had yet to examine it, he had a rough idea of its significance. Naturally, he kept these thoughts to himself and outwardly displayed great interest. Then picked up the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. The moment his spiritual sense penetrated, the three golden characters Great Yenju materialized, followed by the relevant cultivation techniques, which comprised 4 tiers. Attached to the technique was a scripture detailing the authentic methods for crafting various tiers of puppets and puppet beasts, forming an exceedingly comprehensive compendium on puppet creation. Setting down the jade slip, Mo Juren's expression mirrored Han Li's anticipation, revealing profound astonishment. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Finally, as if he regained his composure, Mo Juren exhaled a long breath and inquired, "This is indeed the Great Yenju, a secret of the Qianzhu sect in the far west. How did it come into your hands?" "By coincidence," Han Li responded. "I did not expect to acquire such a secret technique." Seeing his master's astonished demeanor, Han Li felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. From the very first day he had become a disciple, his master had left an impression of profound wisdom and strategic foresight, as if nothing could shake his composure. This was a deeply ingrained image in Han Li's mind. To unexpectedly surprise his master this time was indeed a rare and rewarding experience. After a moment's pause, as if weighing his words, he continued, "The situation is as follows, Master. Do you recall that peculiar individual clad in a gray robe and shrouded in a gray cloth bag we encountered during the secret auction?" This person is not only a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, but also hails from the distant land of Qianzhejiao. Regarding this matter, Han Li had no intention of concealing the truth. He recounted the events in their entirety, even mentioning the appearance of Lei Wanhai, a core formation cultivator from Huangfeng Valley. Thus, this technique was neither purchased nor seized. It was entirely presented to you by the other party. Despite having anticipated the outcome, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy upon hearing the recounting. Truly, what fortune it is to be the protagonist. Such was the case with the small vial, the Ascension token, and the Dayan Sutra. Even the wife, I digress. In short, this fellow is indeed favored by the heavens, stirring a jealousy that could make one bleed. Well, I did not foresee this either. Upon hearing the teasing undertone in his master's words, Han Li felt a hint of embarrassment. He then added, I have made a copy of this technique, originally intended for you, master. Very well, I shall accept it. Mo Juren nodded slightly, not wishing to stand on ceremony. After collecting the items on the table, he inquired about Han Li's experiences in Huangfeng Valley. Han Li did not withhold details, briefly recounting some recent events. When he recalled his visit to Master Li Huayuan, a thought struck him, and he produced 2 golden pages from his hand. This is a wood-attributed technique I fortuitously acquired, the Qingyuan sword technique, complete with 13 levels, capable of being cultivated all the way to the divine transformation stage. I remember that you, master, practiced the Changchun technique as I do. This would suit you perfectly. There is no need for the technique. I have also encountered a fortuitous opportunity, and my powers have already been transformed to the ice attribute. So there is no need for a change. Upon seeing Han Li present the Qingyuan sword technique, Mo Juren was somewhat astonished. This was the core technique of Han Li, a significant secret concerning his safety, seldom shared lightly. The willingness to share it now indicated a profound trust. Ah, I see. Han Li paused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to grasp something. I had always felt that your aura had shifted compared to before, subtly imbued with a chill. I initially thought you had practiced some secret method, but it turns out you have found a suitable technique. In that case, I need not worry anymore. This brief exchange of heartfelt sentiments drew the master and disciple closer together, creating a warm atmosphere in the study. Yet at that moment, Han Li, who had been calm, suddenly fell silent, seemingly entangled in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Disciple has a matter that remains unclear, and I hope master can enlighten me. Speak. Mo Juren felt a stirring in his heart, sensing something. The various masters and mistresses, as well as Cai Huan and the others. Han Li hesitated before continuing. Has master found a method to extend the lifespan of mortals? Mo Juren did not conceal the truth, directly responding, indeed. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart was instantly enlightened. His suspicions had proven correct. With his wisdom, how could he fail to notice the changes among those in the Mo residence? Whether it was the various mistresses or the 2 senior sisters and Cai Huan, all exhibited this phenomenon. This led him to consider a possibility. Master must have discovered a method to prolong life, which explained why the mistresses had not aged a day in 6 years, appearing even more youthful. However, what purpose does it serve? Even if one extends their life, without the ability to cultivate, there will inevitably come a day of demise, merely a postponement of suffering. Moreover, Master has embarked on the path of immortality, burdened with numerous concerns. How shall he face the future? Every action would be hindered, constantly worrying about the safety of his family's lives. Do you recall the day we departed from Qishuan sect and arrived at your hometown? Did you not pose a question to me? Seemingly divining Han Li's thoughts, Mo Juren unexpectedly asked. Of course, I remember. Han Li's expression grew solemn as he continued. I once asked you, master. Faced with the choice between the Tao and family, which would you choose? Your response remains etched in my mind. You said that every individual is different and has their own choices. If one's heart is set on the great Tao, one must forge ahead, abandoning all attachments and obstacles. If one cannot let go, then life will continue as it is, entangled in the myriad relationships with family, loved ones, and friends. This is a cost that one must willingly bear. Escape is not an option as long as one has no regrets. At this point, he hesitated, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation as he asked, So, master, have you come to understand your own heart? I cannot let go, nor do I intend to. Unlike before, Mo Juren's expression was now resolute as he replied. Have you considered the consequences? Han Li pressed further. You are more familiar with the circumstances of the cultivation world than I am. It would be no exaggeration to call it a brutal arena of the survival of the fittest. The Mo residence is the greatest weakness. What if enemies were to discover it and use it as leverage? You cannot remain within the residence at all times, can you? Or perhaps, you are fortunate enough not to encounter insurmountable foes. But when the lifespans of the mistresses and senior sisters draw to a close, what will happen then? If these two issues remain unresolved, how can you focus on your cultivation? What you say is not lost on me. Mo Juren replied with a slight shake of his head. However, the existence of the Mo residence is a fact, even if I am aware of these matters. What can be done? Should I abandon them for my own freedom? Furthermore, the circumstances between us, master and disciple, are different. The Mo residence's ambitions are vast, and from the outset, concealment has been impossible. To choose to disregard them would mean placing them on the chopping block, subject to the whims of others. I must confess, I cannot walk this path alone. Thus, I must confront it actively. Danger is indeed present, but we shall find ways to resolve it. I am confident that this can be managed adequately. As for the issue of lifespan, there is no rush, given their current state. Living another 80 or 90 years poses no problem. Moreover, I will strive to assist them in extending their lives. 10 years, 20 years, even 100, whatever it takes. I will not give up. At this point, his tone faltered, a flicker of something unusual vanishing from his dark eyes as he continued. Moreover, how can you be so certain that their future is destined for exhaustion and demise? Foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, along with the elevation of realms. Strength and means will become increasingly extraordinary. When the time comes for them to reach the pinnacle, perhaps all the worries that plague us now will be effortlessly resolved. Han Li suddenly fell silent, unsure of how to respond. His master's words might hold truth, yet they also seemed overly optimistic. Not to mention the nascent soul and divine transformation stages. Even core formation felt like an unreachable aspiration for him. It was uncertain if he would ever attain it, let alone resolving the issues at hand. As for extending the lifespan of mortals, that seemed manageable in the short term. Even he could find a way. However, achieving a century or more would dramatically escalate the difficulty, something even a nascent soul cultivator might struggle to accomplish. Furthermore, even if it were achieved, what then? What of 100 years hence? There are limits to everything. Unless mortals can cultivate themselves, all discussions are mere fantasies. With these thoughts in mind, he hesitated not for a moment and voiced his doubts once more. Who told you that mortals cannot cultivate? Upon hearing his words, Mo Juren could not help but chuckle lightly. Is that not the case? Without a spiritual root, how can mortals even sense spiritual energy, let alone cultivate? Isn't this an ironclad rule of the cultivation realm? Han Li found himself momentarily stunned by his master's rhetorical question. That is merely the principle you are familiar with. The reality is not as you perceive. Mo Juren slightly shook his head and continued. I have occasionally heard some rumors that spiritual roots can be classified as innate or acquired. Innate refers, as the name implies, to those who are born with spiritual roots. And this is the prevailing situation within the cultivation world. However, in the spiritual realm above the mortal world, as long as a mortal has sufficient fortune, there is a chance to acquire spiritual roots postnatally, thus possessing the opportunity to become a cultivator. Is that truly possible? Han Li was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. The acquisition of spiritual roots postnatally, are you certain of this? It is merely a rumor, so of course, there is no certainty, and it is undoubtedly fraught with difficulty. Han Li found himself at a loss for words. Why speak of something so dubious with such conviction? You may find it implausible, but does that matter? Mo Juren retorted without answering directly. Even if it is but hearsay, even if it is merely a rumor, what of it? As long as there exists a sliver of hope, it is worth striving for. The ultimate outcome may not be entirely satisfactory, but at least one shall have no regrets. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell silent. He began to understand his master's intention. Extending life was merely a temporary measure. Once his strength increased, he could seek methods to acquire spiritual roots postnatally. However, this notion seemed altogether too ephemeral. 100 years, 200 years, or perhaps even more. After all, this was a method exclusive to the upper realm. Whether it existed in the lower realm remained uncertain, with no visible prospect of success. He also believed that as long as he wished, he could bring his beloved family to the Mo residence, and given the bond between master and disciple, his master would certainly treat them with equal kindness. Otherwise, revealing such secrets to him would be unimaginable. Yet, was this truly appropriate? Individual perspectives differ, and naturally, the paths one chooses will not be the same. The moment he stepped onto the path of immortality, he had long since resolved not to entangle himself further with his family. Cold-hearted? Perhaps, but he deemed it the most rational choice. Chapter 74. Turmoil and linger. The dangers of the cultivation realm are unfathomable. Forget about lifespan, as that is merely a matter of time. There is no urgency. Human calamities are the most terrifying. No one can predict when they might encounter formidable foes, and even the slightest turbulence could lead to utter ruin. What of the Mo residents? Whether it be he or his master, they were merely neophytes who had just embarked on the path of immortality, still struggling at the bottom. Their lives perpetually at risk. How could they discuss protecting others? He lacked his master's confidence. Unless he could ensure absolute safety, it would be better not to disturb his relatives, allowing them to live out their mortal lives in peace. Perhaps that would be a blessing. Let the disciple ponder this. He thought. After all, it concerns his family. Despite its ethereal nature, there remains a glimmer of hope, stirring Han Li's heart and leaving him indecisive. As night deepened, Han Li did not return to his chamber, but instead departed the Mo residence, strolling alone along the broad street. His aged parents, his long-lost brothers, and the younger sister he had cherished most. How had they fared after so many years? He had previously avoided confronting these thoughts, forcing himself to cast them aside. Yet, at this moment, memories from his childhood surged into his mind like a tidal wave. His heart suddenly became tumultuous. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a flash of brilliance illuminated his vision, and the divine wind boat materialized before him. He leapt aboard, transforming into a streak of white light, soaring toward the horizon. Days later, he returned, but unlike before, his expression had calmed considerably, and he cradled a little girl, around 2 or 3 years old, whose delicate features resembled jade. She seemed somewhat apprehensive, her slender arms tightly wrapped around his neck, yet her curious eyes darted around, captivated by the lively sounds of street vendors. "Uncle, is that candied hawthorn?" At last, upon spotting the vibrant red treats held up by a vendor, the little girl could no longer contain herself and softly inquired. "Do you want to eat it, Linga?" "Uncle will buy it for you," Han Li replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. "Yes, I want to eat it." Linger nodded earnestly. "Boss, I'll take these candied hawthorns. Please deliver them to the Mo residence later." "Ah, I see it's a distinguished guest of the Mo residence." "Rest assured, I will deliver them safely," the vendor responded eagerly as he accepted the coins Han Li offered. Han Li nodded and handed a skewer to the girl, who instantly beamed with delight and eagerly licked it with her tiny tongue. After that, she completely let go of her initial apprehension. "Uncle, is that honey cake?" "Uncle, what about that?" "Uncle." It was evident that Han Li adored the little girl to the core, readily consenting to her every request. This indulgence brought her immense joy, her laughter ringing like silver bells. At the Mo residence, the moment Mo Juren saw Han Li again, he understood his choice without needing further explanation. He said nothing more, merely instructing someone to summon Kai Huan to guide the two of them in settling down. In the days that followed, Han Li cast aside all other thoughts, focusing solely on accompanying Linger with Kai Huan, reveling in their playful adventures, nearly traversing the entirety of Jiyuan City. Until half a month later, on a clear morning, gazing at the little girl still lost in slumber, Han Li's expression shifted unpredictably. Suddenly steeling himself, he transformed into a streak of azure light and soared into the void. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Mo Kai Huan stepped inside, glancing at the open window with a sigh. She gently took a seat beside the bed, caressing the girl's tender face, murmuring softly, "If you are destined for the great path, then go forth and pursue it without worry. I shall take good care of Linger, ensuring she suffers not a hint of grievance." It seemed as if Uncle sensed something, for in her dreams, Linger suddenly called out sweetly. Upon witnessing this, Mo Kai Huan couldn't help but feel a tug at her heart. She sighed deeply, pondering how heartbroken the little girl would be upon waking to find her uncle absent. Time flowed slowly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Mo Juren practiced diligently while also cherishing time with his family, all the while awaiting news from Xian Ruyan and the others. She and Qi Yunxiao had not been idle, following Mo Juren's instructions. They had once again improved the teleportation array that had already undergone modifications. In fact, over the past 6 months, aside from crafting an entirely new array device with Qi Yunxiao, Xian Ruyan had dedicated her spare time to research, developing numerous new ideas. Throughout this month, with Qi Yunxiao's assistance, she finally completed the second version of the teleportation array. Compared to the last iteration, the new version's cost had slightly increased. Yet its efficacy had also seen a substantial enhancement, allowing for a teleportation range of 110 miles. This was already quite comparable to the high-level teleportation arrays currently deployable in the southern cultivation realm, fully meeting Mo Juren's requirements. Truly, she was a genius-level master of formations. One could only imagine the delight that filled Mo Juren's heart upon hearing her description. Originally, he intended to establish 3 teleportation arrays, one of which would serve as a transfer point. Now, this issue had been resolved in one fell swoop. The direct distance between the cave and Jiyuan City was merely 100 miles, and the 2 teleportation arrays would suffice. If there were a complete ancient teleportation array for you to reference, could this array be further improved? Suddenly struck by a thought, Mo Juren inquired again. An ancient teleportation array. Hearing this, Exine was momentarily taken aback. She naturally understood what that was, a relic of legend. In ancient times, the path of immortality thrived, with various lineages shrouded in profound mysteries, far surpassing the present era. The teleportation arrays were no exception. It is said that the most distant teleportation distances could reach tens of millions of miles. Such a formidable formation is beyond her comprehension. Should she manage to acquire a complete ancient teleportation array as a reference, even grasping only a fragment of its essence would significantly elevate her understanding of array techniques. As for further enhancing the existing teleportation arrays, that would be a trivial matter. Does Elder Mo know where an ancient teleportation array can be found? Let us discuss this matter later. For now, we must complete the arrangement of the existing teleportation array. With that, Mo Juren retrieved a high-grade storage bag from his waist and handed it to her. These are the materials I have collected over the past 6 months. Miss Exine, could you check if anything is lacking? I will procure anything that is missing immediately. Please wait a moment. Exine responded without hesitation. After receiving the bag, she promptly extended her consciousness to investigate. Moments later, she replied, if I am not mistaken, Elder must have gathered materials according to the requirements of 3 teleportation arrays. But we currently only need to set up 2. The materials should suffice in general. However, due to some replacements made in the new version of the teleportation array, you will need to purchase a few additional items. Very well, please compile a list of the required materials, and I shall procure them shortly. As for the construction of the arrays, I plan to place them in the underground vault of the inner residence. You two should go take a look and make the necessary preparations. Once I have gathered all the required materials, we shall begin the arrangement. After instructing a servant, Mo Juren wasted no time and swiftly flew towards the direction of Spirit Beast Mountain on his golden steed. Chapter 75. Seals and Teleportation. The construction of the teleportation array progressed smoothly, with the presence of an array master like Exine providing on-site guidance. Mo Juren and Qi Yunxiao assisted from the sidelines, and in less than a month, the underground section of the Mo residence was completely finished. The primary contributor to this success was Exine. Both the design of the array and the inscription of the array patterns required her personal involvement, while the other 2 merely engaged in physically demanding tasks such as refining materials. In the following month, the teleportation array at the other end of the cave was also completed. Thus, his family's hidden trump card plan was finally in its preliminary stages. Of course, this was merely the beginning. He was far from feeling secure. Having lived 2 lives, Mo Juren understood the wisdom of having multiple safe havens. Indeed, 3 might not suffice. Whether in the Mo residence of Jiyuan City or within his own cave in Spirit Beast Mountain, although he could find refuge, they fell short of meeting his expectations. Therefore, there was still much more to be done, including a location he had contemplated for quite some time, which he had been unable to pursue due to previous limitations. At the Mo residence's underground vault, the women of the Mo family, including Xiao Linger, were gathered. They gazed at a stone array measuring 2 meters on each side, their faces betraying excitement and curiosity. The teleportation array had yet to be activated, as Exine conducted a final inspection of the formation to prevent any oversights during the teleportation process. This was no trivial matter. Even the slightest negligence could result in dire consequences. After a brief moment, she finally stood up and nodded slightly to Mo Juren. Simultaneously, she took out several yellow talismans from her storage bag and handed them to the group, saying, "These are teleportation talismans, consumable items meant for one-time use. Once worn, they will provide protection to the user during the teleportation process. You purchased these?" Upon receiving the talismans, Mo Juren felt a stir of recognition. He was familiar with such items, having seen similar ones in his own storage bag. Unlike traditional spirit talismans, teleportation talismans belong to a unique category of spirit talismans, akin to avatar talismans or death replacement talismans, which do not fall within the 5 elements. Each type possesses special functions, and thus, they are referred to as secret talismans within the cultivation world. Since space teleportation is involved, the talisman creator must possess a certain level of understanding of spatial principles, not necessarily at the level of laws, but at least a grasp of space-related formations. Consequently, the number of talisman masters capable of inscribing such secret talismans is exceedingly limited. Fortunately, these spirit talismans are classified as general items, and a single talisman can be utilized across any short-distance teleportation array. Hence, they are not scarce. Many large shops sell them. To prepare for this teleportation, Mo Juren had already purchased a considerable quantity. Not purchased, I drew them myself, Rian replied, shaking her head slightly. My inheritance includes similar items. And since I have some understanding of spatial formations, I knew you would require these for the teleportation array, so I attempted to create some. However, the success rate is quite low. Over half a year, I managed to produce only a dozen or so. The creation of talismans is inherently challenging, and such circumstances are not unusual. Hearing that Rian possessed a similar inheritance and could create teleportation talismans herself stirred Mo Juren's thoughts. How about this? You may continue to create teleportation talismans to improve the success rate. I will cover all expenses involved in the process, and I will purchase all the talismans you produce. Rian looked at him with surprise, her mind racing with thoughts, and she nodded lightly. Very well, but the success rate for crafting such talismans is indeed quite low. Do not be disheartened. I shall not be disheartened. It is merely a type of talisman. 100 or even 1,000 attempts will suffice and will not consume too many resources, were it not for the unique nature of these secret talismans. Requiring a certain understanding of spatial principles, I would not need to rely on you. However, this is only temporary. Once I can integrate the blood of beasts possessing spatial talents, everything will no longer be an issue. Will this talisman protect Lingu? At that moment, Mo Juren suddenly inquired. Glancing at the little girl in her mother's arms, a hint of anxiety creeping into her heart. Theoretically, yes, Rian nodded. The teleportation array covering a distance of just over 100 miles is hardly far. It will be instantaneous. The spatial compression encountered will be minimal. And with the protection of the teleportation talisman, ordinary mortals should not face any issues. However, as Linger is still young, it would be prudent to equip her with a protective garment or a spirit talisman to ensure absolute safety. A mid-grade protective talisman will suffice. Mo Juren gestured, and a radiant talisman manifested in his hand. With a gentle flick, the talisman shot forth and affixed itself to the small of Linger's back. Noticing something, the little girl lifted her delicate arm to grasp at it, but alas, her arm was simply too short to reach. This scene elicited laughter from those present. Mo Juren, too, could not suppress a chuckle, putting aside his thoughts to focus on the task at hand. The success of the teleportation array hinged upon one final procedure. Someone must volunteer to be the first to test it. Naturally, the women of the Mo family were not suitable candidates, as they were not cultivators and would not know how to respond should any issues arise. I will do it. The speaker was Qi Yunxiao. Since his arrival at the Mo residence, he had felt somewhat inadequate, unable to contribute much and feeling somewhat unworthy of Elder Mo's esteem. Upon hearing that someone was needed to test the teleportation array, he stepped forward without hesitation. Of course, a significant part of his decision stemmed from his trust in the one he cherished. No one understood better than he the immense talent she possessed in array techniques. To this, Rian expressed no objections. It was not that she disregarded Qi Yunxiao, but rather that she held greater confidence in her own abilities. She retrieved another teleportation talisman and handed it to him, then remained silent, turning her attention to placing spirit stones around the stone array. As Qi Yunxiao stepped into the stone array, Rian placed the last low-grade spirit stone into its designated slot. Suddenly, the stone array began to tremble slightly, and a beam of white light erupted forth, enveloping those within the formation. In the blink of an eye, the figures that had been present vanished without a trace. Had it succeeded? Mo Juren felt a stir in his heart and turned his gaze towards Rian. The latter observed carefully for a moment and then nodded subtly, indicating that no issues had arisen. However, a brief wait was still necessary to ascertain whether the transmission had indeed been successful. The truth would soon reveal itself. Before long, just a moment passed, and the teleportation array trembled once more, a flash of white light appearing, revealing the familiar silhouette of Qi Yunxiao. Excellent. Mo Juren could not help but express his joy aloud. Nearby, the women of the Mo family also exhibited delight, as this signified that they would soon behold the legendary abode of the cultivators, which was truly exciting. How do you feel? Despite having nearly confirmed that everything was fine, Mo Juren still approached to inquire. Qi Yunxiao smiled gently, his expression revealing that all was well. Let us begin, Mo Juren said, no longer hesitating, and gestured for the women to step inside one by one. Chapter 76. Success and Bait. Thanks to Rian's 2 modifications to the teleportation array, it now allowed for the simultaneous transportation of 3 individuals. Thus, it would take only 4 separate trips to complete the transfer. The process unfolded without incident, and after several rounds, everyone felt the dazzling white light and a slight disorientation. only to regain their senses with the scenery transformed before them. They found themselves in a stone chamber, which, aside from the teleportation array, bore no other items. The women were puzzled. Was this not meant to be the cultivator's abode? Why was it so barren? Mo Juren smiled and, with a thought, caused a previously flat stone wall to crack open, revealing a hidden door that slowly swung ajar. Beyond the door lay an expansive hall, surprisingly spacious. How beautiful! Upon entering the hall, the women could not help but exclaim in awe. Particularly captivating was the ceiling, adorned with countless sparkling lights, reminiscent of a starry sky, illuminating the entire night with a bright, serene, and mysteriously enchanting ambience. It was breathtaking, beyond description. Not only the women of the Mo family, but also Qi Yunxiao and Exine Rian, both master and servant, were equally immersed in this picturesque atmosphere. Mo Juren smiled silently. When he had first discovered this cave, it had not appeared as it did now. After reactivating the formation and expending considerable effort to arrange it, it had attained its current splendor. This is the effect of the formation. Exine Rian was the first to respond, speaking up. The remnants of a small formation discovered upon finding this cave possessed certain offensive and defensive capabilities, but it could not be compared to the inverted 5 elements formation. Mo Juren shook his head slightly. That is not the correct comparison. Exine Rian countered gently. The inverted 5 elements formation is indeed formidable. Yet what Cheetah Gu and I crafted is merely a replica, capable only of creating illusions and ensnaring enemies, with power reaching only 1/3 of the original formation. Conversely, the formation you possess is complete in both offense and defense, and it also has a powerful sealing effect on spiritual energy. Such a well-rounded and flawless formation is truly extraordinary. It seems I have struck good fortune and stumbled upon a great treasure. Mo Juren smiled nonchalantly. The Xian Yuan sealing spirit formation was indeed impressive, but it was inherited from ancient times, with a layout method vastly different from the present, making it less convenient than formation flags and discs. As time passed, the group finally explored all the stone chambers. In contrast to the hall, the surrounding chambers were exceptionally simple, offering little of interest. Nonetheless, the women of the Mo family remained enthusiastic, as this would soon become their second residence, and they began discussing plans for allocation and decoration. Seeing this, Mo Juren could not help but chuckle softly, choosing not to intervene and allowing them to revel in their excitement. By the time evening arrived and they returned to the Mo residence, there was still no sign of respite. He refrained from disturbing them, instead seeking out Exine Rian and the others to discuss matters regarding Tianhua Tower. As it stood, the few mortals recruited could barely manage, but with the gradual expansion of the shop's business, a mere handful of mortals would no longer suffice. Cultivators were needed to oversee operations. Particularly, individuals like Exine Rian, who possessed keen insight, were undoubtedly the best candidates for management. Given that this had been previously agreed upon, the others naturally raised no objections. The following morning, the 2 pairs of master and servant climbed onto the broad back of a golden-backed demon mantis and swiftly departed towards the spirit beast mountain with Mo Juren. Outside Jiyuan City, in the dense forest, Mo Juren, returning to this familiar sight, gazed at the cave before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The golden-backed demon mantis, a pinnacle level 4 beast, was exceptionally fierce compared to others of its rank, rivaling even ordinary 5th-level beasts due to the unique nature of spirit insect-type beasts. Of course, it was not without its drawbacks. This beast was characterized by its formidable attack power but average defense. Thus, as long as it could be contained, its greatest strengths could not be unleashed, making it easier to deal with. With a flash of light in his hand, he revealed a half-foot-long black wooden box. Upon opening it, a set of formation flags and discs, imbued with potent spiritual energy, emerged. It was indeed the replica of the inverted 5 elements formation. More than 3 months had passed since Exine Rian took charge of Tianhua Tower, during which time she and Qi Yunxiao had managed to produce another set under ample resource supply. It was precisely because of this formation that Mo Juren dared to venture alone. At this moment, he did not immediately begin to set up the formation, but instead extended his consciousness to conduct a thorough investigation. The cave was not large, and he quickly discerned its interior with clarity. It is still there. Mo Juren's expression darkened, and he hastily retracted his consciousness. To avoid alarming the beast, he selected a position a bit farther away and began to arrange the formation flags and discs. The inverted 5 elements formation was far more complex than any other formations he had encountered before, and the entire setup process consumed him an entire day. During this time, the golden-backed demon mantis had ventured outside once due to hunger, but fortunately, He had donned the sealing spirit garment in advance and maintained a safe distance. Otherwise, it would have likely been detected. Once the formation was activated, Mo Juren took a deep breath and clapped the spirit beast pouch, summoning the little golden creature. The latter appeared somewhat dazed, unsure why her master had suddenly released her. Shortly, you will go to that cave and do as I instruct. After hearing the plan, the little golden creature's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? You want me to go fishing? That is a pinnacle level 4 beast, and it can fly. A moment of carelessness could result in my demise. What kind of heartless master are you to ask such a thing? I used to think you were decent, often buying me delicious food, but today, your true colors are revealed. Fear not. It is not as though I am sending you directly to its mouth. Just release the aura of your golden feathered eagle near the cave entrance and provoke it with a sound. You will have ample time to escape before it realizes. The little golden feathered eagle turned its head, but remained unconvinced. How can it be that simple? I am large and cannot fly swiftly in such dense woods, while that mantis is far more suited to this environment. Its speed is likely comparable to mine. Who can say for certain if I can truly escape? Your task is prepared for a reason. Mo Juren anticipated her thoughts and produced a shimmering silver talisman, pressing it onto her body. This is a mid-grade escape talisman. With its assistance, you will be assured of success. As the talisman activated, the little golden creature instantly felt a shift in the spiritual energy surrounding her, and her body became remarkably light. If one were to take flight, the speed could be enhanced by nearly double. With this thought, she gained a modicum of confidence. However, she still refrained from immediate agreement. How could she undertake such a blatantly perilous task without a tangible reward? Upon witnessing this, Mo Juren was rendered speechless. Typically, it was manageable, but whenever a special mission arose, she always insisted on receiving benefits in advance, whose influence had instilled in her this principle of no profit, no early rising. Chapter 77. Temptation and Annihilation. After a round of haggling, Xiao Jin finally acquiesced to his plan, no longer hesitating as she slowly approached the distant cave entrance. As she came to a halt, a series of shrill cries erupted from her beak, unabashedly laced with provocation. Simultaneously, the slumbering golden-backed mantis within the cave was stirred awake. A delicacy, an exquisite meal, far superior to the ordinary beast she typically hunted. The notion of provocation mattered little. Its limited intellect harbored but a singular thought, to consume her. With that thought ignited, its body surged forward, transforming into a fleeting azure shadow that shot toward the cave entrance. The adversary's speed exceeded her expectations, and Xiao Jin, not daring to hesitate, unleashed her innate demonic arts. Instantly, a torrential downpour of golden blades rained into the cave. Seizing the moment while the foe was momentarily impeded, she flapped her golden wings vigorously, transforming into a streak of golden light as she fled toward the formation. The golden blades merely delayed the golden-backed mantis for the briefest of moments before it burst forth from the cave, spotting its delectable prize escaping. It gave chase without a moment's hesitation. Lacking in intellect, it could not comprehend the nature of traps, and in mere moments, it plunged headfirst into the carefully laid formation. Outside the formation, Xiao Jin remained somewhat rattled. Despite the earlier success, she was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. The mantis's flight speed far surpassed her expectations. Had it not been for her innate abilities momentarily hindering it, she might have been caught. In a different environment, with long-distance flight, she would have had no fear. Mo Juren, oblivious to Xiao Jin's thoughts, hovered in midair, observing the golden-backed mantis, which flailed about within the confines of the formation like a headless fly. A glimmer of delight in his eyes. Unlike the initial version of the inverted 5 elements formation employed by Han Li, this was an improved second version, possessing a power equivalent to 1/3 of the original formation. There was no way a pinnacle level 4 beast like the golden-backed mantis could breach it. Nonetheless, this beast was not to be underestimated. From the moment it was ensnared, it unleashed a frenzy of attacks against the formation's barrier. Unfortunately, against the formidable illusionary capabilities and unique mobility of the inverted 5 elements formation, all its efforts proved futile. It was not yet the opportune moment to eliminate the creature. Mo Juren remained patient, skillfully manipulating the formation to gradually sap the mantis's demonic energy. The onslaught persisted, a full day passing without abatement, illustrating the beast's ferocity. As another day and night elapsed, the golden-backed mantis began to wane, seeking respite. At that moment, hundreds of densely packed spiritual talismans descended from the heavens, swiftly enveloping it. Indeed, the golden-backed mantis, a pinnacle level 4 beast, sustained only minor injuries from such an overwhelming barrage, its impact negligible. However, Its inherent ferocity was thoroughly provoked, and its compound eyes turned blood red as it resumed its frenzied assault against the formation. In response, Mo Juren felt not a hint of concern, but rather an increasing sense of exhilaration. The more frenzied it became, the quicker its internal energy would deplete. However, recalling the earlier scene of the talisman assault, he pondered deeply. This strategy of relying on sheer numbers of talismans, unreservedly expending resources, was his most favored and adept method of attack. Yet, compared to previous encounters, his current approach against the golden-backed mantis was noticeably lacking. The main contributors to the assault were merely a dozen or so intermediate talismans. The remaining basic talismans were utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. He realized that as he faced stronger adversaries in the future, intermediate talismans would only serve as a starting point. Intermediate grade and even advanced talismans would be essential. As for the basic ones, aside from a few with unique functions, it was high time they were phased out. Several hours passed, and the blood-red hue in the mantis's eyes gradually faded, its attacks waning. Moreover, the previous outburst had not come without cost. It was now evidently weakened. Mo Juren would not grant it a moment of respite, as it attempted to rest once more. A torrent of talismans descended again. He had resolved to take this opportunity to clear his inventory, utilizing all of his basic talismans. The golden-backed mantis was indeed ferocious, yet it ultimately had its limits. With each successive outburst and the relentless assault of talismans, its internal energy was finally depleted. In this state, its previously weak defenses became fatal, rendering it unable to withstand even the basic talisman's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Juren summoned his top-tier artifact, the Silver Star Sword, and with several swift strikes, he annihilated the beast completely. At last, the task was accomplished. Mo Juren dismantled the formation and descended before the beast's carcass. He opted not to segment the materials, but instead plunged his hand into its interior, and once again, the long-awaited voice resounded. Detected usable materials. Level 4 beast blood of the golden-backed mantis, metallic attribute. 1 level 4 beast soul, metallic attribute. Would you like to collect? Metallic attribute. Mo Juren was taken aback. Should not the mantis possess a fire attribute? Suddenly, he recalled something, and a flash of light revealed a green jade slip in his hand. Upon reviewing the information regarding spiritual insects once more, a realization dawned upon him. According to the jade slip, the golden-backed mantis was classified as a mutated variant, thus belonging to the metallic element. Reflecting on the recent battle, it had relied solely on its formidable physicality, never employing any fire-related innate abilities. In the Tiannan region, metallic beasts were exceedingly scarce. He had expended considerable effort to obtain a small quantity of beast blood, only to unexpectedly encounter it again here, at the pinnacle level 4. Unconsciously glancing toward the leisurely Shao Jin in the distance, he seemed to contemplate something, and a glimmer of peculiarity flickered in his eyes. Begin collection. The collection commenced, and once completed, the materials were stored. The bloodline analysis began. Bloodline level 4, blood quantity 0, 6, metallic attribute, origin bloodline content 18, impurities 50, malevolence 32. Commencing derivation analysis. Analysis complete. Materials required for the bloodline conversion furnace to refine and purify the beast blood: 100-year-old heavenly fire fruit, 190-year-old red fire fungus, 1,000 grams of blazing sun grass cold crystal, or 1 level 4 metallic beast soul. So little. Upon reviewing the information displayed, Mo Juren was momentarily stunned. The golden-backed mantis was no ordinary mantis. Despite its slender form, it stood a full yard tall, qualifying it as a giant among spiritual insect beasts. How could it yield such a meager amount of blood? Could this be a characteristic of spiritual insect beasts? Yet, while the blood quantity was scant, the origin bloodline content was notably high, reaching 18. Additionally, the malevolence level far exceeded that of ordinary beasts. Glancing once more at the interface, the material levels required for the 4-level bloodline refinement had similarly surged, causing him to worry about future circumstances. Not to mention other factors. Merely acquiring spiritual herbs posed the greatest obstacle. As for the blood of demonic beasts, they were abundant in the Chaos Star Sea, exceedingly cheap and thus not worth considering. How to resolve this? Mo Juren pondered deeply, yet found himself at a loss, deciding to set the matter aside for now, intending to devise a solution in due course. The carcass of the demonic beast held little value for him. Selling it as spiritual materials at Tianhua Tower would be the most fitting choice. Upon reaching this point, he promptly gathered everything and signaled to Shao Jin to leave swiftly. Chapter 78. Sharpness and feathers. By the time he returned to Spirit Beast Mountain, it was already evening. Mo Juren chose not to rest in his cave dwelling, instead heading straight to the market. Eventually, he paused in front of a familiar shop, Wanbao Pavilion, which he regarded as an old friend, having provided immense assistance to his cultivation. Almost every time he needed something, it was the first place he turned to. He felt no particular concern about this, but it left the shopkeeper both delighted and anxious. Delighted because Mo Juren spent generously on spirit stones, ensuring substantial profits. Yet anxious about the continuous growth of Tianhua Tower, which would undoubtedly impact Wanbao Pavilion in the future. Mo Juren paid no heed to such matters and proceeded as usual. After spending a considerable sum of spirit stones this time, he departed contentedly, leaving the shopkeeper standing there, a myriad of complex emotions playing across his face. Before long, Mo Juren had returned to Tianhua Tower. Unlike Wanbao Pavilion, Tianhua Tower had only 5 floors. The first 2 catered to Qi refining stage cultivators, the third to foundation building stage, and the fourth was tentatively reserved for core formation stage. However, this was merely tentative, as core formation cultivators would primarily prefer Wanbao Pavilion, making the chances of choosing a newly established small shop like Tianhua Tower exceedingly slim. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he encountered a familiar figure gracefully approaching, Seven Mysteries. Over the past few months, she had fully adapted to the environment and was contentedly managing her role as the esteemed shopkeeper of Tianhua Tower. With her exceptional intelligence, overseeing the entire establishment was effortless, allowing her ample free time for personal matters. Senior Mo? Upon seeing Mo Juren, Seven Mysteries was slightly taken aback, assuming his sudden arrival was due to some urgent matter. No worries, carry on with your tasks, Mo Juren replied with a slight nod, not lingering as he made his way directly to his room. The 5th floor was temporarily not open to guests. Thus the rooms were exclusively for Mo Juren and the 3 elders. Additionally, Seven Mysteries, as the honorary owner of Tianhua Tower, also enjoyed a separate private room. As soon as he entered his room, Mo Juren eagerly opened the game interface. The materials were ready: 100-year-old heavenly fire fruit, a 90-year-old crimson fire herb, Huayang grass, 1 kilogram of fiery leaf cold crystal ore, and a level 4 gold attribute demon soul. Would you like to add them to the furnace? Yes. The materials were added. Would you like to begin the refining process? Start. The refining commenced, with an estimated duration of 4 days. Please be patient. 4 days? He was not anxious and promptly sat cross-legged to meditate. In the following days, Mo Juren remained indoors, wholly focused on awaiting the completion of the bloodline transformation. Meanwhile, subtle changes began to unfold within Spirit Beast Mountain. Some disciples, who rarely appeared, started to emerge one after another, as if something significant was afoot. 4 days swiftly passed. On the morning of the 4th day, the bloodline transformation furnace had completed its progress, awaiting his further instructions. Detecting level 4 origin bloodline, gold attribute, blood volume 0108, purity 100. Would you like to merge? Yes. Mo Juren felt a surge of excitement, although the blood volume was slight. The high origin level would undoubtedly elevate his originally level 1 gold attribute bloodline significantly. His speculation proved accurate. The moment the command was issued, a surge of unfamiliar energy rushed into his heart. Unlike his previous experiences, this energy was exceedingly domineering. The fusion process felt like a blade piercing his heart, inflicting immense pain. Even with Mo Juren's resolute disposition, he was still tortured to the point of paling, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, the fusion did not last long, merely a few minutes. At last, he sighed in relief and eagerly reopened the interface. Name: Mo Juren Realm. Foundation building initial stage bloodline. Water attribute level 2, 100. Gold attribute level 2, 97. Wood attribute level 1, 100. Fire attribute level 1, 100. Earth attribute level 1, 100. Technique: Ice Spirit Profound Art. 4th layer. Body: 5 elements body skills. Ice Spirit Cold Light, top level, 11. Body Protection Technique, intermediate. Venom Technique, intermediate. Sharpness Technique, intermediate. Feather Technique, intermediate. Binding Technique, Thorn Technique, Confusion Technique, Stone Armor Technique, Quicksand Technique, Fireball Technique, Corrosion Technique, Storm Technique, Extreme Vision Technique, Acid Technique, Rejuvenation Technique, Fire Prison Technique, Flying Blade Technique. Materials: None Bloodline Transformation Furnace. Closed. Upon seeing the information displayed on the interface, Mo Juren's heart leapt with joy. His assumptions had indeed been correct. Although the fused blood volume was minimal, the high level ensured a substantial origin content, directly elevating his originally level 1 gold attribute bloodline to level 2 with a completeness of 97. merely a hair's breadth from level 3. Moreover, he had gained 2 new innate demonic techniques, both of intermediate caliber. The potency was undeniable. One could ascertain its might from the formidable attack power displayed during his battle with the golden-backed demon mantis. Raising his arm, the innate spell flowed effortlessly, and suddenly a radiant golden light enveloped his previously soft skin, resembling a golden armor. How to utilize this? After a brief contemplation, he swiftly struck down towards the ebony stone table before him. In the blink of an eye, the notoriously durable ebony stone table was cleaved in two. Good. Mo Juren could not help but exclaim in admiration. Such formidable attack power rivaled that of the finest magical artifacts. Thankfully, his body was robust, otherwise, he would truly struggle to wield such a demonic technique. Moreover, as this technique was inherently part of his body, its execution was all the more unexpected, making it an absolute asset in close combat. However, as he turned to examine the other innate demonic technique, he couldn't help but frown. Feather technique. With a thought, 2 ethereal silhouettes manifested in the air behind him, strikingly similar to the wings of the previous golden-backed demon mantis. Is this feasible? A surge of excitement coursed through his heart as he prepared to test its usability. As the luminous wings fluttered gently, he vanished from his original position in an instant. Bang! Like a cannonball propelled at high speed, he collided forcefully against the wall. His formidable body felt no pain, yet the spectacle was undeniably embarrassing. This attempt at flight had undoubtedly failed. It was not a flaw in the feather technique, but rather due to his physical limitations. The feather technique was indeed usable and exceptionally swift, yet it required a pair of genuine wings to maintain balance during flight. Without them, he was utterly unable to control his body while airborne, resulting in the tumble he had just experienced. In truth, a significant portion of the innate demonic techniques possessed by demonic beasts evolved in tandem with their physical forms, allowing for effortless execution. This was a result of millions of years of evolution. Mo Juren felt a sense of helplessness regarding this. Wings? Where could he possibly find a pair? Surely, he could not resort to transplanting a pair. That would render him a half-human, half-demon entity. Remarks on the upcoming release tomorrow marks the launch, and I wish to share a few heartfelt thoughts. I still vividly remember the first time I encountered The Ordinary World by Wang Da, which left me utterly astounded and ensnared in its narrative. Though the prose is quite plain, lacking in ornate language, it possesses an undeniable allure, particularly in its storytelling, which remains vividly etched in my memory even after a decade. Viewing it just once was insufficient. I watched it again and again, losing count of how many times I repeated the experience. In total, it must have exceeded 10 times. Eventually, as I transitioned into the workforce, I gradually set aside the novel The Mortal's Journey, yet even after the passage of many years, it still occupies a significant place in the author's heart. Admittedly, this may sound a bit sentimental, but there's little else to say. I'm simply seeking my initial subscription. As someone who struggles with writing, my stockpiled content is limited. And to ensure a burst of updates tomorrow, I find myself burning the midnight oil. I hope to write a few more chapters to provide some enjoyment for my companions. Once it's available for subscription, I will endeavor to write as much as possible. Positive subscription results will indeed prompt additional updates, so I ask for your anticipation. Additionally, regarding rewards, for every 10,000 starting coins, I will add an extra chapter as a promise. I humbly request your initial subscriptions. Chapter 79. The Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion and the Task at the Spirit Beast Mountain. In the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, a beam of light swiftly descended, landing in the plaza before the building. Having digested the previous gains, Mo Juren finally found the time to execute his next plan. Observing the throngs entering and exiting through the main entrance, he felt a stir of curiosity. Today, there appeared to be a noticeable increase in disciples attending to matters at the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Was something afoot? Upon reflection, he realized that his time spent within the sect had been minimal, particularly since entering the Foundation establishment stage. He had seldom returned, and aside from major events, he had paid little attention to other happenings, thus remaining somewhat out of the loop. Could it be related to that incident? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting a vague speculation, yet he could not ascertain its validity. With a sense of unease, he stepped into the first-floor hall, greeted by a sea of heads. At that moment, the task application area was crowded with no less than 100 disciples waiting. So many people. A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Juren's eyes as he silently approached the crowd. Soon, a cacophony of discussions reached his ears. Have you heard? Recently, the sect summoned the Golden Core elders for a meeting. It seems something is about to happen. That can't be right. The 7 sects of the U Kingdom are dominant, and we, Spirit Beast Mountain, ranks second among the major sections. What could possibly occur? Who would dare provoke us? True. Even if the Concealment Moon sect were to target us, they would have to weigh their options carefully. However, the sect has suddenly issued a plethora of high-reward tasks, which is rather unusual. I speculate that the upper echelons are secretly planning something and have set the groundwork in advance. Whatever their plan, it's certainly better than the mundane tasks the sect usually assigns. This is a golden opportunity to seize, to earn more spirit stones, whether for purchasing artifacts or elixirs. It will swiftly enhance one's strength, providing a safeguard. What task does Brother Liu intend to undertake? Shall we join forces? Certainly. A new vein of heavenly crystal ore has been discovered at Baixing Mountain, and I plan to give it a try. I've heard the rewards are substantial. Guarding a mining area? Brother Liu, you must be joking. Haven't you had enough of such chores from before? Besides, that kind of work is tedious and lacks freedom. Only those who seek comfort would choose such tasks. I suggest we head to Yunshua Valley, where the spiritual herbs are abundant, and there are numerous magical beasts. With a stroke of luck, we might strike it rich. As he listened to the discussions swirling around him, Mo Juren maintained his composure, yet his heart grew heavier. At this moment, he became increasingly convinced of his earlier conjecture. The sect's sudden changes and the emergence of numerous high-reward tasks were undoubtedly not without reason. Though he could not ascertain with absolute certainty, there was a high likelihood that it was related to the impending invasion by the demonic sect. At present, only 3 years remained until the full-scale invasion described in the original text, and as a traitor, Spirit Beast Mountain must have already established contact with the Spirit Control sect. Or rather, for many years, the two sects had maintained clandestine communications. However, this time was different. The purpose was no longer mere exchange, but to lay the groundwork for the forthcoming demonic incursion. After all, compared to the 6 demonic sects, the 7 sects were merely newcomers, vastly outmatched in strength. Failure was only a matter of time. War was merely a means, and it would not endure for long. The true significance lay in the aftermath of the conflict, where the distribution of interests among the sects would become the ultimate objective. There was no need to mention LNZHU, which had always been the territory of Spirit Beast Mountain and would subsequently belong to the Spirit Control sect. However, the U Kingdom comprises more than just one state. The other 12 major states are equally lucrative, and the Spirit Control sect could not afford to relinquish them. They would certainly devise ways to claim a larger share. Otherwise, they would not deserve the title of a major demonic sect. As tasks continued to be assigned, the crowd before him gradually thinned, and Mo Juren moved closer. The disciple in charge of registration did not immediately retrieve the multitude of task bamboo slips from behind, but instead laid out individual paper lists on the table, succinctly detailing all tasks available. Planting spiritual rice on 1 mu, yielding 100 pounds of spiritual rice annually. Caring for 10 ice spirit fruits, yielding 20 fruits each year. Raising a first-level mid-tier spiritual beast, the Azure Spirit Serpent, for 6 months. Raising a first-level top-tier spiritual beast, the Crimson Horn Python, for 1 year. As he scanned the list, he noted that although numerous, the tasks bore little distinction from the mundane chores assigned to Chi refinement disciples. Occasionally, there were some slightly more unique tasks, but they remained low-level. Are there any tasks for Foundation establishment cultivators? He inquired. Oh, it is indeed a senior. The registering disciple looked up, recognizing the visitor's cultivation level, and his demeanor instantly became warm and welcoming. Senior must be applying for a task for the first time, correct? The tasks for Foundation establishment cultivators are located on the 2nd floor, where specialized personnel are assigned to assist. As he spoke, he gestured to a nearby area, summoning a relatively young disciple forward with a few instructions. The latter promptly nodded and approached, saying, "Senior, please follow me." "Thank you," Mo Juren replied politely, following the disciple towards the staircase. Similar to the 1st floor, the 2nd floor also featured a spacious hall. However, the number of cultivators present was sparse, and those there were engaged in low conversations near the counters, creating a tranquil atmosphere. All the cultivators remaining in this space were of Foundation establishment level and above, each attended to by dedicated disciples. Both the service and attitude were an entirely different caliber compared to those below. The disciple attending to Mo Juren was a young woman, her appearance somewhat delicate, and her voice soft and pleasant. "Senior, are you here to accept a task? Do you have a preferred category? Are there any related to spirit mines?" "Ah, yes, please wait a moment." Upon hearing Mo Juren's request, the young woman appeared slightly surprised but did not let it deter her. She quickly turned and began searching through the rows of bamboo slips behind her. In a short while, she retrieved one and returned a few steps, saying, "This is the directory of spirit mine-related tasks. encompassing all spirit mine guarding and transport assignments throughout the entire U Kingdom. Senior may choose at will. Pausing for a moment. She seemed to have something to convey but hesitated, her demeanor indicating she wished to speak, yet held back. Is something amiss? Mo Juren couldn't help but inquire, sensing her unusual behavior. Well, it's like this. After hearing his question, the young disciple no longer hesitated and explained, recently, the sect has issued a plethora of tasks, all offering high rewards. However, none of these tasks pertain to spirit mines. If Senior chooses one, the rewards may not be satisfactory. Why is that? Mo Juren asked, somewhat taken aback. That is not something I can ascertain. After listening to her words, Mo Juren fell into deep contemplation. The fact that a multitude of tasks had been released, yet spirit mine-related assignments were conspicuously absent, raised questions. What could be the reason? Was it that they had not been planned in time for release? Or was there a specific strategy behind this omission? Did the Seven Sects truly neglect the Spirit Stone mine? Some questions lingered in his mind, but he simply shook his head, choosing not to delve deeper. For regardless of the circumstances, it would not alter his decision. With this thought in mind, he promptly opened the bamboo slip and began to peruse its contents carefully. The tasks for guarding the Spirit Stone mines were as follows. A large spirit mine in Jianzhou, a 3-year commitment, requiring annual submissions of spirit stones. A medium spirit mine in Xinju, a 5-year commitment, also requiring annual submissions of spirit stones. A large spirit mine in Shizhou, a 3-year commitment. A large spirit mine in Lanzhou. Moments later, his gaze abruptly halted as a particular task caught his attention. A large spirit mine guarding task in Linzhou, along with a spirit stone transport mission spanning 3 years, with submissions of spirit stones every 6 months. Chapter 8. The spirit mine of the wilderness and the underground caverns among the 13 states of the U Kingdom. Linzhou could only be deemed average. Its area was modest, and its population scant. Aside from the relatively picturesque Yanliang mountain range, there were no notable specialties or characteristics worth mentioning. The outskirts of Linzhou bordered a vast, desolate expanse, filled with barren hills and scattered stones, nearly devoid of any vegetation. Yet, within the depths of this seemingly barren wilderness, nestled in a colossal rocky gorge, lay a large vein of spirit stones. Even throughout the entire U Kingdom, such a large spirit stone mine numbered scarcely over 10. However, it was astonishing that such a large mine, ranking among the top 10 in the kingdom, was only guarded by fewer than 10 cultivators, the highest of whom was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while the rest were mere chi practitioners. Upon arriving at this spirit stone mine, Mo Juren was somewhat taken aback upon learning the situation. Such a significant mine was pathetically guarded. How complacent the Seven Sects must have grown over the years. Were it the case of a balanced confrontation between righteous and demonic forces, akin to the Yuanwu Kingdom, even a moment's negligence could lead to calamity. The Foundation Establishment cultivator named Yuxing hailed from Tiankei Fortress among the Seven Sects and appeared somewhat aged. According to his own account, due to his low innate talent and lack of hope for breakthroughs, he chose to guard this spirit mine, though the compensation was inferior to other tasks. It offered stability and safety. Hence, he had remained here for over a decade without leaving. This area served as the resting zone, accessible only to the stationed cultivators, while the mortal miners resided in a separate enclosed area. Approaching a cavern, Yuxing took the initiative to introduce it. How many mortal miners are there? Certainly no fewer than several thousand. At this point, Yuxing paused momentarily, casting a glance at Mo Juren before continuing. Guarding the spirit stone mine is rather monotonous. While the rewards are stable, they are not remarkable. Therefore, aside from the necessary chores, few choose to come here voluntarily. As for Foundation Establishment cultivators, unless dispatched by their sects, even fewer would take the initiative to accept such tasks. What are you implying? Hearing this, Mo Juren narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Merely a casual observation, my friend, do not overthink it. For reasons unknown. Yuxing felt a chill run down his spine under Mo Juren's penetrating gaze, as if being scrutinized by some predatory beast. Hesitant to probe further, he quickly laughed it off and dismissed the matter. After completing his introduction of the mine, he took his leave without lingering. As he watched Yuxing's receding figure, a fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Mo Juren's previously calm gaze. Without uttering a word, he stepped into the cavern ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by quietly. During this time, aside from occasionally inspecting the various mining caverns and engaging in brief exchanges with the laboring mortal miners, Mo Juren had done little else. Most of his time was spent in his quarters, adopting an appearance of seclusion and rigorous training. Seeing this, Yuxing, who had initially harbored doubts about Mo Juren's presence, gradually lost interest in further investigation. On a particular night, a month later, a shadow darted through the tranquil mine, swiftly traversing the resting area and heading deep into the caverns, moving so rapidly that it went unnoticed. Within the pitch-black mine, Mo Juren held a moonlight stone aloft, walking while surveying his surroundings. During this period, he had not been idle. Rather, he had familiarized himself with nearly all the caverns in the mine. Through conversations with mortals and his own analyses, he had identified several potential targets. The path he now traversed was one of those, an abandoned tunnel long since excavated. Observing the uneven stone walls around him, it was hard to believe this passage had been entirely carved out by mortals. The tunnel was lengthy, and after nearly half an hour of walking, he still had not reached the end. Just as he began to suspect he had taken a wrong turn, a faint tremor suddenly echoed from afar, jolting him awake. Could it be? A thought sparked in his mind as he swiftly stowed the moonlight stone and propelled himself forward, expanding his spiritual sense ahead. Moments later, he emerged from the lengthy tunnel into a vast, sprawling stalactite cave, the expanse beyond unmeasurable. Upon witnessing this, Mo Juren's eyes gleamed with delight, yet he remained increasingly cautious, alert to the surroundings as he moved. The cave's environment was exceedingly complex, with numerous passages making it difficult to discern the correct direction. Therefore, he could only systematically investigate potential targets. Fortunately, the previous tremor had granted him a vague sense of direction. At that moment, a subtle sound echoed once more, akin to something sharp scraping against the ground. Mo Juren's keen senses immediately directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, and a flicker of joy crossed his features as he surged forward. After traversing through numerous caverns of varying sizes, the stalactite cave expanded significantly. Finally, upon entering one particular chamber, he abruptly halted. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the aura of a malevolent beast permeating the air. If his guess was correct, the blood jade spider was undoubtedly concealed within. Just as he prepared to extend his spiritual sense for a meticulous search, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mass of strange, white, fluffy substance suddenly surged from the darkness, targeting his position. Mo Juren instinctively dodged, only to realize that the exit behind him had been sealed off. A web. At this moment, he understood precisely what he was dealing with. A chill ran down his spine at the realization of the creature's formidable combat instincts. Upon sensing a human presence, it had immediately launched an attack without hesitation. Furthermore, unlike ordinary beasts that relied on brute force, this creature had chosen to seal off the exit first, clearly intending to trap its prey. Evidently, this creature possessed a high degree of intelligence, a rarity among spirit insect-like beasts. However, Mo Juren felt little concern. Unlike the powerful golden-backed demon mantis, this creature was only a low-level 4-tier beast and lacked the latter's ferocity, posing no true threat to him at this moment. Setting aside other considerations, he was confident that while he might not match the creature in strength, he was not far behind. Even without employing any magical tools, engaging in close combat would not put him at a disadvantage. The only concern lay in its ability to spit webs, which had a particularly strong adhesive quality. If ensnared, it could prove troublesome. As he pondered, the blood jade spider had already closed in, launching its fierce attack. Mo Juren's expression remained unchanged, yet his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. The massive pincers of the blood jade spider crashed into the hard ground like twin colossal blades, sending shards of stone flying. At that moment, Mo Juren appeared suddenly as if conjured from thin air, his golden arms swiftly raised like a radiant blade, striking down fiercely at the joint of the creature's pincers. With a crisp crack, a deep wound appeared, exposing bone and causing the blood jade spider to stagger, nearly losing its balance. Such a grievous injury rendered its joint nearly incapacitated, plunging it into a frenzy. The once iridescent white of its demonic body surged with demonic energy, radiating a terrifying crimson glow. Mo Juren's speed increased, and his second assault followed swiftly. However, unlike the previous strike, the efficacy of this attack was significantly diminished against the same spot. Realizing this, he quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and the creature. He understood now that the protection of demonic energy had greatly enhanced the creature's defense, making a stealthy attack exceedingly difficult. With a thought, his top-tier artifact, the Silver Star Sword, materialized, transforming into a beam of silver starlight that shot forth. The blood jade spider, having lost a leg, was hindered in its movement. The incoming flying sword was as swift as lightning, impossible to evade. Its massive maw opened to unleash a torrent of white liquid. Anticipating this move, Mo Juren deftly maneuvered the flying sword, narrowly avoiding the white liquid's blockade, and once again aimed for the joint of the creature's pincers. At this juncture, the blood jade spider had no recourse but to withstand the attack with its formidable demonic body. The flying sword danced at will, its speed reaching an extreme, delivering a series of attacks in the blink of an eye, each strike landing on the same spot. Even with the protection of demonic energy, the already severely injured joint could scarcely endure such immense damage, until finally, with a resounding crack, it shattered into two pieces. The blood jade spider stumbled and fell, but with its numerous legs, it quickly regained its footing. However, its movements were evidently impeded. Frantic, it unleashed a series of unexpected attacks, its fury mounting as it expelled a barrage of webs. Yet, Mo Juren, prepared for such a tactic, evaded effortlessly through a series of position changes. Simultaneously, a series of spirit symbols emerged, launching continuous attacks while the creature struggled to move. The sounds of explosive blasts echoed, and despite the strength of its protective demonic energy, the relentless barrage proved too much to withstand. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the blood-red aura surrounding the creature began to dim, eventually fading into nothingness. The once ferocious blood jade spider was now a shadow of its former self, clearly terrified and eager to flee. However, an opportunity for escape was non-existent. A flash of silver light struck, and its massive head tumbled to the ground. Mission accomplished. Mo Juren appeared unsurprised, his gaze eerily calm as he swiftly approached to methodically gather the spoils. Detecting usable materials, blood jade spider blood, level 4, wood attribute. 1 level 4 demon soul. Wood attribute. Shall I collect? Collection initiated. Collection complete. Materials stored. Analysis commencing. Bloodline level 4. Blood quantity. Analysis ongoing. Materials required for the bloodline transformation furnace to refine and purify demon blood. 1 stalk of 80-year-old golden essence grass. 1 stalk of 90-year-old blue gold mushroom. 1 kilogram of ice flame grass. 1 kilogram of wood crystal flower red gold sand. 1 level 4 would attribute demon soul. After reviewing the information, Mo Juren nodded slightly before stowing it away. His gaze swept the surroundings, and indeed, behind a stout stone pillar, he discovered 2 translucent, gleaming orbs. Without hesitation, he collected the orbs along with the massive spider carcass into his storage bag. Turning to another direction, his previously calm demeanor began to betray a hint of suppressed excitement. Not far away, amidst the spiritual stone mine, stood an ancient hexagonal teleportation array, and beside it sat a 5-colored skeleton in a meditative posture. This skeleton did not rest upon the ground, but floated 3 feet above it, holding a resplendent blue ancient token that captivated his entire attention. An ancient teleportation array. The Great Teleportation Token. Gazing at this sight, Mo Juren found himself momentarily entranced. Who could have anticipated such treasures hidden deep beneath the earth in such an obscure location? Though merely a teleportation array and a token, possession of these meant control over the bridge between 2 distinct realms of cultivation. Not to mention, the resource disparities promised unimaginable benefits. He had long set his sights on this place, viewing it as a treasure trove and a pivotal support for his future development. However, while locating this site was easy, handling it posed the greatest challenge. Unlike other places, this was one of the largest spiritual stone mines among the 7 factions, known to many. Thus, hiding this location became exceedingly difficult. The spiritual stones were the greatest bait. Regardless of how the future unfolded in the state of you, they would never relinquish this mine. Prepared for this, Mo Juren had devised a plan beforehand, albeit a temporary measure. To fully master this location would present a significant challenge. Grasping the Great Teleportation Token, he felt its soft yet firm texture, crafted from some unique wood. The surface bore intricate, ancient engravings and characters, unmistakably belonging to antiquity. In addition to the Great Teleportation Token, the 5-colored skeleton held immense value. It was once a cultivator who had ingested a celestial restoration pill, though the reason for its demise here remained unknown. The pill's potency lingered within the bones, unspent. Knowing this well, Mo Juren would not let the opportunity slip away. He cast a fireball spell, instantly incinerating the skeleton to ash, revealing 7 or 8 small, colorful orbs. Seeing this, he did not linger and promptly stored them away. Though of little use to him, items that could enhance a cultivator's potential remained highly valuable. Finally, he turned his attention to the ancient teleportation array, using a prepared blank jade slip to imprint its entirety. With Xin Ru Yin's abilities, complete restoration would pose no difficulty. As for concealing this location, there was no immediate concern. Before arriving at the spiritual mine, He had specifically tasked Xian Ruin and her companion to forge another powerful illusion array known as the Ethereal Mirage. The origins of this array stemmed from a formation jade slip he possessed, belonging to an extraordinarily intricate ancient illusionary array. He vividly recalled Xian Ruin's astonished expression upon encountering the array's information, followed by her profound gratitude. For an array master, encountering such an ancient marvel was an exhilarating experience. However, due to its antiquity, replication proved exceedingly challenging. The version he currently held was merely a highly simplified iteration, possessing only a fraction of the original's power. Nevertheless, it sufficed for present needs. Furthermore, improvements to the array would not cease, as Xian Ruin's understanding deepened. Once new array-making tools were completed, the array's potency would see a significant enhancement. Chapter 82. Puppets and News. After meticulously exploring the cave and roughly determining the basic situation, Mo Juren suddenly struck his storage bag, causing numerous white lights to illuminate the space. A dozen formation plates and several dozen formation flags surged forth in succession, each radiating a distinct and flickering spiritual light, exuding an extraordinary aura. The brilliance in Mo Juren's hand flared once more as the ancestral jade slip appeared again. Without hesitation, he probed his consciousness into it for a detailed study. The illusory spirit realm, an ancient and magnificent formation, as its name suggests, can create a unique and independent illusionary realm beyond the laws of the primary world when arranged to perfection, possessing an astonishingly enchanting effect. However, this was not the primary focus. The more crucial aspect was its secondary function, which could entirely isolate and seal off any disturbances occurring within the illusionary space. Even this imitation version could achieve a maximum level of closure. The activation of the teleportation array was not silent, generating a notable commotion. Thus, sealing it off was his foremost concern. Mo Juren, ever cautious, had anticipated this. Not only was there the imitation version of the illusory spirit realm, but he also had a reverse 5 elements formation. The two formations combined would ensure absolute security. The sheer quantity of formation flags and plates made the arrangement quite challenging. The reverse 5 elements formation was particularly complex. Before arriving at this location, he had spent several months studying it and had nearly mastered the arrangement process. However, just as he was about to begin, he needed to verify everything once more. After a brief moment, Mo Juren, having stored away the jade slip, slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened them and raised his hand to cast a series of spells into the air. Instantly, more than half of the formation tools transformed into streams of light, shooting off in various directions until they vanished beneath the ground without a trace. Simultaneously, the previously silent cave began to exhibit strange changes. Subtle, ephemeral waves of an unusual nature materialized seemingly out of thin air, quickly enveloping the entire space. At this moment, if an outsider were to pass by the cave entrance, they would surely see an empty interior, devoid of anything but piles of rubble and dirt. The marvelous restrictions formed by the array had completely transformed the cave's interior, replaced instead by an indistinguishable illusionary space. Even if someone were to enter, unless they possessed an exceptionally strong consciousness or had profound knowledge of illusionary formations, they would remain oblivious to any anomalies. Next came the reverse 5 elements formation. Amidst a desolate expanse, where sand and stones scattered. At this moment, Mo Juren sat cross-legged atop a mound, silent and contemplative. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds startled him awake. Turning his gaze, he spotted several yellow beasts, each over a yard long, racing towards him from all directions. These 4 enormous creatures, each with distinct appearances, some resembling lizards, others scorpions, snakes, and turtles, were remarkably swift, reaching him in mere breaths. Nearly a year had passed since he arrived at the spiritual mine in the wasteland, during which he devoted most of his time to cultivation. Thanks to the perfection of his secondary water attribute bloodline, his cultivation speed was astonishing, having reached the peak of the early foundation stage. Just a step away from the mid-stage, he understood that a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. However, to significantly shorten the duration, he needed to integrate his bloodline once more. In the southern skies, seeking a secondary bloodline was nearly impossible, let alone a tertiary one. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential, as he had already entrusted all information regarding the ancient teleportation array to Xian Ruin 6 months prior. He anticipated news would soon return. During this time, aside from cultivation, he also allocated part of his time to comprehend the Great Transformation technique. The results were surprisingly promising, as he easily grasped the fundamentals and successfully cultivated the first layer. This outcome astonished him, Considering that the Great Transformation technique was a form of secret art, and given his relatively modest comprehension of the five-element path, mastering it should have been exceedingly difficult. Yet, to his surprise, the opposite proved true. His cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. From the initial comprehension onward, everything felt as effortless as eating and drinking. He speculated that the reason might relate to a drop of mystic liquid he had consumed in the past. His original consciousness strength far exceeded that of fellow practitioners at the same level, likely accounting for this remarkable effect. The only aspect he found somewhat challenging was the crafting of puppets. The True Puppet Sutra mentioned that to create puppets, one must master 3 dark arts: soul pulling technique, soul condensing technique, and soul refining technique. The soul pulling technique is a method for drawing and capturing souls. Its power is modest, with a low success rate, and can only be used on corpses that have recently perished. Compared to those dark arts focusing on souls, its potency is vastly inferior. Next is the soul condensing technique, a method for consolidating souls, capable of merging several, even dozens, of souls into a brand new one. Although not as effective as naturally powerful souls, it is still superior to weaker ones. Finally, the soul refining technique, as its name implies, is a secret art for refining and transforming souls. Since the soul must be fused with the puppet, a living soul would be inadequate. It requires specific methods for refinement. The first 2 techniques were not of concern for him. He directly purchased a batch of demonic beast souls from a family market not far from the spiritual mine. This easily resolved the issue. Conversely, the soul refining technique became his focus of study over the past year. Fortunately, this technique primarily aids in puppet crafting, emphasizing skill and technique rather than being an advanced secret art. Given his current realm, with concentrated effort, he ultimately mastered it. With this technique, along with steady progress in the Great Transformation technique, crafting the puppets became a natural progression. Ultimately, with ample materials, he produced the 4 puppets before him. Despite their peculiar appearances, their power was formidable, each strike rivaling that of a practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement, making them exceptionally powerful allies. The only drawback was perhaps their expense. Not only was the cost of demonic beast souls significant, but the materials required for the puppets were also substantial. This was only for first-tier puppets. Second-tier ones required materials equivalent to high-grade magical artifacts, while third-tier needed top-tier artifact-level materials. Thus, it is evident that this profession is far more costly than artifact crafting, making it unsustainable for ordinary practitioners. However, this drawback was inconsequential for him at present. Had it not been for the high failure rate in crafting, wasting too many materials, he could have successfully created at least 10 puppets by now. After casting a final glance at the 4 colossal beings lying motionless before him, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his eyes as he raised his hand, promptly storing them all away in his storage bag. The trial run for the puppets proved promising. Just as he intended to rise and return, a beam of yellow light suddenly descended from the heavens, landing swiftly upon his shoulder. Could it be? Upon seeing the cloud-winged bird, Mo Juren immediately had a realization and hurriedly opened the letter tied to its leg. Moments later, after reading its contents, a look of pure delight spread across his face. Another 6 months had passed, coincidentally allowing him to return while escorting spirit stones. Additionally, another matter had long been due for resolution. With this thought, a glint of coldness flickered momentarily in his gaze, quickly vanishing. Chapter 83. Dark Schemes and Return in the Lower Region. Other cultivators in the chi refinement stage were also laughing and joking, indulging in food and drink, creating an atmosphere of great merriment. Over the past 6 months, the yield from the spiritual mines had been quite fruitful. This time, as Brother Mo escorted the spiritual stones back to the sect, it was certain that there would be a considerable reward. I would like to extend my congratulations in advance. As he spoke, Yuxing raised his cup and drank it all in one go. It was primarily due to good fortune, having discovered a new vein of, or with abundant reserves. Not only Brother Mo, but also I and the other friends would benefit from this. However, dear brother, since you did not take the escort mission from your esteemed sect, the reward might be somewhat less. It's best to leave it. I would rather earn a little less than risk taking on a dangerous task. At this point, Yuxing's gaze suddenly became meaningful, and he continued, but Brother Mo, with such a large sum of spiritual stones returning to the sect, you must be cautious on your journey. Naturally, Mo Juren replied in a calm tone, seemingly unaware of the subtle shift in the other's expression. As he spoke, he raised his cup once more, adding, I must thank you for your reminder. Let me toast you again. The steady demeanor of Brother Mo truly impressed me. Amidst the friendly banter, cup after cup of spirit-infused wine filled our stomachs. Even cultivators, without employing their mystical powers to refine the drink, could not help but feel a slight intoxication. By the time the banquet concluded and everyone parted ways, all were flushed and walked with a lightness in their step. Mo Juren was no exception, his gaze also slightly dazed as he swayed back to his room. However, the moment he closed the door, his expression suddenly turned serious, and the flush on his face vanished, revealing no trace of drunkenness. The following morning, Mo Juren wasted no time, securing several bulging high-grade storage bags to his waist. He then summoned a seemingly ordinary leaf-shaped flying artifact and took to the sky, disappearing from sight after a while. Brother Mo is quite frugal with his resources. Why not invest in a better flying artifact? Yuxing murmured as he withdrew his gaze. What's this? Have you changed your mind? Suddenly, a strange voice arose beside him, darkening Yuxing's expression. What did you say? I don't understand. The spiritual mind is of great importance. I hope you will depart swiftly. You seem to dismiss the matter easily. Why didn't you voice your concerns when reaping the benefits? The voice coldly sneered again, regardless of other matters. You must provide me with timely information on the spiritual stones being escorted by the seven sects. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding past friendships. Are you planning to act against everyone? That cannot be allowed. It would surely be discovered. Yuxing's expression changed abruptly as he questioned. Am I that foolish? I simply require information on everyone to select suitable targets, at most 1 or 2, which won't raise suspicion. Yuxing sighed and remarked, fine. I only remind you out of our years of friendship. I shan't meddle further. However, you should be wary of that Mo fellow. For some reason, I sense he is not as simple as he appears. Not simple? Just because he is still using a low-grade flying artifact? What if he is deliberately concealing his abilities? Regardless, I have given my warning. Whether you heed it is up to you. With that, Yuxing disregarded the other and turned to leave for the mine area. That old man truly grows more timid with age. Despite these thoughts, a hint of inquiry flickered in his gaze as he looked toward a certain direction. In midair, Mo Juren, flying on his leaf-shaped artifact, suddenly glanced back over his shoulder, revealing a trace of mockery in his eyes. He promptly summoned a spiritual beast from his bag, the imposing figure of Little Jean materializing. Without hesitation, he swiftly landed on the creature's back and instructed, speed up so we aren't interrupted. With a small chirp, Little Jean flapped its wings vigorously, transforming into a streak of golden light that vanished into the sky. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, 2 beams of light approached. Without hesitation, they identified a direction and immediately gave chase. However, the two soon found themselves at a loss, having pursued for an entire day and night without a single trace of their target. Wasn't the intel saying they were using a low-grade artifact for travel? Why haven't we caught up to them yet? One asked in confusion. Perhaps they are being cautious and took a different route? The other replied. That seems unlikely. The distance between Linzhou and Lanzhou is far. How long would it take to divert? After a pause, he added, let us pursue a bit longer. If we still don't catch up, we'll abandon this. There are plenty of targets. We don't need to worry about one. Another day passed, and the two finally came to a halt, gazing at the empty sky in utter disappointment, clearly having gained nothing. In truth, perhaps it was for the best not to catch up. After all, hadn't they been warned? This person is not simple and could be hiding their true strength. If they turned out to be a tough opponent, it would be disastrous. We must prioritize our safety. Suddenly, the other interjected, but we still need to pursue. The first one opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing a rebuttal. After all, this was a task assigned by the family. The reward for completion would be minimal. But if they were injured, regret would come too late. We still need to pursue as best we can. Though they spoke with conviction, their spirits had clearly waned. Within half a day, they turned back toward their original path, unbeknownst to Mo Juren, who was oblivious to the thoughts of the two behind him. He was solely focused on returning to Lanzhou swiftly. Delivering the sect's task was merely incidental. The most urgent matter was to meet with Exine. He had no time to waste entangled with strangers. Moreover, while he did not know who the pursuers were, their willingness to ambush disciples from the seven sects was indicative of a powerful faction. This was a crucial period. He needed to remain low-key, avoiding conflicts at all costs. Neither victory nor defeat was desirable, as attracting the attention of those with ill intentions would lead to greater troubles. At Ling Beast Mountains Market, Tianhua Tower. After completing his task and receiving a reward of spiritual stones, Mo Juren hurried back to this place. Ignoring the greetings of passing staff, he ascended the stairs directly to the 5th floor. At this moment, in a certain room, Exine stood alone in the center of the living room, clad in a sky-blue long dress. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on a peculiar object on the table, seemingly deep in thought. There lay a model, measuring approximately 2 feet square in a hexagonal shape, adorned with an array of mysterious patterns, exuding an ancient aura. Chapter 84. Restoration and Conspiracy. This is an ancient teleportation array. Upon entering the room and seeing the model, Mo Juren instantly recognized it. It was remarkably similar. Aside from the size difference, nearly all the array symbols and layout resembled exactly those of the ancient teleportation array beneath the spiritual mind. "You have completely replicated it?" he exclaimed, his heart leaping with joy as he quickly inquired. "It is merely a superficial imitation. I am far from mastering it completely." Rian understood his excitement and, after a moment of silence, continued. "However, this teleportation array is quite small, and its principles are not complex. It's just that its ancient lineage makes many aspects difficult to comprehend. Nonetheless, as long as I am given enough time, fully grasping it will not be a difficult task. At that time, even if the original formation were to be destroyed, it could still be re-established. How long would it take? Perhaps 3 to 5 years, or even longer. I cannot say for certain." Upon hearing Rian's response, Mo Juren felt not disappointment, but rather an unexpected joy. If the other party could indeed succeed, then the confidentiality issue surrounding the ancient teleportation array would be effortlessly resolved. When it was not needed, it could be temporarily destroyed, thus eliminating any concerns of discovery. And when required, it could be re-established on the same spot. Of course, this approach necessitates 2 prerequisites. The first concerns the availability of materials. After all, the ancient teleportation array involves materials that are equally ancient, which may have already become extinct in the contemporary realm of cultivation. The second pertains to the technical expertise required to construct the teleportation array. It is not enough to merely possess materials and blueprints. One must have a profound understanding of the formation. Both the refinement of materials and the inscription of the formation patterns cannot be executed casually. At the very least, one must be intimately familiar with every detail of the teleportation array. The first issue is not insurmountable. Mo Juren immediately devised a solution. As for the second, it would require time for comprehension. Even to merely replicate the original would necessitate extensive practice to master. The original teleportation array had only suffered minor damage to one corner, making its repair relatively straightforward. I have already completed that, and I have documented the materials and methods needed for some repairs within. While pondering this, Rian approached with a jade slip in hand, saying, "Elder, you may take a look. If there is anything you do not understand, I will explain." The information recorded in the jade slip was quite detailed and easily comprehensible. Mo Juren carefully perused it before placing it into his storage pouch. At that moment, Rian produced a jade box, presenting it with the words, "This is an improved array formation artifact for the illusory spirit realm. Its efficacy has increased several-fold compared to the last version. I believe you will find it useful." The improvement had been successful. Seeing this, Mo Juren was naturally elated. After a brief examination, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. He expressed his gratitude once more, then, without lingering, bid farewell and turned to leave. Rian, of course, did not say much. She merely gazed thoughtfully in the direction of his departure. Half a year prior, upon receiving the repair task, she had already surmised the situation. He must have discovered a genuine ancient teleportation array. Such things only existed in legends. It would be disingenuous to claim indifference. Yet, despite her curiosity, she could only ponder silently, knowing that probing into his secrets was not an option. Perhaps, in the future, when both parties had developed sufficient trust, there might be an opportunity to reveal such matters. Mo Juren did not linger at Tianhua Tower. After obtaining the repair jade slip, he promptly chose to depart. However, just moments later, he reappeared within Wanbao Pavilion. Upon seeing him, the shopkeeper could hardly suppress a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Mo Juren hastily enter Tianhua Tower, and now he stood before him again, seemingly unconcerned about his own identity. It was needless to say that, given this individual's propensity to frequent the pavilion, he had undoubtedly returned for further procurement. His assumption was correct. Once settled, Mo Juren wasted no time and handed over a list, stating directly, "Prepare the items listed here, and I require double of each. Additionally, procure a higher quality flying artifact for me. Please hold on a moment." This scenario was all too familiar to the shopkeeper, who couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Guests were guests. Even if they were competitors, he would not neglect him in the slightest, instructing a servant to retrieve the items from the storeroom. Meanwhile, he personally led Mo Juren upstairs, as high-quality flying artifacts were beyond his authority to procure. After the exchange, Mo Juren left Wanbao Pavilion without returning to Tianhua Tower, heading directly to his cave abode. In the subsequent days, he did not immediately return to the desolate spiritual mine, but instead remained at home, cherishing time with his wife and daughter. It was only after 2 weeks, feeling that the time was ripe, that he took to the skies on his small golden vessel. At this moment, within a certain cavern of the spiritual stone mine in the wasteland, the typically composed Yuxing was pale, his expression remarkably grim. A few days prior, for reasons unknown, he had suddenly begun experiencing issues with his body, suffering from inexplicable and severe headaches. Each episode was extraordinarily intense, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Illness? As a foundation-building cultivator, the likelihood of falling ill was minuscule. Moreover, during the first episode, he had meticulously examined his body with his spiritual sense repeatedly. Unfortunately, he could not ascertain any cause. If it were not an issue within himself, then there was only one possibility: he had been secretly plotted against. But who could it be? An enemy? For over a decade, he had remained in this desolate wasteland, never straying a step. How could he have inadvertently offended anyone? Or perhaps it was the Yin family. Over the years, he had interacted most frequently with them. Given that the wasteland was adjacent to Linzhou, thousands of mortal laborers in the mine had been hired locally, with the Yin family lending considerable assistance. Yet, there was no conflict of interest between them. It made no sense for them to act against him. Could it be due to the previous incident? Suddenly recalling a potential scenario, Yuxing's previously grim countenance grew even darker. That individual had successfully intercepted and eliminated targets on the way to the Qingshu sect, reaping considerable rewards. Now, they might be intending to silence him. As he pondered this, the excruciating pain returned, akin to a multitude of insects gnawing at him, a torment beyond endurance. In that moment, Yuxing had no thoughts of anything else but to clutch his head and roll on the bed, the intense agony nearly exhausting all his strength, leaving him drenched in sweat. Just when he thought he might perish, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from outside, growing nearer. The sound was familiar. In his despair, he forced himself to suppress the pain and called out, "Is it you, Brother Mo? Quickly, save me." As soon as the words left his lips, the door creaked open, revealing Mo Juren, who had just returned. Upon seeing the elder in agony and visibly weakened, his expression changed, and he hastily inquired, "Brother Yu, what has happened to you?" "I do not know. A few days ago, I suddenly suffered from severe headaches. No matter how I examined myself, I could not find the cause. Brother Mo, you must save me. Do not worry, I will do my utmost." Without hesitation, Mo Juren extended 3 fingers to press against Yuxing's wrist, simultaneously channeling a stream of spiritual energy into him, as if probing for something. In his state of suffering, Yuxing endured the pain, his gaze fixed on Mo Juren, filled with anticipation. He thought to himself, since this friend had managed to escape the Yin family's ambush last time, it was evident that he was no ordinary cultivator. Surely he could uncover the source of his torment. After a considerable time, Mo Juren finally withdrew his fingers, but his expression had grown increasingly grave. Witnessing this, Yuxing's heart sank. Could it be that the issue was truly severe? "Brother Mo, have you discovered something?" At this moment, he could no longer care about the pain. He urgently questioned, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable tremor. "Do not panic, it is not yet desperate." Mo Juren seemed to have just returned to his senses, quickly offering reassurance. "What is the cause then?" Hearing the comforting words, Yuxing felt a slight easing of his anxiety, but still could not let go of his worry, pressing for an answer. Just as Mo Juren was about to speak, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room once more. As Mo Juren's heart stirred, he promptly fell silent, waiting until the door opened to reveal the remaining Qi refinement stage cultivators stationed at the spirit mine. "We have come to inquire about Brother Yu's condition," they said respectfully upon seeing Mo. Their concern warmed Yuxing's heart slightly, but it was fleeting at that moment. He was far more anxious to understand the true nature of his affliction. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to Mo Juren. "Brother, do not rush." Mo Juren interjected, raising his hand to pause the conversation. He then stood and began to slowly survey the room, his eyes shimmering with a faint light, clearly probing for something. This behavior puzzled the others. Wasn't the issue with Yu's body? What could he possibly be searching for in the room? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Mo Juren suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently upon a certain corner. A flash of white light emanated from his hand as several fireballs shot forth. With a resounding explosion, the previously unblemished floor was blasted open, creating a half-foot deep pit. As the dust settled, a horrifying sight emerged before them. What was this? Not only Yuxing, But all the Qi refinement stage cultivators were taken aback as they beheld the pit teeming with countless nameless black worms, dark as night and resembling strands of hair, each approximately an inch long, exuding an eerie presence. So it is true, Mo Juren thought, his eyes revealing a glimmer of understanding. What on earth are these creatures? Are they related to my headache? Yu Xing asked, suppressing his astonishment. These are blood marrow worms, a peculiar pest favored by demonic cultivators for their sinister rituals. The adult worms are not particularly fearsome. Even a simple fireball spell can obliterate them, Mo explained, conjuring another fireball. After a burst of flames, the pit was rendered spotless once more. Mo Juren then continued, the true terror lies in the larvae. Due to their nature, the mother worm typically lays its eggs within other living beings, using them as hosts. Once hatched, the larvae burrow into the host's marrow, feasting and growing. Blood marrow worms. Yu Xing's eyes widened in confusion. But I have searched with my spiritual sense multiple times and found no trace of any eggs. That is precisely what makes these pests troublesome. Mo Juren anticipated the question. Unlike the adults, the larvae are incredibly small and possess innate abilities to conceal their spiritual energy fluctuations. Unless one's spiritual sense is exceptionally strong or one is familiar with these creatures, they are exceedingly difficult to detect. I only know of their existence due to my background from Spirit Beast Mountain, where I have studied various strange insects and beasts. Pausing for a moment, he added, as for you, brother Yu, it seems you have been infested by the larvae in your brain. After hatching, they began to gnaw at your body, which is why you're experiencing such excruciating pain. Is it serious? Yu Xing asked anxiously. Fear not. It is not as dire as you imagine, Mo Juren reassured him with a sudden smile. This cluster of blood marrow worms is merely wild. Their presence here is likely coincidental. They are not the special goo worms cultivated by demonic cultivators and are not particularly powerful. Ordinary mortals might face complications. But as a cultivator, your life is not in jeopardy. Even if it's not severe, this pain is unbearable. If it were worse, how would it differ from a death sentence? Yu Xing trembled at the memory of the excruciating episodes he had endured over the past few days. Speak plainly. How can we rid ourselves of these vile worms? There are two methods, Mo Juren stated without hesitation. The first is to concoct the Yang Marrow Pill, a highly Yang attribute elixir that possesses remarkable efficacy in purifying the marrow, especially effective against blood marrow worms. Just one pill can completely eradicate them. However, crafting this potion is somewhat tedious. One of the primary ingredients requires a specimen of red sun grass that is at least 200 years old. Yu Xing was aware of red sun grass. Acquiring a few decades-old specimens was not difficult. However, finding one that was over 200 years old, while not entirely rare, was certainly challenging. And the second method? The first option seems rather impractical for the moment, as sourcing the necessary ingredients would take considerable time and opportunity. The second is simpler. A regular spirit calming powder will suffice. Once consumed, it will induce a state of dormancy in the blood marrow larvae, stalling their growth. However, the potency of the spirit calming powder is limited, lasting only about 7 days, necessitating repeated doses. Moreover, as the number of doses increases, the efficacy diminishes, leading to further complications down the line. At this point, Yu Xing understood his situation. While there were two options presented, in reality, only one was viable. The spirit calming powder could only serve as a temporary measure to delay the larvae's development. To truly resolve the issue, he would need the Yang Marrow Pill. However, not only was the crafting of the pill arduous, but the recipe itself was an exceedingly rare treasure, one he had never even heard of before. How could he possibly find it? With this thought, he turned once more to Mo Juren and inquired, since you mentioned the Yang Marrow Pill, do you happen to know its crafting method? I do indeed, Mo Juren nodded. After a brief pause, he added, however, the recipe is a closely guarded secret passed down from my elders and holds significant value. Thus, please, I implore you, save my life. Yu Xing interjected, his spirit rekindled at the prospect of the recipe. Very well, Mo Juren finally decided after a moment of contemplation. He retrieved 2 jade slips from his storage bag, handing one of the blank ones to Yu Xing after inscribing the recipe. This is the recipe for the Yang Marrow Pill. Let us agree on a price equivalent to that of a standard Foundation establishment pill. What do you think, brother Yu? The jade slip felt light in Yu Xing's hand, yet its weight was profound. He suddenly recalled how he had previously sold Mo Juren's information to the Yin family, nearly putting him in mortal danger. Guilt washed over him. Had anything gone awry, he would not only have harmed Mo, but would have invited retribution upon himself as well. I shall not speak further. Should you require anything in the future, just send a message to Tianke Fortress, and I will go through fire and water for you. Yu Xing declared, removing a storage bag from his waist and presenting it to Mo. This contains my savings in spirit stones. The amount should be sufficient. If there are any discrepancies, I hope you will not mind. Very well, I trust in your integrity. Mo Juren accepted the bag without inspecting it, smiling in agreement. As for Yu Xing's promise, he took it with a grain of salt, knowing that he had spent spirit stones and that such bonds of friendship were not easily forged. Of course, outwardly, no one displayed any signs of discontent. Everyone wore smiles, and the atmosphere grew lighter. The following day, Yu Xing wasted no time. After bidding farewell to the others, he departed immediately. Given the recent events, he could hardly remain at the spirit mine. He needed to find the 200-year-old red sun grass as swiftly as possible. Such an item had a price, but was not easily found in the market. Thus, among the cultivators stationed at the spirit mine, only Mo Juren remained, holding the highest cultivation level and naturally assuming complete control over the spirit mine. In the days that followed, the 7 factions made no further attempts to send new Foundation establishment cultivators, seemingly acquiescing to the transition of management. In contrast to Yu Xing, who sought to manage everything himself, Mo Juren took the opposite approach, delegating his authority to several Qi refinement stage disciples while retreating into his room to meditate. He issued orders that, even when the semi-annual spirit stone payment was due, he should not be disturbed unless a situation arose that could not be handled otherwise. Deep within the mine, after concluding all affairs, Mo Juren reappeared at this location. Approaching a secluded stone wall, he cast a glance around before gently pressing a specific spot, causing a fissure to slowly reveal itself. Previously, upon his departure, he had completely sealed the original passage of the cave with a massive rock, creating a narrow opening that permitted only a single individual to pass through. Though merely a temporary measure, it effectively concealed the existence of the cave to the greatest extent possible. The cave remained desolate, and with a flick of his hand, a command flag waved, causing the seemingly ordinary void within the cave to ripple unexpectedly. Observing this, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Mo Juren's eyes. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, crossing what appeared to be a curtain of water, and vanished in an instant. Inside the cave, everything remained unchanged. Fixing his gaze on the ancient teleportation array in the distance, Mo Juren wasted no time and promptly retrieved all the materials he had prepared, immersing himself in his work. The restoration of the teleportation array was no simple task. Rather, it was an exceedingly meticulous endeavor. This ancient array was far more intricate than the one in his home. Even with detailed instructions from Seven Mysteries Sect, it still consumed several days of his time. Fortunately, upon completion, everything was intact without any discrepancies. At the moment of completion, a spark of excitement flickered in Mo Juren's eyes. However, he refrained from immediate action, instead taking out an item, the improved version of the illusory spirit array artifact, completed by Seven Mysteries Sect days prior. Although he already had 2 layers of concealment, he felt a lingering unease and decided to stack all 3 arrays together to ensure absolute security. Indeed, upon the completion of the 3rd array, a subtle yet remarkable change began to manifest within the cave's space, a sensation that, while indescribable, allowed his anxious heart to finally relax. At this juncture, he resolved not to delay any further. After a final inspection, he began placing several mid-tier spirit stones at designated spots around the array. Once the last stone was set, Mo Juren stepped back, quietly observing the array's transformation. Despite having checked multiple times, a sense of apprehension gripped him as he initiated the activation. Any minor error could lead to catastrophic failure. Fortunately, this anxiety was fleeting. Soon, the ancient teleportation array, dormant for countless years, began to stir, resonating with a low hum, and emitting a powerful wave of spiritual energy that shot forth a blinding yellow light into the cave's expanse. As he had feared, the penetrative power of the yellow beam was formidable. The barriers created by the first array were utterly insufficient to halt its advance. And with the second layer not fully concealed, it was fortunate that he had taken the precaution of deploying the 3rd array, the improved version by Seven Mysteries Sect, which barely managed to contain the force. In contrast, the cacophony generated by the array's activation was trivial, not penetrating beyond the cave's confines. With a sigh of relief, Mo Juren wasted no time. A flash of blue light from his hand revealed the grand teleportation order, and he leapt into the array. Chanting incantations, he abruptly halted, issuing a low command, and in an instant, a flash of yellow light engulfed him, causing his figure to disappear entirely. The experience was far from pleasant. Within the teleportation array, Mo Juren cradled his throbbing head, murmuring to himself while reflecting on how fortunate he was to have the protection of the grand teleportation order. Otherwise, This long-distance travel would have been exceedingly perilous. The immense spatial pressure alone was nearly unbearable. Regaining his composure, he stowed the token and began to survey his surroundings. It appeared to be an abandoned room, shrouded in darkness, with a pungent odor of decay permeating the air. The confined space felt stifling. Mo Juren was well aware that danger was not afoot. After a brief examination, he stepped out of the teleportation array and approached the stone door ahead. With a gentle yet firm push, the door creaked open, revealing a gently ascending staircase made of blue stone, thick with dust, indicating it had not been traversed in ages. Ascending the staircase at a measured pace, he soon turned a corner and beheld the exit. At that moment, a massive boulder obstructed the circular opening. Rather than demolishing it, he drew forth the silver star sword and carved out a narrow passage sufficient for a single person to pass through, then stepped outside. Suspended in midair, Mo Juren stood upon a blue flying vessel, surveying the surroundings and absorbing the entirety of the nearby vista. He found himself on an uncharted island, enveloped by an endless expanse of azure sea in every direction, with no horizon in sight. In such isolation, he felt acutely aware of his own insignificance. The island was sizable, spanning several dozen miles, and the mountain cave from which he had emerged was merely a protruding rocky formation on the island. Now, gazing at the boundless waters, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. Without a nautical chart, he was utterly at a loss, unsure of which direction to fly. He couldn't simply charge forth blindly. The vastness of the starry sea could render him lost for an extended period without encountering any human habitation. After pondering for a while, an idea struck him. He swiftly tapped his spirit beast pouch, and a small, agile figure emerged. It was the cloud-winged bird. Now matured to the peak of its first level, its innate abilities had significantly enhanced, far exceeding Mo Juren's expectations in terms of stealth and navigation. Fly a bit farther and scout the surroundings, he instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the cloud-winged bird unfurled its golden wings and shot off like a streak of yellow light, disappearing in an instant. With a slight nod, Mo Juren descended onto the island, finding a flat blue stone on which to sit cross-legged, and calmly awaited the bird's return.